Chapter 1. Hostbound, Reincarnation Simulator Initializing. Ding! The Reincarnation Simulator has been initialized. Within the Hot Pot restaurant, a thick mist of steam envelopes the air, accentuating the bustling atmosphere of human life. In the corner, a diligent waiter weaves between tables, while the bubbling copper pot in the center simmers with scalding red broth, the rich, spicy aroma intermingling with the subtle fragrance of crushed peppercorns wafting through the air. Surrounded by several round tables brimming with patrons, laughter and chatter rise and fall, mingled with the bubbling sounds of the pot, creating a lively ambience that makes it difficult to discern the conversations nearby. Chu Yuan stared at the pop-up window that materialized before him, momentarily lost in thought, causing the beef ball he was holding with his chopsticks to tumble back into the pot. "Brother, is something wrong?" inquired the young girl seated across from Chu Yuan. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, silky and smooth, framing her delicate and exquisite features, her almond-shaped eyes clear as water. Dressed in a simple white sweater that hung loosely around her, her small hands were half hidden within the sleeves, revealing only a few slender fingers grasping the chopsticks. She was Chu Yuan's younger sister, Chu Xianin. At that moment, a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head, yet a wave of excitement surged within him. It had been nearly a decade since he traversed into this world, hadn't it? Finally, the unique advantage of a transmigrator had arrived. Suddenly, the wailing of a small boy pierced through the air. "Wah! Mom, this uncle is bullying me." Both Chu Yuan and Chu Xian's attention was instantly drawn to the commotion. A little boy rushed to his mother, crying, while a burly man stood beside him, his face flushed with anger. "Damn it! You deliberately spilled sauce on me and tried to snatch my phone to play with it. And now the villain plays the victim?" The boy's eyes sparkled with mischief, and his cries became even more pronounced, but there was an unmistakable insincerity to his demeanor. Looking at the grease stains on the man's clothing, it became evident that the boy was indeed a mischievous brat. "You, an adult, are quarreling with a child? He didn't mean to spill sauce on you. So what if you let him play with your phone?" Instead of reprimanding her child, the boy's mother retaliated. "You." The man stepped forward in anger. In the next moment, a waiter rushed over, placing himself between the man and the mother and child. "Please, calm down, everyone. This is a public space." "Public space? And you won't do anything about that brat? He's been causing trouble since earlier, even spitting watermelon seeds on the condiment table. I couldn't just stand by." The man's fury remained unabated. "Exactly. This brat is utterly uncouth." Several diners nearby voiced their agreement, having witnessed the child's antics. However, the boy's mother showed no sign of acknowledgement. "How dare you speak to me like that? He's just a child. What's wrong with being a bit reckless? That a lack of upbringing. If you don't educate him, he'll learn from a world when he grows up." The man frowned, pointing at the boy's mother. "Who can teach him? Who dares to? My husband is a Class C savior, fundamentally different from you ordinary people. Even if he kills someone, he won't be prosecuted. Who dares bully my little O? My husband will make them regret it. A savior. Did you hear that? A savior. Let's ignore them and eat our meal." Upon hearing the term savior, the diners around them quickly averted their gazes, lowering their heads, no longer daring to confront the mother's arrogance. The man, still fuming, was about to retort when the waiter, shrinking back, put on a forced smile. "The child is still young, sir. How about we waive this bill? Just let it go, all right?" "Fine. I don't have the time to waste here." Seeing the waiter's demeanor, the man darkened his expression, calming his anger, and turned to head to the restroom. Before leaving, he forgot his phone and a pack of cigarettes on the table. As soon as the boy saw the man enter the restroom, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Once the waiter had moved away, he dashed to the man's table, seizing his phone to play with it. However, after fiddling with it for a while, he found himself unable to unlock it due to the password. Frustrated at his inability to play, he glanced at the hot pot and hurled the phone into the bubbling broth, followed by the pack of cigarettes, splashing the broth everywhere. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the man returning from the restroom. His eyes blazed with fury, unable to contain his rage any longer. The boy, caught in the act, showed no sign of fear. Instead, he shook his head and made a silly face, sticking out his tongue. In the next instant, the man forcibly plunged the boy's face into the scalding hot pot. "Wah! Mommy, it hurts." "Mommy, gurgle." The boy struggled desperately, but soon his body went limp. The boy's mother rushed over in a panic, her composure shattered. "Ah, what have you done to my son?" In the following moment, the man seized the boy's mother by the head and thrust her terrified face into the hot pot as well. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Before long, her body too grew limp. "I don't seek trouble, but that doesn't mean I can't handle it. Your husband is a Class C savior. is he? Sorry, I'm one too. Killing your two brats will only get me restricted movement. Your husband can't touch me. This shocking scene sent the surrounding diners scrambling for safety. After the man completed his actions, he did not flee the hot pot restaurant. Approximately 10 minutes later, a group of men and women clad in white uniforms entered, fastening specialized crystal handcuffs on the man before escorting him away. Until everything concluded, the staff and patrons of the hot pot restaurant remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the incident. Yet amidst their astonishment, a glimmer of yearning shone in their eyes. At that moment, someone remarked, "This savior guy is truly a man." I enjoyed watching that. Upon returning home with Chu Yuan found himself somewhat unable to recover from the earlier events. "Let's take a shower first, Xiao, he said, gently ruffling his sister's hair. Before long, Chu padded into the bathroom, clutching a change of clothes. Chu Yuan sat down by the bed, gazing at the modest rental unit containing merely a bed, a bathroom, and a kitchen, letting out a soft sigh. Years ago, he had inexplicably found himself in a body that was nearly 20 years younger, transported to this world, where he was taken in by an orphanage. It was in that orphanage that he met his current sister, Chu Xianin. After leaving the orphanage, they had relied on their meager income to support each other, with indulging in hot pot now being a relatively extravagant affair. 6 years prior, this world had been afflicted by a disaster known as the Other Catastrophe. The earth had expanded over 100-fold, giving rise to bizarre and perilous regions known as other realms. Monsters referred to as disaster beasts emerged from these realms, attacking cities and residents, with modern weaponry proving utterly ineffective against them. Only superhumans who had awakened their past life memories, known as saviors, stood a chance against them. These saviors were heroes from various extraordinary worlds of cultivation, magic, martial prowess, and more. They could communicate with the powers from their past lives, gaining strength and utilizing unique abilities to vanquish the disaster beasts. As the sole beings capable of combating the disaster beasts and saving humanity, saviors enjoyed considerable privileges in contemporary society. Much like the man from earlier in the hot pot restaurant, he could slay those troublesome mother and son without fear of societal retribution. The white uniformed personnel who took him away belonged to the Seraphim Agency, an organization established to combat the disaster beasts. Only the Seraphim Agency had the authority to regulate and judge saviors. Becoming a savior signified the acquisition of privilege, fame, and wealth. In such an era, ordinary individuals were perilously close to ruin, either due to entanglement in the other catastrophe or by crossing paths with a savior. Chu Yuan had long yearned to become a savior, to alter the fate of himself and Chu Xianin. Yet, he was not a hero in his previous life. Ultimately, whether he even had a past life remained a question. But all of this is about to change. Chu Yuan summoned the simulator interface. Current host, allow me to introduce the functions of this simulator. By utilizing this simulator, the host's soul can traverse to other world for life simulations. With each simulation, the host will be regarded as possessing a past life. Upon completion of the simulation, the host soul will inherit the memories and attributes of the past life, while also gaining access to the powers of the world in which they reside, rapidly reaching the limits of their previous life. Once the simulation cooldown concludes, the host may initiate another simulation. Current simulation cooldown countdown, 0. Simulation can be initiated. Would you like to commence the simulation? Chu Yuan's eyes flickered with determination. According to the simulator's explanation, as long as he underwent a single simulation, it would be tantamount to possessing a past life. This would grant him the possibility of becoming a savior. Generally speaking, a savior with multiple past lives is referred to as a mythical spirit. They have attained significant strength in each incarnation, ensuring their souls do not perish and allowing for continued reincarnation. Mythical spirits, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, inevitably ascend to the rank of a class saviors or higher. Within the vast realm of the Daxia, there are merely a few hundred class saviors. In smaller nations like Neon, the number dwindles to merely a few dozen. Chu Yuan possesses the ability to simulate infinitely, which implies he can experience countless previous lives. The savior known to possess the most past lives in the world is Adam, the branch leader of the British Seraphic Organization, one of the 9 class saviors in existence. Adam has only 3 past lives to his name. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yuan pressed the button on the simulator panel. Initiating simulation process. World anchoring in progress. Anchoring to the fantasy and immortal world. Simulation ready. Please select 3 birth traits ranked from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, gold, rainbow. Pain-free individual white. You will not experience any form of pain, proving advantageous in battles. Peach blossom, fate green. You will find it easier to attract and endear yourself to the opposite sex. Calm and collected blue. You're more likely to enter a state of flow, remaining focused without distractions. Growth in adversity, purple. In difficult circumstances, you will possess enhanced insight, temperament, and fortune. Remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, though, not underestimate the youth and poverty. Heir of the celestial family gold. Born as the successor to a prominent celestial clan, you have access to unlimited resources, surrounded by top-tier guardians. The price is a significant loss of innate talent, with your potential being capped. Heavenly insight. Random rainbow. Your understanding of a particular path surpasses that of your contemporaries should you discover the right direction for cultivation. None shall surpass your journey. After reviewing all the traits, Chu Yuan hesitated briefly before confirming calm and collected blue, growth in adversity purple, and heavenly insight, random rainbow, as his chosen traits. His primary aim for simulation was to grow stronger. Although the heir of the celestial family gold appeared appealing, the cost of a capped potential was too steep. Trait selection successful, first simulation commencing. A blinding white light enveloped his consciousness, and upon regaining awareness, he found himself in a desolate mountain village. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, as fierce flames licked the blackened eaves of the houses. Realizing he had successfully traversed to another realm, he noted that this place seemed to have endured a horrific calamity. One inauspicious beginning. Chu Yuan strolled through the surroundings, observing the environment. On the small path by the village entrance lay several corpses sprawled in disarray, their tattered clothing stained dark with dried blood. In the center of the village, beneath a large tree, a child clung tightly to the lifeless body of their mother, breathless and frozen in the moment of dependency. The child's small hand, smeared with soot, seemed to grasp at something that ultimately eluded their reach. In this poignant scene, Chu Yuan was engulfed by a sense of disorientation and suffocation. After a while, he approached a puddle, staring blankly at his reflection, only to discover he had transformed into a much younger version of himself, appearing merely 15 or 16 years of age. His attire had also changed to match that of the villagers' coarse linen garments. At that moment, Chu Yuan suddenly caught sight of streaks of light appearing in the sky reflected in the puddle. Upon looking up, he beheld 3 figures soaring toward him on flying swords, arriving swiftly before him. A rush of air knocked him off balance, causing him to fall to the ground. Before him stood 3 ethereal beings, their presence extraordinary. The woman in white at the center was exceptionally radiant, her beauty otherworldly. Chu Yuan's heart raced. These were the celestial beings of this fantastical realm. Is there only one survivor? Those demonic cultivators have gone too far. They deserve death. One male cultivator exclaimed, scanning the area with a tone of indignation. Another female cultivator sighed softly. We have ultimately arrived too late. She then turned to the white-clad woman, speaking respectfully. Elder Luo, may I inquire what our next step should be? The white-clad woman lowered her gaze to assess Chu Yuan, her cold eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. This boy is reminiscent of my own past. With a gentle flick of her finger, a jade plate radiating a soft white light ascended, swirling around Chu Yuan momentarily before casting a beam of pure light, enveloping him. After a brief moment, the jade plate trembled slightly, emitting a bright golden glow. Remarkable, he possesses spiritual roots and commendable potential. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the white-clad woman's eyes, echoed by the astonishment of the male and female cultivators at her sides. Stepping forward, the white-clad woman spoke with a calm and melodious voice. Do you wish to follow me in cultivation? If you agree, I shall take you away from here and teach you the methods of cultivation. Should opportunities arise in the future, you may have the chance to avenge today's grievances. Chu Yuan realized he had been regarded as a member of this mountain village. Yet, there was no need for him to explain. It would be absurd to claim he had traversed realms, would it not? I am willing. He followed the white-clad woman back to her sect, the Mysterious Sword Sect. As he became a disciple of the Mysterious Sword Sect, he learned of her identity. She was the intersect elder, most likely to become the next sect leader. A prodigious talent in swordsmanship, having achieved the Yuan Ing stage in merely a century, known as Luo Jiqing, the sword immortal of the mysterious moon. He was the first disciple of Luo Jiqing. Due to his exceptional talent for cultivation, coupled with Luo Jiqing's influence within the sect, he commanded respect and admiration. Many fellow disciples sought his friendship. While others ventured out to accept bounties in exchange for cultivation resources, he needed only to ask Luo Jiqing to obtain an endless supply of resources. The sect held him in high regard. His path of cultivation was smooth, allowing him to reach the peak of chi refinement in just a few years. This led him to question whether his initial choice of growth in adversity purple had been a misguided decision. In his leisure time, he attempted to recreate the culinary delights from his past life, intending to astonish the natives of the immortal realm with a taste of modern gastronomy. With the aid of calm and collected, he successfully developed various seasonings from his former life. In the inner sanctum of the mysterious sword sect, sunlight streamed onto the white jade stone-paved ground, reflecting a warm glow. Luo Jiqing had just returned from a council of elders, pushing open the door to her cave abode, her features revealing a hint of weariness. She removed the wide-sleeved blue robe designated for elders and donned a simpler, pure white long dress, her demeanor remaining as serene and cold as the moon. As she walked into the cave, she was greeted by a familiar aroma, her weariness gradually replaced by anticipation. Indeed, just a moment later, Chu Yuan entered carrying a steaming food box. As soon as the box was opened, a rich fragrance wafted towards her, prompting Luo Jiqing to softly inquire, "What delectable dish do we have today?" Chu Yuan smiled softly, placing a meticulously prepared bowl of braised pork before her. "Master, this delicacy hails from my hometown, known as braised pork. I made it especially for you. Please give it a try." Luo Jiqing glanced at the steaming bowl of braised pork, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her tone remaining calm and unruffled. "Such a greasy dish has never been to my liking." Chu Yuan quietly observed her movements, counting the seconds in his mind. Before long, under Chu Yuan's gaze, Luo Jiqing slowly lifted her chopsticks, delicately picking up a piece of meat and bringing it to her lips. Her previously serene expression faltered for a moment. The chopsticks, seemingly rebellious, reached for the bowl once more. One piece after another of braised pork was elegantly delivered to her mouth, the pace surpassing that of serving rice. In no time, the bowl of braised pork was emptied, the gravy not leaving even a drop behind. Luo Jiqing set down her chopsticks, gently lifting her teacup in a feigned display of composure, taking a sip. Yet her gaze betrayed her, furtively darting towards the food box in Chu Yuan's hands. Chu Yuan stifled a laugh and presented another bowl of braised pork. "Master, what you just tasted was merely a sample. This is the main course. There is plenty more, so feel free to indulge, and if it is insufficient, I shall prepare more." Luo Jiqing averted her gaze, her ears slightly flushed, yet her tone remained composed. "Since it has been prepared, I shall not waste it." Without looking at Chu Yuan, she gracefully extended her delicate hand to accept the bowl. After finishing her second helping, she raised the bowl to her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then set it down, a faint blush of satisfaction gracing her otherwise cool countenance. Though the braised pork was somewhat greasy, its flavor was quite agreeable. "Should you find the time, do consider making it often." With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chu Yuan couldn't help but add, "Master, you nearly licked the bowl just now, didn't you?" "Rebellious disciple, cease your nonsense," replied Luo Jiqing, her voice lacking any harshness. "She treated you, her sole disciple, with great kindness, and in your desire to repay her, you resolved to bring her joy through your culinary skills, among other means. Thus, your bond deepened. After a decade of cultivation, you successfully established your foundation. On the day of your achievement, many senior brothers came to offer their congratulations, and Luo Jiqing gifted you a finely crafted protective talisman." Years passed, and Luo Jiqing was no longer merely an inner sect elder. Following the abdication of the previous sect leader, she ascended to the position herself, and her cultivation reached the later stage of the nascent soul. One day, as you prepared breakfast for Luo Jiqing, intending to surprise her with Cantonese dim sum, you entered her cave dwelling, gently knocking on her door to announce your arrival. After a brief wait, you received her response, granting you entry, though her voice today carried a hint of unusual serenity. Puzzled, you pushed the door open, only to find Luo Jiqing seated at the edge of her bed, not in her usual meditative posture, but rather in a manner reminiscent of an ordinary woman. Despite this, her celestial aura remained unmistakable. "Master, here are the loose shabao and the soup dumplings. Please enjoy them while they're hot." Chu Yuan placed the food box upon the jade table and lifted a steaming basket of buns. Luo Jiqing maintained her typically composed demeanor, her expression revealing no discernible emotion. She gently nodded and reached out to grasp a bun. However, as her fingertips brushed against it, her brows furrowed sharply, and her hand instinctively recoiled. "Master?" Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly rose to catch the bun that was on the verge of falling from her grasp, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He could discern that his master had indeed been scalded by the bun. Yet, How could this be possible? His master was a practitioner at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Such a degree of heat should be entirely incapable of penetrating her protective spiritual energy. Luo Jiqing's delicate fingers curled slightly, the fair and exquisite tips already showing signs of reddening. As Chu Yuan gazed at Luo Jiqing's fingertips, a sense of unease began to burgeon within him, gradually giving way to conjecture. He was acutely aware that, given Luo Jiqing's advanced stage of nascent soul, it was implausible for her to be scalded by something as trivial as a steamed bun unless her cultivation had encountered a serious impediment. Master. Chu Yuan's voice dropped to a hushed tone, laden with undeniable concern. Have you encountered some difficulty? Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze, her red lips pressed together in contemplation. Realizing that she might be in distress, Chu Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to assist her, to reciprocate her kindness, and to ensure she did not bear this burden alone. Initially, she refrained from directly answering his inquiry. However, after his persistent questioning and a solemn vow of secrecy, she finally relented. According to Luo Jiqing, the cultivation method she practiced appeared to possess inherent flaws. Ever since her breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage, she suffered a complete loss of cultivation on this very day each year. Currently, her prowess was even inferior to that of a qi refinement practitioner. Shocked, Chu Yuan began to comprehend why she had chosen to keep this matter concealed. As the leader of the mysterious sword sect, Luo Jiqing inevitably made enemies while competing for and safeguarding the interests of her sect. Should this information come to light, it could potentially spell disaster for her. Simultaneously, Chu Yuan recognized the depth of trust Luo Jiqing had placed in him. Despite the risk, she was willing to share her secret. Should he harbor ill intentions, she would be utterly defenseless. Master, Chu Yuan's voice resonated with a solemn determination. I shall find a way to assist you. If there are matters you cannot attend to personally, allow me to act in your stead. Moreover, I will seek solutions alongside you. Luo Jiqing met his gaze, her eyes as cool as autumn waters, yet there seemed to be a flicker of emotion beneath the surface. After a moment of silence, she did not refuse but merely nodded gently. Since you have sworn an oath, it must not be taken lightly. This matter must not reach the outside world. The consequences would be unimaginable. I understand, Chu Yuan replied earnestly. Rest assured, Master, unless I meet my demise. Luo Jiqing's gaze lingered on his face, the light in her cool eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. As time flowed, his cultivation steadily advanced, yet he never forgot the vow he had made. In his spare moments, he diligently studied the issues surrounding Luo Jiqing's cultivation method. He perused countless ancient texts and did not overlook any curious records. However, when faced with the intricate flaws of nascent soul techniques, he still felt a sense of impotence. Luo Jiqing was deeply touched by his dedication, yet she urged him to focus on his own cultivation and to make his breakthrough without delay, advising that these matters could wait until he had attained a higher level of power to explore them with her. He acquiesced, but still yearned to do more for Luo Jiqing. At her suggestion, he began to assist her in managing sect affairs, alleviating her burdens. He observed that whenever the topic of demonic cultivators arose, Luo Jiqing's demeanor turned exceptionally ruthless, exhibiting an unwavering intolerance. Even a disciple suspected of collusion with demonic cultivators would be detained without hesitation until the investigation was concluded. Those confirmed to be demonic cultivators faced swift execution without exception. One day, unable to restrain himself, Chu Yuan inquired, Master, while these demonic cultivators must be eradicated, is it not possible that some among them have merely strayed onto the wrong path? Luo Jiqing sighed softly, interrupting him, her expression one of reminiscence, her eyes gradually turning cold. Demonic cultivators are all bound by a path of bloodshed, bringing calamity wherever they tread. To eradicate the weeds, one must remove the roots. There can be no mercy. Chu Yuan gazed at her figure, his heart stirring slightly. Though his master possessed a cold demeanor, she was not harsh in her daily interactions. Rather, she treated others with kindness. Yet, when it came to matters regarding demonic cultivators, she exhibited such a stark reaction. Perhaps there were untold past grievances surrounding demonic cultivation that his master was reluctant to confront. As he became increasingly adept at navigating the affairs of the sect, he learned that the true might of the sect did not reside with the sect leader, but rather with an enigmatic elder, one who remained indifferent to worldly matters. This elder, whose profound mastery was unfathomable, devoted her life to secluded cultivation, never intervening in the sect's affairs. Consequently, all burdens fell squarely on the shoulders of the sect leader, Luo Jiqing. His heart ached for Luo Jiqing, and he pondered that perhaps the elder would only emerge in times of dire calamity for the sect. Years passed, and on the borders of various righteous sects, a trial secret realm governed by several major orthodox sects was unveiled. Disciples below the golden core stage were permitted to participate in the trials, seeking to gain inheritance. Once inside the secret realm, regardless of their cultivation level, all would be suppressed to the golden core stage, with only those at the divination stage able to forcibly break this limitation. As a foundational disciple of the Misty Sword sect, he too was among those participating in the trials. The morning mist enveloped the Misty Sword sect. Within Luo Jiqing's cave dwelling, Chu Yuan stood behind her, his brow furrowed, his voice laced with undeniable concern. "Master, are you truly going?" Chu Yuan's voice was deep and resonant. "Although the secret realm trial held great significance, given your condition, it would be unwise for you to make an appearance today." Luo Jiqing momentarily paused in her action of donning her outer garments, turning to look at him. Her demeanor remained cool and composed, yet her tone softened. "Chu Yuan, as the sect leader, there are certain matters that cannot be evaded. The secret realm trial is not merely a grand event of sect collaboration. It is also a symbol of our sect's strength and heritage. I cannot allow personal reasons to justify my absence, but today is a day of special significance for you. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, you may lose all your cultivation and be unable to protect yourself. Master, how can you expect me to feel at ease?" Luo Jiqing gazed at him, and after a moment, she spoke softly. "The concerns you harbor have already crossed my mind. For this journey to the secret realm trial, I will be accompanied by several elders, all of whom are cultivators at the nascent soul stage, capable of handling any unexpected situations. Rest assured, I will not jeopardize my safety." She paused, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in her expression. "Moreover, there is an important matter I must address during this trial." Chu Yuan was taken aback. "What is the matter?" Observing your brilliant performance, you chose not to hinder Luo Jiqing, but instead resolved to live up to her expectations. On that day, the leaders of various sects and numerous elders were present. With Luo Jiqing seeing you off, you entered the trial secret realm. Within the realm, you forged ahead, overcoming obstacles and demonstrating your prowess. You not only gained the recognition of the inheritance stone tablet and acquired divine abilities, but also collected a plethora of precious resources. You were aware that the higher-ups of the sects, including Luo Jiqing, could use probing artifacts to monitor the situation within the secret realm, thus knowing of your active presence. Just as you rejoiced at the prospect of bringing glory to Luo Jiqing, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A horde of demonic cultivators suddenly appeared within the realm, launching a brutal assault and mercilessly slaughtering the trial disciples, draining them of their flesh and spiritual energy. You too faced attacks from several demonic cultivators and engaged in fierce combat. Fortunately, equipped with numerous protective treasures and possessing substantial strength, you managed to avoid the unfortunate fate that befell other disciples, yet you were forced to endure great hardship. Despair washed over you as the number of demonic cultivators surrounding you continued to swell, and it seemed inevitable that you would meet the same grim fate holding a long sword. Chu Yuan found himself in disarray, his body already soaked in blood. He was ensnared by the relentless magic cultivators in a dense forest within the secret realm. Although his adversaries were merely at the foundational stage, their sheer numbers and fierce aura overwhelmed him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to fend off their assaults, yet the signs of exhaustion in his internal energy were unmistakable. Waves of attackers surged forth, leaving him no opportunity to recuperate. Ultimately, Chu Yuan could not withstand the strike of a magic cultivator's meteor hammer. His sword was knocked from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground some distance away. He was then kicked against a tree trunk, collapsing to the ground, the searing pain rendering him temporarily immobile. A line of magic cultivators advanced towards him, their weapons glinting ominously. Was this to be his end? Chu Yuan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and a flicker of despair crossed his eyes. At that moment, a piercing azure sword light cleaved through the void, descending upon the demonic cultivators like a thunderclap. Several of the demonic cultivators barely had time to react before being shredded into fragments by the sword energy. The remaining cultivators were also significantly affected. A figure slowly descended from above. "Master!" Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, Chu Yuan's heart jolted, and he called out her name. Luo Jiqing stood before Chu Yuan, her long sword slightly lowered, her icy gaze sweeping over the demonic cultivators, her voice sharp as ice. "You seek death." Although her cultivation was suppressed to the pinnacle of foundation establishment within the secret realm, Luo Jiqing's foundation was that of the nascent soul stage. Coupled with her innate talent for battling beyond her level, her current combat prowess far exceeded that of a typical foundation establishment cultivator. Even when facing 3 or 4 pinnacle foundation establishment opponents, she still had the strength to spare. In less than a moment, all the demonic cultivators before her lay dead or grievously wounded. Chu Yuan struggled to rise from the ground. "Master Yu, do not move," came the reply. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yuan was pressed back down as Luo Jiqing retrieved a pill from her storage ring, gently administering it to him with tender care. Chu Yuan gazed blankly at Luo Jiqing, his heart in turmoil, emotions exceedingly complex. He wished to articulate his feelings, yet found himself at a loss for words. Unable to convey the depth of his sentiments, she, his master, was fully aware that entering the secret realm would cause her nascent soul cultivation to regress to the foundational stage. She understood that in less than an hour, she would lose all her power. Nevertheless, she brazenly risked her very existence to come to my rescue without a moment's hesitation. There was no need for further inquiry. At this moment, Chu Yuan knew unequivocally that he would sacrifice everything for the woman before him. After regaining a semblance of strength through meditation, Chu Yuan rose from the ground. Luo Jiqing, who had been vigilant of their surroundings, now turned her gaze towards him. "To what extent has your strength been restored?" Chu Yuan's voice was deep and sincere. "Thank you, master." Luo Jiqing said no more and turned to approach the corpse of the demonic cultivator's assassin. The face of the assassin was concealed by a mask, which she removed for examination. After a moment, she furrowed her brow slightly. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yuan inquired, "Master, have you made any discoveries?" Luo Jiqing responded, "These demonic cultivators, despite being distinct individuals, possess an utterly identical aura within them." "Utterly identical?" Chu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, his gaze slightly focused. It should not be, even though practitioners cultivate the same technique. The distinctions in physique and methods lead to subtle variations in their spiritual energy. However, the aura of these demonic cultivators was nearly indistinguishable, resembling mass-produced puppets. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jiqing softly remarked, "This matter is indeed unusual. There may be deeper secrets at play. We should depart from here and investigate further." The exit of the secret realm would not open until the designated time had elapsed. Since Luo Jiqing had already entered the secret realm, persuading her otherwise was futile. The priority was to find a solution to their current predicament. He resolved to accompany Luo Jiqing in search of a safe haven to endure this period of her diminished powers while awaiting rescue. However, events took an unfortunate turn. Shortly after your journey commenced, you encountered a greater number of demonic cultivators, their strength more formidable than before. You found yourselves embroiled in a fierce battle, delayed for an extended duration. Just as you were on the verge of breaking free, Luo Jiqing's cultivation began to plummet rapidly. She was unable to defend against the assault of the demonic cultivators and suffered severe injuries, rendering her incapable of fighting. Fortunately, by this time, the enemy's encirclement had weakened considerably. Carrying the wounded Luo Jiqing, you finally managed to escape. You discovered a secluded cave and gently placed Luo Jiqing inside. Due to her loss of cultivation, she was unable to utilize medicinal energy for healing, so you took it upon yourself to tend to her wounds. Chu Yuan helped Luo Jiqing to her feet, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as he administered a pill to her weakened state. Subsequently, he channeled his energy to aid Luo Jiqing in absorbing the medicinal properties to heal her injuries. Before long, her complexion showed significant improvement. With a sigh of relief, Chu Yuan tore off a piece of his sleeve, improvising a bandage to tend to Luo Jiqing's wounds. During this process, he inadvertently brushed against her delicate form. "I apologize, Master." Luo Jiqing remained silent, though the hint of a blush crept to her ears. Earlier, when Chu Yuan had carried her away, their bodies had been in close proximity, yet the urgency of the situation had precluded any such thoughts. Now, with the crisis averted and in the intimate company of one another, an air of ambiguity and romantic tension hung between them. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. To alleviate the discomfort, Chu Yuan assisted Luo Jiqing in leaning against a large rock to rest, resolving to break the silence. "Master, please refrain from such reckless actions in the future. It pains me." Luo Jiqing understood that he referred to her entering the secret realm to rescue him. She turned her gaze slightly. "Had I not come, you would have perished." You had opened the conversation. During this period of recuperation, you and Luo Jiqing exchanged many words. Although you had previously attended to her closely, the intimacy of the moment had never been as pronounced as it was today. As the conversation unfolded, You delved into the reasons behind her deep-seated animosity towards demonic cultivators. Luo Jiqing looked at Chu Yuan, her eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions before she gazed into the distance. I am much like you. In the past, demonic cultivators ravaged my homeland, leaving me as the sole survivor. My parents and kin all perished in that inferno, though I now have the Misty Sword sect as my refuge. My true home has been irretrievably lost. In that sense, I am utterly alone. Is it revenge for the annihilation of your clan? It became clear why Master harbored such profound hatred for demonic cultivators. However, Master, you are not alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing met Chu Yuan's gaze. If you feel lonely, consider me family. At the very least, I have embraced you as such. In this world, devoid of relatives and friends, I have regarded you as my only family. Wherever you are, that is my home, my true home, like a stone cast into a tranquil pond. The words of Chu Yuan gradually stirred ripples in Luo Jiqing's clear gaze, imprinting his figure deep within her memory, causing her heart to tremble for an extended time. Unable to find peace, the raging fire engulfed her surroundings, reflected in her eyes, while the anguished cries of neighbors echoed incessantly in her ears. Her parents and friends perished before her very eyes. As a mere girl, her cheeks streamed with tears, her gaze vacant, and her heart plunged into a chilling desolation. She had utterly lost all refuge, her family. The young Luo Jiqing hugged her shoulders, curling her trembling form alone, as the world around her descended into an endless abyss of darkness. Just as her world was about to be completely shrouded in shadows, a voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Master. Startled, the girl looked up and turned around. In an instant, the scene transformed, the darkness dissipated. Cherry blossoms floated down in the warm sunlight, and she, clad in white, had become the ethereal moonlight, sword immortal. A young man stood behind her, his handsome face adorned with a smile warmer than the sun, melting the ice and snow surrounding her. He extended his hand, urging her, "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." Luo Jiqing gazed at Chu Yuan, momentarily frozen. Then, she reached out her hand, intertwining it with his. Despite the minuscule curve of her usually icy demeanor, a captivating smile blossomed upon her face, stunningly beautiful. Phew. Her heart brimmed with warmth as Luo Jiqing slowly opened her eyes, only to realize she had been dreaming. Suddenly, she felt the warmth and presence beside her. Turning her head, she was met with Chu Yuan's face, so near. Master, you are awake. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her, prompting her to pull away from Chu Yuan's shoulder, creating distance. She had been resting her head on his shoulder while asleep, a vulnerability she had never allowed herself in the presence of others. Yet, she found herself entirely unperturbed by this sensation. Despite never having been so close to any man before, Luo Jiqing averted her gaze, not looking at Chu Yuan, and softly replied, She sensed her internal condition, rose, and declared, "My cultivation has already been restored. We must depart from here and see if we can save more disciples of the sect." All right. After leaving the cave, they began searching for other disciples. After a while, they vanquished dozens of demonic cultivators and rescued nearly 10 fellow sect members. These disciples were profoundly moved by their sect leader's willingness to risk danger for their rescue, filling them with admiration and gratitude, and they grew to trust her immensely. Just as they convened to discuss how to evade the demonic cultivators and rescue the remaining sect members before the secret realm's exit opened, a colossal crack suddenly appeared above the secret realm, followed by a powerful spiritual pressure sweeping in. To their astonishment, it was the ancestor of the mysterious sword sect who had arrived, forcibly unraveling the secret realm. The ancestor's voice resonated from the sky, instructing the disciples of various sects to evacuate, and with a wave of his hand, he swiftly annihilated a multitude of demonic cultivators. The crisis of the secret realm was thus resolved. Afterward, Luo Jiqing led the disciples, including you, to express their gratitude to the ancestor. He merely nodded gently and allowed you to leave the secret realm first, taking charge of the subsequent matters himself. You felt perplexed, for the ancestor had always been indifferent to worldly affairs and was the most understated among the ancestors of the righteous sects. He typically refrained from intervening unless the sect's survival was at stake. Yet, this time, he arrived faster than all the other ancestors, even proactively handling the aftermath, as if there were something particularly significant to him within the secret realm. However, recognizing that the ancestor was a formidable being at the transformation stage, you deemed it futile to speculate on his motives at your current level and temporarily set the matter aside. In the days that followed, your relationship with Luo Jiqing deepened. While she guided you in your cultivation, the two of you often shared meals and engaged in heartfelt conversations, clearly transcending the bounds of a mere teacher-student relationship. During discussions on various viewpoints, Luo Jiqing discovered your unique and more accurate insights regarding the management of sect affairs. Consequently, she entrusted you with more responsibilities in decision-making and handling sect matters. In addressing the issue of demonic cultivators, she no longer held her previous rigidity, learning to let go and seek your opinions. Eventually, she admitted that, in terms of managing the sect effectively, she fell short of your capabilities. You thought to yourself that this was only natural, as you hailed from the modern era. Simultaneously, whenever Luo Jiqing found herself in a state of diminished cultivation, you would attend to her closely, ensuring her peace of mind. You sensed that her trust in you was growing, to the extent that she no longer maintained any defenses. As time passed, your manner of addressing her transformed. You no longer referred to her as you, but rather with a more intimate you. Luo Jiqing showed no aversion to this, seemingly preferring it. One day, Luo Jiqing gifted you a talisman capable of unleashing her full power in an attack. Said to be forged with her essence blood, you received it with deep gratitude. At last, your foundation was complete. In the tranquil confines of his cave dwelling, Chu Yuan sat in meditation, directing his focus inward towards his dantian, nodding thoughtfully. Over a decade had elapsed since his trial in the secret realm, during which his cultivation had become more refined, his strength multiplying severalfold from its initial state. He now possessed the ability to store a portion of spiritual energy within the nascent golden core in his dantian, rather than solely relying on the chi si to hold and channel spiritual essence. This accomplishment brought him considerable satisfaction, as it was typically attainable only by those in the true golden core stage. It effectively added another layer of capability to his arsenal, rendering him even more formidable among his peers. While he did not claim invincibility among his contemporaries, he felt confident enough to contend with those in the early stages of the golden core. To prepare for his breakthrough into the golden core realm, he resolved to accept some sect missions, venturing out to gain experience in various aspects and thereby solidifying his current level of cultivation. After informing Luo Jiqing and securing her approval, he proceeded to undertake a significant task led by the esteemed Grand Elder, departing the sect alongside him. Numerous fellow disciples accompanied him on this mission, forming a group of several dozen. From a distance, they appeared like a flock of swallows as they soared through the sky on their swords. According to the Grand Elder, their duty was to guard the various entrances of a town, ensuring that no one could enter or exit, and they were forbidden from abandoning their posts. It was suggested that demonic cultivators might have an interest in something within this town. Before officially commencing their watch, the Grand Elder waved his hand, infusing each disciple with a unique essence, claiming it to be his aura, which would enable them to sense each other's positions. As night deepened, the surroundings gradually fell into silence. Chu Yuan and several senior brothers were stationed at a checkpoint, engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a tattered woman stumbled out of the town and fell before Chu Yuan and the others. She cried out, "I implore you, immortal master, save me. My daughter went out to play this afternoon and has yet to return. I have searched every corner of the town, yet there is no trace of her. Please, allow me to venture out in search of her." Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. This lady suggested that there might be malevolent cultivators lurking near the town, rather than a mere case of someone going missing. The area was fraught with peril, and venturing out carelessly could lead to dire consequences. "I implore you, esteemed master." The woman fell to her knees, her cries heart-wrenching. "I have but one daughter. She is so young, and if she encounters danger, I could not possibly endure such a loss." Although several of his fellow disciples exhibited signs of sympathy, they ultimately remained unmoved. "Brother Chu, what should we do?" At last, one of the younger disciples, with a look of uncertainty, turned to Chu Yuan to seek guidance on how to address this matter. Chu Yuan gazed upon the woman, and after a moment, let out a soft sigh. With the various protective talismans bestowed upon him by his master, he believed that even when confronted by demonic cultivators, as long as he did not reveal his true essence, they would be unable to detain him. He summoned a few of his fellow disciples and instructed them, "You shall continue to guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter or exit without authorization. The responsibility of any departures shall rest solely upon my shoulders." With that, he donned his sword and stepped into the shroud of night. Chu Yuan traversed the desolate land and the woods outside the town, his spiritual awareness scattered in search. Yet he could not detect even a hint of the demonic cultivators. At last, by a stream, he discovered the little girl mentioned by the woman. The child was soiled with dirt, evidently waiting here after getting lost. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, her tear-filled eyes reflected fear and injustice. "Who are you?" she stammered. "Your mother sent me to bring you back." Gently, Chu Yuan lifted the girl into his arms and soared towards the direction of the town. He moved swiftly, maintaining a vigilant heart, unconsciously channeling his spiritual energy to sense his surroundings, yet still encountered no anomalies. It was only when the town gradually came into view that he felt a slight alleviation of his tension. However, upon crossing the threshold of the town, he was met with an overwhelming silence. The buildings lay in ruins, reduced to ashes by the ferocious flames. The surrounding Chu Yuan gently set down the little girl and slowly approached the body of a senior brother. With trembling hands, he reached out to check his pulse. The touch was icy cold, devoid of any sign of life. Upon examining the face, the corpse appeared withered like dried wood, its spiritual energy and flesh evidently drained completely. No. Chu Yuan, in a daze, collapsed onto the ground. He gazed at his surroundings, his mind seemingly engulfed in a void. Why? Suddenly, his eyes swept across the lingering ripples in the air. That faint aura sent a shiver through his heart. It was identical to the essence emanating from the undead cultivators in the secret realm. After a long while, Chu Yuan returned to the sect with the sole survivor of the town, a young girl. He arrived at the inspection hall and reported the matter according to the protocol for significant events. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the responsible disciple promptly rose and departed to inform their superiors. After offering comforting words to the young girl, Chu Yuan managed to leave her in the care of the inspection hall and prepared to inform Luo Jiqing of the situation. However, shortly after his departure, a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived, soaring on their flying swords, blocking his path. "Chu Yuan, you traitor of the sect, do you know your crimes?" "Traitor?" Faced with such slander, Chu Yuan furrowed his brows. "How am I a traitor? What basis do you have for such an accusation?" Realizing further words would be futile, he braced himself. The disciples from the law enforcement hall wasted no time, rushing towards him without affording him any chance for explanation. Among them were several at the golden core stage, leaving him no room for resistance. It appeared that they were acting under orders. As the law enforcement hall would never conduct investigations in such a manner, perhaps the massacre in the town was not as simple as it seemed. It remained uncertain who had issued the command. Was it aimed at him or Luo Jiqing? Chu Yuan remained composed, intending to discreetly send a message to Luo Jiqing later. He possessed a multitude of trump cards bestowed upon him by Luo Jiqing. Even if she could not arrive in time, he still had a means of escape. For now, he simply wished to let events unfold naturally and observe the progression of the situation. Who, after all, was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Soon after, Chu Yuan was escorted into the grand hall of the sect's law enforcement hall, his hands and feet tightly bound by chains of spiritual energy. These chains could seal the energy reservoir in his dantian, yet Chu Yuan was still able to summon the spiritual power from his nascent golden core, rendering the restraints ineffective. At a crucial moment, this confinement was of little consequence to him, easily surmountable. Within the grand hall, numerous elders of the law enforcement hall observed with cold indifference as the grand elder slowly entered. Upon seeing the grand elder, Chu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. It was the grand elder who led the mission to guard the town. Could it be? The grand elder approached, fixing a frosty gaze upon Chu Yuan. His tone imbued with an unassailable authority. "Chu Yuan, you treacherous infiltrator of the demonic path, during your post, you absconded and colluded with demonic cultivators, resulting in the tragic demise of sect disciples. Are you aware of your crimes?" Chu Yuan, with a cold gaze, defended himself. "I did not conspire with the demonic cultivators. I merely left my post to save lives. If you doubt my words, you may seek the little girl I rescued, the sole survivor of the town. She can testify on my behalf." With irrefutable evidence presented, he questioned, "Dare you still argue against this?" The elder retorted with a chilling laugh. "She must certainly be a witness you summoned to fabricate lies." He commanded with authority, "Prepare the law enforcement hall. Take this man immediately to the execution ground and carry out the judgment as stipulated by our sect's laws." As he spoke, a flicker of malice danced in the elder's eyes. Chu Yuan and the young girl were the only two survivors. Among them, it was certain that one had witnessed the grim truth of the town's massacre. The moment both Chu Yuan and the girl were silenced, the secret would remain forever concealed. The fabricated evidence prepared for that moment could be utilized at present. Hold on. Just as Chu Yuan was about to be taken away, a familiar glimmer of sword light sliced through the air. Luo Jiqing, who had recently received a message from Chu Yuan, appeared in the grand hall, exuding an icy demeanor. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze first resting on Chu Yuan before shifting towards the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Chu Yuan has been my companion for many years. It is inconceivable that he would collude with demonic cultivators. There must be a misunderstanding. The Grand Elder appeared well prepared, his tone calm and unhurried. Sectmaster Luo, your sentimentality is well known, yet this matter is far from a misunderstanding. Summon someone. Upon his command, a disciple from the enforcement hall approached, bearing several scrolls of documents, which he presented to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder accepted the scrolls, using his spiritual power to levitate them, and handed them to Luo Jiqing. Sectmaster Luo, this is the evidence implicating Chu Yuan as an undercover agent for the demonic sect. Please take a look. Luo Jiqing received the scrolls. Chu Yuan gazed at the documents before him. Undoubtedly, these papers were fabricated evidence. As he pondered this, he noticed Luo Jiqing's expression growing increasingly somber. Observing her demeanor, a sense of unease gripped Chu Yuan's heart, and he swiftly recognized that this falsified evidence was likely intricate enough to deceive even the most discerning. The speed with which it had been prepared indicated that there had been prior arrangements in place. Could it be that this matter was indeed a conspiracy aimed at him and his master? At that moment, the Grand Elder continued, Luo Zhongzhu, isn't it rather coincidental and peculiar that Chu Yuan was the sole survivor of the massacre by the demonic cultivators? He added, over the years, he has exploited your trust to gain access to the sect's confidential secrets, influencing its decisions and persuading you to ease your approach towards the demonic cultivators, all the while covertly amassing power within the sect. Had we not detected this in advance, the consequences would have been dire. The Grand Elder's words, laced with truth and deception, were difficult to discern, evidently affecting Luo Jiqing, who appeared torn and hesitant. Absurd. Ultimately, Luo Jiqing set the documents aside and fixed a cold gaze on the Grand Elder, declaring it slander. I know Chu Yuan better than anyone. The Grand Elder let out a derisive laugh and gestured. Then I invite Luo Zhongzhu to personally inspect the demonic seed within him. At these words, both Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing were taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Jiqing stepped forward to stand before Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was initially perplexed by the ulterior motives of the Grand Elder. It was not until Luo Jiqing extended her delicate hand, channeling her spiritual energy, and delved into Chu Yuan's sea of qi. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt a transformation occurring within him. He hastily turned his gaze inward and discovered, to his astonishment, a swirling mass of dark energy emerging from his dantian, exuding an eerie aura of demonic essence. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted. Why? How could this be? Suddenly, Chu Yuan recalled how the Grand Elder had previously instructed him and his fellow disciples to guard the town's entrance, injecting something into their bodies, claiming it was a trace of his essence that would allow them to sense each other's locations. Could it have been at that moment? Meanwhile, Luo Jiqing's expression changed drastically as her spiritual sense detected a concealed foreign object. It was a demonic seed exuding a sinister aura. This. Luo Jiqing's fingers trembled slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Grand Elder's deep voice resonated beside her. Elder Luo, this is the conclusive evidence. Were he not an undercover agent of the demonic path, how could this demonic seed reside within him? Luo Jiqing withdrew her hand, her expression torn, her steps retreating slightly, as if all strength had been drained from her being. She raised her gaze to Chu Yuan, her eyes reflecting regret, anguish, and struggle. Chu Yuan panicked and hastily spoke. No, master. I thud. The Grand Elder suddenly kicked Chu Yuan squarely in the chest, catching him off guard. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Chu Yuan's lips as he collapsed to the ground. The blow not only rendered him speechless, but also cunningly triggered the demonic seed within him, causing it to spread uncontrollably. In an instant, a sinister black miasma enveloped Chu Yuan, his aura twisting into something unmistakably malevolent, like a demonic cultivator who had lost all control. Gazing at the swirling darkness, Luo Jiqing felt her heart shatter into fragments of despair. Why did it have to come to this? She had truly believed him to be her salvation. Yet in the end, he turned out to be her sworn enemy, one who had deceived her for years. The Grand Elder's voice was icy. Sect leader Luo, the truth is undeniable. For the safety of our sect, I implore you to personally execute this traitor. Luo Jiqing closed her eyes, taking a long moment to steady herself. With a shuddering breath, she slowly wrapped her fingers around the hilt of her sword, her grip trembling faintly. Her voice was low, thick with suppressed anguish. All of you, leave. The Grand Elder signaled for the others to withdraw, the ghost of a smirk flickering at the corner of his lips. Luo Jiqing's knuckles whitened around the sword as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Yuan, her eyes brimming with unspeakable sorrow. Chu Yuan was in excruciating agony. Desperate to speak, yet only managing hoarse, guttural sounds from his throat, his eyes brimming with desperate entreaty. "Master, I am innocent." Luo Jiqing hesitated, her hand trembling as she struggled with the decision. Finally, her voice quivered as she declared, "Your cultivation shall be stripped, your spiritual sea shattered. From this moment, you are but a cripple, left to wither and perish." With a flash of cold steel, searing pain erupted in Chu Yuan's abdomen as the sword struck true, obliterating the core of his cultivation, his Dantian's spiritual sea. Chu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, his gaze fixed on Luo Jiqing. Filled with pain and despair, Luo Jiqing turned her back, departing the law enforcement hall with heavy steps, not once glancing back. In the distance, it seemed as though Chu Yuan could see the glimmer of tears falling. The Grand Elder led Chu Yuan to the edge of a precipice. The night wind howled, and beneath the cliff lay an endless abyss. Atop the cliff, Chu Yuan was dragged by the Grand Elder, tumbling heavily to the ground. The Grand Elder loomed over Chu Yuan, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. At that moment, Chu Yuan finally recovered from the Grand Elder's earlier assault. Raising his head, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, and heart-wrenching anguish, his voice hoarse. "Grand Elder, all of this is your doing, is it not? You are the one colluding with the demonic cultivators, the true infiltrator." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder momentarily froze, then revealed a sinister smile. "Chu Yuan, you overestimate me. This game is indeed intriguing, but I am not the infiltrator. I merely act on orders." The Grand Elder began to pace slowly. "Well, since you are destined to die, let me enlighten you. In truth, all of this is orchestrated by the ancestor. His cultivation method requires the sacrifice of living beings. Mortals and cultivators alike serve as his source of power." With a mocking tone, the Grand Elder continued, "Do you recall your little village that was annihilated by the demonic cultivators? That too was the doing of the ancestor. And those former demonic death warriors were merely hunters raised by him. Do you remember the demonic cultivators from the Secret Realm trial? They absorbed countless cultivators' life force and spiritual energy, all to ultimately become the ancestor's nutritional reservoir." In Chu Yuan's mind, a thunderous resonance echoed. The scene of the old ancestor arriving just in time to salvage the situation during the Secret Realm trial vividly surfaced before him. It was not a rescue at all. Rather, it was the old ancestor's method of reclaiming these achievements. So that was how it was. Chu Yuan murmured softly. Suddenly, his expression froze as he looked angrily at the Grand Elder. Could it be that his master's homeland? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, revealing a mocking smile. Indeed, the way that young girl, Luo Jiqing, harbors a fierce hatred for evil is utterly laughable. Her hometown, too, was a site of the ancestors' trials, yet she remains blissfully unaware to this day. Chu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted. "I shall reveal everything to the world, and ensure that you meet a miserable end." The Grand Elder scoffed, raising his hand to gather spiritual power. A fierce gust aimed directly at Chu Yuan's head. "You have no chance left. Perish here." Just as the Grand Elder believed Chu Yuan would succumb to his attack, an intense brilliance suddenly erupted before Chu Yuan. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this?" A deafening explosion echoed across the cliff, enveloping the area in a thick haze. Riding upon his flying sword, Chu Yuan burst forth from the smoke, fleeing into the distance. Though his chi sea had been destroyed, he had previously condensed an embryonic golden pill, allowing him to store spiritual energy within it. Thus, he was able to harness the residual energy from the golden pill to activate the protective talisman gifted by Luo Jiqing, unleashing a full-force strike equivalent to that of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, ultimately enabling his escape on the sword. As Chu Yuan vanished into the horizon, the smoke dissipated atop the cliff. The tattered Grand Elder staggered to his feet, clutching the gaping, bloody wound on his shoulder, bellowing with rage. "Chu Yuan, you cannot escape. I shall personally capture you and ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." In his fury, the Grand Elder summoned numerous disciples from the sect to pursue you. Drawing upon the foundation you had built over the years, you fought your way through, carving a path to safety. You sought out the inspection hall, intending to rescue the young girl, fearing that her presence would lead to her demise. However, upon interrogating a disciple from the inspection hall, you discovered that the girl had already been taken by the Grand Elder's men. Realizing her perilous situation, you could not afford to mourn. You fled swiftly, lest you too be captured. You fought and evaded, yet did not harm any fellow disciples, even as your own wounds multiplied. In the face of adversity, rather than succumbing, you thrived, drawing upon the resilience born of hardship, and miraculously escaped from the relentless siege, leaving the influence of the mysterious sword sect behind. When you finally found refuge in a cave behind a waterfall, the spiritual energy within your embryonic golden pill was entirely depleted. With no energy to nurture it, the golden pill soon dissipated, and your cultivation was utterly lost, rendering you a true invalid. Even so, the Grand Elder did not relent, for you possessed the secrets of the ancestral demonic cultivation. As a result, countless assassins dispatched by the elders relentlessly pursued you. Fortunately, your hiding place was well concealed, allowing you to evade their detection. However, during your time in hiding, the Grand Elder had already set his plans in motion, alerting various sects to your presence, branding you as a wanted demonic cultivator. You realized that even if you wished to UNV after Chu Yuan experienced a complete loss of his cultivation, he endeavored through various methods to restore his power, yet he remained unable to reconstitute his spiritual energy. The destruction of his Dantian and Qi Si would render any cultivator as a lifelong invalid, deemed incapable of further practice. However, Chu Yuan was unwilling to concede defeat, nor was he prepared to resign himself to despair. He had yet to reveal to his master that he had been wronged, and he had not yet rescued his master from that infernal abyss. Given that conventional cultivation methods proved utterly futile for him, he resolved to explore alternative paths, regardless of the cost. One day, heavily disguised, he ventured to the marketplace and auction house frequented by cultivators, clutching the remnants of his spirit stones, hoping to fortuitously discover an ancient tome or treasure that could resolve his predicament. As he navigated through the bustling stalls, he remained vigilant but found nothing of worth. Just as despair began to envelop him, he was suddenly captivated by a peculiar ancient stone at a neighboring stall. This stone, entirely obsidian, was inscribed with arcane characters that resembled a form of untranslatable runes. When his gaze fell upon the ancient stone, an inexplicable surge of profound emotion stirred within him, as if this stone shared an ineffable connection with his very being. Chu Yuan could not help but step forward to inquire, "How much for this stone?" The stall owner, an elderly cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, casually glanced at him and replied, 3 spirit stones." Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. 3 spirit stones? This is nothing more than an ordinary stone to me. I would value it at most as a single piece. The stall owner's eyelid twitched. Although this stone appeared enigmatic and peculiar, it had remained unsold here, rendering it essentially worthless. Very well, very well. You may take it for 2 spirit stones." Chu Yuan feigned a turn and began to walk away. "Oh dear, just 1 piece. Will that suffice?" Step by step, Chu Yuan purchased the stone. Just as he was about to take it away, a vendor from the neighboring stall interjected, "Young man, are you truly going to buy this worthless rock? I have seen many attempt to infuse spiritual energy into it, yet it has yielded no response whatsoever. It is likely nothing more than a useless chunk of debris, a regrettable investment." Chu Yuan paid no heed, and instead departed with the stone in his embrace. Upon returning to his hideout, he placed the ancient rock upon the table, scrutinizing the inscriptions with great care, his fingers gently caressing the stone's surface. As his finger glided over a particular etching, the stone unexpectedly erupted with a blinding radiance. Chu Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, only to witness a blurred figure gradually emerging from the radiant light. As the silhouette became clearer, it revealed an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, donned in an ancient robe, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "At last, I have found the suitable individual," the old man remarked, his voice imbued with age and a sense of profound emotion. Chu Yuan was taken aback, glancing down at his own hands. Such a quintessential trope of traditional exhilarating narratives. Chu Yuan harbored some disbelief regarding the events unfolding around him. Although, upon reflection, he did possess a certain essence reminiscent of a protagonist. With a vigilant heart, he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to be encased within this stone?" The elder smiled faintly and replied, "I am the rightful master of this ancient stone. In my mortal life, I was among the most formidable beings on this continent. Regrettably, I fell victim to treachery, my physical form was destroyed, and my primordial spirit was sealed within this stone. Now, by a twist of fate, you have awakened me." Chu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So?" The elder gazed at him deeply and spoke slowly. "Young man, Your dantian is shattered, your cultivation lost, is it not? Yet your eyes haven't surrendered, there is still obsession in your heart. This venerable one can impart to you a technique that will allow you to tread the path of cultivation once more, even far surpassing your former strength. And the price? Chu Yuan asked. You need only become this venerable one's disciple. The elder continued. Your constitution and your obsession happen to align perfectly with the requirements of this technique. The reaction of this stone is proof enough. If you are willing to bow and acknowledge me as your master, I shall impart everything to you without reservation. A glimmer of confidence flashed in the elder's eyes, as if certain Chu Yuan would accept without hesitation. No. Yet Chu Yuan shook his head. My apologies. But I already have a master. No matter what, in this lifetime, I will never acknowledge another. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. After a pause, far from anger, he instead laughed heartily. Excellent character. This venerable one admires it. Very well, if you refuse to recognize me as your master, so be it. I shall impart the technique to you unconditionally. After all, this venerable one has little time left. It would be a shame for this legacy to vanish. You accepted the elder's inheritance, and he passed his technique to you. Yet now, you realize you have no other choice. Though it is a demonic art, the silver lining is that it can be cultivated without a dantian or qi, following a path entirely unlike conventional methods. To save Luo Jiqing. Even if it means practicing the very demonic arts she despises most, you will do it. You must become strong enough. Chu Yuan's progress in mastering demonic arts has been extraordinarily swift, his aura having transcended several minor realms in just a few months. Each time he channels his powers, the surrounding flora withers and dissipates in an instant, as if his very existence is the nemesis of all living things. The rapidity of his cultivation and the formidable force of his energy field have left even the elder astounded. Excellent, excellent. You possess such an innate aptitude for the demonic path, truly born to be a demon. The elder's eyes gleamed with joy, unable to contain his praises. It appears my judgment was not in vain. Your rate of cultivation surpasses even my own in my prime by several folds. Haha, you are indeed the heir of my legacy. Chu Yuan's gaze was profound. He discerned that from the moment he entered this world until he began his cultivation of demonic arts, his innate understanding had likely never been activated. His affinity for a particular path was unparalleled, allowing him to traverse the farthest distance. This path, astonishingly, was none other than the demonic way. Chu Yuan humbly expressed his gratitude to the elder, saying, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Were it not for your assistance with your techniques, I fear I would have long since become a mere shell of my former self. However, beneath his courteous facade, Chu Yuan remained astute. He firmly believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, the elder had bestowed upon him the techniques necessary for his initial breakthrough. Yet now that Chu Yuan was in the qi refinement stage, the elder withheld the foundational techniques he required. It seemed the elder feared that revealing too much might lead to Chu Yuan concealing his true capabilities, rendering him uncontrollable, hence his reticence. Nevertheless, the elder's intentions were destined to be thwarted, for Chu Yuan was capable of advancing through minor realms in mere days, rather than months. He devoted the surplus time to independently deducing the techniques for the next realm. Fortuitously, with the support of extraordinary attributes such as insightful enlightenment, composed serenity, and adversity growth, combined with his previous experience of nearly attaining the golden core stage, he successfully extrapolated the techniques required for the golden core phase. When Chu Yuan genuinely reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, he presented himself to the elder as merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. Upon reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he portrayed himself as being at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Thus, the years slipped by unnoticed. One day, Chu Yuan informed the elder, Senior, I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in the depths of the elder's eyes. Very well, you shall cultivate your breakthrough. And I will personally impart to you the techniques for the next realm, the elder said with a benevolent tone, patting Chu Yuan's shoulder. Come, do not resist. I shall infuse the techniques into your consciousness to assist you in stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Chu Yuan closed his eyes, assuming a posture of devout acceptance. Witnessing this, the old man could scarcely conceal the urgency in his heart. The time for possession had arrived. A physical form at the qi refining stage could not withstand his spiritual essence. Yet if the target's cultivation was too advanced, with his current strength diminished to less than 1/10,000th of its original power, The possession would fail and instead lead to the annihilation of his own soul. Chu Yuan, having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, was precisely the perfect candidate. One could not help but remark. The appearance of Chu Yuan was a complete surprise for him. Chu Yuan's adaptability to his demonic powers is exceedingly rare, making him the most suitable vessel for possession. Thus, the engraved stone, which harbors his consciousness, reacted as Chu Yuan passed by. It emitted a spiritual fluctuation as bait, capturing Chu Yuan's attention and compelling him to take the stone with him. Now, the time has finally come to reap the rewards. Once he acquires Chu Yuan's physical form, he could ascend to heights even greater than before. The elder first imparted the foundational techniques of cultivation into Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yuan's eyes were gently closed as he circulated his cultivation technique, his aura gradually transforming from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Just as he was about to fully step into foundation establishment, the old man's face twisted with smug satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with deep greed and sinister coldness. To him, Chu Yuan was utterly defenseless at this moment. Breaking through a cultivation realm required complete focus. Any distraction could lead to failure at best, or at worst, a deviation in cultivation, causing one's realm to plummet. The body snatching is about to succeed. Young man, you truly are a genius. But from now on, your talent, your body, they will all belong to me. The old man suddenly burst into wild laughter, then unleashed a torrent of immense soul force, surging toward Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yet, when the old man truly entered Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness, he froze in shock. How is this possible? His horrified gaze fell upon the vast golden core illusion hovering within Chu Yuan's mind, radiant as a blazing sun, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Golden core stage. Impossible. I never taught you the techniques for the golden core stage. How could you possibly reach this realm? His voice trembled with sheer disbelief and terror. Beneath the golden core illusion, Chu Yuan, clad in black robes, slowly turned to face him, his gaze calm and steady as he regarded the intruder in his mind. You're right. You never taught me the golden core techniques. A faint smile touched his lips. So, I deduced them myself. The old man's pupils constricted violently, as if he had just heard the most absurd tale in the world. Deduced? You were merely at the qi refining stage. How could you possibly deduce the golden core techniques? Such a thing is utterly impossible. Have you forgotten? Chu Yuan's lips curled slightly, and a sinister red light flickered in his eyes. It is you who declared that I am inherently demonic. Is it not natural for one born of such nature to accomplish feats like this? The old man trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, No, it cannot be. It is impossible. In any case, should you choose to act without compassion, do not blame me for lacking in righteousness. In the sea of consciousness, Chu Yuan paced around the elder, asserting, I shall take possession of your memories. Suddenly, the ethereal form of his golden elixir radiated a blinding brilliance, and a formidable force of spiritual power swirled like a vortex, ensnaring the elder's primordial spirit with unyielding grip. The elder finally realized the perilous predicament he found himself in, his eyes brimming with dread. Chu Yuan, I implore you, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall willingly share all that I possess with you. With a slight raise of his brow, Chu Yuan remarked, The outcome remains the same for me, whether you are devoured or not, does it not? The elder struggled desperately, yet his efforts were in vain. No, he cried as the ethereal image of the golden core within the sea of consciousness unleashed an insatiable force, utterly consuming the elder's primordial spirit. The elder's anguished cries abruptly ceased, and his soul was completely rendered to nothingness within Chu Yuan's sea of consciousness. With the elder's demise, a torrent of immense memories surged into Chu Yuan's mind. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to absorb the sensations for a moment, and then gradually opened his eyes. Chu Yuan murmured softly, the ancestor of devouring heaven. From the elder's memories, he learned that the individual was the ancient calamity of the world, the devil lord of the tribulation period, the ancestor of devouring heaven. The tribulation period represents the pinnacle of this continent's realms. To those in the tribulation period, even the revered ancestors of the ethereal sword sect, who are in the divine transformation stage, are but mere ants. Furthermore, Chu Yuan acquired the complete method of the ancestor of devouring heaven from his memories, the devouring heaven technique. With its triple enhancement attributes and the profound foundation of a tribulation stage demon cultivator, your cultivation speed surged remarkably, allowing you to ascend from the golden core to the nascent soul stage in less than 20 years. Such rapid progression eclipses even the most extraordinary prodigies in history. Yet, only you are aware that this is far from your true limit. The true terror of the devouring heaven technique lies in its ability to absorb spiritual herbs and demonic beasts, even directly refining the spiritual energy and vitality of other cultivators for your own use. Had you chosen to enhance your power through the slaughter of others, you might have already approached the divine transformation stage, but you have refrained from doing so. You have always held a personal boundary, unwilling to become the very embodiment of what Luo Jiqing despises. Even if you were Chu Yuan, concealed the aura of a mid-stage nascent soul. Clad in a simple gray robe, his face, skillfully altered, transformed him into an unremarkable middle-aged man. As he entered the town, the worn bundle slung over his back hinted at the toils of a traveler. Before long, he found refuge in a modest inn at the town center. Though not large, the inn buzzed with activity due to the bustling trade routes nearby, where the fragrant aroma of wine mingled with the lively chatter of patrons. Chu Yuan selected a secluded corner seat, ordering a modest pot of blue and white wine along with a few small dishes. Despite having altered his appearance, his gaze remained profound, exuding a tranquility that starkly contrasted with the surrounding clamor. As he sipped his drink, he attentively listened to the idle chatter around him. News from the cultivation world often trickled down from the lips of these mundane patrons or wandering cultivators in the inn. Although rife with rumors, with careful discernment, one could still glean valuable information. Today, he observed many disciples from prominent sects. Could it be that a hidden realm is about to be unveiled nearby? How can you tell they are disciples of major sects? Oh, their attire is exceedingly refined, and the uniformity of their garments is unmistakable. Who else could they be if not disciples of the major sects? If indeed a hidden realm is opening nearby, and it isn't monopolized and guarded, I would certainly be inclined to venture forth. Upon overhearing the conversation between two wandering cultivators, Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. Having surveyed the surrounding environment, he was aware that no secret realms lay in proximity. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to ascertain the latest developments concerning the Misty Sword sect. Thus, he swiftly disregarded the dialogue of the two cultivators. Shortly thereafter, he gleaned information regarding the recent activities of the Misty Sword sect. Luo Jiqing had ascended from the late nascent soul stage to the peak of nascent soul. Once her realm was thoroughly stabilized, and she spent several years in cultivation, she would be poised to enter seclusion and strive for the transformation stage. Due to Luo Jiqing's breakthrough, the prestige of the Misty Sword sect had risen significantly, granting her greater influence during the assemblies of the righteous sects and securing numerous benefits for her sect. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Years ago, when his master's hometown was annihilated, the venerable ancestor of the mysterious sword sect had left only her behind, which surely must have been for some extraordinary reason. Furthermore, the Grand Elder, in his attempt to sever the bond between him and his master, had meticulously prepared slanderous false evidence against him. He constantly felt that, despite her elevated status, his master was not entirely safe. Perhaps a far more sinister conspiracy awaited her. Nevertheless, for now, that moment had not yet arrived, and he still had time to grow stronger. After acquiring the information he sought, Chu Yuan poured himself a cup of wine, took a delicate sip, settled the bill, and exited the inn. He had no intention of lingering in the town. However, as he traversed several bustling streets and reached the southern gate of the town, he was halted by a cold voice. Halt! A clear and resonant voice rang out. Chu Yuan raised his gaze and beheld several disciples stationed at the gate, each adorned in azure robes, their swords sheathed at their waists, a hallmark of the Piao Miao sword sect. His expression momentarily tightened, yet he swiftly regained his composure and inquired softly, "Esteemed immortals, what is the reason for this obstruction?" One of the disciples stepped forward, his demeanor frosty, and declared, "Today, all individuals in the town are prohibited from entering or exiting, regardless of whether they are mortals or cultivators. There are no exceptions." Chu Yuan furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding gradually taking root in his heart. "May I inquire why?" he asked. "We have discovered that demonic cultivators are lurking in the city. Until we apprehend them, we cannot allow them to conspire and escape." The disciple paused momentarily before continuing. "At present, all checkpoints have been sealed. It would be best for you to return for now. Once our investigation is complete, normal passage will be restored." Chu Yuan's gaze swept across the checkpoint, and he observed that the distant horizon was also filled with the silhouettes of disciples from the mysterious sword sect. The entire town had been besieged to the point of being utterly impenetrable. Chu Yuan stood still, his pupils trembling, as an unsettling anxiety swiftly spread within the depths of his heart. The haunting image of a town strewn with corpses resurfaced in his mind. At that time, disciples of the Miao Miao sword sect were also stationed at various checkpoints. Yet, the outcome was that both the townsfolk and wandering cultivators had become fodder for the ancestor. Moments later, Chu Yuan returned to the city. He stood in the middle of the street, gazing at the bustling crowd, his eyes flickering with turmoil. Have you heard? This lockdown is due to the Miao Miao sword sect suspecting that demonic cultivators are lurking nearby, necessitating a thorough investigation. It truly seems unnecessary, creating such panic among the populace. What of the demonic cultivators? Would they dare to slaughter openly in the streets? The murmurs of those around him reached his ears, and he took several deep breaths, gradually steeling his gaze. Ultimately, he could not remain passive, nor could he escape alone, waiting for tragedy to repeat itself in the town before him. Even if this decision would reveal his identity and expose him to the onslaught of righteous sections. Resolute in his choice, Chu Yuan formed hand seals, and the demonic energy within him surged forth like a tide. What? This is demonic energy. It's a demonic cultivator. Run away. The crowd around him scattered, fleeing from Chu Yuan. The demonic energy unleashed by Chu Yuan rapidly spread, soon surging into the heavens, unfurling like ink and enveloping the entire town in a profound darkness. Faint, ominous growls resonated through the miasma, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening, instilling a sense of dread. This was the manifestation of a formidable Yuaniying stage demon cultivator. At the town's gates, the disciples of the mysterious sword sect turned pale, retreating hastily and drawing their swords with vigilance. Quickly evacuate the mortals and rogue cultivators within the town. Notify the righteous sects, shouted the leading Jindan stage disciple, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He gazed at the overwhelming demonic energy, a chill settling in his heart. Anyone who obstructed the townsfolk from leaving at such a critical moment was utterly foolish. Soon, chaos erupted in the town, with people scattering in all directions. The disciples of the mysterious sword sect were compelled to redirect their focus toward the evacuation of the citizens, while Chu Yuan stood at the town center, observing everything with his divine sense. Just as planned, after frightening away everyone with his demonic prowess, he swiftly departed from the town. Although his display was grand, it caused no harm to any individual. However, the news of a Yuaniying demon cultivator's appearance was quickly relayed to the righteous sections. Given that this territory fell within the domain of the righteous, the brazen use of demonic arts by a Yuaniying cultivator was tantamount to a provocation under their watchful eyes. Before long, various sects dispatched Yuaniying cultivators to encircle the area where the town was located. The righteous cultivators spread throughout the region, conducting a thorough search of every suspicious location. Across the skyline, spiritual light intermingled, and the divine senses of the righteous practitioners formed a net, leaving no movement unnoticed. Despite your efforts to hold your breath and conceal your presence, evading their scrutiny proved futile. Within half a day, your whereabouts were ultimately discovered, as your position was reported. Numerous Yuaniying cultivators converged from all directions to pursue you. Reluctantly, you found yourself engaged in battle with several Yuaniying practitioners, fighting and fleeing in an attempt to break free. However, the intensity of the siege was overwhelming, with even late-stage and peak Yuaniying cultivators among them, making it exceedingly arduous for you. Before long, your identity was revealed. Everyone knew you as Chu Yuan, the infamous undercover of the demon path. Demon cultivator Chu Yuan, come forth. A mid-stage Yuaniying cultivator bellowed upon spotting you soaring through the sky. Instantly, spiritual light surged around him, and a sword formation took shape, pressing menacingly toward you. With a mere wave of his hand, Chu Yuan unleashed a torrent of demonic energy that roared forth like a dragon, shattering the sword formation with ease. The adversary let out a piercing scream as he was sent hurtling backwards. Unfazed by the skirmish, Chu Yuan swiftly turned and vanished into the towering mountains. Although he had dealt with the encounter effortlessly, a greater number of righteous cultivators soon arrived on the scene. Chu Yuan dashed through the mountains, engaging in fierce battles with numerous Yuaniying cultivators. Despite leveraging the formidable power of the devouring path, he managed to carve out a path for himself. Yet he increasingly felt the toll of exhaustion. Particularly, he was hindered by his inability to absorb the energy of the defeated cultivators. After several hours, he muttered in frustration, "How relentless they are in their pursuit." Chu Yuan gritted his teeth as he soared through the air, his body marred by several sword wounds, blood soaking his dark attire. Glancing back, he saw 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and 1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator relentlessly pursuing him. Their intentions clear, they were determined to take his life. Were it not for the enhancement of his adversity growth, purple, he would likely have already been struck down and faced his reckoning. As the three nascent soul practitioners chased after him, they continuously unleashed long-range spells, disrupting his flight and impeding his escape. Chu Yuan realized that he could not continue in this manner, so he turned to confront his foes. How could there be such strength at the mid-stage of the nascent soul? It was utterly unimaginable. Before long, 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and 1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator were defeated by Chu Yuan. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he contemplated fleeing once more. Suddenly, a powerful aura approached from the distance. This presence was as steady as a mountain and as vast as the sea. It was indeed a formidable being at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chu Yuan's expression subtly shifted. When at full capacity, he would have dealt effortlessly with a peak nascent soul cultivator. However, in his current state of severe exhaustion, facing such an opponent had become exceedingly perilous. Chu Yuan, your end is nigh. The peak nascent soul cultivator, adorned in resplendent armor and wielding a magnificent golden hammer, swung down the colossal weapon, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged towards Chu Yuan like a raging tempest. Chu Yuan formed hand seals, and the demonic energy within him surged once more as he clashed with his opponent. A tremendous impact erupted in the forest, causing Chu Yuan to stagger back several miles, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood, his eyes glinting with a crimson light, and extended his hand to draw all the vegetation in the forest into a state of withering before charging forward again. After a grueling struggle, he managed to force the peak nascent soul cultivator to tumble down into the woods, unable to continue the fight. By that time, Chu Yuan was in tatters, his body covered in wounds. Scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense, he found no other cultivators in sight. He let out a soft breath and fled towards the edge of the encirclement formed by the righteous sections. Soon after, Chu Yuan finally reached the perimeter of the siege. The terrain before him became increasingly intricate, with colossal rocks interspersed in a chaotic manner. Just one more push, and he would be free from the relentless pursuit of the righteous cultivators. It was but a single step away. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, his movements in flight unwavering as he gathered the remnants of his strength in preparation for a final escape. Yet, at that moment, a familiar sword light, resonating with an unsettling intensity, pierced through the air, sealing off his path with an unmatched ferocity. Chu Yuan paused in a daze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The figure descended slowly from the sky, clad in flowing white robes, wielding a long sword. The person exuded an aura of icy elegance and solitary pride, a beauty that could rival the falling swan, unmatched in grace and charm. Master, Chu Yuan's voice was hoarse. Luo Jiqing stood before Chu Yuan, suspended in midair, her gaze indifferent. Yet, Chu Yuan could perceive the intricate emotions concealed within her eyes: pain, regret, struggle. However, these sentiments were ultimately overshadowed by an icy detachment and an utter stillness. A tremor coursed through Chu Yuan's chest, and a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He gazed into Luo Jiqing's eyes, where indifference reigned, as if everything had irrevocably shifted beyond the point of return. Master, at last, Chu Yuan managed to articulate his thoughts, only to be abruptly interrupted by Luo Jiqing. Her gaze pierced through him like shards of ice, and as she raised her long sword, her tone was frigid. Chu Yuan, I shall pose but one question to you. Why have you undertaken all of this? Chu Yuan's gaze trembled slightly, his voice deep and resonant. Master, I am not an undercover agent of the demonic path. Those accusations were mere slanders against me. But how do you explain the demonic aura surrounding you? And from whence does your demonic power originate? As Chu Yuan was about to explain, the radiant glow of Luo Jiqing's sword surged forth. His expression shifted dramatically, forcing him to raise his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The clash between the demonic energy and the sword aura produced a deafening explosion. He was violently thrown back, spitting blood and tumbling several miles before he staggered to regain his footing. Master, this is not how it should be. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, panting heavily as he attempted to speak, but Luo Jiqing launched another relentless assault. Cease your futile excuses. Luo Jiqing's voice was icy and unyielding, laced with an edge of finality. I shall not permit this mistake to persist any longer. A torrential surge of sword intent, infused with her murderous resolve, descended upon Chu Yuan like a raging tempest, overwhelming and merciless. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, raising his sword once more to confront the onslaught. Yet, due to the severity of his injuries, he found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. the force of the sword's energy striking him in the chest with excruciating pain, nearly bringing him to his knees. Deep down, he understood that, at this moment, Luo Jiqing had completely lost her trust in him. The irrefutable evidence weighed heavily against him, rendering any explanation utterly futile. What heightened his anxiety was the palpable presence of several potent nascent soul energies rapidly approaching. It would not be long before they joined the fray. Remaining here would lead to certain demise. Although their reunion had been hard-won, he now had no choice but to disentangle himself from Luo Jiqing and make his escape. Chu Yuan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. When Luo Jiqing swung her sword at him once more, Chu Yuan suddenly unleashed a surge of magical energy, barely countering the assault. He then turned and transformed into a streak of light, hastily fleeing into the distance. "You cannot escape." With that declaration, Luo Jiqing broke the sound barrier and swiftly pursued him. Chu Yuan's fleeting silhouette darted like a phantom through the jagged forest of stone, with Luo Jiqing in relentless pursuit, her blade carving through the air with lethal precision. Each sword stroke unleashed a tempest of energy, forcing Chu Yuan to halt and parry. The confrontation locked in a precarious stalemate. Luo Jiqing's assault was a symphony of ruthless elegance, every slash bearing the crushing weight of her dominance. While Chu Yuan fought with restraint, his battered and exhausted form barely holding together. With each counter, he deliberately tempered his strikes to avoid harming her. Then, in a fleeting moment as their paths crossed, Luo Jiqing's blade descended, a flash of cold steel, and Chu Yuan's left arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood erupted in a crimson arc as agony wrenched a stifled groan from his lips. He plummeted to the rocky earth, coughing up a mouthful of scarlet. Luo Jiqing descended like a wraith before him, her expression glacial. Chu Yuan struggled to his feet, weaving a spell to staunch the torrent of blood from his wound. His breaths ragged and labored. For the briefest instant, something flickered in Luo Jiqing's eyes, a shadow of sorrow, of reluctance, before it was extinguished, replaced by an abyss of frost. "It ends here," she declared, raising her sword high. A surge of overwhelming sword intent erupted from her being, drawing the ambient spiritual energy into a towering, radiant blade that cleaved the heavens and the earth. Chu Yuan felt the terrifying essence of the sword, his complexion turning pale. He understood that if he did not respond with his utmost strength, there would be no possibility of survival. With all his might, Chu Yuan poured his essence and blood into his remaining arm, channeling the dark energy within him to unleash a forbidden technique. Instantly, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, enveloping him in a tempestuous wave. This colossal dark energy ultimately manifested as a fearsome black dragon, clashing violently with the descending icy blade of Luo Jiqing. The air erupted with a sound akin to the collapse of heaven and earth as the sword light and the dragon interwove in a fierce struggle. Moments later, astonishingly, the dragon managed to devour the blade, surging directly towards Luo Jiqing. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such an outcome. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yuan not only bore the legacy of the tribulation phase, but also possessed an extraordinary aptitude, further enhanced by the unique attribute of thriving in adversity. The more perilous the situation, the more formidable his strength became. In stark contrast, Luo Jiqing, having exerted herself to unleash her ultimate technique, found her spiritual energy severely depleted, rendering her unable to evade the impending strike. As she beheld the approaching black dragon, her pupils constricted, and an icy dread enveloped her heart. A direct hit would spell her demise. Yet, she found herself powerless to escape. In resignation, she closed her eyes. So be it. Should he be the one to end her life? "Master." As the black dragon loomed to consume Luo Jiqing, Chu Yuan let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if he were being subjected to 1,000 tortures. Soon, he lost the magical energy that sustained him, and his body plummeted under the weight of gravity, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. Just as his eyes were about to close, he caught sight of Luo Jiqing standing in the distance. "Master, no, I cannot fall now. I must not be captured. I still need to save her, so I must leave this place at once." Driven by an indomitable will, Chu Yuan summoned strength from the depths of his despair, forcing his eyes wide open, biting his lips until they bled, and harnessing the remnants of power within his battered form. Seizing this fleeting moment, he soared into the sky. After a while, Luo Jiqing regained her senses, her gaze intricately complex as she looked toward the direction of Chu Yuan's escape. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from pursuing him. The inability to chase him was one aspect. The other was, why? Chu Yuan, why? Luo Jiqing pressed her hand against her heart, overwhelmed by anguish. After a long moment, she left the spot, burdened by heavy thoughts. Could it be that he truly had his own burdens to bear? The righteous sect's plan to besiege Chu Yuan ended in failure. Chu Yuan injured dozens of nascent soul practitioners, ranging from the early to the peak stages, ultimately escaping with his life. This astonishing feat left the righteous faction in utter disbelief. When the righteous cultivators convened, discussions of Chu Yuan's exploits were met with deep admiration. This youth is indeed a formidable demon. If not swiftly dealt with, he will undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. However, how can one eliminate such a being? Were it not for the intervention of the venerable transformation god ancestor, even a multitude of nascent soul practitioners would find themselves powerless against him. Once this great demon ascends to the transformation god stage, will there be any hope left for the righteous path? It seems that a confrontation between the righteous and demonic factions is inevitable. In a fleeting moment, the righteous side was engulfed in a tempest of fervor, seemingly poised to launch a full-scale assault against the demonic path. Conversely, the demonic faction, while apprehensive about the movements of the righteous, was equally astounded by the exploits of Chu Yuan. We ought to emulate Chu Yuan. Yet, they remained unaware of his sect or master. Remarkably, they had not previously heard of Chu Yuan's name, only knowing that the righteous path had placed a bounty on him. This suggests that Chu Yuan is likely an independent cultivator. Such terrifying prowess, achieved single-handedly, is unprecedented in millennia. Should this youth endure, he will inevitably spread chaos across the realms. Upon returning to her sect, Luo Jiqing declined to meet anyone, choosing instead to seclude herself within her cave dwelling. She was acutely aware of the escalating tensions and the imminent prospect of war between the righteous and demonic paths. However, of greater importance was her need to ascertain the truth regarding Chu Yuan. Was he truly wronged? If so, what were the circumstances? If not, what burdens did he carry? She felt an urgent desire to uncover the entire truth. Soon, Luo Jiqing sought out a trusted confidant, instructing them to begin gathering evidence and conduct a thorough investigation. Cough, cough, cough. In the cavern beneath the waterfall, Chu Yuan opened his eyes, expelling clots of blood from his throat. He glanced at his left shoulder, where his arm had vanished, replaced by layers of bandages. This encounter had indeed taken a severe toll on his vitality. Fortunately, he had survived. Chu Yuan sensed his own body. Although many of his severe injuries had yet to heal, he was unexpectedly delighted by one aspect. His primordial infant, after numerous battles and countless awakenings of potential, had become even more refined. This improvement might allow him to break through to the later stage of the primordial infant sooner than anticipated. As for his severed arm, once he transcended to the void-returning realm beyond the transformation stage, he could rely on the devouring path to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures to regenerate his lost limb. With great difficulty, Chu Yuan sat up, swallowed a medicinal pill, and began to heal his wounds, preparing for a closed-door breakthrough in his cultivation. Oblivious to the passage of time, years slipped by, and your cultivation advanced to the threshold of transformation. Your demonic aura dense and your nascent soul solidified as if it were a tangible entity, poised to breach the realm of transformation at any moment. After years of seclusion in the mountains, you disguised your appearance and concealed your aura before venturing back into the town to gather information. You learned that the righteous and demonic factions were at war, with numerous sects involved, resulting in countless casualties, including fallen nascent soul practitioners. As you delved deeper into your inquiries, you discovered that the Misty Sword sect was participating in this righteous demonic conflict. However, you were perplexed by the absence of news regarding Luo Jiqing. This struck you as peculiar. As the leader of the Misty Sword sect, she would undoubtedly be at the center of any developments concerning the sect, let alone the fact that Luo Jiqing was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful figure in the righteous path, often a topic of discussion among practitioners. Thus, you approached a wandering cultivator, seeking to learn about Luo Jiqing's circumstances. From this wanderer, you discovered that the leader of the Misty Sword sect was no longer Luo Jiqing, but rather the elder who had previously slandered her. This revelation startled you, an ominous premonition enveloping your being. You immediately inquired about Luo Jiqing's whereabouts, to which the wanderer responded that it was rumored she had failed in her breakthrough to transformation, suffering significant damage to her cultivation and falling into madness, thus retreating from the public eye. You pondered this was utterly implausible. Luo Jiqing's cultivation was remarkably solid, and she was a once-in-a-millennium talent in the sword path, making such a decline inconceivable unless someone had conspired against her. You realized that a plot against Luo Jiqing was likely underway. You asked about the timeline of her disappearance from the public eye, and fortunately, it had not been long. only recently. Despite being merely on the cusp of transformation and not having fully attained that realm, you could no longer contain yourself. Fueled by an overwhelming rage, you set off directly towards the direction of the Misty Sword sect. Chu Yuan silently infiltrated the territory of the Misty Sword sect, swiftly making his way towards the main hall. At present, he remained unaware of Luo Jiqing's whereabouts, but the individual most likely to possess such intelligence was the Grand Elder, who had succeeded her as the sect leader. Although Chu Yuan had only reached the threshold of the transformation realm, he was capable of defeating those in the early stages of the transformation realm with his full strength and could hold his own against mid-stage opponents. The Grand Elder, having been stuck in the late nascent soul stage for many years, was someone Chu Yuan could easily subdue. Accordingly, he intended to settle both new and old grievances in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was seated in his cave abode, engrossed in meditation, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura encroaching upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Chu Yuan, appearing like a specter within the cave, his gaze sharp and cold as it bore down upon him. Chu Yuan. The Grand Elder sprang to his feet, astonished and terrified, questioning how dared he infiltrate this place, courting death. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder launched an attack. In the next instant, Chu Yuan's figure flickered, and he grasped the Grand Elder's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Struggling for breath, the Grand Elder's face flushed red as he gasped. What has become of my master, Luo Jiqing? The atmosphere grew chillingly ominous as Chu Yuan's demeanor turned fearsome, his grip tightening inexorably, rendering the Grand Elder nearly voiceless. The Grand Elder struggled desperately, yet he soon realized that Chu Yuan's cultivation was unfathomably profound, immobilizing him completely. As he sensed the vast, oceanic aura emanating from Chu Yuan, a wave of terror washed over him. Chu Yuan had astonishingly reached the threshold of transformation. How little time had passed since the righteous sects had besieged him. How could Chu Yuan have become so formidable? What extraordinary encounters had he experienced during his time away from the Misty Sword sect? Answer me. Chu Yuan tightened his grip, his voice dripping with an inexorable murderous intent. The Grand Elder's heart pounded wildly as he sought to stall for time, hoping to alert the entire sect to surround and eliminate Chu Yuan. Yet Chu Yuan had already seen through his ploy and uttered coldly, "Dare to harbor any treacherous thoughts. In the next moment you'll find your head severed from your body." Feeling the icy killing intent radiating from Chu Yuan, the Grand Elder shuddered in dread, realizing that his opponent could now effortlessly end his life. Hastily, he forced a pleading expression and stammered, "No, don't kill me. I know where Luo Jiqing is. Spare me, and I'll tell you." Chu Yuan's eyes glimmered with a sinister red light as he declared, "My patience is limited. She has been taken by the ancestor for the ritual to forge the demonic sword." The Grand Elder hastily interjected. The ancestor stated that she possesses the primal innate sword body. If the primal innate sword body, on the verge of transcending to the divine transformation stage, is utilized as the sword spirit for the forging of a demonic sword, it can give birth to a blade on par with celestial artifacts. With such a demonic sword, any swordsman would become invincible among their peers. Chu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Indeed, he clenched his teeth in silence. Where is the location of the sacrificial ritual? It lies within the forbidden grounds of the sect's rear mountain, in the depths of the abyss. The Grand Elder dared not conceal the truth and trembled as he replied. The sacrificial ritual should be commencing shortly. Upon obtaining the desired information, Chu Yuan was suddenly engulfed by a fierce intent to kill. "No, I have revealed everything. Please do not take my life." The Elder, witnessing this, was filled with dread and cried out in desperation. With a twisted smile and a gaze as frigid as ice, Chu Yuan declared, "When did I ever promise not to kill you? I merely requested you to speak." No sooner had his words left his lips than a surge of demonic energy erupted from his hands. The Grand Elder let out a piercing scream before being entirely consumed by Chu Yuan's malevolent aura, his essence obliterated. Having completed this grim task, Chu Yuan swiftly departed from the Lord's Hall, making his way toward the sect's rear mountain. As he soared through the air, memories flooded back, and many previously perplexing aspects began to crystallize. For instance, he now understood why his master's techniques bore flaws. He had learned that these methods were bestowed upon her directly by the ancestor. It seemed the ancestor had deliberately embedded this vulnerability, ensuring that when the time came for his master to be dealt with, she would possess no means of resistance. The timing was also fortuitous, as just days prior marked the moment his master lost her powers. Moreover, he pondered why the ancestor had arrived at the trial's secret realm so promptly. He could have easily waited until the undead minions he released had drained the life from all the practitioners within the realm before making his appearance. The reason for his early arrival was to guarantee that Luo Jiqing, the vital material for the sacrificial magic sword, remained intact. Chu Yuan clenched his jaw, his heart consumed by anguish. Master, hold on a little longer. I'm coming. Deep within the forbidden abyss behind the sect, where no light could penetrate, lay a vast pool of blood. At its center, Luo Jiqing stood in tattered white robes, her once pristine garments now stained crimson. Her dark hair, drenched and disheveled, clung to her pallid cheeks. Chains of spiritual energy coiled around her limbs, their eerie glow rendering her immobile. The woman who had once been the epitome of icy elegance now stood hollow-eyed, her gaze vacant, as though her soul had been wrenched away, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Scattered along the blood pool's edge were the mangled remains of countless corpses, cultivators and mortals alike, their bodies drained of blood, twisted in grotesque postures that spoke of unspeakable torment before death. Not far from Luo Jiqing stood a diminutive old man with snow-white hair and beard, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. 2 days prior, Luo Jiqing had finally pieced together the truth. Chu Yuan had been framed by the Grand Elder. The realization had torn through her like a blade. She had intended to confront the Grand Elder the next day, to clear Chu Yuan's name, but fate had other plans. Before she could act, the ancestor had appeared without warning, struck her down, sealed her cultivation, and dragged her into this abyssal prison. When she accused him of being the true mastermind, the ancestor did not deny it. Instead, he revealed the horrifying truth. Her hometown had not been destroyed by demonic cultivators, but by his own hand. He had slaughtered villages and towns, disguising his atrocities as the work of demonic sects, all to fuel his own power through forbidden blood rituals. The reason he had spared her? Luo Jiqing possessed the primordial sword body, a rare constitution that, if nurtured to perfection, could forge a peerless sword master. But for the ancestor, her true value lay in her eventual sacrifice. When a wielder of the primordial sword body reached the peak of nascent soul and stood on the cusp of breaking through to the divine transformation realm, their body could be forged into a demonic sword of unparalleled might, a weapon rivaling even immortal artifacts. Luo Jiqing's lips trembled. So, all these years of cultivation, I was merely being groomed as your offering? Precisely, the ancestor replied, his voice a chilling whisper. To ensure your compliance when the time came, I altered your cultivation technique. Every year, for 1 day, your power would vanish completely, leaving you defenseless. And that day would be when I claimed you. The revelation shattered her. Her entire life had been built upon a lie. She had devoted herself to righteousness, to the sect she believed was her sanctuary, only to realize she had been serving the very monster who had slaughtered her family. And then there was Chu Yuan. The ancestor's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, yes, Chu Yuan. What a devoted disciple you were. At the mention of his name, Luo Jiqing's heart twisted anew. The ancestor chuckled darkly. He, too, was innocent. His village met the same fate as yours, by my hand. How poetic that you, his executioner, were both victims of the same scheme. His voice dripped with cruel amusement. And yet, you never believed him. You crippled him, severed his arm, cast him into the abyss. And still, against all odds, he clawed his way back, rising to the mid-nascent soul realm in mere decades. Remarkable, isn't it? A pause. Then, softer, more venomous. Perhaps he even knew the truth. Perhaps his entire purpose in regaining his strength was to save you. Stop. Luo Jiqing's voice cracked. Please, no more. But the ancestor continued, relentless. You destroyed the one person in this world who truly cared for you. The last warmth you had left, you extinguished it with your own hands. Her tears fell freely now, her spirit crumbling under the weight of guilt and despair. A strangled sob escaped her lips as she coughed up blood, her Tao heart fracturing beyond repair. The ancestor watched with satisfaction. This was precisely what he had wanted. Her will broken, her resistance extinguished. A shattered soul was far easier to forge into a weapon. Now, after 2 days of torment, Luo Jiqing stood motionless, her eyes devoid of light, her spirit a barren wasteland. The time had come. Let us begin, the ancestor murmured, his fingers weaving intricate seals. The blood pool erupted in crimson flames, tendrils of scarlet energy coiling around Luo Jiqing's chains. The runes blazed to life, engulfing her in a blinding radiance. She did not struggle. She did not weep. There was nothing left in her to resist. As the blood-soaked light consumed her, Luo Jiqing lifted her head one final time, her empty gaze filled with nothing but desolation. Chu Yuan, I'm sorry. If there is another life, I will spend my entire existence atoning for my sins to you. Just as Luo Jiqing believed everything was about to end, a familiar voice echoed from afar, carrying boundless fury, shaking the very depths of the abyss and churning the blood pool's surface. Release my master, you vile old beast. Luo Jiqing's body trembled violently. Her hollow eyes fluttered open, staring blankly toward the source of the voice. A figure clad in black robes strode through the air, his aura radiating overwhelming killing intent. Chu Yuan. Her whisper was barely audible, disbelief flooding her gaze. She thought it was an illusion, yet that familiar presence, that comforting figure, stood before her in undeniable reality. Why? Her heart ached as she noticed his severed arm, the empty sleeve swaying lifelessly beneath his left shoulder. Why? After all the cruelty I inflicted upon you, would you still come to save me? In this moment of utter despair, Chu Yuan's arrival was the sole ray of light piercing through the darkness of her world. That light salvaged her crumbling existence, pulling her from the abyss of icy desolation and back into warmth. He became her salvation, her only one. Her world now consisted of him alone, and it was he who filled the entirety of her shattered universe. The ancestor narrowed his eyes at Chu Yuan, a frown creasing his brow. Chu Yuan, how did you find this place? Then, surprise flickered in his gaze. Your cultivation has reached the half-step divine transformation stage? Chu Yuan paid little heed to the words of the ancestor. Upon witnessing the dire plight of Luo Jiqing, his fury ignited like an inferno. Without uttering a word, he charged forward and struck the ancestor with a palm. The ancestor deftly evaded Chu Yuan's attack, yet the process of refining the demonic sword was abruptly interrupted. The malevolent energy enveloping Luo Jiqing gradually dissipated. Observing this, the ancestor's expression darkened considerably. Truly, I had painstakingly shattered Luo Jiqing's heart and was on the verge of a pivotal moment in my ritual. He gazed at Chu Yuan and questioned, Tell me, since you have disrupted my plans, what punishment do you deserve? Punishment? I only know that you deserve a fate most dire. Chu Yuan responded coldly, exuding an immense aura as he continued to strike. He discerned that the energy radiating from the ancestor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the demonic warriors encountered in the previous secret realm trial. Moreover, it echoed the remnants of energy left behind during the annihilation of the town. The ancestor incessantly defended against Chu Yuan's assaults, astonished by the formidable offensive power that rivaled that of a mid-stage transformation god. This astonishment ultimately transformed into fervent desire. A hint of greed seeped into the ancestor's voice. To reach this level in merely a few decades as a half-step transformation god, possessing combat prowess akin to that of a mid-stage transformation god. Young man, what is the origin of your technique? Surrender your martial arts, and I may spare your life. In Chu Yuan's eyes, a murderous intent was unmistakably revealed. To plead for mercy from you is, of course, an exercise in futility. Your demise is inevitable. The old ancestor paused momentarily, then burst into a hearty laugh. What an arrogant young fool. What does it matter if you have reached the half-step transformation? How does it compare to the might of one in the mid-transformation stage? Surely, you do not believe you can triumph over me? I have cultivated in this realm of transformation for several millennia. With that, the old ancestor ceased to conceal his true power, allowing it to be fully unleashed. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his being, transforming into an overwhelming pressure capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Chu Yuan's expression subtly shifted. Late-stage transformation god. After all, he was merely a half-step transformation god, and due to his prolonged immersion in elevating his realm, he possessed no external trump cards to confront a foe of higher rank. Even though his cultivation technique was formidable and his foundation robust, he could at most contend with a mid-stage transformation god. Faced with a late-stage transformation god, victory remained elusive unless... Chu Yuan gritted his teeth and stole a glance in Luo Jiqing's direction. He discovered that she too was gazing at him, her shimmering eyes reflecting nothing but his own image. Yet he yearned to linger by his master's side a little longer. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to try first. In the ensuing period of time, Chu Yuan faced the relentless onslaught of the ancestor countless times, yet he was repeatedly forced back by the overwhelming spiritual force, his internal vitality surging tumultuously. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to maintain his stance, summoning every ounce of strength to engage in battle, but the power of a late-stage transformation was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Even with the advantage of the adversity growth, purple, attribute, the absolute disparity in cultivation realms was insurmountable. Observing Chu Yuan's desperate struggle, the ancestor sneered. You possess some skill to withstand so many of my strikes. However, that is the extent of your prowess. In yet another clash, Chu Yuan was struck and sent flying. Blood spraying forth as his body crashed heavily against the edge of the blood pool, sustaining grave injuries. Yet, he soon rose again, charging towards the ancestor. The ancestor let out a cold chuckle, raising his palm to meet Chu Yuan's assault. However, in the next moment, Chu Yuan abruptly changed direction, sprinting towards Luo Jiqing. The ancestor's brow arched in surprise. You wish to distract me and rescue your master? A clever tactic, but alas, it is futile against absolute power. As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Yuan was struck mid-course by the ancestor's palm wind, blood erupting from his body as he plummeted into the blood pool. Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing cried, tears streaming down her face. The ancestor slowly descended through the air, gazing at the bubbling surface of the blood pool. Stroking his beard as he chuckled, you must be nearing your limit, Chu Yuan, given your extraordinary talent and fortune. If you are willing to share your techniques with me and allow me to plant a slave mark upon you, ensuring your obedience, I can take you as my disciple. Spare your life, and seek the Tao together. What say you? Nothing to say. Chu Yuan's voice resonated from the depths of the blood pool. Upon hearing this, the oppressive aura emanating from Chu Yuan caused the ancestor's eyes to widen in disbelief. The ancestor stammered in incredulity. Have you truly broken through to the transformation stage? No, wait. Upon closer inspection, the ancestor discerned the truth. He chuckled coldly, you have burned your life essence. Chu Yuan, do you realize that this will lead to your demise? And so what? Chu Yuan retorted fiercely. Before I perish, you shall meet your end first. With that, he launched himself at the ancestor. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the two reverberated across the land, shaking the very earth. Had it not been for the protective formation at the bottom of the abyss, it would have crumbled to dust by now. Ugh. Moments later, the ancestor was sent flying to the edge of the abyss, his complexion pale and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. You've become quite formidable. Unexpectedly reaching the peak of the transformation stage. However, the ancestor wiped away the blood, a mocking smile emerging on his face. I have been around for many years, and I possess my own trump cards. Why do you think I built my abode at the bottom of this abyss? Because it is fortified by powerful formations, and most importantly, it houses the blood pool. The power of this blood pool is my secret weapon, allowing me to instantly recover to my peak condition, or even grow stronger, reaching the threshold of the void return. The ancestor spread his arms wide, beginning to channel the blood pool's power, his expression one of elation, as if victory were already within his grasp. However, moments later, he was struck by a sudden realization. The essence of the blood pool was being drawn away by an external force, utterly beyond his control. What? The ancestor's gaze was filled with shock as he stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief. There floated Chu Yuan, suspended above the blood pool, enveloped in demonic energy. He raised his hand, and the essence of the blood pool surged forth like a torrential river, frantically pouring into his palm. No. How can you also wield the power of my blood pool? Chu Yuan declared, devour the path, consume the heavens. All things are mine to command. And your blood pool is no exception. Chu Yuan continued, at present, your strength pales in comparison to mine. Before me, you have naturally lost control over the blood pool. No, it is impossible. This blood pool belongs to me alone. The ancestor attempted to contest Chu Yuan for the power of the blood pool, only to realize that he could not draw upon it at all. The blood energy was entirely beyond his command. This cannot be. The ancestor's face gradually turned ashen, and a tremor of fear crept into his voice. He watched helplessly as Chu Yuan absorbed the essence of the blood pool, his own aura steadily ascending. Initial stage of transformation. Mid-stage of transformation, late stage of transformation. As the power of the blood pool fell completely under Chu Yuan's dominion, the ancestor finally succumbed to despair. Long before, when Chu Yuan was in the early stages of transformation, he had already been able to overpower him effortlessly. How much more so now, in the later stages of transformation? The ancestor realized that if he did not concede at this moment, he would indeed face death. Trembling, he quivered his lips and swallowed hard, saying, Chu Yuan, shall we strike a bargain? I will release Luo Jiqing and relinquish this demonic sword. In return, you must spare my life. What compensation do you desire? I can offer you a share of all my resources. I would even be willing to see the entirety of the mysterious sword sect to you if necessary. Chu Yuan's gaze was frigid. Do you believe yourself worthy to negotiate? The old ancestor broke into a cold sweat, stammering, I. His eyes darted nervously. In the next moment, the old ancestor suddenly surged forward, aiming for the direction where Luo Jiqing stood. If he could take Luo Jiqing hostage, there would still be a chance. However, Chu Yuan had anticipated this very scenario. He raised his hand, and the old ancestor collided with an unseen force. Hurtling backward and violently spitting out blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. The old ancestor was utterly panicked, clutching his chest, his expression fraught with terror as he pleaded. Chu Yuan, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, do not kill me. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Chu Yuan was already at his side. You do not merely recognize your mistakes. You are aware that you are about to die. With that, Chu Yuan pressed his hand against the old ancestor's face, swiftly refining him. Chu Yuan slowly descended from above the blood pool. The ephemeral power he had garnered by burning his essence finally dissipated, causing his cultivation to plummet from its zenith, unable to even maintain the threshold of half-step transformation. A wave of weakness surged through his limbs and bones. The life essence within his body had been irrevocably damaged. His realm plummeted like a fall from a precipice, ultimately stabilizing at the late stage of the nascent soul. Yet it remained precarious, poised to decline further at any moment. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, steadying his faltering body as he turned to gaze upon Luo Jiqing, who was ensnared by ethereal chains of spiritual energy. Her white garment was stained with blood, her hair disheveled, and her figure appeared frail and emaciated. Her eyes were swollen, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, mustering the strength of his frail body to approach Luo Jiqing. His fingers trembled slightly as he meticulously unfastened the spiritual power chains binding her. The moment the chains clattered to the ground, Luo Jiqing's body weakened and she fell directly into Chu Yuan's embrace. Nestled against his chest, her voice quivered, laden with anguish and remorse. Chu Yuan. Her words trembled, imbued with pain and self-reproach. I am so sorry. I am truly sorry. Chu Yuan gently enveloped her in his embrace. His voice deep and tender. It is all right, master. Everything has passed. I hold no blame against you. The words of Chu Yuan caused Luo Jiqing's hands to grip even tighter behind his back. The two embraced for an extended period before finally parting slightly. Chu Yuan took Luo Jiqing's hand and said, Master, let us depart. The words of Chu Yuan momentarily startled Luo Jiqing, and soon a semblance of sorrow and confusion flickered in her eyes. Where else can we go? The once proud and resilient Luo Jiqing now appeared utterly lost and helpless. Her hands clasped around her shoulders, curling slightly as if she were a fragile object. My faith is but a falsehood, steeped in grave sin. The misty sword sect and the righteous path have long been naught but a deception. I can no longer discern reality from illusion. There is no sanctuary left for me in this world. Even the meaning of my existence seems to elude me. Have you forgotten, master? Before Luo Jiqing could finish her lament, Chu Yuan interjected, We have promised that we are family, as long as we have each other. We shall always find a place to belong. Chu Yuan cradled her tear-streaked face, his voice gentle and soothing. Because we are family, regardless of what transpires. I shall bear it alongside you. If you believe your sins are profound, then allow me to shoulder your burdens. All you need do is seek atonement through me. If you feel your faith has waned, then permit me to restore it. All you need is to place your trust in me. Thus, master, do not dwell in sorrow any longer. No matter what you lose, you shall never lose me. I shall forever stand by your side. Luo Jiqing was taken aback, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken dam. Moments later, she enveloped Chu Yuan in a tight embrace, relishing his warmth and touch, determined to etch this moment into her heart for eternity. In that instant, Chu Yuan became the sole object of her devotion in this lifetime. If there were to be a deity in her world, it would be but one, Chu Yuan. Master, let us depart. Chu Yuan spoke softly once more. This time, Luo Jiqing no longer hesitated. Instead, she grasped his right hand and nestled close to him as they walked forward together. Their figures gradually faded into the abyssal darkness of the blood pool, stepping toward the light. As the sunlight embraced them once again, Chu Yuan cast a quiet sidelong glance at Luo Jiqing. The golden rays bathed her delicate face, ethereal, poignant, yet brimming with hope for the future. Chu Yuan's lips curled into a soothing arc of contentment. His body was besieged by relentless agony and exhaustion. The essence of his life had been irrevocably shattered, and his decline in rank was beyond salvaging, destined to diminish further with the passage of time. It was merely a matter of time before his cultivation dissipated entirely, leading to his inevitable demise. However, he could not disclose this to his master just yet. He hoped that when his master could navigate the world without him and stride confidently into the future, he would seek out a secluded place to bury himself in solitude. He desired no gravestone, only the wish for his master to find peace and tranquility and to cease her tears. You departed from the Miao Sword sect with Luo Jiqing, embarking on a life of wandering. The two of you adopted new identities, distancing yourselves from the turmoil of righteous and demonic conflicts, leading a serene and understated existence. During this time, you recounted your experiences to Luo Jiqing, including the legacy of the swallowing heaven ancestor and the journey that had brought you to this point. Luo Jiqing listened with a heart full of compassion. When she inquired about the matter of burning one's life essence, you concealed the truth of your continual decline and potential demise, merely stating that you would experience a drop in rank. Later, Luo Jiqing learned that cultivators who burned their life essence typically fell shortly after the battle concluded. Yet, your lack of such symptoms convinced her of your claim, leading her to believe that you were distinct from others, possessing a robust essence. Subsequently, you unearthed a flawless, top-tier sword cultivation technique from the memories of the swallowing heaven ancestor, one that did not have a ceiling at the transformation stage, but rather at the tribulation stage. With this new technique, Luo Jiqing's cultivation accelerated remarkably, her combat prowess surpassing her previous capabilities. Enveloped in the joy of your companionship, she remained oblivious to the absurdity of spending 2 taels of silver on something worth merely 10 copper coins. In a humble dwelling within a remote town, Chu Yuan received the ingredients Luo Jiqing had purchased, a mix of laughter and exasperation on his face. Luo Jiqing, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head. Her ears tinged with crimson as she murmured, "I am not adept at these things." Though she had once been the leader of the Miao Sword sect, upon leaving the sect, she discovered her utter lack of experience in the lives of mortals and wanderers. While shopping at the market, she struggled with bargaining, often falling prey to vendors who charged her exorbitant prices. Furthermore, her attempts at cooking had resulted in dismal failures, leaving the kitchen resembling a coal mine. "Our master truly is a foolish beauty," you remarked with a chuckle. "Never mind, let me handle these matters. I will teach you gradually." In response, Luo Jiqing gently retorted, "I am not foolish. Ah, but you do not deny the beauty part, do you? You possess a touch of cunning as well." Chu Yuan smiled. Luo Jiqing turned her head away. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yuan approached, leaning his head beside Luo Jiqing. "Is master angry?" he inquired. "No," Luo Jiqing replied, avoiding his gaze. "Allow me to take a look." Chu Yuan gently cradled Luo Jiqing's delicate face in his hands, his fingertips lightly pressing into the softness of her cheeks. With the slightest pressure, a charming dimple formed, causing a faint exhale to escape between her cherry-like lips. "See, pouting like this, yet still claiming you're not upset. How dishonest," he teased, his voice laced with playful affection. Luo Jiqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze lowering in bashful protest. You wretched disciple, always bullying me like this." "Because my revered master is simply too easy to tease," he murmured, his tone tender yet mischievous. Chu Yuan's voice was imbued with patience and gentleness. "Yet no one aside from me could dare to bully the master. By bullying the master, I ensured that he would not be subjected to the whims of outsiders. Therefore, master, I shall gradually teach you a myriad of skills. Let us commence with the art of cooking. For now, you shall simply observe by my side." Chu Yuan rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. He meticulously explained the steps of chopping vegetables, blanching, and preparing sauces to Luo Jiqing, demonstrating each process with care. Over time, although Luo Jiqing remained somewhat inept at cooking, she began to assist Chu Yuan. As they cooked, their shoulders nearly brushed against one another. One day, after finishing their meal, Chu Yuan arranged the dishes on the table and glanced at Luo Jiqing beside him, saying, "Master, this is the fruit of our joint efforts." Luo Jiqing gazed at the sumptuous spread, her delicate hands resting on her chest. A wave of joy surged within her. "I can finally be of help to Chu Yuan. How wonderful." You patiently instructed Luo Jiqing in various aspects of life, all with the hope that one day, in your absence, she would be able to navigate this world. Observing her delight in being able to assist, you filled your heart with contentment. One day, after a busy session in the kitchen, Luo Jiqing suddenly offered to give you a knee pillow, claiming it was a technique taught by the innkeeper's wife to please one's partner. It was clear that Luo Jiqing did not fully grasp the concept of a partner, perhaps interpreting it merely as a companion in life. Otherwise, she would not have been so candid. You did not decline her proposal. Chu Yuan rested his head upon Luo Jiqing's lap, while she gently massaged his scalp. Is it comfortable? Chu Yuan closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility. Ah, it is so comfortable that he could wish to remain in this moment for a lifetime. Luo Jiqing's delicate fingers paused slightly. Her nature was not lively. She merely responded softly. It was uncertain whether she was affirming the comfort or the notion of a lifetime. Their feelings for each other gradually deepened, their bond growing ever more profound. At times, they needed not to utter a word to understand each other's thoughts. One day, while traveling together, they arrived at an inn for respite. The innkeeper explained that due to a shortage of rooms, only one was available, and it was a single bed. The innkeeper smiled with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "You two must share a significant bond, am I right? If you do not mind, how about using this room for your stay?" Seeing that Luo Jiqing showed no signs of resistance, Chu Yuan turned to the innkeeper and smiled, expressing his gratitude. As night fell, a faint candlelight flickered within the room, where the two shared the same bed. Luo Jiqing lifted her hand, gently brushing against the empty sleeve where Chu Yuan's arm once was. Upon touching the hollow fabric, her fingers trembled slightly. No matter how many times she encountered or touched that void, it invariably stirred within her a profound sense of guilt towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan perceived the emotions of Luo Jiqing and turned to meet her gaze. He gently caressed her cheek with his remaining right hand. "Are you still blaming yourself? Master, this is not your fault. Moreover, once I reach the void return stage, I shall be reborn with my arms restored. By then, Master, I long to embrace you with both hands." The words of Chu Yuan brought a sting to Luo Jiqing's eyes. She buried her head in his embrace, savoring the warmth of his presence. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, tucked the quilt around him, and gently pulled Luo Jiqing into his embrace. Luo Jiqing's trembling ceased as she gradually returned the embrace. A flicker of shame passed through Chu Yuan's eyes. This was a falsehood. He had issued an empty promise. He would never reach the stage of void return, but would instead grow old alone in a desolate wilderness, ultimately dying in solitude. Yet, none of that mattered. At least, his master was becoming increasingly happy, gradually adapting to this world. When she became sufficiently independent, when she could exist without him, he would quietly depart. The life of a cultivator is long. Transient sorrow would be buried by time, much like the dust that would soon sprout anew. As if no farewell had ever taken place, each new day would bring forth a fresh reunion. After snuggling in Chu Yuan's embrace for a long while, Luo Jiqing lifted her gaze, noticing that the man before her seemed to have fallen asleep. She tenderly caressed his face, cherishing his presence. Despite the many heart-wrenching events of the past, she had now attained a hard-won happiness. If only this state of affairs could endure forever, she would be willing to pay any price for it. However, the good times were fleeting. The tranquil days came to an abrupt halt due to an unforeseen incident. One night, while perusing the ancient text recently acquired by Luo Jiqing, you suddenly turned pale, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in your throat, and with a cough, blood spewed forth onto the pages. The unbearable, terrifying pain caused you to collapse from your chair, rendering you immobile on the ground. You had not anticipated that this fall in cultivation would be accompanied by such a powerful backlash, making it impossible to withstand. A chill enveloped your heart. You realized your miscalculation. "Chu Yuan!" Luo Jiqing exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support him, her gaze fixated on his pallid countenance, utterly at a loss. With his eyes closed, Chu Yuan took a moment to steady his breath. Luo Jiqing examined the condition within him and discovered his spiritual energy was in disarray, causing his cultivation level to plummet from the late stage of the nascent soul to the mid-stage. He raised his gaze to Luo Jiqing, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wished to conceal something, yet ultimately, he could not escape her perceptive eyes. "Chu Yuan, your cultivation. Are you hiding something from me?" Luo Jiqing's voice quivered, her expression filled with sorrow as she clutched his hand tightly. Having spent considerable time together, they possessed a profound understanding of one another. At first, Chu Yuan evaded the topic, only to instill a growing sense of unease in Luo Jiqing, preventing her from finding solace. Realizing that his concealment was futile, and under her persistent inquiries, Chu Yuan reluctantly abandoned his initial intentions and revealed the truth. Chu Yuan's gaze was intricate, filled with hesitation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, He finally inhaled deeply and met Luoziking's eyes directly. I apologize, master. In truth, I have deceived you. My very essence has been irrevocably destroyed. My cultivation will only continue to decline, and my downfall is merely a matter of time. Luoziking stood in stunned silence, a buzzing sound resonating in her ears. As Chu Yuan seemed to drift further away from her, and the entire world began to collapse around her. Downfall, she murmured, the word echoing in her mind, as despair gradually filled her eyes. Deceiver, deceiver, you wretched liar. Luoziking's emotions began to unravel, and tears cascaded down her face like a torrential rain. Chu Yuan gently clasped her hand, his gaze filled with remorse. Master, I sincerely apologize. I only wish that one day, even in my absence, you will be able to stride confidently into the future. The words of Chu Yuan left Luo Jiqing's heart shattered even further. No, do not utter apologies. Do not say that you are sorry. It is I who should be apologizing. Please, master, do not weep, will you? Chu Yuan gently wiped away her tears, saying, if you are sorrowful, then I too shall share in your sorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing stifled a few sobs, forcing herself to cease her weeping. Yet her body continued to tremble. Chu Yuan smiled faintly. Come, master, could you please smile for me? Luo Jiqing suppressed the excruciating pain tearing at her heart, striving to present a forced smile. Yet, her eyes betrayed a tumult of despair. Though she refrained from weeping aloud, tears continued to stream down her cheeks. Chu Yuan gently caressed Luoziking's face, speaking earnestly. Master, now that you possess the sword cultivation technique for transcending tribulations, the future looks promising. I have no lingering regrets. My only wish for you is to forge ahead into the future on your own. I implore you, promise me, will you? How can I promise that? You are my sole belief in this life, the very essence of my existence. Without you, without your salvation, where else could I go? Yet, when faced with the earnest plea in Chu Yuan's eyes, Luoziking found herself unable to utter a word of denial. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she nodded, covering Chu Yuan's hand with hers. All right, all right. From that moment onward, Luoziking took it upon herself to care for everything concerning him. She eagerly immersed herself in learning all that she could, striving to alleviate his worries. In her relentless pursuit to save him, Luoziking disregarded all dangers, poring over countless ancient texts and even daring to venture into perilous realms, seeking a way to mend the essence of life. Yet, each time she set out filled with hope, she returned only to be met with disappointment. One fateful night, Luoziking sat alone in her chamber. Clutching a tattered tome she had salvaged from a secret realm, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Why can't there be a solution? She murmured, her eyes brimming with helplessness and anguish, along with the dread of losing something so cherished. No, Chu Yuan, please don't leave me. Her tears soaked the pages of the book. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the room, Master, dinner is ready. Luoziking hastily wiped her tears, took a deep breath, returned the book to the shelf, and turned to exit the room. Yes, I understand. She gradually learned to conceal her sorrow in Chu Yuan's presence, cherishing every moment spent together. Determined to create joyful memories, both chose to refrain from discussing Chu Yuan's condition. Chu Yuan concealed his frailty behind a smile, while Luo Jiqing masked her suffering with tenderness. Her every action revolved around pleasing Chu Yuan, as she meticulously attended to his preferences. Although she was clumsy in daily life, she gradually learned the art of cooking and the skill of haggling. Even as Chu Yuan's status continued to decline, she feigned acceptance. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, whenever the night fell into silence and Luo Jiqing found herself alone, a tide of suppressed emotion surged forth, nearly suffocating her, leading to silent sobs. On a sunlit afternoon, Luo Jiqing prepared a bowl of light noodles for Chu Yuan, placing it before him and softly saying, "Give it a try. This is something I have practiced for a long time." Chu Yuan picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, savoring it with a contented smile. Master's culinary skills have finally put my mind at ease. Truly exquisite, he remarked. Luo Jiqing gazed at his joyful expression, a fleeting shadow of sorrow passing through her eyes. Yet her voice remained gentle as she replied, "As long as it pleases you, I shall prepare it for you always, however much you desire. My only wish is that you never leave my side." Years slipped by. Your cultivation realm continued its relentless decline, from nascent soul to golden core, then to foundation establishment. After plummeting to chi refining, your body became indistinguishable from that of a mortal. The relentless march of time clung to you like a persistent parasite, withering your form with each passing day. You collapsed upon your sickbed. By then, Luo Jiqing had already ascended to the divine transformation stage, emerging as a formidable figure capable of establishing her own sect. Yet, like a devoted wife, she tended to your feeble, immobile body with unwavering care, never once recoiling from your emaciated, skeletal frame. Each day, she brought you medicine, fed you with her own hands, meticulously cleansed your body, and attended to your grooming with the utmost precision, acts unimaginable for any other cultivator. Then, at last, came the day when your life teetered on the precipice of its end. Chu Yuan lay upon the bed, his breath faint. The once handsome visage was now marred by wrinkles, and his emaciated frame resembled that of parched kindling. His once raven black hair had succumbed to the frost of age, and even his eyes struggled to open, typically composed. Luo Jiqing felt Chu Yuan's life flickering like a candle in the wind, and she could no longer contain the boundless sorrow within her. She wept openly, her tears cascading like a torrential flood. Chu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused, yet he still made an effort to look at Luo Jiqing. A faint, weary smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he said, "Master, did we not agree that you should not cry? Your tears bring me sorrow as well." Tears from Luo Jiqing fell onto the back of Chu Yuan's hand, but she quickly wiped them away, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I shall not cry." "I am not crying," she replied, her voice choked with emotion. Despite her words, tears continued to spill uncontrollably from her eyes. "Chu Yuan, I am so sorry. I am so sorry that I cannot save you." After managing to suppress her emotions slightly, Luo Jiqing lowered her head and spoke in a trembling voice, offering her heartfelt apologies. Chu Yuan gently shook his head, a glimmer of consolation shining in his eyes. "Master, you have accomplished remarkably well over the years. Being able to share these moments with you and receiving your care fills me with contentment and joy." As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished, and his gaze began to cloud, as if the figures and events before him were becoming increasingly indistinct. "Eh?" Suddenly, he extended his frail hand, weakly groping. "Master, where are you?" Upon witnessing this, Luo Jiqing promptly grasped his hand, pressing her face against his palm. Chu Yuan's fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against Luo Jiqing's warm face. A glimmer of tranquility emerged in his murky eyes, accompanied by a faint smile at the corners of his lips. "I have found you, Master. I have found you." As the words fell from his lips, Chu Yuan's hand gradually fell, and the last breath dissipated into the air. "Chu Yuan, please, do not frighten me, Chu Yuan." Luo Jiqing called out in a trembling voice, even as she began to grasp the grim reality of the situation. "Chu Yuan, no, Chu Yuan." She wept uncontrollably, clutching his lifeless body tightly in her embrace, her tears soaking his garments. Her cries, heart-wrenching and despairing, echoed throughout the desolate room. The simulation concluded. Hours passed in silence. It was only then that Luo Jiqing began to emerge, albeit slightly, from the depths of her unending sorrow. She laid Chu Yuan's body flat and gently adjusted his clothing, her fingers caressing his face softly as tears once again streamed from her eyes. "Without you, what meaning does my world hold?" she murmured, her gaze imbued with profound despair. Slowly, Luo Jiqing rose to her feet and drew forth her longsword, its sharp blade reflecting her haggard visage. She pointed the sword's tip towards her heart, her hand trembling ever so slightly. "Chu Yuan, I shall join you," she whispered, a flicker of liberation glinting in her eyes. Yet, at the very moment the blade was poised to pierce her chest, her hand came to an abrupt halt. Chu Yuan's voice seemed to resonate in my ears. "My yearning for you is simply that you can stride toward the future on your own. Please, promise me, won't you?" Luo Jiqing's grip loosened, and the longsword clattered to the ground. Her body trembled gently as she knelt down. "No, I cannot betray him," she murmured softly. Chu Yuan had previously done so much for her. If she were to take such a drastic step, all of his efforts would be rendered futile. She closed her eyes, pondering the reasons for her continued existence. Suddenly, she recalled her vow. If she could be with Chu Yuan forever, she would pay any price. Yes, to be together. Luo Jiqing was momentarily startled, her thoughts gradually becoming more lucid. She waved her hand, freezing Chu Yuan's body to preserve its current state, preventing decay. If only she were strong enough. Ancient texts recorded that when a practitioner reached a certain level of power, they might be able to reverse time and return to the past. Or perhaps they could bring the dead back to life. As long as I am powerful enough, perhaps I can achieve this, she murmured, the haze in her eyes slowly dissipating, replaced by a steadfast resolve tinged with obsession. "Chu Yuan, I will create a world with you in it." From that moment on, Luo Jiqing relentlessly sought methods to bring Chu Yuan back, striving to grow stronger, She relied on her innate ancient sword body and the tribulation-level sword cultivation legacy Chu Yuan had bestowed upon her, advancing from the transformation stage to the void stage, ultimately ending the war between the righteous and demonic paths. She departed this realm for broader horizons, breaking through barriers from void to harmony, then from harmony to tribulation. Her cultivation transcended that of ordinary beings, establishing her as a pinnacle existence on the continent. The world knew her as the Misty Moon Sword Immortal. Yet few understood her true quest. She left her sword intent in numerous locations, such as the chasm she created when vanquishing a peerless demon at the harmony stage. Within that chasm, her sword intent lingered, drawing many sword cultivators who regarded it as an opportunity to experience and comprehend. Upon entering the chasm, they felt the endless longing and obsession within, leading them to tears, unable to restrain themselves. This, in turn, birthed yet another tale in this realm. However, Luo Jiqing still could not find a way to bring Chu Yuan back. Even as the strongest on the continent, she felt no joy, only an unending void. Were it not for her obsession, she would have long since ceased to persevere. Until one day, by chance, Luo Jiqing encountered a reincarnated individual who had awakened memories of a past life. This person informed her that reincarnation was indeed a reality. Upon death, the soul enters the sea of reincarnation, beginning anew in another life. However, in their previous life, one must attain at least the golden core or nascent soul level. Otherwise, they cannot nurture a sufficiently powerful soul. A soul lacking strength would be worn away in the sea of reincarnation, ultimately dissipating. A few souls can awaken their past life memories upon reincarnation, but the requirements for this are exceedingly high. Even tribulation cannot guarantee it. Additionally, some souls may awaken their past memories due to special stimuli or fortuitous encounters, but generally, this is even rare. Most individuals, upon reincarnation, live as ordinary people, leading mundane lives until their souls re-enter the sea of reincarnation, where they are worn away and vanish. Chu Yuan had once reached the brink of transformation. Even briefly stepping into that realm, with his soul's strength, he would surely be able to reincarnate. Luo Jiqing found hope. From then on, she delved deeply into the study of the path of reincarnation, devoting all her energy to it. Simultaneously, her cultivation continued to progress. As she broke through barriers, she gradually became aware of the existence of the sea of reincarnation. Ultimately, she transcended the celestial laws of the continent, achieving the highest status in this realm, and finally comprehended the operational principles of the sea of reincarnation. The sea of reincarnation was boundless, teeming with myriad souls. Luo Jiqing spent endless time and effort, ultimately capturing Chu Yuan's essence amidst this vast ocean of souls. I found it. A surge of intense emotion welled up within her, following that faint trace of essence. She continued her pursuit and finally located the coordinates of Chu Yuan's reincarnation. However, when she attempted to cross over, she discovered she could not penetrate the barriers of reincarnation. In the sea of reincarnation, different coordinates corresponded to different temporal and spatial realms. For instance, if one coordinate belonged to the third era of the first world, another could belong to the fifth era of the second world. Communication across different coordinates was entirely severed in all physical forms. Only by relinquishing her physical body and cultivation, transforming into a soul, and merging with reincarnation could she be reborn in the world where Chu Yuan resided. Such a cost was monumental for Luo Jiqing, who had become the supreme being of a realm. Once she entered the sea of reincarnation, she would cease to exist in this world. And even the certainty of encountering Chu Yuan after rebirth was fraught with uncertainty. Yet, she hesitated not for an instant. Finding Chu Yuan was her sole purpose for living. Chu Yuan's body was gently thawed from its icy confinement by Luo Jiqing and carefully laid to rest in the small valley where they had once shared their lives. The valley was adorned with flourishing blossoms, and a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a subtle fragrance. Kneeling before the grave, Luo Jiqing tenderly caressed the tombstone. After a moment, she bowed her head against it, murmuring, "Chu Yuan, I have finally found a world with you. Await my return. It shall not take long." After a considerable time, Luo Jiqing rose to her feet, lifting her gaze towards the horizon. With a flick of her wrist, a dark crimson rift tore open in the void ahead, revealing a profound and shadowy abyss, as if an ocean were flowing within. That was the sea of reincarnation. Standing at the edge of this ethereal expanse, her eyes radiated infinite tenderness and resolve. Gradually, she stepped forward, entering the sea of reincarnation. Within its depths, her physical form and cultivation swiftly dissipated, leaving behind only her powerful soul imbued with memories. Guided by her understanding of the sea's principles, her essence transformed into a luminous sphere, navigating towards the coordinates of Chu Yuan's reincarnation. Upon reaching her destination, she surrendered to the force of reincarnation, allowing it to draw her downwards. As her consciousness began to fade, images of Chu Yuan's familiar visage and laughter surfaced in her mind. Chu Yuan, I am coming. The fates of the two would inevitably intertwine once more in a new world. Simulated review. Over the course of a century, you have attained the transcendence phase inheritance, achieving unprecedented progress, obliterating late-stage transformation spirits with the power of your nascent soul, an awe-inspiring feat, deserving of a legendary life. Simulated settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Evaluation. A. Rewards distribution in progress. Rewards successfully distributed. Composure, blue. Growth in adversity, purple. Transcendent understanding of the demonic path, rainbow. Inheritance of the devourer ancestor. Awakening of cultivation powers. You may now wield all powers related to cultivation. Chu Yuan sat quietly at the edge of his bed, opening his eyes. Scenes of his days and nights spent with Luo Jiqing flooded his mind, her voice and laughter, her silhouette, her tears, all these memories were etched in his consciousness like indelible marks. He felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection, as if he were living in another era, emotion surging within him like a tempest. Fortunately, there were no lingering regrets. After a moment, Chu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his feelings. He raised his hand, palm open. Black spiritual flames ignited in his palm, a testament to his mastery of the devouring heaven technique. He murmured softly to himself, with this power, he could finally alter the course of his fate. Suddenly, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased. Chu Yuan emerged from the bath, clad in her nightwear, with damp hair cascading over her shoulders, presenting an aura of freshness and charm. Chu Yuan gazed at Chu Yuan, and a sense of nostalgia unexpectedly welled up within him. During the simulation, does time stand still in this world? Brother, why do you appear as though we haven't seen each other in ages? Chu Yuan tilted her head slightly, gazing at Chu Yuan. Little Yin, let us venture to the Seraph Academy and become saviors, Chu Yuan said with a gentle smile, his eyes closed. Upon hearing the name Seraph Academy, Chu Yuan paused momentarily. As she dried her hair with a towel, she curiously inquired, Brother, but during the previous assessment, you lacked the power of a past life. How can you go? Previously, Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan had undergone a test to awaken their potential as saviors. Although Chu Yuan has awakened a portion of her powers from her previous life, her memories remain fragmented. Even her recollections of battles are sporadic, suggesting that her soul has endured some form of injury. Consequently, her aptitude as a savior has been assessed as merely grade C. In contrast, Chu Yuan has not been detected to possess any savior talent, and the evaluation has classified him as an ordinary person. The tuition fees at the Seraph Academy are exceedingly high, with only those saviors of grade B and above eligible for full tuition exemption. The C-level talent of Chu Yuan necessitates self-funding, a burden that neither of the siblings can afford. After all, they have already been living in such a cramped rental space. Chu Yuan stood up and said, Xiaoyin, it is different. Just now, I awakened the memories of my past life. At that moment, it seemed that the device failed to successfully activate them during the test. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, pausing her action of drying her hair. Then, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if a tail were wagging behind her. Is it really true? Brother, were you exceptionally powerful in your past life? Indeed, he replied. My previous incarnation was formidable, exceedingly so. Therefore, I wish to undergo the assessment once more. I am confident I can attain a high talent rating, which would also exempt you from tuition fees. Chu Yuan blinked her almond-shaped eyes, her face gradually revealing an expression of excitement. Wonderful, brother. Our family is going to be wealthy. She embraced him, her adorable tuft of hair swaying left and right. Chu Yuan embraced the fragrant figure with a reverse grip, yet suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. He raised his left hand to gaze upon it. The sensation of his unscathed left arm evoked a deep sense of nostalgia. Tomorrow, we shall proceed with the test. Coming back to his senses, Chu Yuan gently patted his sister's shoulder from behind. In the early morning, Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan arrived at the prestigious East Sea Seraph Academy, renowned as the pinnacle of educational institutions in China. After submitting the interview fee, they stepped into the testing area of the academy. The towering edifices and the omnipresent technological facilities within the academy dazzled the eyes, akin to entering a world of the future. Throughout their journey, Chu Yuan, brimming with excitement, glanced around and whispered, "Even though this is my second visit, it still feels incredibly beautiful here. Once we are admitted to the academy, we will have the opportunity to reside in such an exquisite place." Chu Yuan merely smiled gently, stroking her head. "Yes, it will be soon." On their way to the testing area, the two overheard the discussions of those around them. "Have you heard? The strongest savior of China, the S-class savior Sword Immortal, is coming here to teach this semester." "Sword Immortal? The one who single-handedly vanquished a cataclysmic beast? Why? You may not know, but the Sword Immortal is a titular professor at the academy and also a member of the board of directors at our Dahai Cherub Academy." "Goodness. I've never been involved in such a grand affair in my life. It's exhilarating. I must enroll in her class." Upon arriving at the testing site, Chu Yuan and Chu Xianyi noticed that a multitude had already gathered around them. The testing area was situated in the center of a plaza, surrounded by many awaiting their turn, while at the heart of the square stood a row of judges' tables, occupied by several instructors from the cultivation side. The testing process began with a specialized device designed to guide individuals in awakening their past life memories. However, Chu Yuan was promptly bypassed in this phase, as he had already awakened spontaneously. Chu Xianyin sat down nearby, awaiting her turn, while the judges signaled for Chu Yuan to commence his display of spiritual energy. In the center of the testing platform, Chu Yuan stood with his eyes gently closed and his hands slightly raised. A surge of profound spiritual energy coalesced around him, gradually transforming into a serpentine dragon of ethereal power, entwining itself around his form. This energy was not only remarkably pure, but also exhibited an extraordinary level of refinement, as if it had undergone countless trials and tribulations. The audience around him gasped in hushed amazement, while the judge's eyes glimmered with profound admiration. "The manner in which this spiritual energy is concentrated is exceedingly sophisticated," one of the judges murmured. "Moreover, his energy is incredibly pure. It is evident that he has attained an exceptionally high level in his previous life," another judge added. Shortly thereafter, the judges requested Chu Yuan to undergo a soul strength assessment. Upon following the instruction, Chu Yuan placed his hand upon the soul strength detection apparatus. Moments later, the pointer of the device ascended swiftly. The onlookers turned their attention towards Chu Yuan, engaging in hushed discussions. This Chu Yuan possesses a remarkably potent soul. He must not have been a mere figure in his past life. Indeed, it is said that the more formidable a savior's previous incarnation, the higher their innate talent rating in this life. "Ah, I comprehend this, but why is it so?" inquired one who remained perplexed. Another patiently elucidated, "Due to the peculiar energy magnetic field of Earth, saviors experience an accelerated enhancement rate, nearly 100-fold that of normal cultivation, until they reach the limits of their former existence, after which their progression decelerates. Thus, the more powerful one's past self, the swifter they can evolve into a formidable force. Otherwise, had humanity begun from scratch, we would have long been annihilated by the disaster beasts within these 6 years." The listener grasped the concept, realizing the truth of the matter. After a while, Chu Yuan's assessment drew to a close. An attendant responsible for recording the data could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "The testing for Chu Yuan has concluded. The soul strength detection results indicate an exceptionally potent soul with a talent rating of A." As the results were announced, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. An A rating? His talent rating is truly A? An A rating is a rarity beyond measure. It signifies his inevitable rise as an A-grade savior. He stands among the elite few in China. The expressions of the judges were equally filled with delight. They vied to extend olive branches towards Chu Yuan. "Chu Yuan, upon your enrollment, allow me the honor of mentoring you. I can prioritize your access to advanced resources and facilitate your participation in specialized combat missions, thus enriching your experience." "Do not heed him, Chu Yuan. Come to me. I can arrange for you direct access to the C-grade savior assessment, bypassing the lengthy process of the D-grade. Chu Yuan, I too can offer you assessment opportunities, along with accommodations in the highest-tiered dormitory." The multitude of judges clamored to win Chu Yuan's favor, promising an array of benefits, eager to claim him as their own student at once. Chu Xianyin stood by, utterly astonished. Unable to contain herself, she gently tugged at Chu Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, how impressive. It feels akin to selecting a consort. Whose token do you intend to turn over?" Chu Yuan gently tapped Chu Xian's head, causing the latter to stick out his tongue and shrink his neck in response. However, he did not immediately acquiesce to any of the individuals present. He spoke softly, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate the kindness of all esteemed teachers, but I would like to contemplate this matter further before making a decision. Upon hearing his words, the judges revealed expressions of disappointment. They were merely lecturers at the academy, and they understood that once news of a talent like Chu Yuan spread, they would no longer possess the privilege to vie for his attention. The competition for Chu Yuan would shift to the formal professors of the academy, who wielded greater authority and resources. With a subtle flicker in his gaze, Chu Yuan was well aware of the extensive research he had conducted regarding the resource allocation and structure of the Seraph Academy. He comprehended that the resources and authority wielded by professors far exceeded those of mere lecturers. Thus, it was wiser to bide his time for a more opportune moment rather than hastily making a decision. Although he was cognizant of the existence of a talent rating surpassing A level, the S level, he found himself exceedingly content. An A-level talent signified an impending transformation in the lives of both him and Chu Yuan. Not only would they benefit from complimentary enrollment, but they would also enjoy generous resources and privileges. More significantly, Chu Yuan would likewise be exempt from tuition fees. Before long, a counselor responsible for the reception of new students arrived to assist Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan. This counselor appeared to be in their early 20s, exuding a demeanor of humility akin to that of a servant. As they guided the pair to the enrollment office, the counselor incessantly elucidated the various rules and benefits of the academy. Chu Yuan, your A-level talent is truly remarkable. The academy will grant you a full scholarship, along with additional living allowances. You and your sister need no longer worry about tuition or living expenses, the counselor remarked, a broad smile gracing their face, their tone imbued with an evident eagerness to please. Chu Yuan nodded. Upon arriving at the enrollment registration office under the guidance of the counselor, the staff inquired, "Do you have the birth registration documents? Please provide one." Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan exchanged glances and shrugged. No. The staff member scratched his head. Nothing at all? Oh, would suffice. The Chu siblings presented their identification cards. As the staff member received the IDs and began to verify the information by typing on the keyboard, a flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. Why do you both lack a birth registration, and why do your identification cards share the same expiration date? Chu Yuan replied, "For years ago, we emerged from the orphanage, registering our identities together." The staff member, with a dawning comprehension and a hint of sympathy in their tone, responded, "I see. That explains it. No worries. I have already verified the information as accurate. I wish you both a pleasant experience at the Seraph Academy." With that, they graciously handed over the prepared student ID with both hands. Chu Yuan reached out to take his own belongings, then handed over Chu Yuan's items to her. After completing the enrollment registration, the counselor guided Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan on a tour of the dormitory area. The accommodations at the Seraph Academy exceeded their wildest expectations. Not only were there individual rooms, but each also featured a private bathroom, a compact kitchen, a living room, and an array of high-end appliances, rivaling the luxury of a five-star hotel suite. Chu Yuan stood at the threshold of her dormitory, staring in astonishment at the extravagant decor before her. Her hair, in disarray, swayed with every movement as she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply too extravagant." At that moment, the counselor smiled and addressed Chu Yuan, saying, "Chu Yuan, your scholarship is fully funded, covering all tuition fees, and you will receive a substantial monthly stipend. So you need not worry about financial matters. Henceforth, the only consideration you need to focus on is selecting a mentor." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan inquired, "Is the selection of a mentor urgent?" The counselor quickly shook his head, assuring him, "Not at all, not at all. Your enrollment timing is just right. We are currently in the first week of the semester. As long as you finalize your mentor within 3 weeks after the semester begins, it will suffice. As a student with A-level talent, you may soon receive numerous emails from potential mentors eager to connect with you. You can take your time to sift through them and arrange meetings with those you find suitable. Isn't this delightful? This treatment is truly worlds apart from my previous life." In his heart, Chu Yuan could not help but sigh. In his previous life, during his university years, he had to take the initiative to email his professors, cautiously inquiring and anxiously awaiting their responses, terrified of being rejected. Yet now, endowed with an A-grade talent, he had ascended to the status of an emperor, causing all his mentors to adopt a humble demeanor, vying eagerly for his favor as a potential consort. The situation had turned utterly upside down. As night descended, Chu Yuan and Chu Yuan sat together at the desk in Chu Yuan's dormitory, each equipped with a laptop provided by the school. Accessing the elective course selection system of the Seraph Academy. As first-year students in a 3-year program, the mandatory courses for each year were clearly defined, including essential subjects such as knowledge of disaster beast response and moral cultivation of the Seraph forces. These courses were designed to establish a foundational understanding of the behavioral characteristics and combat strategies of disaster beasts, as well as the basic ethical responsibilities of a savior. In addition to these, a variety of personalized elective courses were available, tailored to different power systems, such as array studies, alchemical studies, martial arts insights, and theoretical magic, allowing students to choose freely according to their individual needs. Brother, which elective courses are you considering? Chu Yuan's petite hand, partially concealed within the sleeve, glided over the mouse. I wish to select the course on the fundamentals of curse manipulation, as it is said to be very suitable for newly awakened sorcerers. I choose. Chu Yuan swiftly browsed through the elective course list, his gaze pausing on a particular subject, Kendo studies. Upon clicking the course description, he found himself captivated. Instructor for Kendo studies. S-class savior, the strongest savior in China, the sword immortal. Course content: fundamentals of swordsmanship, practical techniques in Kendo, advanced theoretical concepts of Kendo. Course features: integration of real-world cases, analysis of Kendo's application in battles against calamity beasts. Kendo studies, he murmured softly. Having practiced swordsmanship in his previous life, he believed that enrolling in this course might prove beneficial. Ultimately, Chu Yuan chose Kendo studies, and the schedule indicated that the first class would take place tomorrow. After selecting his courses, Chu Yuan returned to her dormitory to rest, while Chu Yuan lay on his bed, closing his eyes in contemplation. Reflecting on the events of the day, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. In the span of a single day, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a genius freshman with A-class talent, his future path seemingly paved with opportunities. This was indeed the extraordinary life that a transmigrator ought to experience. Chu Yuan murmured to himself. A sudden thought surged through his mind. If a single simulation could bring about such significant transformation, then surely another would yield even greater results. The amplification of his soul's strength could potentially grant him an S-level talent, signifying his destined emergence as an S-level savior. With a flicker of intent, he summoned the panel of the simulator, eager to ascertain when he could embark on the next simulation. However, upon accessing the cooldown timer, he was met with an unexpected sight. Simulation cooldown time: 3,650 days. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. 10 years. What difference does that make compared to being banned for exploiting a glitch? It essentially means the game is unplayable. Just then, the simulator's interface suddenly flickered again, displaying an additional prompt. By fulfilling specific conditions, the cooldown time can be reduced to 0. Conditions? Chu Yuan couldn't help but inquire, what conditions? As if sensing his curiosity, the simulator's interface responded again. Becoming an A-class savior will reset the cooldown time to 0. Upon reading this requirement, Chu Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. An A-class savior. All newly awakened saviors start as D-class. Normally, even those with A-class talent would require at least 2 or 3 years to truly attain the status of an A-class savior. Chu Yuan indeed possesses a method for rapid advancement. This involves employing the forbidden technique of the devouring path to refine living beings for his own cultivation. However, such actions are certainly beneath him. Nevertheless, it is possible that the calamity beasts might consider it. Chu Yuan contemplated with his chin in hand. The disaster beasts were categorized from weak to strong as reconnaissance level, ordinary level, crossbow level, super crossbow level, annihilation level, and world-ending level. D-class saviors could contend with reconnaissance level disaster beasts, while C-class saviors could handle ordinary level beasts, and so forth. If he could absorb the entirety of a super crossbow level disaster beast's power, he would swiftly ascend to A-class. However, the question remained whether he would even encounter a super crossbow level beast. Even if he did, the odds of defeating it were slim. Moreover, the devouring path technique had a conversion rate. It was impossible to fully extract the power from any tangible life form, as some energy would invariably be lost. Unless, of course, the opponent existed in a purely energetic form, in which case the conversion rate of the devouring path could approach perfection. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. There was no rush. After all, having lived 3 lives, Chu Yuan soon relaxed his mindset and fell into a deep slumber. The night sky was tranquil, the city with towering walls at its periphery illuminated against the dark heavens. Several dozen kilometers away, a newly emerged aberration radiated ominous waves, casting an unusual glow at the horizon. A reconnaissance team of the Seraphim forces was stationed on the outskirts, utilizing high-precision detection instruments to search for anomalies within. Inside an armored vehicle, a scout's computer screen suddenly erupted with a series of alarming notifications. Upon reading the information, his countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily opened a communication channel. Headquarters, I have detected abnormal energy fluctuations. The likelihood of a super crossbow-level disaster beast's presence is exceedingly high. Energy levels exceed critical thresholds. A frantic response crackled through the communication channel. Confirm the target location and report immediately. The scout's fingers danced over the keyboard, and just as he sought to verify further, an eerie sound emanated from the depths of the aberration, reminiscent of ancient deities chanting, or perhaps the whispers of demons. He lifted his gaze and, through the distant fog, discerned a colossal shadow slowly traversing the sky. It was a disaster beast, towering over 100 meters, its form resembling a twisted mass of black mist, punctuated by several scarlet glimmers at its core. It appeared to lack a physical presence, as if composed solely of pure energy, suspended within the aberration. An overwhelming pressure radiated from it, causing the scout's body to tremble despite the considerable distance. What in the world is that? The scout swallowed hard, and at that moment, the disaster beast quivered slightly. In the next instant, its silhouette distorted like rippling water, vanishing from sight. It disappeared. The scout exclaimed in shock, promptly reporting the incident to headquarters. Beneath the night sky, a figure clad in white stood suspended in the air, exuding an aura as frigid as frost. Below her lay the city's edge, ravaged by the disaster beasts, a tide of beasts surging forth, their roars shaking the heavens. The white-clad figure unsheathed a long sword from her waist. The blade flashed, and it seemed as if only her form and the resplendent sword intent remained in the universe. With a sweeping motion, the sword descended like a curtain of the heavens. A massive sword light cleaved through the air, severing the tide of beasts in half. Those disaster beasts that came into contact with the blade disintegrated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. The remaining beasts emitted deep, mournful cries, sensing their impending doom, and began to retreat. Yet the white-clad figure offered them no chance to escape. She soared upon her flying sword, the blade flashing repeatedly wherever she passed. There were no survivors. In less than the span of a few breaths, the overwhelming tide of beasts was entirely quelled. As the battle concluded, the white figure slowly sheathed her sword, hovering in the air. The residents she had saved emerged from their homes, jubilant and cheering. "It is the sword immortal. The sword immortal has saved us," they exclaimed. One sword strike nearly annihilated the entire tide. Her strength is truly unmatched. She is undoubtedly the strongest savior of China, one of the 9 S-class beings in the world. The crowd's cheers rose and fell, yet the white-clad woman known as the Sword Immortal did not turn back. Her gaze remained tranquil, as if everything before her was of no consequence. Soon, her phone rang. She answered, "Sword Immortal. The courses at the Seraphim Academy are about to commence. Please return to the Academy at your earliest convenience." "Understood," the Sword Immortal replied flatly, ending the call. She then transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing into the horizon. As the sword light traversed the vast sky, the Sword Immortal's gaze fell upon the distant horizon. She had never cared much for matters concerning the Seraphim Academy. Her agreement to comply was predicated upon her own desires. With this thought, waves of tumult began to rise within her heart. For the past 6 years, she had been leveraging the extensive resources of the Seraphim organization to search for that individual. Initially, she utilized the global identification query system of the Seraphim organization, attempting to uncover his information. However, the results yielded no such person. The absence of an identification card implied he had yet to register, likely still a minor. Consequently, she adjusted her approach, resorting to birth registration queries. Every individual born into this world would have their information recorded postnatally. As long as he existed in this realm, she would surely uncover his trace through this method. Yet, throughout the years, each query returned with no matching records. Each search carried with it a glimmer of hope, only to be met with the bitter sting of disappointment. Where could you possibly be? Within her clear and melodious voice lingered an endless sense of bewilderment and longing. At dawn, as Chu Yuan rose from his slumber and finished his morning routine, he casually opened his notebook, only to be inundated with a series of notification sounds from his email. Upon closer inspection, he found his inbox overflowing with messages from various professors at the academy, each imploring him to become their student. Nearly all accompanied by promises of abundant resources. As Chu Yuan perused the messages, he shook his head in disbelief. These professors are exceedingly enthusiastic, eager to take on the role of my mentor without having even laid eyes on me. He casually responded to a few emails, glancing at the clock. Realizing that there remained less than half an hour before the swordsmanship class commenced, Chu Yuan closed his notebook and rose to make his way to the classroom. When Chu Yuan arrived at the classroom, the lesson had yet to commence. He casually chose a seat and reopened his notebook to tend to his emails. Gradually, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively, as two boys nearby engaged in banter, one with red hair and the other sporting blue locks and glasses, their voices unabashedly loud. The red-haired boy leaned closer to the blue-haired boy's phone screen. "What's going on, my friend? Why are you looking at roasted chicken again? Hey, are you chatting with her? Are you hoping for a meetup?" "You wouldn't believe it," the blue-haired boy replied, adjusting his glasses. "These roasted chickens are involved in private equity, selling video packages, evading taxes left and right. Such tax evasion demands a righteous agent like me to investigate thoroughly." "My friend, did you know?" the red-haired boy said, patting the blue-haired boy on the shoulder. "Rain won't fall forever, but your heart will." Suddenly, a stir erupted in the classroom, and whispers filled the air. "The sword immortal has arrived." Indeed, she was as breathtaking as the rumors suggested. Her cold elegance is simply enchanting. I would love for her to be my mentor, even if she scolds me daily. "Lu," someone remarked, "the evaluation is akin to playing female-oriented games." Another voice chimed in, "Sword immortal sister, I wish to be your pet. Rest assured, I'm a vegetarian and easy to care for. All you need to do is feed me grass." Such audacity was astonishing. The red-haired and blue-haired boys were equally stirred. The red-haired boy clutched his chest, exclaiming, "What should I do? I think I've fallen for her." The blue-haired boy adjusted his glasses again, sharing the sentiment, "I wish you would disdainfully spit in my mouth. That would fulfill my life's desires." "My friend, you still have a penchant for the bizarre." Chu Yuan pressed his forehead, pondering whether his contemporaries were all like this. The poet held his pen, offering his assessment. In such an environment, Chu Yuan ceased to manage his emails, closing his laptop instead. His curiosity piqued as he gazed toward the podium. Everyone appeared so captivated. Just how enchanting could this sword immortal be? Upon a closer look, he found himself momentarily stunned. A woman clad in a white trench coat gracefully entered the classroom. She exuded an aura of icy elegance, her beauty striking, her steps light, and her gaze carried a hint of detached indifference. It seemed she was oblivious to the surrounding students. However, when she seemingly sensed something and her eyes swept over Chu Yuan, she abruptly halted, her clear eyes trembling. Their gazes locked, and in that instant, it felt as though time stood still, suspended in eternity. The threads of fate intertwined once more across lifetimes. As the swordsmanship class commenced, Luo Jiqing took her place at the podium and began to elucidate the foundational theories of swordsmanship. Her voice remained as calm and cool as ever, yet the emotions within her were tumultuous. Has he finally found her? The overwhelming feelings within Luo Jiqing threatened to shatter her faade of composure, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. She longed to acknowledge him right then. But the current circumstances were evidently not conducive to such a reunion. How could a single class feel so interminable? Chu Yuan sat in the audience, striving to focus on the lecture, yet his mind wandered. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. And he could now ascertain that the experiences within the simulation were not mere fabrications, but rather genuine fragments of a previous existence. At that moment, Chu Yuan found himself at a loss on how to confront this lingering connection. Although it had not been long since his separation from Luo Jiqing for her, it might have been an entire lifetime. After such an extensive passage of time, was she still the same as before? Or had she perhaps found a new haven? To intrude upon her life uninvited would surely be inappropriate. Chu Yuan found himself engulfed in hesitation. However, he took solace in the fact that Luo Jiqing seemed capable of living well on her own now, enjoying a life of considerable quality. As an S-class savior, there were only 9 in the entire world, and it was unimaginable how significant her privileges must be. After some time, as the course neared its conclusion, the bell rang signaling the end of class. Students began to vacate the classroom, yet Chu Yuan lingered, not in haste to leave. He gathered his belongings and slowly exited the classroom, only to discover Luo Jiqing waiting for him by the corridor. Their eyes met in a silent understanding as they departed the teaching building together, stepping onto the tranquil campus path, where leaves danced gracefully in the air. Luo Jiqing spoke first, her voice gentle yet betraying a tremor. Classmate, you have yet to select a mentor, have you? Chu Yuan nodded. Not yet. Luo Jiqing took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting Chu Yuan. Then would you be willing to become my student? Chu Yuan came to an abrupt halt, gazing at the familiar figure before him. In a fleeting moment, he was transported back to those days when a figure clad in white descended from the heavens on a sword. Will you accompany me in my cultivation? The reminiscence infused warmth into his chest as he locked eyes with her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am willing. Luo Jiqing's gaze flickered restlessly, her voice tinged with emotions that were difficult to quell. Now that you are my disciple, what shall you call me? Leaves danced between them, and in that moment, the celestial maiden in white and the young man in black stood face to face. Chu Yuan softly uttered 2 words, Master. This call traversed both past and present lives. Luo Jiqing's tears could no longer be restrained, tracing delicate paths down her cheeks. At last, I have found you. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs, infused with the profound joy and solace of a long-awaited reunion. So, you have been searching for me all this time? As Chu Yuan gazed upon Luo Jiqing, his eyes widened slightly, and his heart was stirred. In that instant, a wave of tenderness enveloped him, prompting him to step forward and embrace her. Luo Jiqing's body stiffened. At that moment, she finally relinquished all semblance of composure, burying her head against Chu Yuan's chest like a child, her tears soaking his garments. Only the sound of her sobs echoed in the quiet school corridor. After a while, Luo Jiqing nestled in Chu Yuan's embrace, reluctant to part. She softly inquired, Do you have any classes left for today? Chu Yuan shook his head. No. Luo Jiqing raised her delicate head and gazed at him, her clear eyes filled with warmth. Would you like to come to my home and take a look? Chu Yuan gently wiped away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and replied softly, All right. Luo Jiqing's residence was situated in the affluent district near the Cherub Academy, a standalone villa adorned with opulence and elegance. Chu Yuan sat at the dining table in the living room, observing the silhouette of Luo Jiqing busily working in the kitchen, a warm feeling rising within him. Before long, Luo Jiqing brought a steaming bowl of noodles and placed it before Chu Yuan. The noodles were adorned with vibrant green vegetables and 2 golden fried eggs. Though a simple home-cooked dish, it radiated a rare sense of warmth. To give it a try, Luo Jiqing said, her cool tone tinged with a hint of anticipation as she looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan lowered his head and took a mouthful, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Before he smiled and praised, Master, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. This bowl of noodles surpasses any I have tasted in my past life. Is that so? That is wonderful, she replied, her gaze lingering on Chu Yuan's face, unwilling to look away. After finishing the noodles, Chu Yuan set down his chopsticks and raised his head to look at Luo Jiqing. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Master, during my absence in my past life, you. Indeed, Chu Yuan was somewhat intrigued. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze, her clear eyes shimmering with the light of memories. She spoke softly. I have endeavored countless methods in an attempt to bring you back to my side. Yet, no matter how many times I tried, I met with failure. After a brief pause, she lifted her head and continued, Eventually, I discovered the Sea of Reincarnation, the realm where all souls are reborn. After expending immense effort, I finally located the world of your reincarnation, which is here, so I came. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The concept of the Sea of Reincarnation was entirely foreign to him, even absent from the memories of the formidable ancestral figure, the Swallowing Sky Elder. This signified that in her previous life, Luo Jiqing had ascended to an unimaginable realm in her quest to find him. Throughout this journey, she must have endured countless hardships. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yuan, and he inquired, Master, what about your cultivation? Luo Jiqing did not conceal the truth. Her eyes reflected a profound affection. The Sea of Reincarnation only permits the passage of souls. Thus, in order to reincarnate here, I relinquished all of my cultivation, leaving only my soul behind. To relinquish all cultivation. Chu Yuan's eyes trembled slightly. Many cultivators betray and even murder their closest kin merely to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, for him, his master was willing to forsake a lifetime of cultivation in the formidable power of transcending the tribulation. After a moment of silence, Chu Yuan struggled to speak. His voice dry, Master, I. Noticing the look of guilt in his eyes, Luo Jiqing gently cradled his hand, her eyes half closed. You are the very essence of my existence, thus, none of this truly matters. What is paramount is that I have found you. Chu Yuan's heart quivered as he sensed the weight of the other's emotions. After a moment of silence, He turned his hand and gently covered Luo Jiqing's, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. The two remained immersed in this profound sentiment, neither uttering another word. After a brief while, Luo Jiqing lowered her gaze to Chu Yuan's left hand, her eyes shimmering like rippling water, and said with a sense of relief, "How wonderful it is that in this lifetime, you are well." Chu Yuan smiled faintly. Indeed. Having the sensation of a left hand is altogether different, and I need not languish in bed, relying on you for care. I am willing to tend to you always. After tidying up the dishes, the two settled on the sofa. Luo Jiqing inquired about Chu Yuan's circumstances in this lifetime. She was somewhat perplexed. 6 years ago, after she had ascended to become the savior, she had initially wielded her privileges to have the Seraphim Agency investigate identities matching Chu Yuan's appearance and name. Yet to no avail. She realized that it was conceivable that Chu Yuan had not obtained an identification card, prompting her to instruct the agency to trace his records from birth. If Chu Yuan had been born, they would surely find him. However, there were no leads. Upon hearing Luo Jiqing's confusion, Chu Yuan scratched his cheek and explained, "The reason I lack a household registration is that I am an orphan, and my identification was only issued 4 years ago when I left the orphanage. Thus, it is natural that you could not locate me 6 years ago." Luo Jiqing furrowed her brow in realization. "So that is the case. This oversight is mine." She looked up at Chu Yuan with compassion and asked, "Have you endured much hardship over the years?" Chu Yuan paused for a moment in recollection. "Indeed, it is somewhat true." Luo Jiqing extended her hand, gently caressing Chu Yuan's face, her gaze soft yet tinged with a hint of remorse. "From this day forth, I shall no longer allow you to suffer. In this lifetime, I shall give you everything." She chuckled. "Well, I suppose I am indeed relying on your kindness, and it is quite the fortunate arrangement." At that moment, Chu Yuan heard Luo Jiqing continue, "Since you are alone in this life, let me become your family." Luo Jiqing echoed the words Chu Yuan had once spoken to her in a previous life, believing it to be of significance, as she had been wholly captivated by him at that time. To her surprise, Chu Yuan scratched his head and replied, "Actually, in this lifetime, I am not entirely alone." Luo Jiqing was taken aback, her expression appearing somewhat adorably bewildered. "Aren't you an orphan?" Chu Yuan smiled bitterly and explained, "Yes, I am an orphan. But I have an adopted younger sister. I brought her out from the orphanage, and we've been relying on each other all these years. I'll introduce you to her another day." Luo Jiqing nodded. "All right. Love me, love my dog." She would treat Chu Yuan's sister with kindness as well. Time flew by swiftly. Since Chu Yuan had another class in the afternoon, the two reluctantly parted ways after exchanging contact information. Luo Jiqing stood by the window, her gaze lingering on Chu Yuan's retreating figure until he disappeared from sight before she finally turned away. She picked up her phone and dialed the number of her faculty secretary. When the call connected, her tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. "I wish to personally mentor a student. Arrange the necessary procedures as soon as possible." On the other end, Secretary Qin Xiaoya was clearly stunned. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Professor Luo, you mean you're taking on a student?" Luo Jiqing's tone remained unchanged. "Yes. Handle it promptly. I want to see the results by today." Qin Xiaoya was utterly astonished. The sword immortal, Professor Luo, had never taken on a student before, not even shown the slightest inclination to do so. Yet today, she was proactively requesting to mentor someone, and with such urgency? Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. Questions aside, when the boss, especially one of such stature, gave an order, Qin Xiaoya complied without delay. After hanging up, Qin Xiaoya, burning with curiosity, accessed the faculty's internal system and pulled up Chu Yuan's personal records. Chu Yuan. His background was that of an orphan, with merely an A-grade talent. Qin Xiaoya furrowed her brows. Previously, numerous scions from aristocratic families had sought to become Professor Luo's disciples, including several students with A-grade talents who proactively applied. Yet she had rejected them all without exception. Why was she suddenly so enthusiastic now? What made Chu Yuan so special? Qin Xiaoya continued flipping through the documents, but found no evidence of any illustrious background or extraordinary experiences. Only a photograph attached to his personal file. In the picture, Chu Yuan had striking features, a refined and handsome face with a touch of heroic spirit, his expression gentle yet carrying a faint air of detachment. Staring at it for a few seconds, Qin Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly. His face is quite handsome. Since no one was around, she kept gazing at it. The more she looked, the more pleasing it became. Even her fictional 2D husband couldn't compare to Chu Yuan's looks. Suddenly, a startling possibility struck her, nearly making her jump from her chair. Could it be that Professor Luo is a sucker for good looks? and that she has a thing for younger, puppy-like men? At this thought, Qin Xiaoya bit down on 4 fingers, her face tinged with pink. She imagined the usually aloof and indifferent Professor Luo, who cared little for anything, actually developing feelings for a younger student, taking him under her wing just to secretly manipulate him. Eek! A predatory older woman with a hidden wild side. But this was too hard to accept. Professor Luo was the sword immortal, one of the world's 9 S-rank saviors, China's strongest protector, a strategic asset akin to a nuclear weapon in the past. Still, aside from this reason, no other explanation comes to mind. It's not like Chu Yuan could be her past life lover, right? Impossible. That afternoon, Chu Yuan attended a class on Disaster Beast Response Fundamentals, a mandatory course at Seraphim Academy, designed to educate savior students on the classification of disaster beasts and corresponding countermeasures. The instructor was a middle-aged man in a gray overcoat, his expression stern, delivering the lecture with brisk efficiency. The combat dynamics between saviors and disaster beasts are foundational knowledge we must grasp clearly. Disaster beasts are categorized into the following major tiers: Scout class, Common class, Ballista class, Super Ballista class, Annihilation class, and Apocalypse class. Meanwhile, the strength grading of saviors is benchmarked against their ability to combat these beasts. Simply put, Scout class beasts correspond to D-rank saviors, Common class to C-rank, and so forth. Below Annihilation class, lower-tier saviors can still prevail through sheer numbers. However, no matter how many A-rank or lower saviors band together, they cannot defeat an Annihilation class beast. Only an S-rank savior can eliminate it. An Apocalypse class beast has appeared once before, requiring multiple S-rank saviors to barely hold it off. In the end, it was the Sword Immortal who unleashed her ultimate technique to grievously wound it, forcing its retreat. Its current whereabouts remain unknown. The instructor continued. Some of you may still be unclear about the power levels of each savior tier. To illustrate using cultivation rankings as an analogy, Qi refining corresponds to D rank, Foundation establishment to C rank, Golden core to B rank, Nascent soul to A rank, while Divine transformation and above align with S rank. Many students diligently took notes on their tablets. Chu Yuan was deeply engrossed in the lecture, while the familiar faces of red hair and blue hair beside him engaged in aimless whispers. Blue hair discreetly glanced at his phone, prompting red hair to steal a glance and softly inquire, "Why have you been fixated on long black hair lately? Is your preference for it?" Blue hair lifted his head and adjusted his glasses, responding, "Long black hair is a universal preference among humanity. It appeals to both men and women alike." Red hair was momentarily taken aback, pondering why women favored long black hair. As he continued to muse, he suddenly straightened his neck and realized the truth, giving blue hair a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You have hit the nail on the head." Chu Yuan covered his face with his hand. The 2 individuals before him were reminiscent of Louis XVI, each more pathetic than the last. I, too, understood their folly. After attending the class on disaster beast responses, Chu Yuan strolled alone along the path back to his dormitory. The sunlight slanted gently, and his gaze flickered slightly as he contemplated the lessons learned in class. He attempted to circulate the devouring heaven technique within him, keenly sensing the unique pathways of the magical energy flowing through his body. However, the absence of a target to absorb made the process somewhat sluggish. Chu Yuan murmured to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. The cultivation of the devouring the heavens technique necessitated ample vitality support. However, he could neither indiscriminately absorb human life force nor had access to rare treasures of heaven and earth. Consequently, his greatest advantage could not be realized. Just as Chu Yuan pondered these thoughts and approached his dormitory, he suddenly caught sight of his doorstep overflowing with exquisitely packaged boxes, metallic, wooden, and jade, among various other materials. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these boxes were filled with an assortment of precious resources. In addition to ginseng aged a century or even a millennium, there were also numerous parts of calamity beasts imbued with significant energy. Chu Yuan stared in astonishment at the pile of resources before him. With these provisions, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. At that moment, a staff member dressed in the uniform of the Seraph Academy approached him and politely said, "Student Chu Yuan, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please take a moment to sign this receipt." As he spoke, the staff member extended a signature sheet toward him. Chu Yuan had a fair idea of who had sent it. After signing for the package, he made a phone call to Luo Jiqing. "Is this Chu Yuan? Master, did you arrange for those resources to be placed at my dormitory entrance?" Chu Yuan straightforwardly inquired, Luo Jiqing's tone seemingly indifferent and frigid. was laced with a subtle warmth. Indeed, I have just completed the necessary formalities and have officially become your mentor, utilizing certain privileges at my disposal. I have secured these cultivation resources for you. Your devouring path of the heavens technique indeed requires them. Upon hearing the words, Chu Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart. Thank you, master, he expressed gratefully. After ending the call, he gazed at the mountain of resources before him and couldn't help but marvel at the sensation of indulging in a life of ease. As night fell, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged in his dormitory bedroom, surrounded by an abundance of precious materials from heaven and earth. He settled onto his bed, fully channeling the devouring heaven technique, absorbing the vital energies emanating from the treasures around him, transforming them into demonic energy within his body. In an instant, every meridian in his body, akin to parched soil, was swiftly nourished and revitalized. When he concluded his cultivation, the horizon outside the window had already begun to glow with the light of dawn. Chu Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of joy. Remarkably, he had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. After pondering for a moment, he realized that at this pace, he would likely break through to the foundation establishment stage within a few days. Due to the unique energy magnetic field, his strength would increase rapidly before reaching the limit he had experienced in his previous life. Otherwise, achieving foundation establishment in just a few days would indeed be absurd. Nevertheless, such a speed was exceedingly extraordinary. Chu Yuan paused his cultivation and leaned against the headboard, reflecting. Which student enjoys such treatment? The foundational stage is equivalent to a C-level savior. In the Radiant Angel Academy, even among the exceptionally talented first-year saviors, it is only towards the end of their first year that they might break through to C-level. Yet, based on his current pace of cultivation, he might reach A-level before even halfway through his first year, provided that Luo Jiqing continues to supply him with resources. A-level saviors are each worth at least several billion, attracting connections and networking opportunities from all sectors of society. Should he attain A-level status in his first year, it would be akin to starting a business from scratch in the first year of college and swiftly becoming the owner of a renowned publicly listed company. Initially, he thought he would have to wait around 2 years for the next simulation to commence. At this rate, it seems he might achieve it even before the conclusion of the first semester. Chu Yuan murmured softly to himself. It was early morning, and having just risen from slumber, he intended to indulge in some short dramas for leisure, as there were no classes to attend. However, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying the contact name Master. Chu Yuan answered the phone. Master? A voice, cold yet imbued with gentleness, emanated from the other end. Luo Jiqing. I have perused your class schedule. You have no classes today. Correct? Yes, that's right, Chu Yuan replied. Luo Jiqing's voice softened further. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Truly, it seems the master cannot do without me. Is it your intention to indulge in a bit of Chu Yuan's essence? Here you go. All right. Chu Yuan arrived at the designated location and, from a distance, spotted Luo Jiqing standing on the street. Unlike her usual understated and efficient attire, today she adorned herself in the garb of a contemporary young woman, a fitted white knitted sweater that accentuated her graceful figure, paired with a beige high-waisted long skirt that exuded both gentility and elegance. As the sunlight cascaded upon her, it seemed to envelop her in a soft glow, rendering her beauty ethereal and otherworldly. For a moment, Chu Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. To speak of it, his current master, in stark contrast to the ethereal white-clad fairy of his past life, exuded a charm imbued with modern flair, presenting a unique allure. As Chu Yuan approached, Luo Jiqing noticed his gaze, slightly lowering her head before lifting her enchanting eyes to meet his. Is it beautiful? She inquired. Chu Yuan snapped out of his daze and replied earnestly, beautiful. Upon hearing this, a faint yet captivating smile graced Luo Jiqing's exquisitely delicate features. To others, she might have appeared as expressionless as ever, but Chu Yuan knew she was truly happy. Behind her back, Luo Jiqing clenched a triumphant little fist. All the effort had been worth it, having Qin Shaya rush tirelessly this morning to prepare an extensive wardrobe of outfits suitable for a girl's romantic outing. There would be plenty of time ahead. Today, this ensemble. Tomorrow, another. She would never let Chu Yuan grow weary of her. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoya lay collapsed on Luo Jiqing's sofa, her hair disheveled, her face buried lifelessly into the cushions. Exhausted, utterly exhausted. They say bosses become ruthless once they take on a mistress. How painfully true it was. Woo. As Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing stroll through the bustling marketplace, The vibrant atmosphere is alive with the ebb and flow of people. The passers-by are soon captivated by Luo Jiqing's stunning beauty, casting glances filled with admiration. "Wow, that lady is extraordinarily beautiful," whispers a bystander, awe evident in their eyes. "Is she a celebrity? Or perhaps a model? She seems even more radiant than those stars. Her understated elegance surpasses them by leagues." Amidst the crowd, many men's gazes linger on Chu Yuan, their envy and admiration almost palpable. Little do they know that Luo Jiqing is the renowned S-class savior, the sword immortal. The majority of them are mere commoners, entirely unaware of her true stature. They have only heard of the sword immortal's existence, but remain oblivious to her appearance. Indeed, while some S-class saviors are well known for their looks, it is often due to their ostentatious nature. Much like the affluent second-generation elites, everyone recognizes Wang Xizong. Yet many remain unaware of others of his ilk. As they continue their walk, Chu Yuan expresses his gratitude for the cultivation resources he received yesterday. "Master, thank you for the cultivation resources from yesterday." Luo Jiqing glances at him, her eyes softening with tenderness. "You need not thank me. Whatever you desire, I will gladly provide." Upon hearing her words, a warm current surges within Chu Yuan. He gazes at Luo Jiqing, reflecting on all she endured in her quest to find him. His emotions growing ever more complex. From their past life to this one, Chu Yuan sighed softly within his heart. He had once believed that he had no regrets concerning his past life. Yet now, he felt a profound obligation not to let Luo Jiqing down. Whether in this life or the previous one, Luo Jiqing remained an essential bond for him. As they passed by a small stall selling delectable grilled pork ribs, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Seeing Luo Jiqing gazing towards the small stall, Chu Yuan did not hesitate and directly purchased a serving. They then sat together at a small table by the roadside and began to eat. Luo Jiqing broke apart her chopsticks, her eyes wandering around until they landed on couples feeding each other, causing her to hesitate for a moment. She cautiously picked up a piece of rib with her chopsticks, but instead of bringing it to her own mouth, she extended it towards Chu Yuan. Her voice soft as she said, "Ah." Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "Master, this is delicious." Observing Chu Yuan's joy in his meal, Luo Jiqing's clear eyes shimmered with delight. In the past, she had fed Chu Yuan when he was bedridden and unable to move. Now, seeing him vibrant and healthy, her heart brimmed with contentment and satisfaction. How wonderful! The two gradually finished the ribs at the bridge and strolled to a nearby bench to rest. The surrounding trees cast dappled shadows, and the sunlight enveloped them, bestowing a rare sense of tranquility. This place was relatively quiet, with a few couples nearby engaging in intimate gestures, some even subtly caressing one another, a signature characteristic of this location. Chu Yuan turned his head to glance at Luo Jiqing, noticing a trace of oil lingering at the corner of her mouth. Having a tissue in his pocket, he softly said, "Master, could you turn this way?" Luo Jiqing, who had been observing a nearby affectionate couple, momentarily froze upon hearing Chu Yuan's voice. As she looked over, she found him leaning closer, and a sudden flurry of anxiety gripped her. When Chu Yuan lifted one hand to gently cradle her cheek, her heart began to race like a drum. The realization of a possible intention made Luo Jiqing's cheeks flush slightly, and her breath quickened. With her lashes lowered, she slowly closed her eyes, tilting her head back, her soft, pink lips ever so slightly pouting. Upon seeing Luo Jiqing with her eyes closed, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly comprehended the situation and suppressed a chuckle, gently cradling her face with one hand. He used the other to delicately wipe away the grease from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, murmuring softly, "All done." Luo Jiqing opened her eyes, staring blankly at Chu Yuan. Upon noticing the tissue in his hand, she realized her misunderstanding and instantly turned her head away, feeling a rush of embarrassment akin to steam rising. "Master, did you think I wanted to kiss you when you noticed my pouting lips? How disrespectful, you traitorous disciple." I did not. Luo Jiqing averted her gaze from Chu Yuan to deny it. Yet, from the side, it was evident that her ears had turned a deep shade of red. After a moment of silence, Luo Jiqing chose to ignore Chu Yuan. "Master, are you angry?" "No." She still refused to look at him. "Turn towards me and let me see." "I don't want to turn." Without seeking Luo Jiqing's consent, Chu Yuan cupped her face in his hands and playfully poked her snow-white cheek. A soft puff of air escaped between her cherry lips. "See? You're upset again," he observed with amusement. "Just like before, your lips are already forming that adorable little pout. My honored teacher remains as charmingly tsundere as in our past life." Luo Jiqing averted her gaze, maintaining her dignified silence for a prolonged moment. In an attempt to appease Luo Jiqing after incurring her ire, Chu Yuan invited her to watch a film. She acquiesced to his suggestion, demonstrating her remarkable ease in being soothed. The pair arrived at the cinema and chose a popular fantasy film, taking their seats to immerse themselves in the experience. The plot unfolded with twists and turns, and the visual effects dazzled the senses. However, for two individuals who had genuinely traversed the realm of cultivation, the narrative felt excessively theatrical, and the details appeared rather implausible. As they exited the cinema, Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing engaged in a discussion about the film, critiquing its various shortcomings, lamenting its failure to capture the essence of the genre. This film, it seemed, was rather nonsensical. Chu Yuan offered his assessment. Luo Jiqing nodded, pondering that the director was certainly not a savior endowed with memories of cultivation. Master, if there were indeed saviors with memories of cultivation in this world, they would hardly choose to become directors, would they? As the two conversed, they unwittingly found themselves beside a photo booth. Chu Yuan halted his steps, gesturing towards the machine. Master, shall we take a photograph? Luo Jiqing nodded in agreement. The two entered the machine, selecting a simple backdrop and assuming natural poses. Luo Jiqing leaned slightly closer to Chu Yuan, who wore a soft smile. The sound of the shutter echoed as several images were captured within the interplay of light and shadow. Moments later, the photographs emerged, and Chu Yuan handed one to Luo Jiqing. One for each of us. Luo Jiqing accepted the photo, lowering her gaze to the image of the two standing side by side. Her eyelids fluttered gently, and her eyes shimmered with emotion. I will treasure this, she declared, delicately tucking the photograph into her bosom as if it were an invaluable treasure. After their date concluded, the two parted reluctantly. As Luo Jiqing made her way home, she noticed a small stall selling exquisite picture frames by the roadside. She paused for a moment, selecting a white, intricately carved frame. Upon returning home, she carefully placed their photograph into the frame, adjusting the angle to ensure it was flawless before positioning it in the display cabinet of her living room. Stepping back, she scrutinized the photograph within the frame. The once desolate and lonely abode now seemed to bask in a touch of warmth and human vibrancy, all thanks to this captured moment. Over the course of the following week, Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing met occasionally, alongside their training and classes. In terms of training, he swiftly advanced to the foundation establishment stage, classified as C-level. He intended to seek an opportunity the following week to undergo level certification and officially register as a C-level practitioner. Additionally, throughout the week, Chu Yuan acquired a wealth of knowledge in his courses, including new concepts in disaster beast response. During one class, the professor pointed to a diagram of the city walls projected on the screen and began his explanation. Students, do you know why every city is now surrounded by high walls? A student tentatively replied, to prevent the invasion of disaster beasts. The professor nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Since the emergence of disaster beasts on Earth, humanity has embarked on a protracted journey of resistance. The function of these walls is not merely physical obstruction. They also support special protective formations to further ensure the safety of our cities. He continued, moreover, each city possesses a crucial defensive measure known as the domain barrier. Thanks to the domain, even the most formidable disaster beast, the energy entity, cannot penetrate our cities. Even if otherworldly realms manifest, they cannot directly invade the urban interior. Instead, spatial portals known as otherworldly gates will appear. The screen transitioned to an image of a blue portal, and the professor elaborated. Once an otherworldly gate emerges, the counteraction personnel of the Seraphim mechanism will swiftly seal it off, ensuring that no damage is inflicted upon public property. In the future, you may also partake in such operations. Chu Yuan was attentively listening when suddenly, familiar whispers drifted into his ears. The familiar figures with red and blue hair were in quiet conversation. The red-haired one glanced at the blue-haired individual's phone under the desk and quietly inquired, how come you're reading black skin? Is it merely because of the long black hair? Oh, and they even refer to the main character as teacher. The blue-haired one adjusted his glasses and replied, do you not find that black skin paired with long black hair possesses a unique charm? Let us not discuss the Israelites. The red-haired one scratched his head. Why are you suddenly bringing up the Israelites? He paused, taken aback. You truly are a genius in classical literature. The blue-haired one pushed his glasses up again, the lens reflecting light, giving him an air of inscrutability. Although Chu Yuan learned a great deal during the class, there remained knowledge that the Seraph Academy could not impart. For instance, when he spent time alone with Luo Jiqing, She had revealed insights about the realms following tribulations in the Sea of Reincarnation. From Luo Jiqing, Chu Yuan learned that the Sea of Reincarnation is the resting place for souls and the fundamental essence of all cycles. The Sea of Reincarnation is vast and boundless. Even with Luo Jiqing's previous life capabilities, all she could do was cinch Chu Yuan's location, without any means to interfere or influence the Sea of Reincarnation. Chu Yuan has gained a deeper understanding of the essence of the world. One day after class, while on his way back to the dormitory, Luo Jiqing called him, engaging in a lengthy conversation and suggesting that she would like to meet his sister, Chu Xianyin, over the weekend. Chu Yuan agreed, and prepared to return to the dormitory to discuss this matter with Chu Xianyin. However, upon reaching the dormitory area and knocking on the door of Chu Xianyin's room, he received no response. Chu Yuan was filled with confusion. He was well aware of Chu Xianyin's class schedule. At this hour, her elective course should have concluded, and she ought to be returning to the dormitory directly. In his perplexity, Chu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Chu Xianyin's number. Once the call connected, he inquired, "Xiaoyin, I noticed you are not in the dormitory at this moment. Where are you?" "Brother, I am at the infirmary." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's brow furrowed in concern as he inquired, "What is the matter? What has transpired? Are you injured?" "I am fine," came the reply. "It's merely a minor issue. Please wait for me. I shall come over immediately." Chu Yuan hung up the phone and hurried towards the school infirmary. Upon pushing open the door, he immediately spotted Chu Xianyin seated beside the sickbed. She appeared to be fine, yet her signature tuft of hair drooped listlessly. However, the familiar red-haired and blue-haired individuals lay on the bed, their foreheads wrapped in bandages. The two winced in pain, suggesting that their wounds had just been freshly dressed. Chu Yuan stepped forward, inquiring about the situation. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xianyin finally spoke. "Brother, it is because of a foreign student from Han country named Du Yunhe." "Du Yunhe?" Chu Xianyin nodded. "He is a second-year student who, after our recent encounter, has persistently pursued and harassed me." She then gestured towards the red-haired and blue-haired students, explaining that today, due to Du Yunhe's advances, it was thanks to these two classmates that I remained unharmed. However, they sustained injuries from Du Yunhe, which is why I brought them to the school infirmary. Upon hearing that Chu Xianyin was unharmed, Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the red-haired and blue-haired students, whose heads were wrapped in bandages, and expressed sincerely, "Thank you both for your assistance." "It's nothing, just a minor issue," replied the red-haired student, giving a thumbs up. The blue-haired student adjusted his glasses, stating, "It is our duty to lend a hand when we witness injustice, especially in the protection of a fair maiden." "Well, it seems you both performed admirably. Indeed, it appears the situation is not grave." After expressing his gratitude, Chu Yuan's gaze swiftly turned cold, his voice deepening. "And then? What transpired subsequently? Did the school in Hangua impose any penalties on the exchange student, Yuhi?" Chu Xuanyin's countenance darkened, her hair drooping in a daze as she softly remarked, "No. He is the son of the S-class savior of the Han Kingdom, the Emerald King. The school dares not act against him, merely offering verbal counsel." "The Emerald King." Chu Yuan furrowed his brows and, after a moment's pause, sighed and inquired, "Why did you not mention this matter to me earlier?" Chu Xian lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Because Du Yunhe is someone beyond my brother and I can contend with, I do not wish to involve him." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's gaze softened, confirming her words. His tone became gentler as he replied, "Xiaoyin, remember this. Should you ever be wronged, regardless of the perpetrator, you must inform me. No matter the circumstances, I shall never stand idly by while you are mistreated." Chu Xianyin lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering with a hint of emotion. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Yuan interjected, "Moreover, I have now become a disciple of the Sword Immortal. Should that fellow dare to harass you again, simply inform me. My current backing is not any less formidable than his." This was something he had intended to share with Chu Xianyin, and the moment presented itself perfectly for him to divulge it. Upon hearing his words, Chu Xianyin's eyes widened in astonishment, her hair standing on end. Her voice escalated in pitch, her eyes shining with excitement. "Is it truly the Sword Immortal? The strongest savior of China, the S-class Sword Immortal?" Chu Yuan nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "Indeed. I'll take you to meet her another day." "Wow, that's wonderful." Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her hands high, clearly having cast aside any lingering displeasure from earlier. Chu Yuan turned to the red-haired and blue-haired individuals beside him and inquired, "By the way, what are your names?" At that moment, the previously nonchalant Mu Chong and Liang Yu stiffened, exchanging a glance filled with trepidation, their heads shrinking slightly in apprehension. After all, upon realizing that Chu Yuan was a disciple of the Sword Immortal, they felt utterly intimidated and could no longer afford to act as casually as before. Wu Hao is a figure of great significance. The red-haired one spoke first. I am Mu Chong. The blue-haired one hastily added, I am Liang Yu. This time, Liang Yu even forgot to adjust his glasses. Chu Yuan nodded, committing the names of the two individuals to memory. He then retrieved his phone and presented his friend code, saying, this is my contact information. Please scan it. I owe you both for today, and should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me directly. Mu Chong and Liang Yu nodded earnestly, promptly scanning the friend code and adding him to their contacts. Once Chu Yuan and Chu Sinin departed from the infirmary, Mu Chong and Liang Yu exchanged glances. Have we just connected with a significant ally? Mu Chong inquired. Liang Yu adjusted his glasses, replying, it certainly appears so. Outside the infirmary, Chu Yuan gazed at Chu Sinin walking beside him and gently patted her head, saying, now that we have support, make sure to inform me immediately of any issues that arise in the future. Do not bear the burden alone, understood? Chu Sinin nodded obediently, acknowledging, understood, brother. Chu Yuan smiled and said, all right, let us not dwell on unhappy matters any longer. This weekend, I shall introduce you to my esteemed master. That sounds wonderful. I have long wished to meet her in person. You are truly remarkable, brother. The young girl exclaimed joyfully as she linked her arm with Chu Yuan's. On the weekend, Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing arranged to meet at an upscale leisure club. Upon their arrival, the manager was there to verify their identities and graciously welcomed both Chu Yuan and Chu Xianin inside. Chu Yuan discovered that although the club was quite spacious, it was rather empty, devoid of any patrons. What could be the reason for the absence of other guests? Chu Yuan inquired of the manager, Mr. Chu. The venue has been reserved exclusively for you today. An exclusive reservation? How extravagant. The allure of luxury is indeed captivating. Under the manager's guidance, Chu Yuan entered the front hall, where he encountered Luo Jiqing and an unfamiliar woman beside her, who sported short hair, donned glasses, and was clad in formal attire. She exuded a robust presence. After exchanging greetings, Chu Yuan learned that the woman was named Qin Xiaya, the secretary for academic affairs for Luo Jiqing, who handled many matters on her behalf, including the arrangements for this exclusive venue. Once Qin Xiaya completed her tasks, she emerged with a rather distressed expression, preparing to take her leave. However, Chu Yuan warmly invited her to stay. Secretary Qin, since the place is fully reserved and there are no other guests, why not relax together? Luo Jiqing gently nodded in agreement, suggesting that it was a rare weekend and a little leisure would be most welcome. Qin Xiaya, taken aback by the unexpected invitation, waved her hands in hesitation, exclaiming, is this really appropriate? I wouldn't want to intrude upon your time, would I? Chu Yuan smiled gently, assuring, it's all right. After all, we are merely here for leisure. Qin Xiaya then turned her gaze towards her immediate superior, only to see Luo Jiqing nodding slightly. In that moment, Qin Xiaya was nearly moved to tears. Oh, what a rare employee benefit. Within the club, there existed a game hall, a self-service restaurant, a hot spring, and massage rooms among other amenities. After changing into a bathrobe and entering the premises, Qin Xiaya made a beeline for the game hall. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, Chu Xinin, and Luo Jiqing settled down in the self-service restaurant, engaging in pleasant conversation as they dined. Although it was a self-service establishment, dedicated staff attended to them closely, serving dishes directly without the need for them to fetch anything themselves. Moreover, the meals were freshly prepared from the kitchen, exceptionally fresh and delicious. Savored the grilled shrimp on her plate and inquired, so, brother, did you and Professor Luo know each other in your past lives? What a curious thought. Chu Xianin blinked her eyes and inquired, what was your relationship in your previous life? Master and disciple, came the reply. Chu Xianin was momentarily taken aback. No wonder. No wonder. This was simply a natural progression, as if everything fell into place effortlessly. With her eyes sparkling, she could not help but marvel at the wonders of fate. She then turned to Luo Jiqing and curiously inquired, Professor Luo, how was your brother in your previous life? Luo Jiqing gently closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips, her gaze imbued with warmth, just as in this lifetime, someone both reassuring and trustworthy. After a while, as they dined, the conversation shifted to matters concerning the school. Aware of the challenges Chu Xianin had recently faced, Luo Jiqing offered her assurance. From now on, should you encounter any issues at school, feel free to approach me. No matter the nature of the concern, Luo Jiqing said to Chu Xianyin. Chu Xianyin nodded vigorously, her adorable tuft of hair swaying in tandem. My goodness, the sensation of having a powerful ally is simply exhilarating. After finishing their meal, the trio exited the restaurant and called upon Qin Xiaoya, who was at the arcade, to join them for a relaxing soak in the hot springs. Naturally, they would be separated into the men's and women's baths. Chu Xianyin, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly pulled Luo Jiqing to the women's bath, expressing her desire to discuss matters concerning her brother's past life, yearning to uncover more. Qin Xiaoya also followed into the women's bath, her expression one of bewilderment, as she had never anticipated such a turn of events. Chu Yuan truly was Professor Luo's lover in a previous life. On the other side, Chu Yuan was soaking alone in the warm spring of the men's bath, allowing his body to gradually relax. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he closed his eyes, reflecting on the events of recent days. In comparison to his experiences in the simulated world, this felt like paradise. Ah, pure bliss. After a while, feeling it was sufficient, he rose, dried himself off, donned his bathrobe, and prepared to step outside to await Chu Xianyin and Luo Jiqing. As Chu Yuan stepped out of the men's bath, he beheld Qin Xiaoya leisurely emerging from the direction of the women's bath, her wet slippers trailing behind her. Chu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Secretary Qin, why are you out here alone? Professor Luo and your sister are still inside conversing. I've soaked long enough, so I decided to step out for some fresh air. Chu Yuan nodded thoughtfully and suggested, let us wait for them at the arcade. All right, came the reply. The two proceeded towards the arcade, one following the other. However, Qin Xiaoya, due to her slippery slippers, lost her footing on the expanse of white stone flooring and began to fall backwards. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. In that critical moment, Chu Yuan, with remarkable quickness, caught her by the waist, securing her safely in his embrace. Be careful, he cautioned. Qin Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, her gaze drawn upwards to the strikingly handsome face of Chu Yuan, her heart racing as she found herself momentarily lost in his eyes. Chu Yuan straightened her up with a gentle hand, expressing concern. Are you all right? No, I'm fine, Qin Xiaoya stammered, hastily lowering her head to conceal her flushed cheeks. The pair continued their journey towards the arcade, with Qin Xiaoya trailing behind Chu Yuan, her heart in a tumultuous uproar. What should I do? Chu Yuan is Professor Luo's little darling. Yet, I think I may have felt a spark for Chu Yuan just now. No, wait, Chu Yuan seems to be the reincarnation of Professor Luo's past lover. But this complicates matters even further. How infuriating. It's all Chu Yuan's fault for being so handsome. This man's charm is utterly irresistible. Moreover, I blame myself for not engaging with real-life men and instead spending all my time at home, glued to my electronic husband. My salary is substantial, yet a considerable portion goes into indulging them. If only I had more experience with the male gender, perhaps I wouldn't find myself in this predicament. Upon reaching the arcade, Chu Yuan suggested they play a few rounds of arcade games. They selected King of Fighters. After a few matches, Chu Yuan was astonished to discover that Qin Xiaoya's skills were nothing short of exceptional. He could barely keep up, barely managing to deplete even half her health before being knocked out himself. Encountering Secretary Dalray, whose gaming prowess was akin to that of a monster, Chu Yuan realized defeat was inevitable. Oh dear, I cannot win. Secretary Qin, your skills are remarkable. I simply cannot compete with you. Chu Yuan withdrew his hand from the joystick, gazing at Qin Xiaoya's sunny smile. Qin Xiaoya cupped her cheeks, feeling somewhat bashful. It's really nothing remarkable. It's just that I often play games alone at home. In her heart, Qin Xiaoya pondered. Why do I frequently play games at home? It's because I have very few friends in reality. Spending so much time playing games at home naturally made me proficient at them. I am, after all, quite a reserved girl. Chu Yuan's radiant and caring smile was the epitome of a fulfilled life. To her, it was far too dazzling. Far too dazzling indeed. Not long after, Luo Jiqing and Chu Xianyin emerged from the women's hot spring. Chu Xuan's face was radiant with joy as she linked arms with Luo Jiqing, affectionately addressing her as Sister Luo with every breath, exuding an unmistakable intimacy. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the bewildering pace of the relationships among women. Just a short while ago, Professor Luo was still maintaining a polite demeanor, and now she had seamlessly transformed into Sister Luo. Subsequently, the four of them made their way to the massage room to unwind and rejuvenate. This was the final activity scheduled for the day. As they reclined on the comfortable massage beds, the female therapists commenced their work. The practitioners, with their deft skills, swiftly elicited the pleasurable sensation of relief from the ache in their bodies. Luo Jiqing closed her eyes, her expression serene. Chu Yuan similarly remained composed, savoring the precise techniques of the masseur's skilled hands and even engaging in polite conversation with the therapist. Chu Xianin was entirely different. Shortly after the session began, she narrowed her eyes and let out a pleasurable moan, murmuring with delight at the sheer comfort. On the other hand, Qin Shaya found herself at the opposite extreme. The moment the masseuse applied pressure to her lower back, she couldn't help but whimper in distress, her voice trembling with discomfort. My waist, it's breaking, please. Be gentler, Al. The masseuse worked skillfully while soothing her. Relax, you've been under a lot of strain. Your lower back carries too much tension, just let go, and it'll ease. Once the massage concluded, the group stepped out of the treatment room. Chu Xianin, with a beaming expression, stretched lazily. This sensation is truly invigorating. My waist no longer aches, and my legs feel free from pain. In stark contrast, Qin Xiaoyou appeared utterly despondent, her countenance devoid of color, exuding an air of hopelessness as she lamented her agony. Following the leisurely weekend, during the ensuing week, Chu Yuan remained steadfastly by Chu Xianyin's side, vigilant against any recurrence of incidents akin to that of Du Yunhe. He held her safety in the highest regard, attending all mandatory classes alongside her, and dutifully appearing at the classroom door to escort her after her elective courses concluded. On Tuesday morning, Chu Yuan received a call from Luo Shicheng. Her voice, gentle yet tinged with reluctance, resonated from the other end. I will be traveling to the capital for a business trip tomorrow. To the capital? What is the purpose of this trip? May I inquire further? While enjoying some fruit, Chu Yuan inquired about the meeting concerning the strategic alliance of the United States, the island nation, and the cold country. Each of these three nations possesses an S-rank savior, and their union would significantly enhance their strength, thereby disrupting the existing balance. They have long harbored a collective intention to counter China, largely due to the overwhelming number of A-rank saviors in China. Thus, this meeting holds paramount importance, spanning 3 days in total. As the sole S-rank savior representing China, my attendance is imperative. It indeed appears to be of great significance. Chu Yuan took a bite of the fruit and reassured, Master, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Luo Jiqing responded softly, if you need anything, you can directly contact Qin Xiaoya. She will assist you to the best of her abilities. Should you encounter any trouble, be sure to inform me at once. All right. Time swiftly passed, and it was now Thursday. It had already been 2 days since Luo Jiqing attended the meeting. Alone in his dormitory, Chu Yuan sat watching television. The news was reporting a breaking event. Early this morning, a violent explosion occurred in the northern part of the city due to a gas leak. The incident resulted in a breach in the high wall surrounding the area, severely damaging the protective field that safeguarded the city. Currently, repair personnel have rushed to the scene, urgently conducting restoration efforts. Several high-ranking saviors have also arrived to secure the surrounding area, ensuring the safety of the populace. The footage shifted to the site of the accident, where faint wisps of smoke still rose from the breach in the wall, and the light curtain of the field flickered intermittently, appearing and disappearing. After watching the news for a while, Chu Yuan picked up his phone to check the time. Was Sean almost out of class? Turning off the television, he stood up, donned his coat, and prepared to pick up Chu Xianin from school. He had already scheduled a time for his level certification today and planned to take her with him after they had dinner together. Shortly thereafter, on the other side, as Chu Xianin exited her elective class, she was swiftly cornered by a man at the entrance of the teaching building. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a man with slick-back hair, adorned in a bespoke beige ensemble. It was none other than Du Yunhe, the individual who had been persistently harassing her of late. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Look, it's Du Yunhe. Is he once again troubling the younger female students? It seems he has taken a particular interest in this beautiful junior lately. How infuriating. He previously stole my goddess away, and she even asked me to procure contraceptives for her. Eventually, she grew weary of him and no longer regarded me. Du Yunhe might be a scoundrel, yet both he and your goddess are extraordinary in their own right, one a mere turtle, the other a mere iron lock, believing that a sprinkle of gold dust transforms them into something precious. Du Yunhe, exuding an air of arrogance, slightly raised his chin and spoke with an undertone of frivolity. Xianin, have you missed me these past few days? Chu Xuan's delicate face was taut with displeasure as she attempted to bypass him, unwilling to engage. Yet, Du Yunhe stepped forward, obstructing her path, and continued to pursue her with a disingenuous smile. I have already stated, as long as you agree, I can provide you with anything. Thank you. But I have no need for it, she replied firmly. No, it's not that you do not need it. Rather, You merely find it insufficient. Do Yunhe maintained his facade of false cheer. Just as Chu Xian felt the weight of annoyance, a voice emerged, instantly providing her with solace. No. She truly does not require anything from you. Do Yunhe frowned and turned, only to find Chu Yuan approaching from a short distance. Who are you? He inquired. I am her brother, Chu Yuan, a first-year student. Chu Yuan cast a dismissive glance at Du Yunhe, fortuitously meeting his gaze. I caution you, he stated. Do not trouble her again. Should you have any matters to discuss, come to me. With that, Chu Yuan strode directly to Chu Xianyin, placing himself between her and Du Yunhe, grasping her hand. Xiaoyin, let us depart. Du Yunhe let out a cold chuckle, retrieving a black card from his pocket and tossing it contemptuously onto the ground before Chu Yuan. This is wealth you shall never acquire in your lifetime. Take it and disappear. Do not obstruct my path. Chu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the dark card, his expression unwavering as he stepped upon it, as though the ground beneath held no significance. Witnessing this scene, Du Yunhe's countenance darkened, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, his pride wounded. What was his identity? The scion of a wealthy family, and the son of the S-class savior, the Emerald King. Few had dared to treat him with such disdain throughout his life. Today, Du Yunhe had brought along a few subordinates concealed within the crowd. Without hesitation, he gestured for them to intercept Chu Yuan. Several lackeys sprang forth from the throng, intent on blocking Chu Yuan's path. Upon sensing the approach of his entourage, Chu Yuan activated the internal workings of his technique, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that radiated outward in waves, repelling all of his followers and causing them to tumble backward onto the ground. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in astonishment. That move was simply magnificent. This young man is incredibly handsome and formidable, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. I wish he could be my brother. Someone exclaimed. More like a boyfriend, right? Another teased. However, considering Du Yunhe's temperament, it was clear that today's events would not conclude so effortlessly. As for Keisher, he was known for his brazen arrogance. Rumors had it that during his time in the cold country, he had even impregnated several female classmates' mothers. Eating so lavishly, huh? How dull. I want to see blood flowing in rivers. Du Yunhe's gaze turned icy, having been publicly humiliated. He was not one to simply allow the matter to rest after being outshined. Observing that his subordinates were ineffective and instead had embarrassed him, Du Yunhe decided to confront Chu Yuan directly. As a second-year student and a C-class savior, he was confident in his ability to subdue Chu Yuan. A mere first-year student recently entered into D-class. Du Yunhe lunged forward, aiming to grasp Chu Yuan's shoulder. However, it was as if Chu Yuan possessed a sixth sense. He instinctively executed a defensive maneuver that deflected Du Yunhe's grasp, causing him to stagger back several steps. Initially taken aback, Du Yunhe's expression swiftly darkened. His pride was now irreparably tarnished. Damn it, he muttered, charging at Chu Yuan once more, this time infused with cursed energy. Cursed techniques, akin to magic and cultivation, were part of the extraordinary power system from the Savior's past lives. Yet, even with this newfound power, Du Yunhe found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Chu Yuan. With a single hand, Chu Yuan effortlessly wielded his spiritual power to block, leaving Du Yunhe unable to advance even an inch. Growing increasingly anxious, Du Yunhe intensified his movements, eventually resembling a fierce brawl. The number of onlookers swelled, their whispers rising and falling like waves. Could it be that a first-year student could actually contend with Du Yunhe? No, it was not merely a contest. It was evident that this first-year student appeared utterly unperturbed. After all, Du Yunhe was a C-class savior. This first-year student was simply outrageous. Oh, while you all revel in the spectacle, I ought to notify a teacher, or this matter may spiral out of control. As a student reported the unfolding situation, word swiftly reached Qin Shiya's ears. Leaning over her desk while secretly playing an Odom game, Qin Shiya received the news with a grimace and called upon school personnel to rush to the scene. At that moment, the two parties were locked in a tense standoff. Stop. Cease at once. Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe halted their actions, turning their gazes towards Qin Shiya. Breathless, Qin Shiya approached Chu Yuan, adjusting her glasses and resting her hands on her knees. Chu, please allow me to handle this matter, she implored, panting. Professor Luo specifically entrusted this task to me. Each word escaped her lips between labored breaths, as she, an ordinary person lacking in physical conditioning, had nearly exhausted herself during the frantic run. Oh, this must be considered a workplace injury. Witnessing the situation, Chu Yuan channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into Qin Shiya, smoothing her meridians. Instantly, Qin Shiya felt immensely relieved. as if gulping down an ice-cold soda after running a kilometer. Refreshed and invigorated, she turned to Du Yunhe with newfound confidence. Du Yunhe, she declared, I know you often rely on your status as the son of the Jade King to stir up trouble. But this man, she gestured toward Chu Yuan. He is China's S-class savior, the sole disciple of the sword immortal, Chu Yuan. Let this matter end here. If it escalates further, it could become a conflict between S-class saviors, an international issue. Even your father would think twice before intervening. Having spoken her piece, Qin Shaya felt an uncharacteristic surge of pride, her nose slightly upturned in satisfaction. Though she was usually at Luo Jiqing's beck and call, handling all sorts of trivial tasks, she was still the personal secretary of an S-class savior, more than qualified to assert herself when necessary. Du Yunhe's expression darkened at her words. His fists clenched slowly. His earlier plan of leveraging his status now rendered useless. Was he really going to swallow this humiliation? No. He refused. He would reclaim his dignity. With a cold smirk. Du Yunhe sneered, Fine. The sword immortal's disciple, is it? You want me to stay away from your sister? Very well. Since you held your own against me earlier, let us settle this with a fair duel. If you win, I'll never appear before Chu Xianyin again. For Du Yunhe, Chu Xianyin was no longer the priority. What mattered now was proving himself, that the son of the Jade King was not inferior to the sword immortal's disciple, especially when that disciple was only a first year. The moment Du Yunhe proposed the duel, the surrounding students erupted in murmurs. Qin Shaya frowned, about to protest, but Chu Yuan simply said, Very well. Let us do it. Qin Shaya's face fell instantly, staring at Chu Yuan in disbelief. What? You're just a first year. How can you accept a challenge from a second year? Chu Yuan noticed her gaze and chuckled softly, saying, It's all right, Secretary Qin, I am confident. No, it's not a matter of confidence. Oh dear, my burdens have increased. The duel was scheduled to take place in the specialized training grounds of the Seraph Academy. Duels among students are permitted by the Academy, officiated by designated instructors who adjudicate the outcomes and ensure no unforeseen incidents occur, with the intention of fostering competition among students and aiding their rapid development. At this moment, Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe were waiting backstage at the entrances of the training ground. Du Yunhe, feeling utterly bored, was idly toying with the enchanted artifact bequeathed to him by his father, the Emerald King. This ancient jade pendant harbored formidable magical powers, if fully unleashed. It could even momentarily rival the might of a B-class savior, though its output was notoriously difficult to control. Du Yunhe seldom had the opportunity to utilize it, often merely playing with it in passing. He did not regard Chu Yuan as a worthy adversary. In his view, during their earlier contest in the academic building, his performance was constrained by the need to consider his surroundings, which allowed Chu Yuan, a mere freshman, to gain a slight advantage through cleverness. In truth, Chu Yuan's spiritual energy output had indeed been minimal. Thus, Du Yunhe believed that if he were to exert his full strength, Chu Yuan would not endure even a single round against him. Chu Yuan is here. Chu Xianyin felt a twinge of concern as she nestled her small hands within her sleeves, gently tugging at Chu Yuan's sleeve. Brother, are you all right? After all, Yunhe is a Class C savior, and he. Chu Yuan smiled gently, reaching out to stroke her head and smooth down her unruly hair. Rest assured, sea level. I possess this level of strength already. To be honest, I initially intended to complete your task before proceeding with my rank registration. Oh. Chu Yuan's eyes twinkled with a glimmer of reassurance. As the moment approached, Chu Yuan made his way towards the arena. En route, he overheard the hushed conversation of two esteemed professors. One remarked, I heard that in the neighboring province, a superclass disaster beast in energy form has recently been discovered. It is the first time such a superclass entity has been identified in this energetic manifestation. The other professor, arms crossed, continued. They have named this formidable disaster beast Demon Fog. The research community currently only understands that energy-formed disaster beasts are drawn to objects radiating high energy. Beyond this, we know little. And this superclass energy-formed disaster beast may possess undiscovered characteristics. If I could uncover these traits, it would grant me a long-awaited opportunity to publish in a top-tier journal. The last time I achieved such recognition was ages ago. Before long, Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe stood at opposite ends of the duel arena. The atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. With a commanding shout from the professors, the duel commenced. Du Yunhe, without hesitation, unleashed the full force of his prowess as a C-class sorcerer, sending waves of spell attacks hurtling towards Chu Yuan. These incantations, imbued with a sinister aura, sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing wail. Chu Yuan, however, remained composed and effortlessly resolved the situation. His movements were steady and proficient, showcasing a battle awareness that belied his novice status. The demonic energy transformed into spiritual power, coalescing in his hands into streams of sword aura, which clashed head-on with Du Yunhe's incantations. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat intensifying to the point where the entire training ground was alive with fluctuating energy. A spectacle of unparalleled ferocity. At the periphery of the training ground, a spectator area was increasingly filled with students, who, captivated by the duel, buzzed with discussion. Hasn't Chu Yuan only been enrolled for just over a week? How could he, having awakened so recently, possibly match Du Yunhe? Even if he were a disciple of a sword immortal? Indeed, it was astonishing. His strength is extraordinary. Many were left in awe of the prowess Chu Yuan displayed. Among the crowd were Mu Chong and Liang Yu. This guy is quite impressive, Mu Chong remarked. Liang Yu adjusted his glasses, noting, with such a remarkable background, engaging in battles beyond his level, he must be the protagonist of an action-packed narrative. Mu Chong nodded in agreement. I initially thought he was just another pampered character. With that, both synchronized their movements, retrieving headbands and tying them around their heads. The center of the headbands boldly bore the word fight. Go, big shot. We have faith in you. Justice will prevail. They shouted, raising their fists in support. Chu Xianin sat a short distance away, her fists clenched, cheering for her brother. Go, brother, go. In contrast to Mu Chong and Chu Xianin, Qin Xiaoyu was in the audience with her hands clasped in prayer. Chu Yuan, you must win. Even if you cannot, please do not lose too miserably. If Professor Luo finds out, I will be in serious trouble. However, fear often invites calamity. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoya's phone in her pocket rang, and the caller ID displayed Professor Luo. The sudden shock nearly caused her to faint. Trembling, she answered the call. Professor Luo. Luo Shiqing's voice was calm. Xiaoya, I heard that Chu Yuan is dueling with the son of the Emerald King. Do Yunhe? Qin Xiaoya nodded sheepishly. Yes, Professor Luo. I couldn't stop Chu Yuan, he. Just as she expected Professor Luo to scold her, Luo Shiqing instead said, turn on the live stream for me. I want to see how Chu Yuan performs. Qin Xiaoya was taken aback. Professor, aren't you worried about Chu Yuan? He will win, Luo Shiqing asserted confidently. In the northern part of the city, amidst the damaged high walls, a group of workers worked tirelessly. Next to the broken wall, temporary energy detection instruments flickered with faint glimmers, monitoring the surrounding energy fluctuations. A middle-aged engineer in charge approached the instruments and quietly asked his assistant, how's the repair progress? The assistant glanced at the data screen and replied, the repair is 80% complete. The remaining part should stabilize soon. The engineer nodded, preparing to urge the workers to accelerate their pace when an urgent alarm suddenly blared in his ears. The energy fluctuation curve on the detection instrument spiked sharply, nearly instantaneously breaching the warning line. Red warning text pulsed on the screen. High energy reaction. Energy intensity unknown. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Such an alarm signal indicated that there might be a disaster beast active nearby. The engineer's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, everyone, stop your work. Detection team, confirm the energy source. Defense team, notify the saviors to enter combat readiness. The monitoring staff hurriedly operated the keyboard, attempting to locate the energy source. However, in the next moment, the energy fluctuation vanished as swiftly as a receding tide. Energy has disappeared, unable to capture, the engineer frowned, disbelief lacing his tone. How could it vanish so quickly? This is impossible. Immediately retrieve the surrounding surveillance data. Check for any anomalies. The detection team leader looked up in confusion. Report. No abnormal targets detected. The instrument may have malfunctioned. The engineer stared at the calming fluctuation curve on the screen, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. As the workers at the repair site continued their tasks, an invisible, intangible mass of immense energy silently drifted through the breach in the field, entering the city. Between the towering buildings, it weaved through the urban clamor, like a ghost that was everywhere at once. Occasionally, dark clouds would sweep across the sky. In the training ground, the battle between Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe intensified. Spiritual power and incantations collided, enveloping the entire arena in fierce gusts of wind. The onlooking students held their breath, their eyes glued to the two combatants. Du Yunhe gritted his teeth, anger and frustration swelling within him. Why, despite his absolute advantage in awakening time and realm, could he not gain the upper hand against Chu Yuan? How was he accomplishing this? Had he not been using his full strength before? With each blow exchanged, Du Yunhe felt more alarmed and increasingly unwilling to accept his situation. The pressure building within him nearly caused him to lose his composure. In contrast, Chu Yuan's combat experience and the dominance of the devouring path technique began to shine through. Once he grasped De Yunhe's combat style and attack patterns, each strike forced De Yunhe into a more desperate position. The observing students gradually recognized the trend. De Yunhe was clearly at a disadvantage. Chu Yuan had only been enrolled for a few days, yet he was able to push a sea-level savior to such a dire state. It was truly terrifying. As De Yunhe retreated further, Mu Chong and Liang Yuzhen cheered, and Chu Xianyin raised both hands in celebration. Qin Shaya stared blankly. While in the distant capital, Luo Shiqing remained remarkably calm, her lips curving into a subtle smile, as if this outcome were inevitable. As the situation tilted entirely in Chu Yuan's favor, De Yunhe's expression darkened. If this continued, he would lose. Breathing heavily, his fingers trembled as they reached for his magical artifact, a jade pendant. How could he lose to someone who had just awakened their powers? De Yunhe understood that the power of this magical artifact far exceeded his control. Once activated, it could spiral out of control, potentially injuring Chu Yuan severely. Yet, in his agitation, he could no longer afford to consider the consequences. A deep blue light of incantation power erupted from his palm. In the moment the magical artifact was activated, a fierce wave of incantation energy swept across the arena. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The students were dumbfounded. Anxiously sweating for Chu Yuan, De Yunhe was using a magical artifact. This was utterly unfair. This power was far beyond sea level. Could it already be B-level? Moreover, it seemed De Yunhe was struggling to control this power. Was he disregarding the consequences? The supervising professor furrowed his brow, initially intending to halt the duel. However, upon witnessing Chu Yuan's calm demeanor, as if victory were assured, he ultimately refrained from intervening. Perhaps Chu Yuan had a plan. If he won, it would be a splendid blow to the pride of the foreign exchange student. If anything went awry, he could step in then. Qin Shaya stammered, Professor Luo. The supervising professor seems to be dazed. Should I ask him to stop the duel? No need, came Luo Shiqing's confident response from the video. He will still win. Next, with the aid of the magical artifact's power, De Yunhe temporarily suppressed Chu Yuan. His incantation energy coalesced into several formidable blades of light, forcing Chu Yuan to retreat repeatedly. However, Chu Yuan remained unflustered. He calmly observed De Yunhe's attack rhythm. When De Yunhe momentarily paused due to exhaustion, the devouring path technique within Chu Yuan surged into action. He extended his hand and directly absorbed the incantation energy that De Yunhe had yet to summon. De Yunhe, realizing he could no longer summon his incantation energy, was taken aback. He soon discovered that all the incantation energy within his magical artifact had been siphoned away by Chu Yuan. De Yunhe could hardly believe it. How was this possible? Chu Yuan drew in the cursed energy, and with a transformation of the devouring path's celestial technique, it swiftly morphed into the essence of his demonic energy. For Chu Yuan, this was an act he had practiced numerous times in simulations. It was akin to the earlier contest with the ancestor of the Misty Sword sect over the blood pool. It is not your own power. As long as you are not significantly stronger than me, you cannot prevent me from seizing this power for my own use. This is the domineering nature of the devouring path's celestial technique. Duan Yu was drenched in cold sweat, watching helplessly as Chu Yuan's aura grew increasingly formidable. Surrender. For the outcome is already evident. Chu Yuan was overflowing with energy, exuding an aura of immense pressure. Du Yunhe gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening with veins, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. No, I cannot be defeated yet. There must be a way. In the next instant, Chu Yuan flashed forward, standing before Du Yunhe, and struck him squarely on the chin with a powerful punch. Boom. Du Yunhe's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The intense dizziness rendered Du Yunhe motionless, stripping him of his combat ability. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Then, the officiating professor, microphone in hand, proclaimed loudly, Chu Yuan wins. The arena erupted with thunderous applause, spectators rising to their feet to applaud Chu Yuan. Remarkable. A freshman triumphing over a sophomore, especially while the latter was seemingly empowered. What a thrill. A testament to our nation's glory. Du Yunhe, I apologize for not allowing Lord Chu Yuan to unleash his full potential. Mu Chong and Liang Yu embraced each other, raising their fists in celebration. Chu Xianyin raised her small hand, exclaiming, Wow, brother is the best. Qin Shaya patted her chest, exhaling in relief, the considerable mass of her flesh jiggling slightly. On the other side of the video, Luo Jiqing cradled her face in one hand, a serene smile blossoming on her cold visage, akin to the gentle thaw of early spring snow. He would not be defeated, just as I have always believed. Du Yunhe, lying on the ground, gradually focused his gaze. As he sat up, He realized that the duel had concluded, and he had lost. Observing the crowd around him cheering for Chu Yuan, Yuna clenched his teeth and pounded the ground, his face suffused with humiliation. He had never faced such a setback in his life, and the weight of this failure nearly drove him to madness. How infuriating. This matter shall not be left unresolved. He seethed silently, his icy gaze fixed upon Chu Yuan's retreating figure. At that moment, as the cheers in the training ground began to fade, a deep rumble suddenly resonated from the horizon. The applause dwindled, and everyone looked up in unison. Thick black mist swiftly coalesced in the sky, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocatingly terrifying. Within that dark shroud, the faint outline of a colossal beast became discernible, accompanied by a roar and a pair of red glimmers that resembled eyes, flickering with a mesmerizing yet fearsome light. The supervising professor was the first to react, his complexion turning pale in an instant. He shouted urgently, "It's a disaster beast. All students, evacuate immediately." However, the speed of the beast far surpassed that of the crowd. Its gaze swept across the arena, ultimately locking onto the two individuals, Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe, whose energies were still surging violently after their recent battle. It had followed the intense energy fluctuations caused by their confrontation. The black mist descended from the heavens. Before Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe could find refuge within the building, they were enveloped and consumed by it. This scene unfolded with such swiftness that those present had no time to react. "Brother!" let out a piercing scream, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to rush towards the calamity beast, only to be firmly restrained by those beside her. Qin Xiaoya's complexion turned ashen, her legs trembling with weakness. On the other end of the video, Luo Jiqing's expression darkened. She swiftly departed from the frame, forgetting to take her phone with her. Noticing Luo Jiqing's abrupt exit, the event staff hurriedly pursued her, inquiring, "Sword Immortal, the meeting has not yet concluded." You. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Jiqing swiftly mounted the flying sword formed from crystallized ice, not looking back as she replied, "I apologize, I have urgent matters to attend to." In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards the East Sea Cherub Academy at a breakneck speed. Chu Yuan and Du Yunhe were engulfed within the belly of the calamity beast, surrounded by an expanse of unending darkness. Although it had previously been observed that the calamity beast existed in an energy form, this realm appeared to possess a tangible nature, resembling a vast, otherworldly space. This must be its stomach, intended for the digestion of the three-dimensional creatures it had captured, but the method of digestion remained a mystery. With a solemn expression, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged and took a deep breath, attempting to channel the devouring path to swallow the heavens technique. The fortunate news was that the energy-formed calamity beast was precisely restrained by this technique, and he yearned to consume the beast's energy. However, as he extended his consciousness into the surroundings, he was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The torrent of energy rebounded almost instantaneously, causing Chu Yuan's blood and qi to surge violently. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yuan steadied his breath, contemplating silently, "The resistance of this calamity beast is far greater than the limits of my devouring the heavens technique. Unless its combat power is significantly weakened, I cannot absorb its energy." Meanwhile, Du Yunhe was already on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed by the surrounding environment. Clutching his head, he trembled as he spoke. "Why is this happening? Why me?" Realizing there was no immediate solution, Chu Yuan rose, shifting his gaze towards Du Yunhe. He addressed his query, explaining that the energy-formed calamity beast preys upon entities with high energy fluctuations. At that moment, we were the only ones who met that criterion after our recent duel. Du Yunhe, momentarily taken aback, gradually clenched his teeth and shouted at Chu Yuan, "Damn it, Chu Yuan. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into such a predicament? It's all your fault." In the next instant, Du Yunhe's collar was seized. "Blame me?" Chu Yuan's voice was deep and resonant. "It began with your entanglement with my sister, followed by your challenge to a duel, and ultimately culminated in your use of that unstable cursed artifact, which resulted in violent energy fluctuations that attracted the calamity beast. Now tell me, who should bear the blame?" Du Yunhe was overwhelmed by Chu Yuan's imposing presence, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his voice nearly trembling. I. Chu Yuan cast him aside. It would be wiser to contemplate a means of escape rather than squander any more time. Du Yunhe sank to the ground, his head bowed, hands trembling slightly, and fell silent. Chu Yuan ignored Du Yunhe, closed his eyes, and lifted his hand to rest against his chin, expanding his consciousness to perceive the surroundings and their characteristics, contemplating the means of escape. Just as he was immersed in this concentration, a sudden, damp chill enveloped him silently. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yuan instinctively sensed something amiss. Upon opening his eyes and looking down, he observed that where the mist touched, his garments began to slowly deteriorate. It is poisonous. Chu Yuan swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to envelop his entire being, effectively thwarting the encroachment of the noxious mist. He could perceive the formidable nature of this toxic vapor, which was rapidly depleting his spiritual reserves. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to endure for much longer. Meanwhile, Diyuna also recognized the peril posed by the poisonous fog, exclaiming in terror, "What in the world is this?" He hastily unleashed his own magical power to shield his body, suspecting that this was a method of consumption employed by the mist. Chu Yuan spoke. He maintained his composure, channeling his spiritual energy, and a faint glow gathered in the palm of his hand, dispelling the darkness before him. The simulated existence of that past life endowed him with a temperament far beyond that of an ordinary person. While others might merely awaken their memories from a previous life, their minds essentially remained tethered to their current selves. He, however, had undergone a complete and profound personal experience, akin to the direct reincarnation of Luo Jiqing, who had retained her memories. Chu Yuan ignited his spiritual energy and soon reached the fringes of this peculiar space. He extended his hand to touch it, feeling a cold barrier, and when he attempted to penetrate it with his spiritual force, he found it impossible. Subsequently, Chu Yuan endeavored to scale the heights by utilizing his energy to support himself against the walls, but he soon collided with the ceiling. Realizing that the entire space was sealed, devoid of any exit, after gently descending back to the ground, Chu Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Zhou Yunhe, witnessing Chu Yuan's repeated failures, sank into despair. He clasped his head with both hands, his voice filled with hopelessness. "It's over. We cannot escape. Sooner or later, we will perish here." Chu Yuan, however, was not so easily disheartened. Beyond the efficacy of the entry on thriving in adversity, he possessed the invaluable experience of repeatedly finding a way out of dire situations during simulations. Until the final moment, he would not relinquish hope. Chu Yuan continued to illuminate the surroundings with his spiritual power, searching for any usable items within this space. Ultimately, he discovered a colossal shadow. Upon approaching, he realized it was, in fact, a corpse. Was it a phantom beast? Chu Yuan gazed upon the lifeless form, discerning that it belonged to the awakened savior beast master's ethereal companion, known as the phantom beast. The phantom beast's soul is intrinsically linked with that of its master, allowing for its summoning even in the event of the beast master's reincarnation. It appears that this phantom beast has also fallen victim to the devouring of the calamity beast. Chu Yuan crouched down to examine closely. The surface of this mythical beast had been entirely eroded, and its skin was completely destroyed. Chu Yuan gazed intently, suddenly widening his eyes as a thought struck him. He concentrated his spiritual energy and cautiously opened the belly of the phantom beast. As he reached inside with his glowing hand, he discovered that the interior remained intact and was untainted by the toxic mist. If he could take refuge within, it might grant him precious moments to endure until rescue arrived. However, the pressing issue was, he glanced at Duyun, who was approaching from a distance. Given the size of the phantom beast, only one person could take shelter inside. Duyun inquired, "What is this?" It was the carcass of the phantom beast, likely a prey devoured by the disaster creature. Chu Yuan rose to his feet and continued, "The poison has yet to infiltrate its internal body. If it remains concealed, it may endure a little longer until help arrives. However, the dilemma lies in its size, which can accommodate only one person at most." Diyunhe was momentarily taken aback by these words. Only one person can survive? He pondered. A sudden silence enveloped him. Observing that Chu Yuan was still focused on examining the corpse of the phantom beast and had not turned to him, Diyunhe stealthily maneuvered to Chu Yuan's blind spot. Once hidden from view, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes, and a malevolent expression spread across his face. A powerful curse enveloped his hand as he curled his fingers into a claw and lunged toward Chu Yuan's neck. Chu Yuan had long been prepared. He deftly sidestepped the attack and, in a fluid motion, raised his hand to conjure a barrier of spiritual energy. Chu Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. The myriad experiences he had undergone in the simulation had rendered him indifferent to the treachery concealed behind such deceitful theatrics. Diyunhe, there is no need for you to resort to this. Perhaps we could explore alternative solutions, Chu Yuan remarked with a hint of detachment. Diyunhe, realizing his ambush had failed, shed all pretense and, with gritted teeth and a menacing glare, retorted, "Damn it. Alternative solutions? Killing you is my solution." "No," Chu Yuan replied. "You are merely sealing your own fate." As Chu Yuan spoke, he allowed Diyunhe's attacks to strike against the barrier of spiritual energy, or he simply evaded them. Enough with the idle chatter. Perish. Yunhe recklessly unleashed his assaults as his magical energy coalesced into a black blade, aimed at Chu Yuan. In response, Chu Yuan refrained from counterattacking, continuously retreating to maintain a distance. Unbeknownst to Yunhe, although his assaults were ferocious, his movements began to slow, and the intensity of his strikes gradually diminished. As the battle raged on, Yunhe's complexion grew increasingly dire, his actions becoming more disjointed. Lowering his gaze, he discovered deep violet scars emerging on his hands, ominously exuding a miasma of decay. Why? Yunhe exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. Gradually, his body began to convulse violently. He gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen, and his eyes rolling back. Chu Yuan stepped forward, gazing down at him from a position of superiority, and spoke in a calm tone. I have warned you, you are jeopardizing your own survival. When you channel your cursed energy for an attack, a small portion of the protective barrier surrounding your body is compromised at the moment it is released. With each strike, the toxic mist seizes the opportunity to infiltrate your being. Meanwhile, I have refrained from any offensive action, maintaining a protective shield with my spiritual energy throughout, thus remaining unscathed. In Su Yuheng's eyes, there was only fear. No. Chu Yuan, save me, please. How can you utter such words? Chu Yuan gazed at Yunhe without moving. The toxic mist had already penetrated deep into Yunhe's body. Even if you were willing to save him, it would be impossible. I'm truly sorry, I can do nothing, Chu Yuan said. Yunhe's expression twisted with despair. His body gradually lost strength, his eyes grew vacant, and finally, with a stiff jerk of his neck, all signs of life faded from him. Well now, this certainly wasn't murder for treasure, Chu Yuan remarked coolly. Chu Yuan crouched down and retrieved the jade pendant, a talisman of sorcery, from Yunhe's collar. After a brief attempt to activate it, he confirmed his ability to directly harness the power contained within. Satisfied, Chu Yuan tucked the pendant away. The corpse of the phantom beast would eventually succumb to decay, and with this pendant, he could continue to maintain the barrier of spiritual energy for an extended duration. Was it all part of Chu Yuan's initial calculations? He did not think so. Although simultaneously acquiring both the phantom beast corpse and the pendant maximized his benefits, the ambush was a decision made by Yunhe. In fact, he had not retaliated at all throughout the encounter. Chu Yuan once again surveyed this otherworldly space, taking a deep breath before plunging into the belly of the phantom beast. Time passed ever so slowly. Initially, the interior of the phantom beast was a sanctuary, impervious to the encroaching toxic mist. However, as the noxious vapors gradually corroded the carcass of the beast, it became increasingly unable to entirely shield itself from the poisonous haze. Chu Yuan felt the encroachment of the mist and summoned a barrier of spiritual energy. The exertion required to counter the toxic fog consumed a considerable amount of his spiritual power, and within less than 10 minutes, his internal reserves were nearly depleted. He glanced down at the jade pendant tightly grasped in his hand, which emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Chu Yuan pressed the jade pendant against his palm, channeling the devouring path of heaven technique to absorb the energy within. Soon, a wave of pure incantation power gradually flowed into his meridians, which he transformed into demonic energy. Sustaining the barrier of spiritual power, Chu Yuan firmly believed that Luo Jiqing would certainly arrive. It was merely a matter of time. In the outside world, a multitude of saviors and onlookers had already gathered near the training grounds. A group of professors, along with the recently arrived Class A saviors, joined forces. Yet they could only barely impede the movement of the disaster beast, failing to inflict any substantial harm upon it. Just moments ago, it was confirmed that this was the very disaster beast known as Misty Fog, which had previously vanished, embodying an ultra-heavy energy form. Damn it! This Misty Fog possesses no tangible form. We are utterly incapable of inflicting any real damage upon it. An A-class savior bellowed, sweat streaming down his forehead. At this rate, both Chu Yuan and Yunhe, who held significant identities, would be consumed if anything were to happen to them. Another professor gritted his teeth, unable to continue his thoughts. Just as everyone was in a state of despair, a sharp sword aura descended from the heavens, instantly severing the dark mist that enveloped the sky. A figure clad in white slowly descended, surrounded by an aura of sword intent, emanating an icy chill. The sword immortal has arrived. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd of onlookers. The saviors turned their gazes toward Luo Jiqing, their previously diminished morale reigniting in an instant. As the only S-class savior in China, she had single-handedly brought an end to numerous crises that could have toppled the nation. Her presence here was undoubtedly a beacon of hope for all. Luo Jiqing's cold gaze swept over the misty fog, her aura steady yet oppressive. She spoke no unnecessary words. Stepping into the air with imposing grandeur, her sword intent transforming into a celestial dragon. In the next moment, she surged forth like a radiant rainbow. Piercing into the heart of the misty fog, Chu Yuan gazed intently at the sky. Her arms crossed tightly over her chest as she closed her eyes in a posture of solemn prayer. Brother Luo and sister have arrived, she whispered fervently. They will surely rescue you. Chu Yuan leaned against the completely decayed carcass of the phantom beast, clutching the jade pendant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The surrounding toxic mist grew increasingly dense, causing the once radiant glow of the spell jade pendant in his hand to dim, its magical power nearly exhausted. His expression remained unyielding as he contemplated how much longer he could endure. Was it not long now? Chu Yuan murmured softly, lifting his gaze towards the void of the dark. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced through the darkness. The essence of the sword surged into the like a tidal wave, forcefully repelling the enveloping miasma. Chu Yuan hastily rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the luminous rift. Master! As the sword light dissipated, the rift to the otherworld expanded, and a figure floated gracefully forth from within. Clad in white, surrounded by an aura of sword intent, she exuded a celestial presence, reminiscent of a divine being despite her modern attire. Chu Yuan. Luo Jiqing spotted him instantly, her emotions surging forth uncontrollably like a breached dam. Without uttering another word, she dashed towards Chu Yuan, enveloping him in a tight embrace, as if fearing he would vanish in the next moment. Even though he was smeared with the filth of phantom beasts, exuding an odor that was utterly repugnant, she remained unfazed. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a faint smile graced his lips as he extended his arms to embrace Luo Jiqing. Master, I am perfectly fine. Chu Yuan softly spoke, his tone imbued with a hint of reassurance. Luo Jiqing nestled against his shoulder, her voice trembling slightly as she murmured. How wonderful it is that I have not lost you again. I have not. Chu Yuan gently patted Luo Jiqing's back. Master, you shall not lose me. In this lifetime, I shall not depart from your side again. Luo Jiqing slightly released her hold on Chu Yuan, her gaze shimmering like azure waves as her right hand cradled his face, her thumb tenderly wiping away the grime upon it, emotions deepening between them. In the next moment, she boldly leaned her face closer. Wait, master. Chu Yuan swiftly evaded her lips, pressing his fingers against his own cheeks, lamenting, I am too filthy at the moment. As Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing emerged from the otherworldly realm, stepping out of the mystical fog and returning to the training grounds, an electrifying wave of excitement surged among the onlookers. The gathered saviors and students erupted into fervent cheers. Chu Yuan rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Brother, you terrified me. Qin Shaya pounded her chest, as if she had finally caught her breath. Mu Chong and Liang Yu once again tied the fight headband around their foreheads. Chu Yuan gazed at the gathering crowd with a faint smile curling upon his lips. I have returned. Luo Jiqing stood composedly by his side, her face slightly averted. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the crimson flush creeping up to the very tips of her ears. She had momentarily lost control of herself earlier. Now, the lingering embarrassment was almost unbearable. Moreover, across 2 lifetimes, though they were not bound by the formal ties of cultivation partners, their bond had long surpassed such a definition. Yet, that delicate veil between them remained unbroken. The missed opportunity for a kiss, truly. There was a tinge of regret. After a brief moment, Luo Jiqing instructed Chu Yuan to remain with the others to recuperate while she ascended once more into the heavens to suppress the demonic mist. With a swift motion of her fingers forming a sword seal, dozens of spiritual blades materialized midair, weaving into an intricate and formidable sealing array. The gleaming swords formed an impenetrable net, ensnaring the roiling miasma and preventing its escape. Yet, this was all she could achieve for now. A delicate frown graced her brow. Given her current cultivation realm, she lacked the power to annihilate this calamity beast entirely. While ordinary beasts of disaster would have been effortlessly vanquished, this entity existed as pure energy, immune to all physical assaults. Compounding the challenge, its rank was unprecedented among energy-formed calamity beasts, an overwhelming, transcendent threat. Thus, after temporarily containing the demonic mist within her sword array, Luo Jiqing descended to confer with the gathered professors, seeking a viable strategy. As the experts engaged in fervent debate, opinions clashed like storming tides. Since annihilation is beyond our means, we must resort to sealing it, one scholar asserted. Sealing? Do you comprehend the resources required to confine a transcendent-level calamity beast? The annual expenditure to maintain such a barrier could sustain multiple corporations. Would you then disregard the safety of the populace? That is not my implication. I merely suggest exploring alternative solutions amidst the heated discourse, Chu Yuan. Having assured his companions of his well-being, approached with quiet confidence. I have a solution. The assembly of scholars and sages fell silent. Their gazes shifting toward him in unison, skepticism gradually etching across their expressions. Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing turned to him, her voice laced with trust and quiet anticipation. What do you propose? Chu Yuan remarked, the miasma is a disaster beast in the form of energy, and I possess the ability to directly consume energy. If I completely devour the miasma, it will be utterly eradicated. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing's eyes widened slightly. She was well aware of the unique characteristics of Chu Yuan's cultivation method, which allowed him to absorb the vitality and energy of all things in the world. However, she remained uncertain whether this would be effective against the disaster beast in energy form. Yet, hearing Chu Yuan's assertion, she chose to place her trust in him without hesitation. Meanwhile, the professors appeared hesitant. Although they harbored doubts about whether a mere first-year student could accomplish such a feat, they refrained from expressing their mistrust due to Luo Jiqing's esteemed status. One individual ambiguously suggested, given the significance of this matter, should we reconsider? Ignoring the professor's opinions. Luo Jiqing nodded and declared, very well, I will do my utmost to assist you. She then took to the skies with Chu Yuan, using her spiritual power to elevate him before the sword formation. What do you need me to do? She inquired. Chu Yuan uttered, assist me in subduing its power. As long as it cannot resist or interrupt, I shall continuously absorb its energy. Understood, replied Luo Jiqing softly, with a graceful gesture of her hands. The swords within the formation began to swirl, their intent flowing like a torrent, as the sword array operated at full capacity. The malevolent fog was restrained to the point of immobility, emitting a primal, thunderous wail reminiscent of ancient titans, causing the clouds above to roil. Yet its dark mist gradually flattened under the pressure. Chu Yuan took a deep breath and approached the sword array. He raised his hand and pressed it against the edge of the demonic mist, feeling the seething and tumultuous energy surging within. Gradually, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, his gaze was now illuminated by a sinister red light. Devour. With unwavering determination, Chu Yuan fully activated the devouring sky technique, causing a surging tide of energy to erupt within him. The surface of the demonic mist began to form a vortex, as an abundance of energy flowed into Chu Yuan's being. Sensing imminent peril, the mist trembled violently. Yet, under the relentless pressure of Luo Jiqing's sword formation, it found itself utterly unable to escape, helplessly witnessing its own energy being continuously siphoned away by Chu Yuan. A furious roar resonated from within the black mist, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth lurking within. However, this colossal creature was ensnared by chains, its fangs severed by sharp blades, exuding a formidable presence yet betraying its inherent frailty. As Chu Yuan continued his consumption, the size of the demonic mist diminished rapidly, while the aura surrounding Chu Yuan escalated, akin to a tree absorbing moisture, growing ever more vigorous. Within the sword formation, the demonic mist shriveled and contracted, ultimately transforming into a faint black flame, cradled gently in the palm of Chu Yuan's hand. With a firm grasp, Chu Yuan extinguished the black flame. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, as if a mighty river were gushing forth from within him. A resounding wave of energy erupted, shattering the windows of buildings within several miles, cascading like a waterfall. He had reached the nascent soul stage. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter astonishment. They had never anticipated that Chu Yuan could completely devour the demonic mist. Could he truly accomplish such a feat? A professor murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. This was a superclass disaster beast. Even a moderately powerful individual, let alone an A-class savior, might struggle to confront it alone. Yet, he was merely a freshman, and yet furthermore, have you noticed his realm? Nascent soul. That corresponds to the existence of an A-class savior. This is utterly extraordinary. He awakened less than 2 weeks ago. And you tell me he is already at the A-class level? A part-time poet. Chu Xian's fists were clasped before her chest as she gazed at Chu Yuan's silhouette in the sky, her eyes sparkling with admiration. My brother is simply extraordinary. Her disheveled hair, swaying chaotically, revealed her current state of excitement. Beside her, Qin Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief, only to be gripped by sudden anxiety the next moment. Wait, has no one noticed that Dou Yunhe has disappeared? This could escalate into an international crisis. Oh dear. This means more work for us. Mu Chong and Liang Yu were pulling nearby individuals, striking bodybuilding poses. Did you see that? Up in the sky, that is Chu Yuan. Yes, we know this influential figure and have his contact information. Once things calmed down, Chu Yuan underwent a comprehensive physical examination. Although he claimed to be fine, the experts remained skeptical, insisting on ensuring that his absorption of the magical mist energy posed no hidden risks. After a series of precise instrument tests, Chu Yuan confirmed his physical well-being. Not only that, but his spiritual energy concentration had reached grade A standards. That day, he completed the level certification, achieving A-grade status. The following day, global media outlets vied to cover the magical mist attack, yet the focus remained on the individuals involved. A first-year student from the East Sea Cherubic Academy. He decisively vanquished the superclass disaster beast Magical Mist. A disciple of the Sword Immortal, he became the fastest individual in history to reach grade A. A rising star from China. Chu Yuan, is China on the verge of producing its second S-class savior? Major headlines dominate the news. Journalists are fervently analyzing Chu Yuan's trajectory of growth, attaching his A-class certification screenshot, which has sparked widespread debate. It is indeed outrageous. To ascend from nothing to A-class in less than 2 weeks? Such a narrative would be deemed too fantastical in any literature. Rumor has it that Chu Yuan was an orphan, living hand in hand with his sister, and now he has reached the pinnacle of life. Not merely the peak of existence, his current achievements are undoubtedly world-class. Mother, how I wish to become Chu Yuan. Not just to be Chu Yuan. I would even settle for being his son. It seems I have stumbled upon a peculiar obsession. Simultaneously, the news also reported on the tragic demise of Du Yunhe, mentioning that he perished during the beast disaster incident. As the son of the S-class savior Emerald King from the Cold Nation, Du Yunhe's death has raised concerns about potential diplomatic conflicts. How will the Cold Nation respond to the death of the Emerald King's son? Currently, the strategic collaboration among the Beautiful Nation, the Island Nation, and the Cold Nation has already created a tense international atmosphere. Now, with Chu Yuan being reported as a potential second S-class savior from China, and Du Yunhe meeting his end in China, it feels like matters will not easily calm down. How tiresome. I wish to see rivers run red. At that moment, you'll be the first to the battlefield. Just kidding, brother. As time passes, the news further mentions that the Chinese Seraphic Agency and academic institutions have begun close communication with the Cold Nation, hoping to quell this storm. With Du Yunhe's inappropriate conduct during his school years being exposed, public opinion has also shifted towards the privileged class of the Cold Nation. In a luxurious mansion within the Cold Nation, the ambience is bright, yet oppressively cold, akin to hell. The Emerald King, Du Jinsheng, sits on a sofa. His expression as frigid as winter frost, while his subordinates bow their heads, not daring to breathe. Before him lies a tablet, displaying news reports about the Mist Beast disaster. Suddenly, Du Jinsheng violently hurls the tablet to the ground, shattering it with a piercing crash. The screen splinters into fragments, yet he does not spare it a glance. His fists clenched tightly, the very air around him quaking with his fury. His subordinates lower their heads even further, fearful of incurring his wrath. With a fierce glare and a cold demeanor, Du Jinsheng covers his face with one hand. His voice, low and suppressed, says, "Luo Jiqing, you truly possess remarkable skills. My son, under your instruction at the academy, was devoured by a disaster beast, and yet you allowed him to perish while your disciple emerged unscathed. Having vanquished that beast with great renown, as his anger escalates, Du Jinsheng's terrifying aura radiates outward, unleashing waves of turbulent energy. The heavy wooden table splinters under the pressure. Curtains billow wildly, and cracks appear in the glass. Prepare yourself, Luo Jiqing. This matter concerning Chu Yuan will not simply be dismissed. In the end, Du Jinsheng rises, nearly shouting his words. Windows shatter like waterfalls, and his subordinates collapse to the ground. Once Du Jinsheng's fury subsides slightly, those subordinates manage to stabilize themselves and rise. Contact the seraphic agencies of the Beautiful Nation and the Island Nation. I must negotiate with them immediately. The Emerald King glances at a subordinate nearby. His voice is chilling as ice, prompting the subordinate to bow their head and respond. Understood, I will arrange that right away. The Emerald King slowly sits down, closing his eyes as if seeking calm. Moments later, he opens his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the sofa's armrest, his gaze flickering as he contemplates a deeper strategy. In Europe, specifically in Britain, a castle under the cloak of night shines brightly, adorned with opulence reminiscent of an ancient noble residence, exuding an air of timeless elegance. This is the headquarters of the Howard family, the largest magical conglomerate in Europe. The Howard family wields profound influence internationally, boasting numerous renowned magical saviors with its head, Adam Howard, being one of the world's 9 S-class saviors. Adam has lived 3 lifetimes as a magician, each marked by extraordinary prowess. Unlike cultivators who can achieve immortality, a magician, confined to a human form, can only extend their life through unique magic for a few centuries. However, magicians progress more rapidly and easily in strength. Yet, attaining a profound realm requires exceptional talent. Adam possesses such extraordinary talent, having dedicated 3 lifetimes to the study of magic, elevating his magical prowess to a terrifying level. Unmatched by anyone. Within a lavish yet cozy room in the castle, a stunning blonde maiden lies on her bed, clutching a pillow, enveloped in melancholy. Outside her room, maids whisper amongst themselves. Days have passed since the awakening ceremony, yet the young lady has not regained her past life's memories. It seems she lacks the talent of a savior. Alas, what a pity. Her father was such a powerful savior, yet she. In the room, Elena Howard covers her face with the pillow, slowly lowering it, her azure eyes gazing at the ceiling as she lets out a sigh. Why? She used to dream vividly of fragments from her past life, even before the onset of disaster. Yet, those dreams only provided fleeting scenes and emotions, leaving her devoid of complete memories. Consequently, she remains unaware of the reasons behind the events or the origins of those feelings. The shadows of dragons in the sky. The piercing pain that permeates her heart. Time drifts by, and the white-bearded butler knocks gently at the door, wheeling in a dining cart. Young lady, it is time for your meal. Elena rubs her eyes, rising from the bed to sit at the table. The butler arranges her meal on the table and inquires, Young lady, would you like to catch up on the news? My apologies, Sebastian. This is my duty, young lady. The butler, Sebastian, respectfully responded and placed the tablet on the table. The screen flickered to life, broadcasting the news. Elena casually watched the broadcast, sipping her soup. Her expression largely unchanged, until a report about a monstrous attack at the East Sea Seraph Academy captured her attention. Her eyes widened slightly. The screen displayed a striking young man extinguishing the black flames in his hands, suspended in midair, radiating an overwhelming aura that shattered the glass windows of nearby buildings. The news anchor's voice resonated. Swordmaster disciple Chu Yuan, having awakened his past life memories merely 2 weeks ago, has already attained the level of an A-class savior, defeating the Ultra Beast Mist of Demons, a feat unprecedented in history. While the anchor's narration continued, Elena found herself gradually unable to hear her voice. She stared intently at the young man on the screen, the familiar figure resonating within her soul, memories flooding her mind like a tidal wave. Slowly, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her gaze shifted from confusion to shock, and then to overwhelming excitement. She did not even notice the spoon slip from her hand onto the table. Mr. Dragon, Sebastian observed Elena's unusual demeanor, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, Young miss, is everything all right? Elena lowered her head. After a brief moment, she lifted it, wiped away her tears, and looked at Sebastian with clarity. Sebastian, I must see my father. Young miss. The master is in the study. Shortly after, Elena arrived at the study. Inside, her father, Adam, the current head of the Howard family, stood before an enormous painting, deep in thought. He was a remarkably handsome middle-aged man with European features, evident in Elena's own appearance. As one of the 9 S-class saviors, Adam was among the most powerful individuals in Europe. Upon noticing Elena's arrival, a tender smile spread across his face, revealing his deep affection for her. Despite having 3 past lives, Adam had remained a virgin in each, and this life bore him only one daughter, Elena. It was said that one becomes a magician if they reach 30 while still a virgin. Given this history, it was no wonder Adam was such a formidable sorcerer. Elena, what troubles you? Adam asked warmly, his smile unwavering. Father, Elena met his gaze, her tone resolute. I wish to study abroad in China. The following morning, Elena stood on the estate's helipad, facing a luxurious private jet. Clad in elegant attire, her gaze unwavering, her golden hair shimmered in the morning light. Young miss, the plane is ready. Shall we depart now? Sebastian inquired, bowing slightly beside her. Yes, Elena nodded softly. Let us set forth. Mr. Dragon, wait for me. Chu Yuan returned to his dormitory, stretching his stiff shoulders. Gaining fame is not always a blessing, is it? Chu Yuan sighed in resignation. Ever since he vanquished the calamity beast known as Misty Fog and was recognized as an A-class savior, his name had become widely known throughout the academy. Furthermore, as a disciple of the esteemed sword immortal Luo Jiqing, he had become a figure of great renown within the institution. Whether attending lectures or strolling along the campus paths, he found himself the object of many gazes. Numerous female classmates had even gone so far as to present him with love letters and small gifts, leaving him quite overwhelmed. At long last, the day had drawn to a close. He hoped that as time passed and everyone became more accustomed to his identity, such occurrences would diminish. After taking a refreshing bath, Chu Yuan reclined on his bed. He inhaled deeply, and with a mere thought, summoned the simulator interface. The display revealed a countdown timer for the simulation cooldown, and the string of digits reading 000000 sparked a glimmer of satisfaction in Chu Yuan's eyes. He had not anticipated achieving an A level so swiftly. The second simulation could commence immediately. Should he initiate the second round? This singular simulation had bestowed upon him A-level talents, allowing him to ascend to the status of an A-level savior in a remarkably short span. If he were to attempt it once more, there was a chance that his abilities could transcend to S-level. Furthermore, he could potentially master a broader array of power systems, gaining formidable strength among peers and perhaps even overpowering all A-level entities without breaking a sweat. Yes, without hesitation, Chu Yuan pressed the affirmative button. Simulation function loading. World anchoring in progress. The world has been anchored to the realm of magic. Simulation preparation is complete. Please select 3 birth traits. Traits range from low to high levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow. Glutton. White, your appetite is insatiable, allowing you to consume far more than your ordinary counterparts. Eagle-eye. Green, you possess remarkable vision, enabling you to perceive objects clearly even from miles away. Should you serve as a reconnaissance scout, the enemy shall find no refuge. Indomitable will. Blue, your resolve is formidable. The greater the cumulative damage you endure, the more potent your combat prowess becomes. Mana convergence. Purple, you are innately attuned to magic, causing the mana in your surroundings to gather around you. Your spells will be significantly more powerful than those of your peers, while other beings within your mana confluence will struggle to harness their own magic, greatly diminishing its efficacy. Forbidden spell adept. Gold, while ordinary beings may strive to attain a maximum of 7th tier magic, 8th tier spells are the realm of the divine, and 10th tier spells are beyond even the most gifted. Mastery of these forbidden spells comes with immense burdens. Typically, other beings can grasp but one in a lifetime. In contrast, you are born with a natural affinity for forbidden spells, allowing you to swiftly learn them, with the potential to master up to 3. Avatar of the Eldritch God. Rainbow, you shall wield the power of the supreme eldritch deity, effortlessly casting spells that transcend the 10th tier. However, this power exacts a toll. Your will and actions will be influenced to a degree by the eldritch being, rendering it challenging to maintain your sanity for extended periods. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yuan opted for unyielding, blue, arcane converger, purple, and forbidden spell adaptation, gold, as his birth attributes. Although the avatar of the dark god, multicolored, appeared to be a particularly advantageous choice, the cost was steep. It would lead to a loss of reason and an influence from the dark deity. Chu Yuan would never forsake his integrity and free will for the sake of power. Moreover, the term forbidden spell adaptation, gold, is already sufficiently descriptive. The world's most formidable magical savior, Adam, is also a user of forbidden spells. It is precisely due to his mastery of such spells that he ascended to the rank of S-class savior. The selection of this term has been successfully completed, and the first simulation is now commencing. You awaken from a haze, feeling the weight of your body. The scene before you takes you aback. Rough stone walls encircle you, with faintly glowing rocks illuminating the cave in a dim, yet not oppressive manner. Looking down, you are momentarily stunned. Jet black scales envelop your entire form, while sharp claws gently scrape against the ground, producing a piercing sound. You catch a glimpse of your reflection in a pool of water within the cave. Is this me? In the waters, a colossal figure emerges before your eyes. With sharp dragon horns, deep vertical pupils, and expansive wings, this body is evidently no longer human, but rather a legendary dragon from the realms of fantasy. Chu Yuan whispered softly, his voice deep and resonant, yet devoid of coherent language, akin to the low growl of a colossal beast. No. Can a simulation truly transform into a dragon? After initially grappling with confusion, Chu Yuan eventually came to accept his circumstances. Transforming into a dragon was simply part of his fate. In the realm of Western fantasy, dragonkind holds immense power. Moreover, this metamorphosis offered him a novel experience. He sensed the surge of energy coursing through his being, tumultuous and overwhelming, as if capable of obliterating everything in its path. Moments later, Chu Yuan unfurled his wings and soared from the cavern, eager to behold the world beyond. Outside the cave lay an expansive forest. with mountains stretching endlessly in the distance, and the sky above was a pristine azure, occasionally grazed by the fleeting shadow of a bird in flight. Chu Yuan gazed down upon the world beneath him, unfurling his majestic dragon wings, which propelled him skyward with great force. Initially, he struggled somewhat, perpetually adjusting his rhythm of flight. Yet, he soon mastered the delicate balance of soaring through the air. With a resounding roar, he broke through the clouds, feeling an exhilarating rush. As he acclimated to the formidable physique of a dragon, he began to explore the unique magical powers of this realm. To his astonishment, fragments of spellcasting techniques surfaced within his memory, as if they were innate rather than acquired, revealing a potential lineage within his draconic bloodline. One by one, he endeavored to execute the magic stored in his mind, breathing forth flames, summoning tempests with the flaps of his wings, and transforming parts of his body to possess the unyielding hardness of stone. He reveled in the might of his draconic form. However, a pang of hunger soon emerged from within. It seemed imperative that he procure something to satiate his appetite. Chu Yuan unfurled his dragon wings, soaring high in the sky, searching for prey from a bird's-eye view. His keen senses swiftly detected a clearing amidst the forest, where several uniquely shaped creatures leisurely grazed on tender grass. These beings stood approximately 2 meters tall, possessing slender limbs reminiscent of a deer. However, their forms were more elongated, adorned with a coat that shimmered in a soft gray hue. Their heads bore a pair of sharp antlers, while their tails swayed gracefully like those of a horse. The instincts of the dragon informed Chu Yuan that these were indeed his quarry. Chu Yuan restrained his aura and silently descended to a lower altitude. Suddenly, he folded his wings and transformed into a shadow, plunging downwards. The immense pressure of the wind caused the creatures below to instinctively sense danger and scatter in all directions. Yet, Chu Yuan's speed far surpassed theirs. He extended his sharp claws and deftly captured one of them. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing desperately. But it was utterly powerless against Chu Yuan's overwhelming strength. As a spiritual member of the Animal Protection Association, I shall not allow you to suffer. Chu Yuan incinerated the creature with a breath of flames, and before it could even let out a cry of despair, it perished. The scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Chu Yuan lowered his head and took a large bite of the succulent meat, the tender and juicy flavor spreading delightfully in his mouth, igniting his appetite. However, just as he was about to take a second bite, an unfamiliar force surged into his body. He paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and attentively sensed the flow of this energy. After a brief interval, a glimmer of something extraordinary flickered in his eyes. Is this magic? Chu Yuan murmured softly, somewhat astonished to discover that the creature he had hunted possessed the ability to wield wind-based magic. Remarkably, this magic transformed into his own as he consumed it. With a flap of his wings, a blade of wind surged forth, slicing through the trees, thus granting him an array of new offensive capabilities. Simultaneously, fragments of memories flooded into his mind. Chu Yuan vaguely discerned an expansive plain where creatures lived in communal harmony, grazing on grass and fleeing in all directions when faced with predators. Thus, it became evident that the dragonkin possessed a unique and innate talent consumption. By devouring other beings, one could acquire their magical abilities and fragments of valuable memories. In this regard, dragons were unequivocally the natural conquerors of the world. Your existence gradually intertwined with this vast realm. Whenever hunger struck, you would hunt, subsequently roasting your prey with your fiery breath, relishing in the simple yet profound satisfaction exclusive to your kind. You began to traverse this world, enriching your experiences. During your daily foraging and resting, you noticed a slow yet persistent growth in your stature. With each soaring flight, you felt your body becoming increasingly formidable, the currents generated by your wings growing ever more powerful. You surmised that you were still in your juvenile stage, a state that filled you with anticipation for the future. On one occasion, as you passed through a human settlement, you felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. However, as you approached the town, the populace erupted into a frenzy. The shadow cast by your immense form enveloped the town's center, inciting panic among the inhabitants, who scurried towards their homes and basements. A somewhat audacious hunter brandished a bow and aimed it at you, but soon the hunter, paralyzed by fear, collapsed, trembling on the ground. Witnessing this, you chose not to linger and swiftly departed from the town. The human's reaction made you acutely aware of your status as a figure of dread in this world. For the first time since your arrival, a profound sense of solitude washed over you, accompanied by a subtle melancholy that lingered in your heart for some time. Suddenly, you found yourself yearning to discover kin, fellow dragons who would not fear you. Perhaps such encounters could alleviate your loneliness. One day, as Chu Yuan soared through the boundless sky, Feeling the wind weave through his scales, he suddenly sensed an intensely potent surge of magical energy emanating from afar. This magic resonated harmoniously with his innate essence as a dragon. A stir of emotion coursed through Chu Yuan as he hastily soared towards that direction. As he approached, he indeed beheld a colossal demon dragon coiled atop a rugged cliff, its massive form cloaked in dark scales that emanated a chilling luminescence significantly larger than himself. Seemingly an adult, the creature lifted its immense head, its golden eyes fixated upon him. At last, he had encountered a kindred spirit. A flicker of joy blossomed in Chu Yuan's heart as he contemplated approaching the other party to extend a greeting. Yet, in the next moment, this fleeting joy was engulfed by a searing dragon flame unleashed by the adversary. An overwhelming wave of heat surged forth, compelling Chu Yuan to sense the imminent peril and swiftly evade. Just as he grappled with the lingering shock, devoid of any prior communication, the opponent lunged forth with terrifying momentum, striking at Chu Yuan with a formidable claw. Chu Yuan swiftly retreated, evading the strike. At that very moment, he caught sight of his opponent's gaze, a savage, predatory glint brimming with ravenous greed. A chilling realization enveloped Chu Yuan's heart. He suddenly comprehended the essence of existence. The dragon, as the conqueror of nature, derives strength by devouring other beings, an innate drive towards acquiring formidable power. Similarly, its kin possess the capacity to consume, leading to the accumulation of diverse magical essences within. Such entities are regarded as the most exquisite prey for a dragon. Once consumed, they yield substantial rewards. No wonder, then, that dragons roam alone, devoid of kinship. Everything constitutes a potential quarry, and consequently, all becomes an adversary to the dragon. Perhaps even the progenitors are no exception. What profound solitude. Yet, Chu Yuan had no time for further lamentation. The relentless onslaught of his opponent swiftly ensued, with torrents of draconic flames surging towards him. Imbued with a cataclysmic force, Chu Yuan wielded the dragon wings, twisting gracefully through the air, while simultaneously casting a defensive spell to fend off the impending attack, managing to withstand it with great effort. As a juvenile dragon, Chu Yuan should, in theory, be no match for his opponent, a fully matured dragon. However, he possesses the attribute of magic convergence, purple, which diminishes the opponent's magical prowess while amplifying his own, allowing him to barely hold his ground. Yet, the prospect of defeating his adversary remains a fanciful illusion. This fact has not escaped the notice of the mature dragon, whose gaze now brims with insatiable greed. The audacity of this young dragon to contend with it to such a degree suggests that he must have consumed something extraordinarily potent. Should it manage to devour this young dragon, all that he possesses would rightfully belong to it. Naturally, as a juvenile, Chu Yuan's stamina pales in comparison to that of an adult dragon. Consequently, as time progresses, his exhaustion becomes increasingly apparent. He suffers more injuries from his opponent's magic, with wounds multiplying upon his form. Yet, Chu Yuan does not waver in his resolve. He still harbors the attribute of unyielding spirit blue, which means that the more damage he sustains, the stronger his combat capabilities become. For a moment, he manages to withstand the onslaught, even gaining momentum for a counterattack. This unexpected turn of events astonishes the mature dragon. When Chu Yuan's strikes begin to inflict damage upon it, the dragon is filled with both astonishment and fury, its expression darkening ominously. Suddenly, it unfurls its massive wings and lets out a thunderous roar that rends the sky. Ominous clouds gather overhead, suffusing the air with a heavy aura of pressure. Could this be the portent of a forbidden spell? Chu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Having consumed numerous prey, he had gained a considerable understanding of the magical system. Now, he sensed that his adversary was unleashing a spell that transcended the 9th tier. This dragon had, astonishingly, mastered forbidden magic. After a moment of gathering power, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the sky shattered. A pillar of light, as robust as a mountain, descended from the clouds, enveloping Chu Yuan entirely. When the radiant column dissipated, he found himself on the ground, his scales shattered, blood flowing profusely, and on the brink of death. The earth within several kilometers collapsed, forming a basin from which white smoke continually billowed. Just before being struck, Chu Yuan had exerted every ounce of his strength to cast the highest tier of defensive magic he had mastered. Fortunately, the effect of the indomitable, blue, trait was triggered, significantly enhancing his magical prowess, while the mana aggregator, purple, not only amplified his magic, but also diminished the power of the forbidden spell. Thus, he had narrowly escaped immediate death. The dragon landed some distance away and began to approach Chu Yuan slowly, already perceiving him as its next meal. Yet, within Chu Yuan's heart, there was no fear. He replayed the scene of the forbidden spell being cast in his mind, the construction of the magic, the flow of mana, the release of power. Gradually, a coherent magical array began to form in his vision. The effect of the forbidden spell adapter, gold, took hold. He had learned the forbidden spell of his adversary. As Chu Yuan's pupils constricted, he unsteadily rose to his feet, dragging his severely wounded body. He tilted his head back and let out a fierce roar, causing the sky to split open once more, a more robust beam of light descending from above. The dragon was utterly dumbfounded, clearly taken aback by Chu Yuan's unexpected mastery of this forbidden incantation. In a frantic attempt to evade it, the creature was precisely struck by the light. The tremendous force of the impact slammed it to the ground, causing violent tremors that shook the very earth, leveling everything within miles. Faintly, amidst the resounding crash, one could discern the creature's mournful wails. As the beam dissipated, the bloodied corpse of the dragon lay at the center of a vast crater. Unlike Chu Yuan, who was fortified by the indomitable blue and the gatherer of magical energy, purple, attributes, the dragon succumbed to its injuries instantly. With his severely injured body, Chu Yuan staggered toward his opponent, his gaze filled with complexity. Finally, he struggled to open his massive jaws and bit down on a piece of flesh. A surge of power and memories flooded into him. In that instant, Chu Yuan acquired a wealth of new spells and an abundance of information about this world. From the memories of the dragon he had consumed, he learned that the forbidden spell was named Heavenly Waterfall, classified as an 11th tier spell. However, this forbidden incantation was not innate. It was obtained by devouring a human. From the recollections of this human, Chu Yuan discovered that the magical realm was called the Alien Continent, teeming with various races, among which humanity flourished the most. The prosperity of humankind stemmed from their royal lineage, which possessed the ability to wield forbidden spells, coupled with the knowledge of how to utilize them. Yet, these forbidden spells did not come solely from bloodlines. They were acquired from ancient ruins. These ruins, fraught with peril and traps, could lead to one's demise in an instant. Only those who ventured to conquer the ruins could claim the forbidden spell sealed within. The human that the dragon had devoured had barely survived a treacherous expedition through the ruins, mastering a forbidden spell before emerging in a severely weakened state, only to be unfortunate enough to fall prey to the dragon. Had this human survived, he might have become a legendary sorcerer of his time. In summary, Chu Yuan had now come to comprehend a great many things. Yet at this very moment, what weighed more heavily upon him was the imperative to convalesce. His injuries were grievous indeed, necessitating immediate refuge in some secure sanctuary where he might repose until fully restored to health. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet the same wretched fate as that unfortunate human, falling prey to opportunistic scavengers, staggering through the air in unsteady flight. You discovered a cavern that offered shelter and slipped within its stony embrace. Curling into yourself within the hollowed darkness, you enfolded your battered form with weary wings, allowing the ragged echoes of your labored breath to reverberate through the empty chamber. For now, at least, you were safe. As the tension in your heartstrings slackened at last, your consciousness began to fray, dissolving into the abyss of oblivion. In this state of profound frailty, you drifted through countless days and nights, aware only in fleeting moments, remembering dimly that when you first arrived, it had been the rainy days of summer, yet now, when your heavy lids occasionally lifted, you glimpsed the silent dance of snowflakes beyond the cavern's mouth. Several more days passed before your body finally regained enough strength to stir once more. Though your wounds were far from healed, the gnawing pangs of hunger drove you forth from your refuge in search of sustenance. It had been far too long since you last fed. Chu Yuan emerged from the cave, the frigid wind brushing against his scales, sending a pang of pain through his wounds. He bore the discomfort with stoic resolve, casting his gaze downward in search of a suitable prey. Before long, he was met with a deafening roar and beheld a colossal white bear wreaking havoc upon a small village in the distance. As the bear's massive paws flailed, the thatched cottages of the villagers crumbled, and the anguished cries of the inhabitants echoed as they sought refuge. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to the destructive force of the bear, leaving them to be pitifully swatted into oblivion. It was indeed the perfect quarry. Chu Yuan descended, directing his form towards the colossal bear, and unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. The searing flames enveloped the gigantic creature in an instant, eliciting a piercing cry of agony from the bear. The acrid scent of charred fur permeated the air as the bear struggled momentarily, attempting to retaliate. However, it succumbed to the force of Chu Yuan's second breath, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Upon his descent, Chu Yuan eagerly tore into a piece of roasted bear meat, simultaneously casting a glance over the villagers. Witnessing the demise of the colossal bear, followed by the emergence of the demon dragon, The villagers were gripped by terror, many of them collapsing in fright, their expressions vacant. However, contrary to their expectations, Chu Yuan did not launch an attack. Instead, he seized the bear's carcass and took to the skies, leaving the villagers in a state of stunned disbelief. A few villagers eventually regained their composure, gazing in the direction from which Chu Yuan had departed, the formidable silhouette of the demon dragon vanishing into the mountains. As days passed, Chu Yuan gradually regained some vitality. Yet, owing to his lingering injuries, he remained close to the cave, with the nearby monsters becoming his primary hunting targets. Whenever hunger beckoned, he would descend the mountain to hunt. Demon wolves, giant serpents, and massive bears all met their fate as his meals. Before long, the villagers at the foot of the mountain noticed a significant reduction in the number of rampaging monsters, and the vicinity around their village began to feel safe once more. While some villagers rejoiced, the village's venerable scholar expressed grave concerns to the village chief. The demon dragon is hunting the creatures in the surrounding territory. Once it has eradicated the monsters, we shall be its next target, and it will not depart until there is nothing left to slay. The village chief was instantly alarmed and inquired, "What shall we do?" The elder pondered for a moment before quietly suggesting, "The demon dragon is a proud creature, craving admiration and offerings. Rather than awaiting our fate as its prey, it would be wiser to proactively present it with sacrifices. Perhaps this will placate it, making it recognize our worth and deem us useful, thus sparing us from harm." The village chief's eyes gleamed with thought. After a thorough discussion, the two resolved to embark on this perilous path. Soon, the villagers, following the elders' and chief's guidance, transported livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep to the entrance of Chu Yuan's cave. With trepidation, they placed the animals down, bowed in prayer, and hurriedly departed. The next day, Chu Yuan intended to venture out for another hunt, only to discover offerings laid at the cave's entrance. Initially taken aback, he quickly deduced that this was the handiwork of the nearby villagers. Chu Yuan cast a cursory glance over the offerings laid before him. Though these livestock lacked the magical prowess of demonic creatures, they sufficed to satiate his hunger. At this juncture, mere sustenance was his primary concern. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to consume the pigs, cattle, and sheep, reasoning that one should not forsake food that came so readily without the toil of hunting. In the days that followed, the villagers continued to present tributes to him, allowing him to remain ensconced in the cave, focused on his recovery while food was delivered to him at will. This arrangement was not without its charms. However, he was acutely aware that the villagers' offerings stemmed not from gratitude or reverence, but rather from fear. Thus, he remained ensconced in solitude, feeling no attachment or sense of belonging to this place. He resolved that once his injuries had fully healed, he would depart and embark on a new journey, setting his sights on exploring ancient ruins, mastering forbidden spells, and uncovering the mysteries of magic. For as long as he had a purpose, even solitude could not render him desolate. Days slipped by, and one fateful day, Chu Yuan sensed that the villagers had once again left their offerings outside the cave. When they had departed, he emerged from his lair, only to be taken aback by the nature of this latest tribute. Unlike the usual pigs, cattle, and sheep, this time the offering was a young girl. She lay on a pile of straw, her eyes closed, golden hair cascading around her like a lotus in bloom. Though her malnourished form bore the signs of hardship and her attire was of coarse linen, her beauty remained undeniable. Suddenly, the girl stirred awake. Her vacant gaze flitted about in confusion before settling upon Chu Yuan. Initially, her eyes widened in surprise, but soon her expression settled into a serene calm, as though she had come to terms with her fate. With her hands placed beside her head, she knelt before him. "Please, consume me, O great dragon," she implored. Her voice was melodious, yet her words were imbued with a haunting emptiness. Chu Yuan would never devour the maiden. He was deeply intrigued. Why had today's sacrificial offering taken the form of this young girl? Moreover, why did she willingly surrender herself to be consumed? Thus, he delved into the memories he had previously assimilated, retrieving an air magic capable of mimicking human speech. "Why would you allow me to consume you?" Chu Yuan's voice was deep and frigid, imbued with the formidable presence characteristic of a demonic dragon. "For this is my only worth," she replied, slightly lifting her gaze. "Who determines this worth?" Chu Yuan inquired. Upon hearing his question, the girl tilted her head, her vacant eyes reflecting a sense of confusion, as golden strands of hair cascaded from her shoulders. Chu Yuan sighed softly. "Is it the villagers here who have established this notion, or is it yourself?" The young girl stood frozen. Her lips trembled as she replied, "The villagers say that I am the cursed daughter, bringing calamity since birth. And only by being devoured by the great dragon can peace be restored to the village." Chu Yuan had not conversed with anyone for a long time. And upon hearing the girl's words, a flicker of desire and curiosity to engage in dialogue with her arose within him. Thus, Chu Yuan continued to inquire, "And what is the reason for that?" The girl paused for a moment, lowering her head, her voice trembling and hoarse as she replied, "It is because." She began to recount her past to Chu Yuan. Through her narration, one came to understand her history. She was deemed the child of a curse because she had the ability to influence her surroundings from a tender age, even while still in the womb. She nearly caused her mother to miscarry, and during childbirth, her mother tragically perished due to complications. This led her biological father to harbor resentment and disdain towards her, viewing her as a harbinger of misfortune. At a mere few years old, the girl could unwittingly levitate objects around her, a gift that prompted the villagers to label her as cursed, subjecting her to various forms of ostracism and even violence, with some suggesting her execution. Ultimately, today, she had been entirely forsaken by the villagers, offered as a sacrifice before your lair. "I am utterly alone and cannot discern the meaning of my existence." Her voice echoed with a hollow tremor. "Perhaps being consumed by the great dragon would be my most favorable fate. In that way, I could at least become something of value to the great dragon and to everyone in the village." Chu Yuan fell into silence. He gazed at the self-doubting, helpless, and despairing young girl, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Memories of his own existence as a magic dragon resurfaced. He had been regarded as prey by his kin and instilled fear in other beings, finding himself devoid of refuge, utterly alone. The circumstances he faced mirrored those of this girl in striking similarity. The girl was, in essence, his kindred spirit. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan spoke to her. "No, I shall not devour you." The girl was momentarily taken aback by his words. Chu Yuan continued, "If you were to be consumed by me in such a manner, it would be a great loss. The qualities you possess are unattainable by others." Chu Yuan gazed intently at the young girl, his profound eyes seemingly delving into the very essence of her soul. If he was not mistaken, the curse-like qualities she exhibited were, in fact, a manifestation of an exceptionally high magical aptitude. The evidence lay in the presence of the magic convergence purple attribute, which should have caused all surrounding magical energy to flow toward him. However, since a moment ago, Chu Yuan had sensed an obstruction in one direction, where the magical energy was not converging toward him but rather being impeded. That obstruction was none other than the girl before him. She undoubtedly possessed the potential for cultivation. The words of Chu Yuan stirred deep ripples within the girl's heart. "Is it true?" she asked, her voice trembling, her eyes wide with a mix of struggle and disbelief. "Indeed," Chu Yuan affirmed, nodding his immense dragon head. "Your traits, in my eyes, are not a curse, but a gift. You are a being of great potential. Your destiny should not be confined, for you are destined for a broader future. To witness this future unfold, I am willing to teach you personally." Gradually, an unprecedented emotion blossomed in the girl's gaze, as if a long-sealed window had been opened, allowing sunlight to flood into her soul for the very first time. "Thus, I implore you, do not abandon the will to live." Chu Yuan continued, his voice tinged with gravity. "If you believe yourself to lack value, then allow me to bestow upon you worth. If you perceive your existence as meaningless, then I shall grant you the significance of being. If you feel there is no place for you, then I will provide you with sanctuary. Mortal girl, I shall unveil to you the vastness of the world, and together we shall witness the myriad wonders along our journey." The girl's breath quickened, the void in her eyes gradually filled with hope. Her voice, now imbued with emotion, trembled as she asked, "Can I truly do so? To follow the great dragon lord and behold the same wonders together?" Chu Yuan spoke with unwavering certainty. Of course." Tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks, and for the first time, a glimmer of clarity emerged in her eyes, as if she had been reborn. "Thank you, Master Dragon," she said between sobs. Chu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It appears that saving a girl from despair can yield significant positive feedback. "Human girl, may I inquire your name?" The girl hesitated briefly, raising her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes, and replied, "My name is Eilina. Lord Dragon, I am called Eilina." Eilina smiled, her expression adorned for the first time with such vibrant hues of emotion, breathtakingly beautiful. As night fell, a chilling wind howled outside the cave, and light snow began to fall. Eilina curled up beside the immense form of Chu Yuan, the steady rhythm of his breathing echoing within the cave. Exhausted, she soon drifted into slumber. Chu Yuan gazed at Eilina, contemplating the future. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept into the cave from outside, causing the maiden to shiver uncontrollably. Her garments were rather thin and provided little warmth against the cold. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Yuan coiled his massive form into a protective circle, enveloping the young maiden within. His dragon wings shielded her from the biting cold winds. Elena's trembling ceased, and she slipped once more into a serene slumber. After some time, she nestled closer to Chu Yuan, instinctively wrapping her arms around a broad expanse of dragon scales, murmuring softly, "Mr. Dragon." As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the cave, dispelling the chill of the night. Elena gradually awakened, rubbing her eyes, and looked up to see Chu Yuan not far away, gazing at the morning light. "Mr. Dragon, is there anything you wish for me to do?" she inquired softly, her voice laced with a hint of anticipation as she approached the formidable dragon's side. Chu Yuan lowered his head to gaze at Elena and said, "Not yet. Before everything begins, I must first teach you the art of magic." Thus, the man and the dragon embarked on their journey of magical instruction. At the outset, Chu Yuan endeavored to elucidate the flow and control of magical energy to Elena through words. However, upon observing the girl's wide-eyed, bewildered expression, he realized that mere verbal description might prove insufficient. "Observe," he instructed. Chu Yuan spoke, and then raised a dragon claw, causing the surrounding magical energy to surge. He initiated the incantation, and as the magic circle manifested before his claw, a flame materialized out of thin air, suspended in midair. Observing the magic circle, Elena's eyes instantly sparkled with clarity, dispelling her earlier confusion. She focused intently on Chu Yuan's movements, then raised both hands in an attempt to replicate the feat moments later. A faint flicker of flame emerged in her palms. Though somewhat unstable, it was indeed a success. "I did it, Mr. Dragon," Elena exclaimed joyfully, sharing her sense of accomplishment with Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan appeared somewhat astonished. Although the flames were rather unstable, the young girl had indeed succeeded. It was a perfect replication at first glance. Chu Yuan could only achieve this with forbidden spells. However, the young girl was capable of employing ordinary magic. It remained uncertain how well she would adapt to forbidden spells. Should she excel in that realm as well, she would undoubtedly be an unprecedented prodigy of magic. In the days that followed, you began to instruct Elena in more foundational magic. She learned at an astonishing pace, though her movements were occasionally imprecise. Each attempt showcased remarkable improvement. You not only taught her spells but also guided her in controlling her magical energy, ensuring that she would not inadvertently affect her surroundings. Gradually, Elena began to learn how to utilize magic to address small challenges in daily life. She would employ fire magic to roast the offerings brought by the villagers and use cleaning spells to tidy the cave. You felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As days turned into weeks, the expressions on Elena's face grew increasingly vibrant. Each day, she would call out to you as Mr. Dragon, filling your cave with warmth and companionship. One morning, sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, softly illuminating the interior. Elena sat beside the campfire, using magic to slowly roast a piece of meat, the flames dancing playfully between her fingers. Chu Yuan lay quietly nearby, his massive form rising and falling gently with each breath, exuding tranquility and serenity. "Mr. Dragon," Elena suddenly spoke, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Why do you remain here? Do you not wish to travel?" Chu Yuan raised his head, his deep voice resonating through the magic. "I am recuperating." "Recuperating?" Elena was momentarily taken aback. "Have you been injured?" Chu Yuan silently turned his body, exposing his abdomen, which bore a ghastly scar that had yet to heal. The wound was deep and exhibited a dark crimson hue, with the surrounding scales appearing fragmented and even bearing charred marks. Upon witnessing this scene, Elena's eyes widened in a mixture of panic and sorrow. It was inflicted by one of my kind, an adult demon dragon," Chu Yuan said indifferently. "Why would kindred harm you?" Elena asked in confusion. Chu Yuan slowly tended to his wounds, casting his gaze towards the distant opening of the cave. "From the moment I became aware, I found myself utterly alone. All other beings regarded me with trepidation. I once believed that my kin were companions, entities upon whom I could rely. However, it was only upon genuinely encountering my kind that I realized my error. The dragon race is a solitary predator. When two meet, the stronger devours the weaker, a seemingly natural law. My kin perceive me as prey, rather than as a peer." Upon hearing these words, Elena's eyes trembled slightly. It dawned on her that the Dragon Lord, like herself, was also solitary. As Chu Yuan remained lost in silent reflection, Elena suddenly rose to her feet and declared resolutely, "I shall remain by the side of the Dragon Lord. I know the Dragon Lord possesses a gentle spirit. I shall never fear you. I wish to serve you always, to be with you, so that you shall not feel alone." Chu Yuan gazed down with his dragon-like eyes at the exquisite young lady before him, feeling a stirring within the depths of his heart. Thank you, Elena. So this is how it feels to be redeemed? Soon after, the two shared a meal together, discussing Chu Yuan's plans for the future once he had fully recovered. With both hands cradling a small piece of meat, Elena curiously inquired, Mr. Dragon, where do you intend to travel once you are healed? Chu Yuan devoured an entire roasted pig in one bite and replied, I seek to uncover those relics. Relics? Indeed. Chu Yuan recounted the secrets of forbidden magic and the matter of the ruins to Elena. He then continued, I aspire to acquire those enigmatic and potent forbidden spells. For this purpose, I seek to explore the ruins. Additionally, should I encounter any intriguing magic along the way, I wish to gather it as well. Elena swiftly finished the meat in her hand, her smile blooming like a flower in the wind, her eyes sparkling as she replied, I shall assist you, Mr. Dragon, in conquering the ruins. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Chu Yuan felt a sense of relief as he responded. Countless days and nights have passed, and at last, the wounds upon you have achieved complete recovery. As the sun rises, its golden rays cascade through the forest, bestowing a shimmering luster upon the flora. Chu Yuan stood at the entrance of the cave, his enormous dragon wings slightly unfurled, the sharp scales glinting with a cold radiance under the sunlight. He gazed down at Elena, who stood beside him, the young girl clad in a simple linen gown of earthy hues, her golden hair gently lifted by the morning breeze. The journey was about to commence. Chu Yuan's voice was deep, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. He turned his gaze towards the nearby village and inquired of Elena. The village lies just ahead. Are you certain you do not wish to take a glance? Following Chu Yuan's gaze, Elena observed the scene for a moment before shaking her head. There is no need. It holds no cherished memories for me, nor is it my true home. She lifted her gaze to meet Chu Yuan's, a breathtaking smile gracing her lips, her eyes clear and resolute. My true home is with Mr. Dragon, now and forevermore. Chu Yuan gazed at her, a touch of tenderness glimmering within his dragon eyes. He ceased his persuasion and unfurled his magnificent dragon wings, bowing his form. Come aboard. We must set forth. Elena nodded gently, climbing onto Chu Yuan's back and gripping his formidable scales with unwavering resolve. Chu Yuan soared into the sky, his immense dragon wings stirring a tempest that sent dust swirling into the air. They traversed mountains and forests, crossed rivers, while the outlines of villages gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing from sight. In the air, Elena clutched the scales at the nape of Chu Yuan's neck, feeling the refreshing breeze that danced through her hair. The sky was vast, the sunlight warm, and the horizon stretched infinitely into the distance. All of this was a landscape she had never dared to imagine. A glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes as she tightened her embrace around Chu Yuan's scales, filled with hope for the future. After a moment, Elena inquired, Mr. Dragon, where can one find the ruins of the forbidden spell? Chu Yuan flapped his wings, stabilizing his flight, and slowly spoke. We are within the territorial bounds of the Olam Empire. There are 4 ruins located within the empire, 3 of which have been thoroughly conquered. As for the remaining one, known as the Ruins of Divine Healing, it remains unconquered by the empire. However, it is heavily guarded, and we cannot approach recklessly. What about beyond the empire? Elena inquired further. Outside the empire, there are currently 3 known ruins. The forbidden spells I possess originate from one of them, while the other 2 are located in the lands of the fairies and the monsters, respectively. Both of these ruins have yet to be claimed. Elena's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What are the lands of the fairies and the monsters like? The fairy kingdom is the dwelling place of various branches of the fairy race, including light elves, dark elves, and wood elves. They inhabit forests and valleys, ruled by the elven king, and it is considered the pinnacle of nature magic. However, they tend to be rather exclusive. As for the monster kingdom, it is composed of intelligent creatures, including succubi, fox people, minotaurs, and lizard folk, predominantly featuring the ogre race. There is no unified king here. Rather, the strongest from each race form a central council of elders to collectively make significant decisions. Elena listened intently, her admiration evident as she said, Mr. Dragon, you possess such vast knowledge. Well, it is just adequate, he replied modestly. Chu Yuan responded with a sound. The knowledge he possessed was derived from the sorcerer previously devoured by the adult dragon. It must be said that this sorcerer was truly erudite and well-informed. Thanks to his memory, Chu Yuan now had a profound understanding of this world. Elena gently caressed Chu Yuan's scales, her voice brimming with anticipation. Mr. Dragon, to which ruin shall we venture next? Chu Yuan replied, let us first venture to the ruins of the demon realm. This location is the nearest unexplored site to us. and it has not been artificially sealed off. Hold on tight, Elena, for I shall now accelerate our pace. Chu Yuan unfurled his magnificent dragon wings. Soaring through the cerulean sky, as golden sunlight cascaded upon his scales, glinting with a lustrous sheen. Elena, seated upon his back, had grown accustomed to the ride. Her posture now more relaxed. Mr. Dragon, have we been away from the borders of the Empire for several days? Is the land ahead the realm of magical creatures? Elena inquired. Indeed, we shall soon reach the borders of the realm of magical beings, Chu Yuan replied, his voice resonating through magical means. The ruins lie within our main city, but one must proceed with caution to enter there. Elena nodded, poised to ask further, when suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the ground below, accompanied by the clashing of metal and the thunderous explosions of magic. She gazed downward, witnessing plumes of smoke billowing from the earth as two armies engaged in fierce combat. Elena froze, her eyes quivering slightly. Was this war? Chu Yuan gazed intently below, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. He swiftly discerned the soldiers of the human faction, adorned in the armor of the Orlum Empire, wielding exquisite weaponry, and arrayed in a disciplined formation. In stark contrast, the opposing side was a tumultuous assembly of various monstrous soldiers, a medley of orcs, lizard folk, succubi, and other races. It was war. Evidently, some conflict had erupted between the Empire and the realm of the monsters. Chu Yuan spoke. On the ground, soldiers of the Empire shouted, raising their long spears as they charged towards the monstrous foes. The mages stood in the rear, incanting spells, sending forth fireballs and ice arrows towards the enemy ranks. The monstrous soldiers either raised their shields in defense or, relying on their imposing size, crashed into the human soldiers, disrupting their formations. The two sides remained locked in a fierce stalemate, the battle extraordinarily brutal. Suddenly, a massive shadow in the sky caught the attention of both factions. The soldiers from both sides looked up, witnessing a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens. The faces of the human soldiers turned pale in an instant. It was a dragon. Could it be reinforcements from the land of monsters? It was over. If the dragon joined the fray, we would likely face annihilation. Meanwhile, the monstrous soldiers also exhibited expressions of doubt and fear. One soldier anxiously exclaimed, "A dragon? Has someone among the humans managed to tame one? That creature can easily lay waste to an entire city." Another soldier began to pray, hoping it was merely passing by, hoping it was just passing by. The appearance of Chu Yuan caused both sides to pause in their combat, warily eyeing one another, united in their trepidation of the dragon's presence above. However, Chu Yuan paid them no heed, flapping his wings and advancing directly forward. It was only when his figure vanished into the horizon that the soldiers on the ground exhaled in relief. The human commander waved his hand, shouting loudly, "Do not be frightened. The dragon has departed. Continue fighting, eradicate these monsters." On the side of the monsters, an officer also shouted, "The battle is not over. To defend our homeland, charge." The clamor of battle rose once more, the conflict becoming increasingly intense. Blood stained the earth, the roars and screams of the soldiers intertwining. The brutal reality of war laid bare in that moment. Soon after, Elena withdrew her gaze from the rear, gently clenching her delicate hand, her tone filled with sorrow. "Mr. Dragon, why must such a cruel thing as war exist? Because of interests." Interests? Indeed. Whether for conquest and annexation of other nations, or to alleviate internal strife through external warfare, it all ultimately boils down to the word interest. There will always be those who benefit from war. Chu Yuan continued. Yet those who reap the benefits are far from the heroes who perish on the battlefield or return maimed. They are instead the ones who raise their goblets high at lavish balls. Their opulence is constructed upon a foundation of devastation, with countless vengeful souls and bones lying beneath their seats. Elena lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "Mr. Dragon, I do not understand. It is perfectly normal not to comprehend at this moment. The future stretches long ahead, and I shall gradually teach you everything, guiding you to witness it with your own eyes." The delicate hands of the young girl firmly grasped the coarse scales. After a period, Chu Yuan and Elena finally approached the vicinity of the capital city of the Monster Kingdom. They alighted upon a towering mountain, gazing down at the diminutive city below. The capital was grand in scale, with towering walls and a distinctive architectural style that harmoniously blended the cultural characteristics of various monster races. "Is this the capital of the Monster Kingdom? How magnificent!" Elena exclaimed. "Indeed, the relic lies within the city. However, I cannot enter in the form of a dragon, lest it incite unnecessary trouble." Chu Yuan spoke, then gently closed his eyes, his form gradually diminishing, scales fading away until he transformed into a petite black dragon, coiling around Elena's neck. Elena gazed at Chu Yuan in a daze. "Mr. Demon Dragon, how adorable. Now, you won't be so conspicuous." Chu Yuan's voice resonated in Elena's ear. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she felt the warmth of Chu Yuan's body, a sense of calm washing over her. "Put on your hood. We shall enter the city," Chu Yuan instructed. "MHM." Elena donned her hood, concealing her face entirely, and they began their descent down the mountain. As they traversed the winding path, several miles from the main city, Elena and Chu Yuan made their way through a dense thicket. Suddenly, several shadows leapt from the underbrush, surrounding them. "Are you a solitary traveler? Care to join us in some amusement?" The leader, a succubus, possessed purple skin and black wings, her alluring smile betraying a hint of cunning. Her minions, gnolls, lizardfolk, and minotaurs, brandished weapons, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Hand over all your valuables, and we might just spare your life." The gnoll licked its lips, greed evident in its eyes. Chu Yuan surveyed the band of rogues from his perch around Elena's neck. "Thieves, are they?" "Elena, this is an opportunity to test your current strength. I shall not intervene." Chu Yuan spoke. "All right," Elena responded. The succubus furrowed her brow upon noticing Elena talking to herself. "Little girl, who are you conversing with?" Elena remained silent, raising her hand as a sphere of flame coalesced at her fingertips. In an instant, the flames transformed into several fire serpents that swiftly lunged towards the bandits. The goblin was caught off guard, ensnared by the fire serpents, and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. The lizard man brandished his spear and charged forth. But with a flick of her palm, Elena conjured a towering wall of ice that sent him soaring several meters into the air. Soon, the succubus's minions began to fall one by one. Seeing this, the succubus was filled with terror. She unfurled her wings, attempting to flee, but Elena was already prepared. A blade of wind sliced through the air, wounding the succubus's wings and causing her to plummet to the ground. "Don't kill me. Spare me, please." The succubus pleaded in fear, entirely devoid of her earlier confidence. The other bandits also fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "What shall we do with them, Lord Dragon?" Elena inquired. "The decision lies with you," Chu Yuan replied calmly. Elena pondered for a moment. "You are forbidden from committing any further misdeeds. If I encounter you again, I shall not be so lenient." The thieves, as if granted a reprieve, bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you. We will never dare again. Your Excellency is truly magnanimous." After dealing with the thieves, the two continued their journey, and Elena and Chu Yuan soon arrived at the inspection station before the main city. In front of the towering city gate, a long line of various magical creatures awaited inspection, as entry into the city was only permitted upon completion of this process. Elena inquired of Chu Yuan, "Mr. Dragon, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly noticed something affixed to the city wall beside the inspection gate, which was plastered all over. Chu Yuan said, "Take a look back." Following his guidance, Elena approached the city wall, only to discover that the items affixed to it were, in fact, wanted posters, one of which displayed the likeness of the demon leader from the band of thieves they had encountered earlier. As she contemplated the posters, a clever scheme formed in her mind. She instructed Elena to remove one of the wanted posters and leave. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the main city, where Elena was now dragging the bound and gagged demon thief leader, who was weeping profusely. They formed a queue, waiting for their turn to enter the city. When it was Elena's turn for inspection, she approached the Minotaur guard and presented the wanted poster, stating, "I am here to deliver a fugitive and fulfill a commission." The Minotaur guard glanced at the poster, then at the bound demon, and remarked, "No problem." However, he did not immediately allow Elena entry. With an air of arrogance, he raised his snout and demanded, "Let me see." Elena replied calmly, "I have already provided sufficient justification. There is no need to remove my hood." "Oh, you say there is no need? Let me see." The Minotaur insisted, extending his hand towards Elena's hood. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a potent wave of magical pressure surged forth. The Minotaur staggered, breathless, his legs weakening, and he involuntarily fell to his knees. Looking up at Elena, he became drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with terror. The other guards nearby felt the oppressive force and instinctively retreated, struggling to maintain a grip on their weapons. The Minotaur trembled, realizing the true extent of the threat before him. The intensity of the pressure was on par with that of the leader of their kind, one of the most formidable beings able to enter the central elder council of the demon realm. At that moment, Elena spoke softly, Now, may I enter the city? The Minotaur nodded repeatedly, his voice quaking. Why, yes. Please, go ahead. Paying no further heed to the guard, Elena dragged the demon and strode directly into the city. Inside, the sight that greeted Elena left her wide-eyed with awe. The streets were spacious and bustling, flanked by buildings that, while rough-hewn, exuded an exotic charm, seemingly a fusion of diverse cultural elements. The thoroughfare was teeming with a medley of creatures, minotaurs, lizardfolk, succubi, ogres, and numerous small yet lively goblins. Some were peddling peculiar wares, others hurriedly carting loads of goods, while a few lounged languidly in the sun by the roadside. Mr. Dragon, thank you for your assistance just now, Elena murmured as they walked. No need for thanks. Your performance was commendable as well, came the reply. Commended Elena. The formidable pressure just now had indeed emanated from him. Even if he was not an adult dragon, having devoured numerous magical creatures had elevated his power to a rather terrifying level. Moreover, he possessed the essence of an adult dragon, along with the arcane spells it wielded. With a hint of curiosity, Elena inquired, Dragon sir, may I ask why the Minotaur refrained from obstructing us after you merely revealed your aura? Chu Yuan elucidated. In the realm of monsters, strength reigns supreme. Power signifies one's status within this dominion. A mere foot soldier, like the Minotaur we encountered earlier, would never dare to provoke an entity of formidable strength. A single misstep could jeopardize his position and, worse yet, endanger his family. Elena, momentarily taken aback, grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon entering the city, you and Elena chose not to immediately conquer the ruins, but first delivered the succubus to collect your reward. With the bounty in hand, you sought refuge in a nearby inn to rest, for the journey had been arduous and the day was waning. You resolved to set forth for the ruins at dawn. In the evening, you dined in the inn's bustling restaurant, which was filled with a myriad of monsters engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere vibrant with noise and camaraderie. You and Elena opted for a window-side table, ordering a selection of simple fare. The table was adorned with freshly grilled steaks and exquisite fruit wine, exuding an enticing warmth. During your meal, the hushed yet intense discussion of several lizard men and goblins at the neighboring table piqued Chu Yuan's interest. Their expressions were grave as they deliberated. Have you heard? The southwestern defense line has been breached once more. Indeed, that human warrior is extraordinarily powerful. Magic proves ineffective against him, and his swordsmanship is terrifyingly proficient, making him nearly unstoppable. It is said he can single-handedly lay waste to an entire city. Even the esteemed elders from the Central Council failed to thwart his advance. While the main city remains unscathed for now, who can predict how long that will last? The human offensive grows ever more formidable. This warrior is a significant threat. Listening intently to the monster's discourse, Elena, her curiosity piqued, quietly inquired of Chu Yuan, Mr. Dragon, who exactly is this warrior? Chu Yuan rummaged through his memories and recalled. The hero serves as the trump card of the Olame Empire, reputedly possessing the ability to nullify any form of magic. His personal combat prowess is unparalleled, making him a formidable opponent that we, as magic users, dread to encounter. After their meal, the two returned to their room to rest. Although the room was not spacious, it was well-equipped, featuring a bathroom with magical amenities. The bathroom boasted a bathtub, and the enchanted faucet dispensed hot water, perfect for washing away the fatigue of the day. Upon seeing the bathroom, Elena's azure eyes sparkled with delight, her golden hair cascading as she turned to Chu Yuan and said, Mr. Dragon, let us indulge in a bath. You have worked hard throughout the journey, and I would be delighted to assist in cleansing you. Chu Yuan initially intended to decline, yet upon witnessing Elena's fervent enthusiasm, he found himself unable to refuse her request. He mused that, after all, he was a dragon now, and they belonged to entirely different species. Such matters should bear no significance, and the notion of propriety between genders seemed irrelevant. He regarded Elena much like a human might regard a lizard. However, as they commenced their bathing ritual, Chu Yuan realized he was gravely mistaken. Elena removed her hood and outer garments, revealing her slender and exquisite form. The rising steam cast a delicate blush upon her porcelain skin, while droplets of water cascaded down her curves. With gentle hands, she tenderly caressed Chu Yuan's scales, cleansing his body. A faint flush adorned Elena's cheeks as her eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing glimmer. Oh, dear dragon, your scales are quite formidable. Chu Yuan made a concerted effort to render his voice calm. He consistently maintained a posture of either side or back. How should one articulate this? He currently felt as though time had advanced into August. The moment for the dragon to raise its head had arrived. Chu Yuan made up his mind. From now on, whenever Elena called him, he would no longer wash together with her. After finishing his bath and returning to his room, Elena, dressed in her attire, gently cradled the freshly cleaned Chu Yuan in her arms and whispered, "Mr. Demon Dragon, shall we sleep together?" Responded Chu Yuan. The miniature version of himself nestled within Elena's soft embrace. She tightened her hold on him and tucked the blanket around them. Chu Yuan gazed at the youthful visage of the girl before him, his eyes reflecting a tender affection, and warmth blossomed within his heart. Though both were wanderers in this moment, he no longer felt the pangs of solitude. As night fell, the lone traveler and his dragon companion, as always, savored the warmth of one another, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Chu Yuan and Elena rose early, preparing their belongings for the journey to the ruins. Guided by the signs of the main city, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins, only to discover a long queue of individuals, many monstrous beings steadily making their way inside. Elena tilted her head, gazing up at the magnificent entrance, and with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Mr. Dragon, why are there so many people here?" Chu Yuan elucidated that the structure of this ancient site resembles an underground city, inhabited by numerous low-intelligence magical creatures. These beings differ greatly from those found in the realm of monsters. They are akin to lions and tigers in relation to humans, embodying pure primal ferocity. More precisely, they ought to be referred to as magical beasts, while the intelligent magical entities are classified as the demon race. However, the human side lacks this conceptual distinction, mistakenly believing that magical beasts and the demon race are one and the same. The reason the demon race ventures into the ruins is that certain unique parts of the magical beasts can be exchanged for bounties. Thus, they hunt these creatures. Naturally, some members of the demon race harbor ambitions of exploring the ruins to acquire forbidden spells. Yet, to date, none have succeeded in penetrating to the innermost depths of the site. Elena nodded in understanding. Upon entering the ruins, Chu Yuan and Elena traversed the winding passages, continuously encountering low-level beasts along their journey. These feeble creatures posed no challenge to Elena. As they ventured deeper, the presence of demonic invaders around them dwindled. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded area untouched by others. Upon confirming that the surroundings were temporarily safe, they decided to take a moment to rest. Elena kindled a fire and retrieved the jerky they had procured earlier, skillfully employing her fire magic to roast it until it emanated a delectable aroma. She then offered the freshly roasted jerky to Chu Yuan, who was draped around her neck. As Chu Yuan was about to take the item, he suddenly perked up his ears, his gaze alertly fixed on the distance. Before them, a diminutive lizard man staggered forward, his expression vacant, devoid of any weapons or armor. Elena, observing this, softly inquired, "Is he lost? Mr. Dragon, shall we offer him some food?" "Wait," Chu Yuan interjected, his voice deepening. Something felt amiss. His demeanor shifted, exuding caution. Instantly, Elena heightened her focus, fixating on the lizard man, remaining on guard. The lizard man approached them, suddenly halting, his body beginning to tremble violently. Then, with a low growl, his form underwent a dramatic transformation. The original lizard man morphed into a humanoid beast of a purplish-black hue, featuring 6 malevolent eyes and bearing sharp fangs as it lunged at them. Elena reacted swiftly, casting a spell to repel the creature. Subsequently, she concentrated her energy, conjuring a fiery spear that pierced through the beast's body, ensuring its complete demise. Approaching the unfamiliar monster, Elena leaned in with curiosity, pondering, what manner of beast is this? Chu Yuan delved into the memories of the forbidden spellcaster, stating, "This is a shape-shifting demon." The shape-shifting demon is an enigmatic beast capable of transforming into any creature, deceiving its prey, and launching an attack when least expected. He gazed down at the carcass of the shape-shifting demon, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. "I have yet to taste a shape-shifting demon. Perhaps I shall uncover some new magic." With that, Chu Yuan leapt down from Elena's shoulder. After a flash of light, his form began to swell, ultimately reverting to that of a dragon. He lowered his head, opening his massive jaws to consume the shape-shifting demon. Moments later, a surge of energy resonated within him, and new spells began to blossom in his mind. "Quite fascinating. What is it, Mr. Dragon?" Elena inquired. The magic of the shape-shifting demon is not merely mimicry. It allows the user to genuinely transform into another race. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Elena appeared inexplicably excited. "What is it, Elena?" Chu Yuan asked. Elena shyly interlaced her fingers, appearing somewhat bashful. "Oh, it's nothing much. Speaking of transformation, I suddenly wish to see what Mr. Dragon would look like as a human." Upon feeling a surge of inspiration, Chu Yuan remarked, "How fortuitous. I too wish to witness what I shall resemble in human form. In the next instant, Chu Yuan summoned his magic, and amidst a burst of radiance, his colossal dragon body began to diminish, ultimately transforming into that of a human. Before her stood a strikingly handsome youth with raven black hair, sharp brows, and captivating eyes. Indeed, it was the very visage of Chu Yuan in his human incarnation. Elena stood transfixed, and soon her attention shifted. Chu Yuan was unclothed. Instantly, Elena's face flushed a deep crimson. She covered her face with her hands, yet her middle and ring fingers were slightly apart. Mr. Dragon, your attire. As Chu Yuan prepared to further scrutinize himself, he became acutely aware of the awkward predicament he found himself in. He instinctively turned his head from side to side in search of clothing, but to no avail. Reluctantly, Chu Yuan transformed back into his dragon form, employing a cough to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. The atmosphere between the two became undeniably peculiar. Elena slightly turned her cheek, pursing her lips while clutching her chest, her eyes shimmering with trepidation as her face flushed crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Earlier, while bathing, it seemed she had inadvertently exposed herself to the Dragon Lord. Now, witnessing his human form, handsome beyond measure, evoked an unfamiliar sensation within her, one she struggled to articulate. Subsequently, the two of you traversed the path of vanquishing the monstrous beasts ahead, as you continuously consumed unfamiliar creatures to bolster your strength. With each erroneous route eliminated, you delved deeper into the ruins, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, the air thick with a stifling sense of foreboding. Ultimately, you arrived at a vast chamber at the heart of the ruins. The walls were adorned with ancient magical runes. The floor cracked as if it had borne witness to countless battles. At the center of this space lay a colossal beast, its size dwarfing even your dragon form. Its body cloaked in scales that shimmered with a dark, purplish hue, and its eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glimmer, exuding an overwhelming aura that pervaded the entire chamber. Chu Yuan restored his dragon form, coiling beside Elena, and whispered, "This must be the beast guarding the forbidden spell. Its power far surpasses any adversary we have encountered thus far. Elena, exercise caution." Elena nodded, her expression grave. She raised her hand and immediately unleashed a formidable spear of flame, aimed directly at the beast's body. However, upon contact with the creature's scales, the fire was instantaneously extinguished. Its defensive strength is overwhelming, Elena exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Yuan unfurled his immense dragon wings and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that surged toward the beast. The flames scorched the creature's scales for several seconds, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. However, the creature's colossal tail swiftly swept in, striking Chu Yuan and sending him hurtling through the air. "Mr. Dragon, I'm fine." Chu Yuan steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the beast. This creature possessed not only formidable defenses, but also an extensive range of attacks. They had to collaborate to uncover its weakness. Although he could cast the forbidden spell Heavenly Waterfall against this monstrous foe, the challenge lay in the fact that Heavenly Waterfall required an unobstructed expanse above, as it descended from the clouds. Presently, they found themselves deep underground, where the layers of earth would diminish its potency before it could reach the beast. By the time the spell struck the creature, it was likely to inflict minimal damage. Thus, Chu Yuan devised a plan to significantly reduce the attack range of Heavenly Waterfall, concentrating its power. Even if its strength was weakened by the earth, striking at the beast's vulnerable point could still yield a decisive blow. Consequently, the two engaged in a coordinated battle. Chu Yuan, in his dragon form, took the front line to restrain the beast defensively, while Elena employed various elemental spells and probing attacks to identify the creature's weakness. Each time the beast unleashed a powerful spell, Chu Yuan would activate a robust defensive magic, leveraging his size to shield Elena, granting her precious time to cast her spells. After several rounds of combat, Elena finally discerned a conspicuous gap among the scales on the creature's chest. This fissure exhibited a pronounced effect when struck. She quickly shouted to Chu Yuan, "Mr. Dragon, its weakness lies in the crack on its chest." As Chu Yuan defended against the ferocious onslaught of the magical beast, he concentrated the power within him, realizing the necessity of collaboration to overturn it and expose its underbelly. "Leave it to me," Elena replied with clarity, conjuring walls of ice to hinder the beast's movements while simultaneously creating depressions in the ground. As the beast broke through the ice barriers, it stumbled into the ground's indentation. causing its massive form to topple. At that moment, Elena unleashed a powerful impact spell, sending the colossal creature crashing down, reverberating throughout the subterranean expanse. Well done, Elena. Chu Yuan completed the incantation of the forbidden spell, his pupils shimmering with profound brilliance. Heavenly waterfall. Above the ruins, the clouds were rent asunder, and a beam of light descended, piercing through the earth's surface and traversing the subterranean layers, ultimately striking down upon the vulnerable chest of the beast. The creature emitted a heart-rending wail, its massive form thrashing in desperation, before it lay still, utterly motionless. As the life signs of the beast faded into oblivion, a portal emerged at the far end of the vast expanse. Splendid. Mr. Dragon, we have succeeded, Elena exclaimed with great joy. Indeed. Chu Yuan gazed at Elena, responding with a sense of gratification. As they traversed the ruins together, it became apparent that Elena had matured to a level where she could now stand beside him in battle. Chu Yuan approached the beast, opening his dragon jaws to consume a portion of it, feeling its magic surge into his being. Let us take a moment to rest, Elena. Then we shall explore that door. After Elena and Chu Yuan had gathered themselves, they ventured into the innermost chamber of the ruins. It was a magnificent stone hall, with a floating platform at its center, and above it hovered an ancient tome of magic, while the air surrounding them was thick with mysterious waves of arcane energy. At this moment, Chu Yuan had transformed into a miniature form, perched upon Elena's neck, his eyes shimmering with intensity. That must be the forbidden spellbook. Elena, let us approach it. Very well, Mr. Magic Dragon. Elena stepped forward, delicately cradling the spellbook in her hands. In the next instant, the pages of the book began to turn autonomously. As each page revealed intricate spells and magical circles, a soft luminescence emanated from the book, illuminating the eyes of the two. They stood as if frozen, as a torrent of knowledge surged from the spellbook into their minds. Only when the book reached its final page did this state come to an end, and it closed itself automatically. Chu Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the complete incantation of the forbidden spell etched in his mind. Is this the magic of knowledge infusion? Ordinary individuals would be utterly incapable of enduring such intensity and volume of infusion, which explains why they cannot master forbidden magic. Regardless of the ability to receive it, the imprint of the forbidden spell in the mind necessitates an immense capacity for storage. In any case, I have indeed mastered this forbidden spell. This particular forbidden magic is a 12th tier spell, known as beast manipulation. Although its name may not seem particularly formidable, its rank reveals its true nature. It possesses the power to control all magical beasts in existence, including the colossal beast that just guarded the forbidden spell, requiring only a minuscule amount of magical energy. This implies that the caster can effortlessly dominate countless such powerful magical beasts, effectively forming an army single-handedly. No nation could withstand such might. The earth itself could be made to tremble at their command. After Chu Yuan fully absorbed the magic, he turned his gaze towards Elena, only to find her equally engrossed, her eyes closed in contemplation. Elena, how do you feel? Chu Yuan expressed his concern for Elena's well-being. Elena opened her eyes and exclaimed with excitement, Mr. Demon Dragon, I have mastered this forbidden spell. Chu Yuan was somewhat taken aback, swiftly replaced by a sense of joy for Elena. It appeared that Elena possessed not only the remarkable ability to replicate ordinary spells upon mere observation, but also demonstrated an aptitude for forbidden magic. This revelation suggested that Elena harbored the potential to become a legendary sorceress. No, it would be more accurate to assert that she already was one. Subsequently, Chu Yuan rewrapped the scarf around Elena's neck as she donned her hood. Together, they departed from the ruins along the path they had come. Upon stepping out of the ruins entrance, they were astounded by the scene before them. Numerous demons had congregated outside, with figures of various races crowding the square at the ruins entrance. Among them, some beings, clearly more formidable than the ordinary demons, stood at the forefront of the assembly. With a discerning gaze, Chu Yuan immediately recognized that among these formidable beings, at least a few were elders from the Elder Council of the demonic realm. At the forefront stood an elegantly poised fox elder, her silver hair shimmering like moonlight, swaying gracefully in the breeze, while her golden eyes sparkled with unfathomable wisdom. The female foxfolk appeared as a human woman adorned with beastly ears and a tail, yet her beauty surpassed that of ordinary human females. This fox elder was no exception. Clearly, the earlier release of the celestial waterfall, coupled with the commotion in the ruins, could not be concealed. As Elena made her entrance, the gaze of the demonic beings turned towards her in unison. The The fox elder performed a graceful bow, addressing her. Greetings, esteemed one. I am Elder Cries of the Fox Folk. May I inquire if you have successfully navigated the ruins and acquired the forbidden magic? Upon hearing this question, Elena felt a surge of anxiety. She discreetly used a magic transmission to inquire of Chu Yuan. Mr. Dragon, what should we do? Shall we conceal the truth? Chu Yuan's voice remained composed, devoid of concealment. It appeared they were already aware, merely seeking verbal confirmation from you. Elena nodded slightly, drawing a deep breath before responding, indeed. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in murmurs. The gathered ordinary demons began whispering among themselves. To think such a youthful maiden could conquer the depths of the ruins and master forbidden incantations. An unprecedented prodigy, our demon realm may yet harbor hope for the future. Could it be that our demon kingdom shall finally witness the birth of a true sovereign? Yet, her hood concealed her visage, leaving her lineage a mystery. At that moment, the lizard elder among the council stepped forward and inquired, "Might we inquire? Noble conqueror of the ruins, of your esteemed name and origin?" Chu Yuan promptly communicated with Elena through magical means. Elena nodded subtly, and then calmly stated, "I am Elena, merely a traveler." The fox elder, Sirisu, displayed a knowing smile. "Miss Elena, would you do us the honor of visiting the Central Elder Council for a discussion?" "Naturally. We should extend our warmest hospitality to the hero who has conquered the ruins." The other elders echoed this sentiment, extending their invitations to Elena. "Mr. Dragon, we..." Elena inquired again through magical communication with Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan stated, "Let us agree, there is no necessity for us to engage in conflict with them. If we can coexist amicably, we may even forge a benevolent bond that could prove advantageous in the future. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise with our current capabilities, we can effortlessly extricate ourselves." Shortly thereafter, Elena accompanied the elders into the Central Elder Hall. This hall, situated at the pinnacle of the main city, boasted a magnificent architectural ensemble, interspersed with shimmering magical crystals that rendered the entire complex akin to a resplendent jewel. The elders ushered Elena into a spacious circular hall, adorned with exquisite murals and sculptures, replete with the cultural essence of the monster nation. As soon as Elena took her seat, a maidservant presented the finest wines and delicacies. A glance revealed that most of the dishes were unfamiliar monster delicacies, exuding an irresistible aroma. Elena discreetly swallowed, yet she refrained from indulging immediately, patiently awaiting the elders to speak. "Hero, please partake. Do not concern yourself with us," Elder Sui, the foxfolk elder, said with a smile. "Thank you," Elena replied, seizing the food and beginning to feast. Having spent many days in the labyrinthine ruins, subsisting mostly on jerky and rations, the offerings before her were akin to heavenly delicacies. Naturally, while enjoying her meal, Elena did not forget to share some with Chu Yuan, discreetly slipping it beneath her hood, where the distinction would be imperceptible. After some time, the lizard folk elder spoke first, his voice tinged with curiosity and probing. "Lady Elena, you are the first relic conqueror in the history of our monster nation. Might you remove your hood so we may behold your true visage?" Elena paused mid-bite, responding, "I apologize, but it is rather inconvenient." The lizard folk elder, undeterred, chuckled and said, "No matter, if it is inconvenient, we shall let it be." At that moment, the dog-headed elder interjected, his tone imbued with eagerness. "Lady Elena, the reason we have invited you here is that we have a request. Since the inception of the monster nation, we have never had a king. The reason is simple. No one has possessed the strength to earn the heartfelt allegiance of all races. However, now that you have successfully conquered the ruins and mastered forbidden magic, we see a new possibility for you to become the king of the monster nation, uniting all races under your dominion. We unanimously believe you possess this qualification. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Upon his conclusion, the other elders maintained their smiles, evidently sharing the same sentiment. This unexpected proposition left Elena momentarily at a loss. She silently conveyed through magic to Chu Yuan, "Mr. Dragon, what should I do? I cannot possibly be a king." Chu Yuan transmitted a soothing message to her. "Do not panic, remain calm, and follow my instructions." In a brief moment, Elena composed herself. She spoke slowly, "I am grateful for the elders' profound kindness, but I am merely a traveler, and my journey is far from over. I have many goals yet to accomplish, and one day I shall depart from the realm of monsters. Such an important responsibility, I fear I am not capable of fulfilling, and for that, I sincerely apologize." Upon hearing her words, the elders displayed deep regret upon their faces. They had not stipulated that the conqueror of the ruins must become a king, Elena's decision to stay or leave was beyond their authority. The elder of the dog-headed race sighed. It is indeed a pity. At that moment, the elder of the lizard men shifted the conversation, inquiring, in that case, might I ask what the purpose of your journey is, Lady Elena? To collect forbidden magic, she replied. My next destination is the realm of the elves. The elders murmured among themselves, their eyes reflecting astonishment at her answer. Collecting forbidden magic? Even the most talented genius can typically acquire only a single forbidden spell. Yet she seems capable of mastering multiple. Lady Elena is truly formidable. I dare say she might become a legendary archmage. After a brief silence, the fox elder, Suya, smiled gently, breaking the tense atmosphere. In light of this, we shall not insist on your stay. However, as the hero who conquered the ruins, we of the realm of monsters must express our gratitude. Suya waved her hand, and a maid approached, carrying a plaque and a token. Suya gracefully explained, with this plaque, you shall forever be regarded as the highest-ranking guest of the realm of monsters, and the throne shall always be reserved for you. This token is my personal emblem, which will facilitate your movements in the realm of the elves. Though the elves are reclusive, I still possess a modicum of influence there. Elena accepted the two gifts. Expressing her heartfelt thanks, I am truly grateful. The elders nodded in agreement. The elder of the dog-headed race then asked, Lady Elena, might you consider staying a few more days, allowing us to extend our hospitality? I appreciate your kind intentions, but my journey is pressing, and I must take my leave shortly. Once again, I thank all the elders for your hospitality. I shall forever remember the kindness of the realm of monsters. Following Chu Yuan's guidance, Elena politely declined. After Elena and Chu Yuan departed, the Central Elder Council also disbanded. The Lizardman Elder could not help but follow the Fox Elder Xia, curious to ask her, Elder Xia, you possess the ability to discern races through scent. What race is Lady Elena? Surely you recognized it at first glance? Xia walked ahead, closing her eyes as she replied, she is human. Upon hearing this, the Lizardman Elder nearly leaped in astonishment. What? She is human? Then why? Xia responded leisurely, though she is human. It is evident that she has no ties to the Empire. She is merely a traveler, uninvolved in the conflict between the Empire and the realm of monsters. It is entirely unwise to provoke her. Rather, it would be exceedingly advantageous to cultivate a good relationship with her. In the future, when she recalls today's kindness, she may be willing to lend us her assistance, and with her capabilities, she could even save the realm of monsters from grave peril. The Lizardman Elder furrowed his brow, still unconvinced, but if she truly accepted the invitation and became the queen of the realm of monsters. Suya opened her eyes and smiled. The realm of monsters has always valued strength. There is no stipulation that only non-monsters may become kings, is there? After you and Elena departed from the realm of monsters, you embarked on a long journey. Along the way, you encountered various formidable magical beasts, even facing colossal beasts rivaling mountains in size. Some would attack you, but under the influence of your forbidden magic, beast manipulation, they would instantly submit, requiring no combat whatsoever. Moreover, when encountering novel magical creatures, you could command them to allow you a portion of their essence, thus acquiring their magic without needing to slay them, contributing to the preservation of the ecosystem. The endless forest, as its name implies, is a lush expanse of trees. The towering trees reach skyward, their dense canopies nearly obscuring the heavens, as if one has entered a secluded realm of verdant splendor. Chu Yuan descended with Elena, who gracefully dismounted from the back of his dragon. Elena, I shall now transform into my human form. Please hand me the garments I procured in the realm of monsters. Certainly, Mr. Dragon. With that, Elena retrieved a set of black attire designed for men and offered it to Chu Yuan. As Chu Yuan was enveloped in a radiant glow, the brilliance dissipated moments later, revealing him transformed into human form, donning his attire with grace. The simple yet impeccably fitting traveler-esque garb accentuated his tall stature and striking features. Elena gazed at Chu Yuan, her fair complexion flushing once more, as she gently bit her cherry lips, her eyes shimmering and her heart racing subtly. She slightly shook her head, looking at Chu Yuan, and inquired, by the way, Mr. Demon Dragon, why have you chosen to assume a human form? Do you not like it? Chu Yuan approached Elena. She immediately waved her hand, somewhat shyly exclaiming, No, it's absolutely not that I dislike it. In fact, I wish to gaze upon Mr. Dragon's human form indefinitely, as he is quite handsome. She poked her two index fingers together, adding, I'm merely curious about the reason. Chu Yuan stood with one hand on his waist, gazing at the forest of trees before him. The reason I have taken on a human form is due to the extreme aversion the elf race holds towards the dragonkin. Should I appear as a dragon? It would surely lead to some conflicts. After speaking, he turned to Elena and smiled. Indeed, venturing into the realm of monsters was the right decision. Not only have we acquired the magic allowing me to transform into a human, but we have also received the token from Elder Cries of the Fox clan. Thus, entering the Elven Kingdom should pose no difficulties. With that, he began to stride forward. Very well, Dragon Lord. Elena snapped back to reality and hurried to keep pace with Chu Yuan, her mind still lingering on the charming smile of the Dragon Lord as they delved deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a taut string sound resonated around Chu Yuan and Elena. As agile figures emerged amidst the surrounding trees, bows drawn and aimed at them. These figures possessed long, pointed ears, adorned in garments of green and earthy hues, their skin varying from pale to brown. They were none other than the Elven folk. The captain of the Elven squad bellowed, "Intruders, depart from the realm of the elves, or we shall not be so accommodating." Chu Yuan remained calm as he presented the token bestowed upon him by the elder of the Fox people, Cress. "We harbor no ill intentions. This token, given to us by Cress, is said to grant passage within the realm of the elves." The Elven squad leader furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with his comrades. Although unfamiliar with the token, he replied, "Follow us. Should you dare to deceive us, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Shortly thereafter, the Elven squad leader led Chu Yuan and Elena to a magnificent palace perched atop a colossal tree. At the entrance of the palace, the squad leader presented the token, which a servant promptly took to announce their arrival. Moments later, the servant returned, returning the token to Chu Yuan. "Gentlemen, the token is authentic, yet our king wishes to meet with you. Please follow me." "Very well." Chu Yuan nodded and followed Elena. Upon entering the grand hall of the palace, Chu Yuan and Elena beheld a tall and handsome elven man. His countenance exuded both authority and wisdom, and his robe was adorned with intricate patterns of nature. This man was none other than the Elven King. Chu Yuan and Elena came to a halt, uncertain of the appropriate etiquette to follow. The Elven King, perceiving their awkwardness, offered a warm smile. Rising from his throne to speak, "There is no need for such formality between you two. Within our Elven clan, we do not adhere to excessive customs." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan and Elena relaxed their demeanor. The Elven King clapped his hands and instructed, "Bring forth 2 sets of tables and chairs." Soon, servants arrived with the requested furniture, and after expressing their gratitude, Chu Yuan and Elena took their seats. The Elven King resumed his place upon the throne and inquired, "I have a past connection with Cries, and your token is indeed legitimate, having been given by her. Since Cries endorses you, I trust you harbor no ill intentions. However, I am curious about the purpose of your visit to the Elven Kingdom. By the way, may I ask for your names?" "Your Majesty," Chu Yuan began, "I am Chu Yuan, and this is my companion, Elena. We are wanderers of the world, dedicated to exploring various ruins and collecting forbidden spells contained within them." "Collecting forbidden spells, you say? I see. You wish to explore the ruins of our Elven Kingdom," the Elven King remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Chu Yuan noticed the expression of the Elven King. "Your Majesty, might I inquire if this is inappropriate?" "Indeed, it is somewhat improper," the Elven King sighed softly and continued. "The ruins serve as a trial ground for our kin. For outsiders to enter, they must possess the qualifications to partake in the trials. In other words, you must gain the acknowledgement of all elves. Is that so?" Chu Yuan furrowed his brows, while Elena appeared somewhat disheartened. However, the Elven King continued, surveying Chu Yuan and Elena, "You two, hailing from the realm of monsters, must have already conquered the ruins of that land. Am I correct?" Chu Yuan and Elena nodded in agreement. "Given your capabilities, you may indeed be able to resolve that matter. Once it is addressed, gaining the recognition of all the elves will pose no challenge." The Elven King stroked his chin, lost in thought. "What is the matter?" inquired Chu Yuan. Rising from his throne, the Elven King declared, "Come with me, both of you." The trio made their way to the edge of the tree sea. Beneath a towering ancient tree, the Elven King raised his hand, pointing to the twinkling fruits nestled among the branches, and spoke, "These are the treasures of our Elven Kingdom. The sacred fruits of creation, though they remain in an unformed state at present. The sacred fruits hold profound significance for our kind. They possess the ability to cure ailments, prolong life, and enhance fertility. Given our already scarce population, procreation is an arduous endeavor. Thus, each fruit is exceedingly precious." His tone grew somber as he continued, "Regrettably, whenever the fruits are on the verge of ripening, they attract a monstrous entity known as disaster. They come in immense numbers and move with great swiftness, invariably arriving before the fruits can mature, leaving us bereft of their bounty. Despite our utmost efforts to fend them off, We have never succeeded in halting their advance. Chu Yuan appeared contemplative. Your Majesty, the Elven King, might I inquire if you are aware of the whereabouts of the lair of the disasters? The Elven King shook his head. After they plundered the sacred fruit, our valiant warriors attempted to track them down. However, their swiftness was beyond our warriors' capabilities to pursue. All we know is that they hail from the misty regions deeper within the Tree Sea. If you could resolve this issue once and for all. The Elven King's gaze shifted towards Chu Yuan and Elena. All the inhabitants of the Elven Kingdom would acknowledge your deeds, and you would successfully attain the qualifications for the relic trial. May I ask if you two are willing to assist us? Chu Yuan and Elena exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Chu Yuan inquired calmly, Your Majesty, the Elven King, how much longer until the sacred fruit reaches maturity? The Elven King smiled and replied, There are still several months to go, if you do not mind. You are welcome to stay in the Kingdom of Elves during this period. We shall do our utmost to extend our hospitality to both of you. What are your thoughts on this? As Chu Yuan and Elena exchanged smiles and nodded, he replied, No problem. The servant, bowing slightly as he escorted them away from the palace, inquired, How many rooms do you require for the night? Since all accommodations in the land of the monsters consisted of single rooms, Elena instinctively responded, One will suffice. That evening, they found themselves in a spacious room at the pinnacle of a colossal tree. The interior was exquisitely adorned, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, filling the air with the refreshing scent of nature. However, the room contained only a single, plush bed. As Elena gazed at the bed and then at Chu Yuan beside her, a flush of realization colored her cheeks. She recalled that Chu Yuan was no longer in his diminutive dragon form, but rather in his striking human guise. The mere thought of having such a handsome dragon lord sleeping beside her made her cheeks burn, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. Yet, she refrained from suggesting a change of rooms, instead stealing glances at Chu Yuan while nervously fidgeting with her fingers. On the other hand, Chu Yuan regarded the bed with indifference. He recalled the countless nights spent crammed on a single bed with Chu Xianyin during his impoverished days. Moreover, countless times in his dragon form, he had shared moments of slumber with Elena. In the darkness, as they lay on the bed, Elena felt Chu Yuan's presence beside her, her heart racing like a drum. Unable to find sleep, she whispered, Dragon Lord, are you asleep? Not at all, he replied. The voice of Chu Yuan caused Elena's small hand to tremble. Mr. Dragon, earlier before the Elf King, you mentioned that your name is Chu Yuan. Is this a name you have chosen for yourself? Indeed, that is correct, Chu Yuan replied, his tone tinged with weariness. Chu Yuan. What a delightful name for Mr. Dragon, Elena mused softly after a moment. Mr. Dragon, are you still awake? Chu Yuan remained silent. Mr. Demon Dragon? Elena slightly turned her body, gazing in the direction of Chu Yuan, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Chu Yuan had already succumbed to slumber, his breathing steady and calm. Moonlight cascaded through the window, draping a silvery veil over him. His chiseled features and striking visage were so close that Elena found herself entranced. Feeling the faint warmth emanating from him, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, an inexplicable impulse surged within Elena's chest. She swallowed hard and whispered, Mr. Dragon. Are you asleep, Mr. Dragon? After her soft call, there was no reply from Chu Yuan. A shy hesitation flitted across Elena's delicate face, yet ultimately, her reason succumbed to that overwhelming urge. With her cheeks flushed crimson, she slowly leaned in closer, savoring the side profile of Chu Yuan while inhaling a scent. As that impulse intensified, her face burned even more, and the glimmer in her eyes danced with fervor. This Mr. Dragon is truly captivating. Just for a moment. Just for a fleeting moment. Mr. Dragon surely won't notice. Elena inched even closer to Chu Yuan, her lips slightly parted, ready to press against his cheek. Just then, Chu Yuan suddenly turned over, and Elena, caught off guard, found her lips landing directly on his. Stunned, she froze for a moment. In the next instant, her face blazed with embarrassment, as if it could bleed, and her mind felt as if it were engulfed in smoke. Quickly, Elena recoiled, turning away to lie on her other side, her pupils trembling and her heart racing wildly. After a brief interval, she gently placed her slender fingers on her lips, savoring the sensation from just moments before, her gaze flickering restlessly. Mr. Dragon. In the days that followed, you noticed Elena's demeanor had become quite peculiar. She appeared particularly shy in your presence. Especially when you drew near, it seemed to evoke something within her, rendering her speech halting and prompting her to seek to avoid you. Furthermore, you observed that Elena had begun to steal glances at you more frequently. As days turned into weeks, Elena transitioned from her initial bashfulness to a state of shyness infused with newfound boldness. She began to engage more intimately with you, even pressing close while blushing during your shared slumber. Simultaneously, both of you grew increasingly familiar with the elves of the Elven Kingdom. You played with the children, assisted with simple tasks, and gradually earned the acceptance of the surrounding elves, who would invite you to their homes for meals. In this place, you had truly found a sense of belonging. Time flew by, and soon the season approached when the sacred fruit would ripen. On this day, you accompanied a group of elven children in joyous play, their laughter echoing around you. Suddenly, a little elven boy stood before Chu Yuan and Elena, asking innocently, "Hey, are Chu Yuan brother and Elena's sister married?" At this remark, Elena was rendered utterly flustered, her cheeks aflame. "And married?" She stole a glance at Chu Yuan, pondering the implications of such a title, smiled gently as he patted the little elf boy's head, saying, "Elena and I are the most important family and companions." The little elf boy tilted his head in contemplation. "Isn't the most important family and companion a couple?" He pondered. "My mother said that as long as two people engage in intimate matters, they become a couple and accompany each other for a lifetime. So, Brother Chu Yuan, Sister Elena, have you two ever engaged in such intimate matters?" Chu Yuan let out a helpless chuckle. "Your mother got it backwards. First comes matrimony, then comes intimacy. We're not wedded. So such matters haven't occurred." Meanwhile, Elena had completely lost track of the conversation. The little boy's words echoed relentlessly in her mind, husband and wife, to become wedded to the Dragon Lord. Gradually, vivid images began to unfold in her thoughts, her fair cheeks flushing crimson as if steam were rising from her head. "If we engage in those intimate acts, then we'll be married." When she finally snapped back to reality, her lips pressed together lightly, and the way she gazed at Chu Yuan carried a peculiar, unspoken tension. That very afternoon, the two of them retreated to their chambers to rest. Chu Yuan lay down as usual with Elena, but today he noticed that Elena was unusually close. "Elena?" Chu Yuan gazed in slight confusion, his eyes meeting Elena's shimmering, watery gaze. "Mr. Demon Dragon." Elena's voice was soft and tender. "What is your opinion of me?" "What do you mean by that?" "I mean..." She paused, hinting at the significance of their genders. Chu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Elena nestled into his embrace, her silken golden tresses cascading against his neck as she exhaled delicate orchid-scented breaths. "Dragon Lord, you are my salvation, the very meaning of my existence," she murmured. "For you, I would undertake any endeavor. Yet recently, I find myself yearning for more." Her exquisite countenance drew nearer, cherry lips glistening with dewy allure. Chu Yuan was no longer composed, swallowing hard. "Mr. Demon Dragon, I wish to become entirely yours." The fabric slipped from her snowy shoulders. Suddenly, a loud knocking at the door shattered the intimate atmosphere. Startled, both individuals sprang to their feet, and Elena hastily donned her attire. Outside, the voice of an elven guard could be heard. "His Majesty the Elven King has sent word of an urgent matter. Please accompany him for a discussion." "Very well. We shall come." Chu Yuan and Elena dared not meet each other's gaze. Ultimately, it was Chu Yuan who broke the silence with words. Chu Yuan and Elena entered the council chamber. The Elf King, with a grave expression, was intently gazing at the map spread across the table. Upon noticing the two, he spoke candidly. "Scouts have reported large dark masses on the horizon. It seems the army of disaster is approaching in this time. Their numbers appear to exceed those of previous incursions. You two must depart at once." Chu Yuan and Eliana nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they followed the Elven King to the towering ancient tree, which had already been fortified with defenses. The Elven warriors, tense and vigilant, drew their bows, while the Elven mages raised their staffs, filling the air with a palpable sense of urgency. "We cannot allow the national treasure of the Elven realm to be seized. The future of the Elven race depends upon your valor." "Positions." With a wave of his hand, the Elven King issued his command, prompting the warriors to string their bows and the mages to commence incantations for widespread offensive spells. After the king concluded his orders, he turned to Chu Yuan and Eliana, saying, "We entrust this to you as well." Zhuo Yuan and Zheng nodded solemnly. Before long, dark silhouettes on the horizon grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by a deafening hum that swept through the air. The densely packed insect-like monstrosities, known as the Disaster Army, emerged into view. The colossal swarm loomed like a dark cloud, obscuring the sky. Under the command of their leader, the Elven warriors began to unleash a barrage of arrows, while the mages conjured brilliant displays of magic in an attempt to thwart the impending catastrophe. However, the arrows and spells proved to be little more than a mere nuisance to the monstrous horde, which swiftly breached the first line of defense, advancing relentlessly towards the great tree housing the sacred fruit of creation. As the front line teetered on the brink of collapse, a sense of despair permeated the ranks of the Elven soldiers. How infuriating. It was just like before. We are utterly powerless to prevent this. We have already suffered numerous losses of the sacred fruit. If we fail to secure anything this time, it may spell doom for the future of our elven nation. Just as the morale of the troops plummeted to its nadir, Chu Yuan and Elena stepped forward, advancing to the forefront. The elven soldiers, unfamiliar with their presence, gazed at the two with puzzled expressions. Who are they? It was said that they were the king's summoned allies, capable of assisting us in resolving the disaster. But can two mere humans truly make a difference? After all, we have been powerless against the disaster for so many years. Chu Yuan and Elena paid no heed to the surrounding voices of skepticism. Instead, they jointly invoked the forbidden magic of beast manipulation. As the arcane incantation was unleashed, a formidable surge of magical energy swept through the air, causing the swarm of creatures to come to an abrupt halt, as if restrained by an invisible force. The once ferocious disasters froze mid-air, rendered motionless. The bizarre spectacle left the elves in a state of utter astonishment. Unbelievable, murmured the elven king in a hushed tone, his face etched with shock. The other elves stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the extraordinary event unfolding before them. Chu Yuan commanded a monstrous disaster to approach, while he and Elena ascended onto its back. He turned to the elven king and declared, "We shall follow the swarm back to their lair, uncover the root of the problem, and resolve it once and for all. Esteemed ones, await our good news." The elven king, recovering from his astonishment, took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. "All is entrusted to you." Chu Yuan nodded and then, accompanied by Elena, boarded the disastrous beast. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they departed, accompanied by a vast swarm of insects. After a period of flight, they traversed the misty expanse of the sea of trees, ultimately arriving before an enormous black nest. The scale of this nest surpassed that of a mountain, emanating an odor of decay and blood, with numerous cave-like entrances. The insect swarm entered the nest in succession, and Chu Yuan and Elena followed suit aboard one of the disastrous beasts. Inside, their gaze was met with countless hatching eggs and writhing larvae. At the deepest recesses of the nest, a colossal queen insect resided. Towering at nearly 50 meters, its body was enveloped in a black exoskeleton, and its abdomen swelled like a pouch, producing new eggs at an astonishing rate. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. It appears this is the source. The mother insect, having noticed the two intruders, Chu Yuan and Elena, emitted a piercing shriek, causing a multitude of larvae and guardians to surge forth from the depths of the nest. Chu Yuan and Elena stood side by side, simultaneously unleashing their beast manipulation. All the magical beasts fell into a state of stillness, including the mother insect. Now that the source had been identified, matters would be much easier to handle. Chu Yuan and Elena, employing the art of aerial magic, soared beyond the confines of the insect nest, suspended gracefully in the air. With a single hand raised to the heavens, Chu Yuan exclaimed, "Heavenly cascade." As his words resonated, a colossal beam of light descended from the clouds, piercing the insect nest. In an instant, the nest was obliterated, fragments scattering alongside the corpse of Disastrous. Elena unfurled her defensive magic, forming a vast, transparent umbrella that shielded them entirely from the debris, leaving them untouched. Thus, the dilemma was thoroughly resolved. Hours later, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from the sea of trees, and the denizens of the Elven Kingdom felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. To commemorate this triumph, the Elven King personally presided over a grand celebration that evening. As the elves danced and sang around a roaring bonfire, filling the entire forest with a long-lost atmosphere of joy. As the protagonists of the celebration, Chu Yuan and Elena were encircled by a multitude of elven children who presented them with garlands of flowers, which they adorned with smiles. Following the conclusion of the festivities, Chu Yuan and Elena stood before the Elven King. It seems that the two have come to discuss matters pertaining to their entry into the ruins. Chu Yuan nodded. Indeed. The Elven King smiled. You are the saviors of the Elven Kingdom. With your current prestige in our realm, no one shall ever doubt your qualifications again. Tomorrow, I shall escort you both to the ruins. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan and Elena exchanged heartfelt smiles. The following morning, amidst the throngs of elven kin, Chu Yuan and Elena approached the entrance of the ancient ruins. The entrance, a hollow within a colossal tree, revealed stone walls within. The elven children waved their tiny hands, vociferously cheering them on. Brother Chu Yuan, Sister Elena, you can do it. Conquer the ruins and dismantle the forbidden spells. As Chu Yuan and Elena turned to wave goodbye, they entered the ruins side by side, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Within the ruins, a myriad of magical constructs, fashioned from arcane building blocks, loomed before them. These colossal golems, inscribed with intricate magical circles, possessed the ability to unleash formidable offensive and disruptive spells. Together, Chu Yuan and Elena vanquished these imposing figures, overcoming numerous challenges, until they reached the innermost sanctum of the ruins. There, they encountered a final boss-level golem, towering over 100 meters in the expansive subterranean chamber. In a fierce alliance, they battled this giant, expending considerable effort before finally defeating it, thereby acquiring the forbidden spell of the ruins, known as creation magic. This spell endowed inanimate objects with the capacity for movement, imbuing them with rudimentary intelligence to obey the caster's commands, while also enabling the continuous enhancement of their abilities through the inscription of magical circles. Possessing creation magic bestowed upon one the essence of a creator, allowing for the limitless generation of entities akin to the guardian golem they had just vanquished. Much like the manipulation of monsters, creation magic could transform into a devastating force if the caster possessed the will to wield it. The hierarchy of creation magic, akin to that of monster manipulation, also spanned 12 tiers. The acquisition of creation magic filled Chu Yuan with elation, further intensified by the revelation that Elena had also mastered this arcane art. Not only was she adept at forbidden spells, but she was capable of mastering more than one. According to her, she sensed that she had yet to reach the pinnacle of her capabilities. Chu Yuan marveled at Elena's magical talent. In comparison, she seemed a true prodigy. Without the existence of entries, he might have been left far behind. Upon their emergence from the ruins, the denizens of the Elven Kingdom greeted them with jubilant cheers. After a 2-day respite, they journeyed to the palace of the Elven King to bid farewell, only to be invigorated by the news he shared. Elven warriors, while cleansing the lair of disasters, had uncovered a new ruin nearby. Eager to explore this new challenge, they expressed their desire to conquer it. The following day, they set forth, traversing the mist-laden expanse of the treetops to reach the entrance of the ruin described by the Elven King. A palpable weight hung in the air, suggesting that this ruin harbored greater dangers than the last. Yet, having successfully navigated numerous ruins before, neither Chu Yuan nor Elena felt fear. They entered the ruins, anticipation bubbling within them regarding the nature of the forbidden spell that awaited them. Elena walked closely beside Chu Yuan, her eyes brimming with expectation, yearning to acquire all the forbidden magic in existence alongside the Dragon Lord. Observing her enthusiasm, Chu Yuan chuckled resignedly and remarked, "Elena, in this world, there exists a limit to the forbidden magic one can attain. Even the most gifted individuals can usually master only one. Aspiring to possess them all is rather unrealistic." Eh? Elena appeared somewhat perplexed. "But, Mr. Dragon, haven't you already acquired 3 forbidden spells?" Chu Yuan shook his head, revealing a hint of peculiarity in his nature. "However, 3 is my limit. I cannot acquire any more forbidden spells." Elena's expression dimmed, a shadow of disappointment crossing her features. "Is it truly impossible to obtain more?" she inquired. "Do you not understand?" Chu Yuan gently ruffled Elena's hair, his voice filled with warmth. "It is, without a doubt for you. You are an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of magic, perhaps even capable of acquiring more forbidden spells than I." He paused momentarily, his gaze earnest. "I wish to witness it all, Mr. Dragon." Elena felt a surge of emotion, and she leaned her head softly against Chu Yuan's palm, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. In truth, it mattered little to her whether she could acquire forbidden spells, as long as she could be by Mr. Dragon's side. The two ascended the winding stone steps within the ruins, the atmosphere growing increasingly profound around them, with whispers of wind echoing like hushed voices in the dark. After a while, Elena discreetly observed Chu Yuan's profile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mr. Dragon, if one day we were to absorb all the forbidden spells, would that signify the end of our journey?" Chu Yuan chuckled softly. "That is a matter for the future. The road ahead is long, and we can ponder further. Making premature decisions would deprive us of the beauty of uncertainty." Elena reached out to touch Chu Yuan's hand, gradually intertwining her palm with his. Chu Yuan gazed at Elena, and he noticed the tenderness in her eyes, reminiscent of melted sugar, capable of forming delicate threads. "Regardless of Mr. Dragon's choice, I shall unwaveringly follow his decision. After all, I have long resolved to dedicate everything I possess to you." Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a helpless smile gracing his lips as he gently clasped the delicate, fragile hand of Elena. "And what about you? Do you not have any aspirations of your own, Elena?" he inquired. Upon hearing his words, Elena pondered for a moment, her fair complexion gradually tinged with a rosy hue. In a soft voice, she replied, I wish to live together with Mr. Dragon in a secluded manner, free from interruptions, and engage in various activities." As she continued, her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intending to inquire further, but he noticed that Elena's expression gradually became somewhat peculiar. Her eyes were glazed over, her ears were flushed to a deep crimson, and she mumbled softly, How wonderful it would be to have a little baby. Now that was specific enough. Chu Yuan lightly cleared his throat, feigning ignorance, yet after a moment, he found himself unceremoniously swallowing hard. He noticed that Elena seemed to possess a rather flirtatious demeanor. He recalled the moment when he first mastered the magic to assume a human form. He had attempted to transform but found himself bereft of clothing. Elena had shyly covered her eyes, though her fingers had inadvertently parted, clearly betraying her curiosity. Most recently, prior to embarking on the expedition against disaster, Elena had nearly taken the initiative with him. Had it not been for an interruption, the outcome remained uncertain. Was it possible that one day he might truly fall prey to Elena's appetites? Initially, his formidable presence as a dragon had begun to wane. As you ventured deeper into the ruins, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The primary danger within these ruins lay in the myriad of magical traps. The further one delved, the more potent the traps became. Based on past experiences, the forbidden magic within the ruins was intricately linked to their layout. For instance, in the ruins of the Beast Kingdom, numerous magical creatures roamed, and the forbidden magic allowed for their manipulation. In the first ruins of the Elf Kingdom, many golems were present, and the forbidden magic was that which could summon these constructs. It stands to reason that the forbidden magic within this particular ruin should be related to the essence of magic itself. At long last, after overcoming numerous traps, you arrived at a spacious chamber. However, as soon as you stepped into this space, the entrance thunderously sealed shut, the heavy stone door completely isolating the two of you within this confined area. What is this? Chu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, finding no exit. A sense of unease creeping over him. At that moment, complex magical glyphs illuminated the floor, and a faint purple mist began to permeate the air. The mist gradually spread, carrying a suffocatingly sweet aroma. As the mist merely brushed against the hem of Chu Yuan's garment, it swiftly corroded the fabric. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yuan grasped Elena's hand and retreated, simultaneously conjuring a gust of wind magic in an attempt to disperse the encroaching mist. To his astonishment, the mist, akin to a living entity, devoured the wind magic and continued to advance upon them. With no other recourse, Chu Yuan summoned a magical barrier for protection. However, as the mist made contact with the barrier, it began to corrode at an alarming rate. "What shall we do, Mr. Dragon?" Elena exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Chu Yuan's expression subtly shifted. This mist did not appear to be a mere assembly of gas molecules. It was likely a terrifying magical phenomenon. As the mist threatened to engulf both of them, a silvery light flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes as he exclaimed, "Heavenly waterfall." Yet, after a brief moment, nothing transpired. Chu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He realized the magical connection within this space was completely severed from the outside world, rendering the heavenly cascade technique, which required channeling energy from the open skies, utterly ineffective. Gazing at the encroaching mist before him, then glancing at Elena by his side, he made a swift decision. In an instant, he reverted to his draconic form, engulfing Elena within his maw, shielding her from the corrosive fog with his own body. "Lord Dragon!" Elena gasped in shock. The next moment, the mist surged forth like a tidal wave, submerging Chu Yuan entirely. The corrosive force immediately assailed his flesh, searing through his scales. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, as large patches of purple patterns gradually emerged on his skin, and intense agony tore through his senses like a knife. Ugh! Despite enduring unimaginable pain, he steadfastly maintained his willpower, swiftly channeling his magical energy to strike the stone door at the entrance. During this time, his body was incessantly eroded by the mist. Once, twice, thrice, the stone door remained unmoved, yet Chu Yuan refused to surrender. While casting his magic, he exerted all his strength to ram against the stone door. At last, after a violent collision, the door emitted a dull thud, a crack began to form, and ultimately, it shattered with a resounding crash. The mist began to dissipate slowly from the exit, and Chu Yuan, with his body covered in purple spots, soared through the opening. After a grueling escape from the labyrinth, he collapsed, expending his last ounce of strength to open his mouth. Elena crawled out from Chu Yuan's mouth, panic-stricken. "Mr. Dragon, are you all right? Mr. Dragon," she exclaimed. "You saved me, but at what cost?" Listening to Elena's words, Chu Yuan felt powerless to respond, his consciousness gradually sinking into darkness as he closed his eyes. Tears streamed down Elena's face, her voice trembling. "Mr. Dragon, wake up, please, Mr. Dragon." Upon seeing Elena return in such a disheveled state, the Elven King's eyes widened in concern. Her vacant gaze and swollen eyelids struck him with alarm. "What happened?" "Your Majesty, please save Chu Yuan." "Where is he?" I shall lead my troops to find him. However, before the Elven King could finish his sentence, Elena shook her head. Please, do not raise an alarm. Come with me. Though puzzled, the Elven King did not doubt Elena's intentions. She had no reason to harm him, and he harbored sufficient trust in both Chu Yuan and Elena. Thus, the Elven King followed Elena to a clearing within the forest. Upon witnessing the massive dragon, weakened and adorned with purple markings, his eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he grasped the situation and turned to Elena. Chu Yuan I am truly sorry for having concealed the truth from the people of the Elven Kingdom, Elena replied, her voice subdued. While navigating the labyrinth, we encountered danger. He transformed into this state to save me. Your Majesty, I implore you, considering our victory over disastrous, could you grant us a creation fruit to save Mr. Dragon? The Elven King sighed deeply, smoothing his furrowed brow. The Elven race had historically shunned dragons who lived by plunder. Yet, it was evident that Chu Yuan did not belong to that category. Furthermore, he was a hero who had saved their kin. I shall instruct someone to fetch the creation fruit, he declared. At his words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Elena's eyes. Soon, a sprite arrived with the creation fruit in hand. Concerned that Chu Yuan's appearance might frighten the sprite, she was surprised when the sprite, upon seeing Chu Yuan, quickly averted their gaze and respectfully offered the fruit. Elena took it in a daze. The Elven King then approached and said, after spending considerable time together and saving the Elven Kingdom, all of our people have already recognized you. Regardless of whether Chu Yuan is a dragon, he shall forever be a friend of our Elven race. Elena clutched the fruit to her chest, overcome with emotion. Thank you. Thank you, she whispered, before feeding the creation fruit to Chu Yuan. Before long, the tension in Chu Yuan's furrowed brow began to ease. Though the purple markings remained, they ceased to spread further. Mr. Dragon, Elena called softly, her heart filled with compassion. Chu Yuan's eyelashes fluttered briefly before he slowly opened his eyes. He beheld Elena's tear-streaked face, and with a weak lift of his dragon claw, he gently caressed her head, murmuring, "Do not cry. I am all right now." Upon seeing Chu Yuan awaken, Elena embraced him, sobbing, "Mr. Dragon, I am so sorry for causing you worry." However, the joy shared between them was short-lived. The Elven King approached, his expression grave as he observed Chu Yuan's condition. Though the fruit of creation has suppressed the spread of the poison within Chu Yuan, it has not eradicated the issue entirely. If this continues, Chu Yuan may still. Elena's heart sank at his words. She anxiously inquired, "Your Majesty, do you know of a way to completely cure Mr. Dragon?" The Elven King hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. Within the ruins of divine healing in the Olam Empire lies a forbidden spell. It is said to cure all curses and maladies, even purify souls. Perhaps it could save Chu Yuan. However, the ruins of divine healing are strictly guarded by the Empire. They do not allow outsiders to approach, with heavy soldiers stationed around it. Entering the ruins itself is a considerable risk. Elena listened in stunned silence for a moment before wiping away her tears. "For Mr. Dragon, no matter the danger, I shall go," she declared. "Your Majesty, while I am away, I entrust the care of Mr. Dragon to you." The Elven King nodded solemnly. "We will certainly do so." Just then, Chu Yuan, burdened by his heavy dragon form, weakly attempted to rise. "Wait, Elena, I wish to join you." "No, Mr. Dragon," Elena gently shook her head, pressing against his dragon claw. "Your current condition requires you to rest here." Gazing at Chu Yuan with deep affection, she continued, "You have saved me twice. Once by granting me new life, and the second time by saving that life. Now, it is my turn to help you." After bidding farewell to everyone and preparing herself, Elena set forth. Once on her journey, she flew with all her might. Her heart filled with urgency to reach the ruins of divine healing in the Olam Empire as swiftly as possible, to learn the forbidden spell within and return to heal Chu Yuan. However, the fatigue accumulated from her long travels forced her to pause, and she sought a place to rest near a dilapidated village on the outskirts of the Olam Empire. The ground of the village was strewn with shattered pottery and abandoned farming tools. Many houses had collapsed, and the air was thick with the mingled scent of decay and medicinal herbs. A weathered wooden sign at the entrance read, "Quarantine Zone, do not approach." Elena furrowed her brow. She noticed several emaciated villagers huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Using her magic to create a barrier around herself, she approached and learned that the village was ravaged by plague, with an increasing number of infections. Even more disheartening was the fact that the Olam Empire had not sent aid. Instead, they had isolated the village, leaving the villagers to fend for themselves. Despite this, the empire was not devoid of resources. Most were allocated to the war against the monster nation, while any surplus was hoarded by nobles and the royal family. left to gather dust. They take every last penny and treat the rest like dirt. The only solace for the village was that, due to the plague, the imperial soldiers who usually collected taxes had not returned. Elena's heart ached, yet the magic she possessed could not combat the plague. The current healing spells only addressed wounds. Even the most advanced healing magic could merely reattach a severed limb. "I am sorry," Elena murmured softly before turning to leave. Given the state of the village, it would be inappropriate to ask for shelter unless she could change the situation. Ultimately, she chose to rest alone in a cave several miles away and would continue her journey the next day. After several days of flight, Elena finally arrived at the heart of the Olam Empire, the imperial capital. The ruins of divine healing were located near the imperial palace, heavily guarded and fortified. Concealing her presence, Elena observed for a time, noting the intervals at which the patrolling soldiers would pass. Seizing the opportunity, she cast an invisibility spell and quietly infiltrated the ruins. Inside the ruins of divine healing, there were no monsters or traps, but rather a series of spiritual illusions. Enchantingly beautiful figures, resplendent treasure hoards, and exalted thrones awaited. Without a steadfast spirit, one could easily succumb to temptation, ultimately losing oneself within the environment. However, Elena resisted these lures and pressed deeper. For her, there was only one paramount concern: Mr. Dragon. She had no interest in the countless treasures or the power that overshadowed all else. After overcoming numerous trials, Elena finally reached the innermost chamber of the ruins. Though fatigued, her gaze remained resolute. Before her stood a grand door, and from within emerged a white, ethereal figure. The apparition did not speak, but raised a hand to release a radiant light that enveloped Elena. The dazzling brilliance compelled her to shield her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a white silhouette also emerged behind her, gently swaying and emanating a soft glow. The white figure remarked, "A soul of purity, an unblemished and worthy individual, has finally appeared." As the figure's words echoed, it vanished along with the light. The magnificent door before Elena slowly opened, revealing a vibrant, glimmering pool of water. "Worthy one, step inside and claim what you deserve." The voice of the white figure resonated throughout the space. "Who are you?" Elena asked, gazing around in search of an answer. After a moment of silence, receiving none, she stepped through the doorway and approached the colorful pool. At that moment, the voice of the white figure echoed once more, "Step into it and accept the inheritance." Elena paused momentarily. Could it be that the forbidden spell was contained within the waters? With that thought, she slowly entered the pool. The instant she stepped into the water, a warm energy enveloped her entirely. The water felt soft and soothing, like a divine silk gliding gently over her skin. She closed her eyes, feeling a torrent of information flooding her mind. Countless complex runes arranged themselves into a magnificent magical array, their radiant light intertwining to form a grand three-dimensional spell that rotated slowly around her. As these visions faded, the waters gradually lost their color. Elena slowly opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with brilliance. She had acquired the forbidden spell from the ruins. The full name of the spell was Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing. It was a 12th-tier magic capable of purifying all impurities in the world, healing every ailment and curse, and even reversing the damage to one's soul. As she absorbed the essence of Forbidden Spell, Divine Healing, a joyful smile gradually illuminated Elena's face. "Mr. Dragon, with the spell, you shall be healed." Undoubtedly, the effect of the forbidden spell, Divine Healing, is more than sufficient to cure the poison within Chu Yuan. At that moment, a white, humanoid phantom reappeared. The chosen one who has acquired the forbidden spell, Divine Healing, is granted the privilege to venture into the depths of the endless tree sea to uncover the relics of the divine repository. To conquer the relics is to obtain the forbidden spells contained within and forge a path toward the future. Elena was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the divine repository in the depths of the endless tree sea the very place from which the Dragon Lord had rescued her? Could it be that the prerequisite for conquering that relic was to first conquer the divine healing relic and gain some form of acknowledgement? If not, the forbidden spell, Divine Healing, would not perfectly counter the miasma that had poisoned the Dragon Lord. Elena shook her head, dismissing the significance of the order of conquering the relics and the stories that lay behind them. At this moment, her foremost priority was to utilize the forbidden magic at her disposal to save the Dragon Lord. In the imperial capital, deep within the palace, the grand hall leading to the emperor's throne was an expanse of space, its towering dome adorned with azure-stained glass windows, through which sunlight poured in, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, at the edge of this brilliance lay a shadowy abyss. In the center of the hall, atop 9 steps, sat a throne emanating an oppressive aura. Occupying the throne was the ruler of the Olam Empire, Emperor Ovisius III. with eyes closed and a hand propped against his cheek. His face was chiseled and austere, his brow prominently arched. Suddenly, Ovizius III opened his eyes with a start, as if sensing something amiss. His thick brows furrowing like dark clouds. The divine healing relic had been conquered? Frowning deeply, his gaze turned sharp as a blade. Moments later, he beckoned a figure from the shadows. A man clad in black knelt before him, fist to the ground. "Your Majesty, how may I serve?" "Send the word down." Ovizius rose slowly from his throne, his eyes shimmering with a soul-piercing light, his voice laced with an insatiable thirst for blood. "Seal off the area surrounding the divine healing relic. Do not let any magical flows escape. Any suspicious individuals must be apprehended, regardless of life or death." As Elena approached the entrance of the relic, the sight before her tightened her heart. Imperial soldiers had heavily surrounded the exit, their silver armor reflecting the sunlight like an impenetrable steel barrier. The soldiers stood in formation, each spear directed at the entrance of the relic, while further back, several mages stood atop a magic array, wands in hand, glowing with magical energy, clearly poised to strike at any moment. They know the relic has been conquered. What to do? As she began to speak, her voice faltered. The Dragon Lord was not by her side. She had to rely on her own judgment. Taking a deep breath, determination gradually filled her eyes. Seizing the moment before the soldiers noticed her, Elena silently retreated into the shadows deep within the relic. Merging with her surroundings, invisibility magic, a translucent light blossomed from her palm, enveloping her body. As the invisibility spell completed, her figure seamlessly blended into the surrounding scene. Cautiously, Elena stepped out of the relic's entrance, making no sound. All the soldiers remained oblivious to her presence. Just as she began to maneuver to the side, searching for a gap in the blockade, a middle-aged man from the distant mage team, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze piercing toward Elena's location. "There. Signs of magical flow," the man shouted, pointing in her direction. Though his aim was slightly off, this did not matter to the mages. In an instant, a torrent of magical attacks rained down upon the area where Elena stood. "This is bad." Realizing the impending danger, Elena swiftly conjured a magical barrier for protection. All the spells crashed against her barrier without inflicting any harm. However, her invisibility was forcibly dispelled, revealing her figure. An officer shouted, "Surround her. Do not let her escape." The long spears pointed uniformly at Elena as the soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. Biting her lip, Elena quickly cast a spell, unleashing a fiery tempest from her palm that forced the soldiers back. Yet, the Imperial formation did not falter. Instead, it restructured rapidly. And the mages unleashed their spells in succession, creating a dazzling array of magic that rained down upon Elena. Elena leaped into the air, dodging the onslaught, and a bolt of lightning shot from her hand, repelling several advancing soldiers. But more foes surged forth, leaving her little time to breathe. The clash of swords and magic intertwined, the explosive flames illuminating the relic's exit in a chaotic spectacle. More soldiers and mages poured in from the distance, their numbers overwhelming, creating a palpable sense of pressure and despair. Watching this scene, Elena bit her lip. "This won't do. I must resort to the forbidden spell." Within Elena, the magical circuits began to assemble. After shielding herself from a barrage of arrows with her barrier, she reached toward the ground on the opposite side. Creation magic. Moments after chanting, a deep roar emanated from the earth. The ground trembled violently as several massive rock golems emerged, forming as they stood. Time was of the essence. Elena did not inscribe magic arrays on them, but granted them physical attack capabilities. Their size alone would suffice. The rock golems charged at the Imperial soldiers, catching them off guard and tearing through their formation. Seizing this moment of chaos, Elena swiftly cast a flight spell, transforming into a gust of wind that swept past the soldiers' blockade. The Imperial soldiers pursued relentlessly, while the mages' incantations echoed around her. Elena darted through the dense magical light, her clothing torn by the residual magic, yet she pressed on without pause. Although outnumbered, Elena's formidable magical prowess, coupled with the distraction of the rock golems, ultimately enabled her to soar over the city walls and escape the Imperial capital. Having run several miles away, Elena finally evaded her pursuers. Seeking refuge in a dense forest where she leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, her fingers trembling slightly. "Dragon Lord, wait for me. I will rescue you." After a brief rest, she murmured to herself, wiping away the sweat from her brow, and resolutely set her sights toward the direction of the Elven Kingdom. Within the Imperial Palace, between thrones, the atmosphere was oppressive and cold. She escaped? Ovizius III's expression darkened, his gaze frigid. "Yes, Your Majesty." Came the trembling reply from the figure half kneeling at the foot of the throne, sweat beading on his brow. After what felt like an eternity of tension, Ovisius finally broke the heavy silence. Send the word down. Gripping the armrest of his throne tightly, causing cracks to form, he issued a bounty, declaring a sky-high reward for her capture, insisting that she be found at all costs. Moreover, the courageous warriors recalled from the front lines were to remain on standby, ready to strike at once upon the slightest hint of the enemy's presence. If she were to escape, you were well aware of the consequences. The figure beneath the throne trembled slightly, bowing their head deeply in response. Yes. Once everyone had retreated from between the thrones, Emperor Ovisius III rose from his seat, leaning upon the armrests. Shortly thereafter, he approached the balcony of the palace. Emperor Ovisius III gazed down upon the bustling streets of the imperial capital, his own dominion. His expression indifferent, his eyes profound. He murmured to himself, "Forbidden magic belongs to the royal family and must never fall into the hands of outsiders." The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the palace in a resplendent glow, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. Yet, the emperor's figure was shrouded in the shadows of the balcony, emanating a sense of danger and murkiness. Elena fled relentlessly. Time and again, she encountered pursuers. However, her formidable strength allowed her to evade capture, swiftly escaping before being surrounded. Nevertheless, her exhaustion continued to mount. The forbidden spell, divine healing, could eradicate all negative conditions. Yet it did not encompass the depletion of her spirit or the loss of magical energy. After several days and nights of hiding, Elena finally reached the borders of the empire without encountering any pursuers. Weary in body and soul, she intended to catch her breath and rest for a while. It was at this moment that she realized she had returned to the vicinity of the plague-stricken village she had encountered earlier. Elena decided to visit the village. The situation there had worsened significantly, a truly heart-rending sight. Many villagers who had initially been infected with the plague had succumbed to it, their corpses left abandoned on the village paths. As she passed through the village center, she discovered the lifeless form of an infant, scarcely born, its body marred with scars, its tiny hand limply resting on the ground, eyes devoid of life. Elena's heart ached. Yet, unlike before, she was no longer powerless. She cast the forbidden spell, divine healing, enveloping the entire village. The plague was eradicated, cleansing both the villagers' dire conditions and the contaminated well water. Just as Elena prepared to depart, she was called back by the village chief. The chief, a kindly elder, recognized Elena from their previous encounter when she had inquired about the situation. In gratitude, he extended an invitation for her to stay and offered her a grand feast. The other villagers were equally moved, urging her to accept their hospitality. Elena, intending to rest temporarily, graciously agreed. The villagers, pooling their resources, prepared the finest meal they could muster. However, upon observing what they referred to as the best meal, Elena was taken aback. The main dish consisted of coarse, dark rye bread, dull in color and rough in texture, with visible specks of unground bran. Accompanying it was a pot of clear vegetable soup, almost transparent, with a few wild vegetable leaves floating sparsely within. Some villagers had added a pinch of salt from their meager supplies, but it was unevenly distributed, resulting in some bites being overwhelmingly salty while others were completely tasteless. A few pieces of sun-dried game meat were carefully arranged on a cracked earthen plate, the only source of protein. Elena soon realized that this was likely the best they had to offer. The village had been burdened by heavy taxes for so long, leading to scarcity of resources, compounded by the severe plague that hindered any replenishment. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she partook in the meal. Subsequently, she was assigned to the best accommodation in the village. A young girl named Sia took on the responsibility of attending to Elena's needs, tending to her room, making the bed, and lighting the fire. As night fell, Sia finished her tasks. "Thank you, Sia," Elena said, the flickering firelight casting gentle shadows on her face. Sia brushed off the dust from her tattered skirt, offering a shy smile in return. "No, we should be thanking you, Lady Elena. Without you, we might not have survived until tomorrow." Elena felt a warmth in her heart. This was the essence of helping others. How wonderful it felt. Just as Sia was about to leave the room, Elena noticed a slight limp in her step. "Wait, Sia." Elena called out, "Your leg." "Ah." Sia looked down at her leg. "It's an old injury, Lady Elena. I fell once, and there was no doctor in the village, so it turned out this way." "Don't move. Let me take a look," Elena urged, guiding Sia to sit on her bed. The leg was bruised and appeared to be severely damaged. Without hesitation, Elena invoked the forbidden spell, divine healing. In a moment of radiant light, Sia's leg was restored to its former state. Sia, astonished, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Elena. Thank you. No need for thanks. This is merely a return of your kindness. Elena replied with a gentle smile. After days of relentless travel, Elena felt she could finally relax her taut nerves in this place. That night, she enjoyed a long-awaited, restful sleep. The following morning, the village was suddenly enveloped by the sound of thundering hooves and shouts. Elena awoke from her dreams, bewildered, only to hear the commotion outside her door. She pushed it open to find a throng of imperial soldiers gathered in the village center, their commanding knight loudly interrogating the village chief. The chief, his face a mask of guilt, dared not meet Elena's gaze, merely pointing toward her and whispering, "She is over there." Elena froze in place. In the next instant, soldiers charged at her, weapons drawn. She hastily evaded them, fleeing from the house without even the time to grab her belongings, her only thought to escape. She had no time to ponder the reasons for this chaos. All that occupied her mind was the imperative to flee. As Elena broke through the soldiers' encirclement, she reached the village entrance, where she spotted Sia approaching with a water bucket. "Sia," Elena called out, but as she tried to warn her, the words caught in her throat. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her abdomen. Looking down, she discovered a small knife embedded in her gut, wielded by none other than Sia herself. The bucket had concealed the blade, and as it clattered to the ground, water spilled forth. Blood welled in Elena's mouth as she collapsed to the earth in disbelief. "Why?" Sia, tears streaming down her face, retreated with the bloodied knife. "I'm so sorry, Lady Elena. We truly had no choice. The village is too poor, and so many who could work have perished, compounded by the impending heavy taxes. If this continues, everyone in the village will perish. But if we hand you over to the Empire, we shall receive the Emperor's reward and survive. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me." Elena gazed at Sia's tear-streaked face, her heart aching as if pierced by a blade. Suddenly, she understood the true reason behind the villagers' warm invitation to stay. They intended to detain her until the imperial forces arrived. But why? After all she had done to aid them, why would they betray her and lead her to ruin? Something deep within the girl's mind began to tremble. A beautiful belief was crumbling. At that moment, imperial soldiers closed in from behind, archers drawing their bows. Sia, who had just been apologizing, immediately pointed at Elena. "Here. She's here." The next instant, an arrow pierced Sia's throat from front to back. Her face twisted in disbelief, blood gushing from her mouth and nose. Then, a storm of arrows rained down upon both Sia and Elena. Just before the arrows struck Elena, a surge of powerful magical energy deflected them, scattering the deadly volley harmlessly aside. Clutching her wounded abdomen, Elena invoked the forbidden spell Divine Healing to mend her injuries. With a gust of wind, she cast a flight spell and soared into the sky. The gale disrupted the soldiers' formation, rendering pursuit impossible. As Elena flew, the village behind her shrank into a distant speck. Gradually, her vision blurred with tears. The agony of betrayal after offering genuine kindness was unbearable. "Mr. Dragon," Elena whispered softly. Now, she longed only to see him, the one who had never regarded her as a curse, the one who was her sole refuge in this world. Only they were kindred. Not long after Elena's escape, an imperial officer hastily activated a communication crystal to report to Emperor Orvius III. Understood. To the officer's surprise, the Emperor's voice was calm, almost indifferent, as if unconcerned about Elena's flight. After a hesitant pause, the officer asked, "Your Majesty, what shall be done with the village that reported the forbidden spell thief?" Orvius replied flatly, "Kill them all. The reward promised far exceeds the taxes they could ever provide." The officer swallowed hard. "But what difference does it make if no one knows?" Orvius' stone darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Or do you dare defy my command?" "And no, of course not." The officer bowed hastily. When the communication ended, the officer turned toward the hopeful villagers in the distance, his eyes now filled with pity and cruelty. Meanwhile, Orvius III switched the communication channel, connecting with another figure. A brilliant violet magic circle flared within the crystal, revealing a man clad in golden armor. His handsome features as sharp as an eagle's gaze, the Empire's mightiest warrior, the invincible hero Lane, sworn to the royal family. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" Lane pressed a hand to his chest and bowed slightly. "The forbidden spell thief's location is confirmed." "Where are you now?" "At the border, Your Majesty." A glint of satisfaction flashed in Orvius' eyes. "Excellent. Lead your forces and ensure she does not cross it." Lane nodded. "As you will." The land of elves. Chu Yuan lay beneath the massive tree, resting, while Long Tong gazed at the retreating figure of the elven king. Although his body had not yet fully recovered, he was able to move normally. Just moments ago, the Elven King had brought the sacred fruit of creation to help alleviate the spread of toxins and had conversed with him for a while. With the Elven King now departed, he intended to take another nap, wishing to avoid alarming Eilina with his apparent frailty upon her return. Just as Chu Yuan was about to close his eyes, he noticed an elven attendant emerging from the side of the Elven King, bowing before him and beginning to report something. Typically, Chu Yuan was not one to eavesdrop on others' conversations. However, with Eilina constantly on his mind, he employed a spell to enhance his hearing, straining to listen in on the dialogue between the Elven King and the attendant. Your Majesty, just now, scouts from beyond the trees reported that Lady Eilina seems to be besieged by the Imperial Army. Even the heroes on the front lines have been recalled by the Emperor. Even the heroes have been recalled. The Elven King's voice was grave, tinged with concern. He glanced back at Chu Yuan, who had already closed his eyes, feigning ignorance of the situation. The Elven King withdrew his gaze. After the Elven King and the attendant had walked some distance away, the attendant inquired, Your Majesty, should we inform Lord Chu Yuan about this matter? The Elven King shook his head. No need. Given Chu Yuan's current condition, informing him of Eilina's peril would only serve to heighten his anxiety. He paused momentarily, then added, However, we shall dispatch an elite force to attempt to assist Eilina. Understood. Once the Elven King and his attendant had completely departed, Chu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. The hero. With the memories of the previous forbidden spellcaster still vivid, Chu Yuan was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the heroes for those who wielded magic. Should he encounter a hero, even Eilina would be at risk. The worry within him burned like an unquenchable fire. I cannot remain idle. I must act. Ordinary mages and armies, regardless of their numbers, are no match for a hero. If I prepare a vast array of magical beasts and golems, perhaps I can impede the hero. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Chu Yuan unfurled his immense dragon wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. Shortly thereafter, the elf responsible for caring for Chu Yuan arrived at his dwelling, only to be astonished to find he had already departed. Stunned for a moment, the elf hurried to report, This is bad, Your Majesty. Eilina is about to leave the borders of the Empire. The howling winds sliced through the air. And despite the absence of soldiers, she felt no respite in her heart. She understood that the Empire would never relinquish its pursuit easily. Just as she swept over a dense forest, a dark and ominous army suddenly loomed ahead. The vast host spread across the horizon like a tidal wave, banners fluttering, and the cold gleam of armor reflecting the light, striking fear into her heart. Eilina's heart sank. This is dire, she murmured, attempting to alter her course to evade detection. However, from the ranks of the army, a resplendent figure clad in golden armor emerged, wielding a holy sword, his flowing cape billowing like the wings of a majestic eagle. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. Sunlight glinted off his armor, casting blinding reflections as if a deity had descended. Eilina's pupils constricted slightly. That is, before she could react, the golden figure surged forward with explosive speed, leaping into the air like a golden meteor, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Forbidden spell thief, prepare to meet your end. The man's voice was deep and chilling, as the holy sword, enveloped in golden light, descended upon her. Instinctively, Eilina raised a magical barrier, striving to defend against the oncoming strike. Yet, her shield shattered like parchment under the might of the holy sword, offering little resistance. What? Eilina hurriedly cast a spell upon herself, narrowly evading the blow. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. In that moment, she recalled the words of the Dragon Lord, who had mentioned that the hero was the Empire's trump card, possessing the ability to nullify any magic, and that his individual combat prowess was overwhelming. Such a being was the bane of all magic users. The figure before her was indeed the hero of the Olame Empire, named Ryan. With the sun high above, two figures danced in the sky, entwined in a deadly pursuit. Eilina strained to cast her flight magic, augmented by wind spells. In an attempt to distance herself from the hero Ryan, she gritted her teeth, her pale face glistening with sweat. The terrain beneath her transformed rapidly, with forests, hills, and rivers flashing by in a blur. Yet no matter how fast she flew, the golden figure remained steadfastly in pursuit, refusing to falter. Unable to suppress the urge, she glanced back, locking eyes with the relentless hero Ryan. The holy sword in his grasp shimmered with intense golden light, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding a powerful pressure that rendered her breathless. Stop. You cannot escape. Surrender, and perhaps your life will be spared. Eilina remained silent, only intensifying her magical efforts. She could not be captured. She needed to return the forbidden spell of divine healing to the Dragon Lord to heal him. Seeing that Elena showed no signs of slowing down, Ryan swung his holy sword with all his might, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that cleaved through the air. Boom! The golden light missed Eliana, but the shockwave sent her tumbling through the air. Before she could regain her balance, a searing sword aura was already upon her. Eliana's eyes widened in shock. There was no time to evade. The blade struck her shoulder with brutal force, rending fabric and flesh alike. A cry of pain escaped her lips as blood gushed from the wound, staining her sleeve crimson. Seizing the opportunity, the hero lean pressed forward, raising his holy sword for the final blow. At that critical moment, tears welling in her eyes, Eliana clenched her teeth and stretched a trembling hand toward the ground. Summoning the last of her strength, she invoked the forbidden art of creation, calling forth a colossal stone golem. The earthen giant erupted from the earth, intercepting Lean with a crushing swing of its massive fist. Forced to halt, Lean raised his sword, cleaving the air with a golden arc that shattered the golem to rubble. But the momentary delay was enough. Eliana, despite the agony searing through her, mustered her magic and fled once more. Her face was deathly pale, the wound on her shoulder sapping her vitality. Gritting her teeth, she cast the forbidden healing spell Divine Restoration, emerald light enveloping the injury. The bleeding slowed, the flesh knitting together before her eyes. Yet before she could even exhale in relief, Lean was upon her again. This time, he moved with terrifying speed, abandoning heavy strikes for sheer velocity. His blade flashed like lightning, slicing across her back. Though the wound was shallow, the pain disrupted her rhythm. Tears spilled from her eyes as Lean, merciless, followed with a flurry of strikes. In an instant, fresh wounds bloomed across her body, blood spraying in crimson arcs. The overwhelming agony and her faltering magic made sustained flight impossible. Like a falling star, she plummeted toward the barren wasteland below. Lean did not pursue, descending slowly instead, intending to capture her upon impact. But at the last moment, Eliana twisted midair, propelling herself away once more. As she fled, she cast Divine Restoration again, sealing her wounds. A feint, Lean's brow darkened as he gave chase. The relentless pursuit stretched on, an endless cycle of evasion and injury. Despite her forbidden arts, Eliana was no match for Lean, the bane of all magic wielders. Countless sword strikes had turned her robes into a blood-soaked shroud. Were it not for Divine Restoration, she would have perished long ago. Her vision blurred from blood loss, her lips paling. Then, another golden flash split the sky. GHK. Blood erupted from her mouth as her body went limp, plummeting like a broken marionette. She struck the earth, rolling violently before coming to rest in a smear of crimson. Tears mingled with blood on her face as her breath grew shallow. She tried to cast Divine Restoration once more, but her magic was nearly exhausted. The spell staved off death, leaving her grievously wounded, but unable to move. Is this the end? Her gaze drifted skyward, despair flooding her heart like a rising tide. I'm sorry, Dragon Lord. You saved me so many times, yet I couldn't save you. I don't deserve to stand by your side anymore. Blood choked her throat as tears streamed down her cheeks. Lean approached, his footsteps heavy as iron, each one a hammer blow to her spirit. His eyes were cold, devoid of mercy as he reached for her. Then, the earth trembled violently. A storm of dust billowed on the horizon. Lean paused, withdrawing his hand as he turned. On the edge of the world, an army of monsters surged forth, some towering like mountains, others small as livestock, charging with thunderous roars that shook the heavens. And at their vanguard, a colossal shadow split the sky. Jet black scales streaked with violet shimmered under the sun, golden slitted pupils burning like twin infernos. The very air seemed to still in the presence of its overwhelming aura. A dragon. Its mighty wings stirred gale-force winds as it soared, a sovereign of the skies. Eliana's weak eyes fluttered open, tears overflowing as she beheld the familiar silhouette streaking toward her. Her lips trembled, whispering, Dragon Lord, you came for me again. Then exhaustion claimed her. Darkness swallowed her vision, and consciousness slipped away. Chu Yuan descended with a fierce dive, the roar of the dragon resonating through the heavens, while the powerful shockwave sent the surrounding trees swaying precariously. The valiant warrior Ryan, with a steely gaze, sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chu Yuan and gripped his sacred sword tightly. Soon after, a massive dragon claw sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ryan. With a cold snort, the valiant warrior raised his sword to block the impending strike, the resulting shockwave shattering the ground and sending debris flying. The immense force propelled warrior Ryan back several dozen meters, causing his sacred sword to tremble ever so slightly in his grasp. Chu Yuan fell to the ground, his formidable figure shielding Elena's side. He cast a tender glance at her, then shifted his gaze towards the hero, his eyes as frigid and piercing as a frozen lake. Gazing at the hero Ryan before him, Chu Yuan let out a low growl, and a colossal magical statue emerged from the earth, carefully lifting the unconscious Elena. With a command from Chu Yuan, the magical beast encircled the golem, escorting Elena away. The valiant hero, Ryan, witnessed the golem departing with Elena, his brow furrowing as he transformed into a streak of golden light, attempting to pursue them. However, Chu Yuan's colossal tail swept towards him, causing Ryan's pupils to constrict as he raised his sword to block, only to be forcefully repelled. "Hero, your adversary is me." The deep rumble of the dragon's roar resonated through the air, its golden slit-like eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. "Dragon, why do you choose to aid that human girl?" The valiant warrior Ryan inquired coldly, maintaining his stance. "How utterly ludicrous it is that, as a champion of justice, you would inflict harm upon her, a mere human girl. She is a thief who has pilfered forbidden magic, and she must be apprehended and brought back to the Empire to face the scales of justice." "Ah, I see. Your sense of justice is merely that of a pawn to the Emperor, is it not?" Ryan's gaze hardened, realizing further dialogue would be futile. "In that case, I shall eliminate you and then pursue that thief of forbidden spells. The outcome shall remain unchanged. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so, brave warrior, or merely the Emperor's lackey." Chu Yuan once again wielded his dragon claws, unleashing a tempestuous force towards Ryan. The valiant hero's sacred sword swung forth, its golden radiance forming an impenetrable barrier that resolutely repelled Chu Yuan's assault. The clash of their powers reverberated through the earth, while the swirling currents in the sky coalesced into a vortex, casting the surrounding monsters into disarray. With a low growl, the brave Ryan unleashed a fierce sword energy from his sacred blade, aimed directly at Chu Yuan's neck. Chu Yuan's dragon claws descended with great swiftness, shattering the sword chi with force. Nevertheless, the residual wave of the sword chi still etched a faint scar upon his scaled armor, causing a slight trickle of blood to emerge. Chu Yuan's vertical pupils darkened slightly. The hero inherently possesses the ability to nullify all forms of magic. Thus, engaging in combat with the hero necessitates reliance solely on physical prowess. However, the pressing issue at hand is that his physical form is currently ravaged by toxins, rendering his strength far below its peak. In an optimal state, he would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Moreover, it is likely that as the battle prolongs, the toxins within him will continue to spread, further diminishing his capabilities. Chu Yuan turned around, his gaze sweeping over the golem escorting Elena, a fleeting softness flickering in his icy dragon eyes. "You wish to delay me, to buy her time for escape." The valiant hero, Ryan, replied coldly, "But this is futile. As long as I am present, she will inevitably be recaptured and face judgment. She will not be taken back by you," Chu Yuan stated, fixing his gaze on the brave Ryan, his voice resonating like rolling thunder. "For you shall be slain by my hand. It is you who will meet your demise." "Dragon of sorcery," Ryan proclaimed, raising his holy sword as he leapt towards Chu Yuan, with his dragon-like eyes wide open. Chu Yuanlong radiated a piercing brilliance as the celestial waterfall's incantation swiftly took shape in the air, the heavens brewing cataclysmic energy. Shortly thereafter, a column of white light, extending for kilometers, cascaded downward, relentlessly inundating the valiant hero, Ryan. His pupils constricted as he raised his sword in a defensive stance. In but a moment, the blinding light engulfed him, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. The might of the celestial waterfall was immense, carving a vast chasm into the ground. With a radius spanning several kilometers, Chu Yuan arrived at the edge of the deep pit and gazed into its depths. His pupils constricted slightly. He beheld the valiant Ryan lowering the sacred sword that had been held above his head. Although wisps of fine white smoke curled around it, he remained utterly unharmed. Chu Yuan realized that the formidable forbidden spell, the heavenly waterfall, remained ineffective before the hero. The hero Ryan possessed an ability to nullify magic that appeared to be of a rule level, with no upper limit to its resistance. "It seems I must employ a different approach." With narrowed eyes, Chu Yuan raised his colossal dragon head and unleashed a thunderous roar. In an instant, the army of magical beasts he commanded surged forth from all directions, launching a frenzied assault on the valiant hero. Towering golems rose from the ground, joining the fray as they swung their stone fists toward the warrior. Along his journey, he had summoned every beast he encountered, all for this moment of reckoning. Enormous lizard fiends, swift earth wolves, soaring thunderbirds, and even magma-spewing volcanic lizards surrounded the hero, Ryan, yet his composure remained unshaken. In a low growl, Ryan called forth the radiant power of his holy sword, which erupted in blinding golden light, sweeping through the ranks of the advancing beasts and cleaving them asunder. In that fleeting moment, blood splattered, and corpses fell, yet the relentless tide of beasts continued to charge forward without fear. The golem emitted a deep, resounding roar as it swung its massive stone fist toward Ryan, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He raised his sword in defense, feeling the tremendous force as it pushed him back a half-step. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated, severing the stone arm of the golem. Before Ryan could catch his breath, the volcanic lizard unleashed a torrent of searing magma aimed directly at him. The golden light of the holy sword transformed into a barrier, blocking the attack. Yet the heat wave hindered his movements. Seizing the opportunity, the thunderbird descended from the sky, its sharp claws aiming for his back. While the lizard fiend surged upward from below, an unending swarm of magical beasts and golems engulfed the valiant hero like an overwhelming tide. The fierce battle raged on until the sun tilted low in the sky. As the last golem fell, Ryan stood amidst a sea of corpses, his armor shattered. The golden glow dimmed, and the surrounding scene was one of grand devastation. His body was riddled with wounds, blood pouring from his injuries. Yet he stood tall, raising his holy sword, his gaze fixed on Chu Yuan, heaving a breath as he declared, "Dragon of darkness, it is now your turn." In Chu Yuan's eyes, there remained a hint of astonishment. The valiant hero, Ryan, truly epitomizes the mightiest existence within the Empire. And it is not an exaggeration to say he is an unparalleled force in the entire world. The tide of beasts he summoned has the potential to effortlessly annihilate a nation. Yet, single-handedly, the hero Ryan vanquished all the monstrous creatures, including the golems he had conjured. After accomplishing such a feat, although the hero Ryan was considerably drained, it was evident that he still possessed the strength to continue fighting, and could likely unleash an immensely powerful prowess once more. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Given the circumstances, he too had to prepare himself for what lay ahead. The moment of their mutual gaze lasted but an instant. In the blink of an eye, their figures flashed away. With a mighty sweep of its colossal tail, Chu Yuan stirred up a tempest, causing the ground to rise and fall like tumultuous waves, surging directly towards Ryan. The valiant Ryan pivoted with grace, leaping into the sky, as his holy sword erupted in a blaze of golden light, striking fiercely towards the head of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan raised his dragon claw to counter the attack, and at the moment their forces collided, a deafening roar erupted. The ground shattered instantly into vast chasms, with debris and soil soaring into the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield in a haze of dust and tempest. Time lost its meaning amidst the chaos of battle. The once vibrant field had been reduced to desolation, scarred and broken, the earth cleaved by the sword's energy and the dragon's breath. With flora laid low and thick smoke billowing forth, the scales of Chu Yuan shattered, with purple stains spreading across his entire body. As dragon blood flowed like a meandering stream, each movement causing him excruciating pain. The valiant warrior Ryan's holy armor lay in tatters, its golden light faint, while blood dripped from the sacred sword. His steps faltered, his breath feeble. The two locked eyes, a silence laden with irreconcilable malice. Would this battle ultimately come to an end? Chu Yuan pondered within himself. He understood that both he and the brave Ryan could no longer endure further combat. After enduring the relentless onslaught of beasts and golems akin to a tsunami, Ryan was already grievously wounded. Engaging in battle until this point had rendered him a mere shadow of his former strength. As for Chu Yuan, the poison had nearly consumed his entire being. His injuries reminiscent of the time he was struck by the torrent of the dragon. Perhaps death awaited him. Yet, such a conclusion. In Chu Yuan's mind, the figure of Elena flickered, and a trace of tenderness crossed his dragon-like eyes. He held no regrets. The brave Ryan took a deep breath, grasped the holy sword tightly, and, despite the excruciating pain, took another step toward Chu Yuan. "Oh, brave one." Chu Yuan gasped, blood sputtering from his mouth, struggling to voice his query. "If this continues, you too shall perish." Yet, even so, you refuse to retreat, mechanically adhering to commands. Is such unwavering loyalty to the Empire truly worthwhile? "It is," the valiant Ryan replied, his steps momentarily faltering as he steadied himself with his sword. a few droplets of crimson cascading down. Before I became a hero, I was utterly devoid of worth. It is the benevolence of His Majesty that has granted me this profound sense of loyalty and righteousness. So that is the case. Though they were sworn enemies intent on taking each other's lives, they now engaged in a conversation as if everything prior had never transpired. And you, Dragon of Darkness? Ryan inquired. As the dragon, why do you protect that human girl to such an extent? Why, you ask? Chu Yuan pondered briefly before responding. If your loyalty to the Empire is what you define as justice, then protecting her is my justice. He continued solemnly. In this world, demon dragons are an utterly isolated species. Other creatures fear them, while their own kind engage in cannibalism. There exists no companionship among them. That maiden is my companion, a presence akin to family. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of the valiant warrior, Leon. Clearly, he had never imagined that the notoriously ruthless and domineering demon dragons could experience loneliness, much less regard a human girl as kin. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Leon wiped it away with his hand and murmured wistfully, "Had it not been for His Majesty's command, I might have blessed such an extraordinary bond." Raising the tip of his sacred sword, now dripping with crimson, he declared, "But she is a threat to His Majesty, and you, who shield her, are in even greater peril. You must perish here." "You as well, warrior," Chu Yuan replied. "I respect your devotion. Yet you would wield the blade of loyalty against someone precious to me. Were it not for this irreconcilable conflict, perhaps we might have been friends." "Indeed, perhaps so." With that, their exchange came to an end. It was unclear who moved first, whether it was Chu Yuan or the warrior Leon, or perhaps both simultaneously. From their grievously weakened bodies erupted an overwhelming surge of power. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, they charged toward one another. Chu Yuan accumulated all his strength, his enormous dragon claw sweeping downward. The golden light of the valiant Ryan once again radiated from the holy sword, transforming his figure into a golden meteor that severed Chu Yuan's fierce claw and surged toward his chest. In this moment, time seemed to slow down. Before Chu Yuan lay not the valiant Ryan, but rather a series of memories that gradually resurfaced in his mind. It was the moment he first encountered Elena, her vacant gaze and trembling voice pleading with him to consume her. In response to his inquiries, the young girl revealed her entire story. He had not anticipated that she, like him, was feared and ostracized due to her overwhelming power, left to navigate the world in solitude, perhaps seeking to alleviate her loneliness, or perhaps moved by compassion. He extended an invitation for her to join him as a companion. By his side, she transformed from a state of numbness to one of vivacity, her days filled with an exuberant presence around him, her eyes regaining their luminous spark. "I will always be by Mr. Dragon's side. I know Mr. Dragon is gentle. I shall never fear you. I wish to serve you always, to be with you, so you shall not be alone." In the time that followed, Elena and he witnessed countless wonders, discovered myriad truths, and mastered numerous spells. Yet, her feelings for him remained steadfast and unchanged. Chu Yuan once believed that solitude was the destiny of the dragon clan, yet her appearance brought forth a warm companionship. Elena, like a radiant sun, dispelled the shadow of loneliness that enveloped him, illuminating his world with warmth and brilliance. Her pure and exquisite beauty, accompanied by a hint of bashful smile, seemed to materialize before him. "Regardless of what choice Sir Dragon makes, I shall follow his decision. After all, I have long resolved to dedicate all that I am to you." Gazing at the vivid memories, Chu Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. "Elena, thank you for accompanying me to this day. Ever since you entered my life, I have ceased to be alone. And then, I am sorry for not being able to stay by your side to witness more of the world's beauty." In his recollections, Elena's smile was a soothing warmth, akin to sunlight gracing his heart. In the next moment, in the realm of reality, the brave Ryan's holy sword pierced through his chest, the cold blade impaling his heart. Memory shattered. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, and Chu Yuan let out a low, mournful roar. His consciousness began to fade, yet instinct compelled him to raise his mighty dragon head in one final, fierce bite towards the brave Ryan. With a sickening crunch, his fangs sank deep into Ryan's flesh, draining the color from the latter's face as blood gushed forth from the wound. The vitality of both beings ebbed away at a visible pace, staining the ground with crimson. As Chu Yuan could no longer sustain himself, his draconic eyes slowly closed, the massive body frozen in a ferocious biting stance as life ebbed away. The earth was soaked crimson, the figures of man and dragon standing silently upon the battlefield, composing a scene of utmost tragedy. The setting sun bled across the sky as ominous clouds gathered, crows circling overhead with mournful cries, as if lamenting this sorrowful and heroic conclusion. You perished. Eleanor stirred from unconsciousness, her vision blurred by gentle morning light as birdsong whispered in her ears. A profound weakness enveloped her, her body tightly swathed in bandages that sent needle-like pains with every slight movement. Where? She murmured, turning her head to survey her surroundings. The chamber was elegantly appointed with elven aesthetics, delicate flowers native to their realm perfuming the air, wooden carvings of leaf motifs adorning the walls. The Elven Kingdom. Memories surfaced as she pressed a hand to her throbbing temple. The hero's holy sword, searing agony as steel pierced flesh, blood painting the sky in despair. And that world-shielding silhouette of draconic salvation. Lord Dragon. The name escaped her lips as overwhelming emotion flooded her chest. Her presence here meant he had saved her yet again. For the third time. Suddenly, realization struck like a vice around her heart. She remembered, the toxins still ravaging his body. Despite his own battered state, he had thrown himself into danger once more to protect her. Her trembling hands clutched at her chest as her entire body shook with building emotion. Where's Lord Dragon? Her gaze darted frantically about the empty room. Summoning forbidden healing magic, she mended her remaining wounds, dressed hastily, and strode into elven territory's azure skies that now seemed overcast to her eyes. Finding no trace of him, she marched to the Elven King's palace. The monarch was conferring with attendants when Eleanor stumbled in. Dismissing his courtiers, he approached her urgent form. Where is Lord Dragon? She demanded immediately. The Elven King's brow furrowed at her distress. Eleanor, he sighed, his golems bore you here at death's door. Chu Yuan never returned. Reports say he engaged both the beast tide and the hero. Both have vanished. The words echoed hollowly in her mind. Vanished. She staggered back. Perhaps the situation isn't dire. The king attempted. He may simply. But Eleanor was already sprinting from the hall, his calls fading behind her as she took flight. Through dense forests and over treacherous peaks she journeyed, heedless of exhaustion or the elements' assault. Only the battleground's direction filled her vision. At dawn, she reached the war zone's edge and froze. An eerie silence hung over the devastation. The stench of blood and scorched earth choked the air. What was once vibrant land now lay dead. Earth churned into dark crimson mud beneath mountains of monstrous corpses. Shattered golem remnants littered the wasteland. Her breath came in shallow gasps as if crushed by invisible weight. Yet step by trembling step, she advanced toward the epicenter of destruction. There, at the heart of annihilation where the earth itself seemed torn asunder, her world stopped. Two figures stood locked in eternal combat. The colossal dragon's head bowed forward, fangs buried deep in golden armor, while the hero's sword protruded from the beast's heart, both weapons stained black with dried blood. The dragon's scales had painted the ground scarlet, the hero's once gleaming armor now dulled with grime and gore. Frozen in their final mortal exchange, they created a tableau of tragic grandeur where even time seemed to hold its breath. Eleanor stood paralyzed, thunderstruck. Her legs betrayed her as the world lost all sound. With leaden steps, she approached and collapsed before Chu Yuan's form. A shaking hand reached out, fingertips brushing cold, lifeless scales that once radiated warmth. Lord Dragon. Her whisper was thinner than mist. Tears fell silently upon his scales. You promised to show me the world's wonders together. How could you leave me? Then the floodgates broke. Sobs racked her frame as she cried out to the uncaring sky, Why? Why leave me alone? I swore to always stay by your side. Time had passed, and she leaned against the cold dragon head of Chu Yuan, overwhelmed by pain and despair. Her consciousness felt as though it had been extracted, with sorrow surging from the depths of her soul, rendering her nearly breathless and unwilling to contemplate anything further. I'm sorry, Mr. Dragon. The girl's voice grew increasingly faint, ultimately devoid of emotion. Her eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit, as if her inner world had completely crumbled. This is all my fault, she whispered softly, her voice barely audible. Just then, distant footsteps echoed, accompanied by the sharp clinks of metal armor colliding. Elena absent-mindedly lifted her head to gaze in that direction. The Imperial army had arrived. Their ranks were orderly, armed with long spears, and their steps were resolute. The leading officer raised the Imperial flag high, surveying the battlefield. However, upon witnessing the scene of the hero Ryan and the dragon perishing together, his eyes widened slightly in shock, visibly shaken. Once he regained his composure, his gaze ultimately fixed upon Elena. The orders must still be fulfilled. The target lay ahead. The officer shouted, his voice laced with coldness and an indomitable command. She must not leave here alive. Elena slowly rose to her feet, her eyes now devoid of light, yet gradually emanating a chilling coldness. Her gaze swept across the soldiers, as if she could see beyond them to more profound truths. Those who had betrayed her after she healed them in the village. Those relentless pursuers who had forced her to flee time and again. If she had not been so kind to them, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Had she not saved that village and accepted their goodwill, she would not have been dragged into this predicament, leading to her exposure and confrontation with the hero. If she had been ruthless and eliminated all her pursuers, she would not have been delayed for so long, but rather escaped the borders of the empire long ago. It was my weakness that brought this upon me. It is I who caused the death of Mr. Dragon. Elena's voice resonated through the air, amplified by magic. The soldiers felt an inexplicable chill upon hearing her murmur, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they prepared for attack. The bowstrings twanged, and magical brilliance illuminated the battlefield as they all unleashed an assault upon Elena. Yet, she made no attempt to evade, standing coldly in place, her gaze fixed upon the oncoming arrows and spells. At the moment before the attack was to strike her, she raised her hand, and a tempest of violent magic surged forth from her body, instantly engulfing all incoming assaults. In the next instant, she summoned a multitude of golems, larger and more formidable than before, radiating a deep purple glow, adorned with dark patterns, and bearing grotesque shapes reminiscent of demons. The golems surged toward the imperial army like a tidal wave, ripping through their ranks in an instant. The soldiers' screams echoed across the battlefield, each charge mercilessly crushed by the golems. Those attempting to flee were also turned to ashes by Elena's magic, leaving not a trace behind. Her movements were calm and precise, devoid of any hesitation. She stood amidst the carnage, her golden hair flowing without wind, enveloped in an intense magical aura. When the last soldier fell, there was no longer a trace of life upon the battlefield, save for Elena. She remained among the corpses, her gaze empty and swiftly. Elena turned away from the palace, her demeanor marked by an unprecedented decisiveness. Inside the palace, the elven attendants watched her departure, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. A young elven servant could not help but remark, Lady Elena no longer possesses the gentleness and kindness she once had. Instead, there is a chilling aura surrounding her. The elven king gazed at Elena's receding figure, softly sighing. Chu Yuan's sacrifice has transformed everything. His death has ignited within her the flames of vengeance. May this unprecedented conflagration not consume the world. As Elena entered the capital of the monster realm, she wore the same hood that she had upon her arrival. Clutched tightly in her hand was the insignia bestowed upon her by Elder Sui, the Fox Elder. Upon seeing the emblem, the guards immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing their heads in deference and swiftly relaying the news to the Elder Council. Within the Grand Hall, a circular stone table was surrounded by the elders of the monster realm, the atmosphere solemn and reverent. As Elena entered, all the elders directed their gazes toward her. Elder Sui rose with a smile, welcoming her. Welcome back, Lady Elena. I presume your visit carries significant matters? Under the scrutiny of the elders, Elena offered a slight bow and articulated her purpose with resolute clarity. Esteemed elders, I have come to request an alliance between the monster realm and the Elven Kingdom to jointly combat the Olarm Empire. Their atrocities have spread across the continent, and my most cherished one has lost their life because of it. I seek your strength to form a coalition army to restore peace to this land. At her words, the elders displayed expressions of delight. Their ongoing conflict with the Empire had long been established. Elena's request was not a burden, but rather a momentous blessing. They had already desired the formidable assistance of Elena. With the addition of the Elven Kingdom, there was no reason to refuse. Just as the elders were about to acquiesce, Elena bit her lip, seemingly resolved, inhaling deeply to continue. However, before we proceed, there is one matter I must confess. Her declaration once again captured the attention of the assembly. I am not of the monster race. I am human. Elena removed her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful human girl. Her waist-length golden hair framed a face devoid of vivacity, instead exhibiting a steadfast and numbed coldness. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Elena straightened her back, her gaze sweeping across the elders. I understand that my identity may evoke discomfort, yet I have never stood with the Empire. On the contrary, I have witnessed their brutality firsthand, and have suffered at their hands. Today, I, as a human, implore you to grant me the opportunity to unite with you in overthrowing the Empire's dominion. I sincerely apologize for concealing this from you." The elders exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussion. Ultimately, the succubus elder rose, her voice alluring as she said, "Lady Elena, this is of no concern at all." Elena was taken aback. At that moment, Sui stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder. "Lady Elena, when we presented you with the insignia, we were already aware of your humanity. However, the monster realm values strength above all. We judge only by capability and character. We were willing to accept you as our ruler then, and that remains unchanged." The Bullman elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, the monster realm has never been confined by appearances or conventions, nor have we harbored prejudice. We are a nation forged from the unity of diverse races, striving together for progress. Upon hearing these words, Elena's lips trembled. "Thank you all." Ultimately, after deliberation, the monster realm consented to the alliance and appointed Elder Sui as the chief envoy to accompany Elena to the Elven Kingdom to discuss the alliance's specifics. Additionally, once the alliance arrangements were finalized, Sui would solely provide information and counsel, while the monster realm's forces would be under Elena's command. Elder Sui arrived in the Elven Kingdom, receiving a grand reception from the Elven King. With elegance and composure, she engaged in profound discussions with him, leveraging her history as an old acquaintance and her exceptional negotiation skills. Soon, their talks concluded with the alliance details established, though some matters remained unresolved. The Elven King pondered that for the joint army to be credible, a unifying leader must be appointed. After speaking, the Elven King and Sui turned their attention to Elena, who had been listening intently. "Elena, as the recognized ruler of the monster realm and the savior of the elves, you shall lead this united army," the Elven King proclaimed. Elena hesitated momentarily before affirmatively responding, "Very well." She did not decline. Had Mr. Magic Dragon been present, she would have deemed herself unworthy of such a weighty responsibility, continuously deferring. Yet now, having slain her own weakness and pity, she resolved to utilize every available asset, regardless of the cost. At that moment, Sui remarked, "As the leader of the coalition, a title must be established." Indeed, the Elven King concurred. "A title, you say?" Elena appeared somewhat troubled. Sui smiled gently, gazing at Elena. "Lady Elena, your profound mastery of magic, having harnessed several formidable forbidden spells, merits the title Demon King to command this coalition." Thus, the army was named the Demon King Army. In due course, the Elven Kingdom dispatched troops to the Monster Realm, working diligently alongside the Monster Realm's forces. With the backing of the Elder Council, the Monster Realm summoned numerous warriors to join the ranks. Foxfolk, lizardmen, bullmen, and others rallied to the cause. Meanwhile, Elena personally wielded her creation magic to forge a vast number of golem warriors. These golem soldiers were indomitable and tireless, inscribed with numerous magical arrays to provide various offensive capabilities, constituting a crucial part of the army. The forbidden spell of monster control was also put to use as Elena summoned all the formidable magical beasts from the wilderness of both the monster and elven realms, their numbers exceeding those of the army that Chu Yuan had temporarily assembled by 4 or 5 times. The archers of the Elven Kingdom and the magical teams joined this diverse coalition army. In the training grounds, the sight of archers, mages, magical beasts, and golems collaborating in combat was both breathtaking and exhilarating. On the day the coalition was officially formed, Elena stood atop a high platform, addressing the assembled soldiers. At that moment, she was no longer the Na'vi girl of yore, clad in sleek black armor that accentuated her exquisite figure. Adorned with a dark golden headdress reminiscent of dragon horns, and draped in a billowing cloak of night, she exuded an aura of authority, majesty, and charisma. With a graceful gesture, she spoke with clarity and conviction. "I do not fight for power, nor solely for the existence of the Demon King army. I fight to dismantle the Empire's cruel rule and to rescue those who suffer. We are not invaders, but warriors for freedom and peace. Our enemy is the oppressive power, not any innocent lives." The troops heeded the command. March forth. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd as soldiers of various races raised their weapons, chanting in unison, "Long live the Demon King! Long live the Demon King's army!" The banners of the Demon King's army soon soared high, embarking on their grand expedition. Adorned upon the flag was the image of a black dragon. Within the resplendent palace, Emperor Osweves III reclined on his throne, his brow furrowed as he impatiently tapped his index finger against the armrest. His eyes were clouded with shadows of anxiety, haunted by the escape of the forbidden spell thief. Yet, the thought of the hero Ryan's demise brought him a momentary sense of relief. The nearly invincible prowess of hero Ryan had instilled great trepidation in Osweves III. For should he turn against the Empire, he could become a pivotal force in its downfall. With Ryan now deceased, Osweves felt the weight of a potential threat lifted. As Osweves III pondered further strategies against the spell thief, an abrupt sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his gaze to see a guard clad in silver armor hastening toward him, dropping to one knee with urgency in his voice. "Your Majesty, there is grave news. A great army approaches the borders, heading straight for the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, Osweves III sprang to his feet, his regal cloak billowing behind him. "What army? From where?" The guard raised his head, indicating the direction of the demon realm, revealing that the forces included monsters, golems, and elves, numbering no fewer than 100,000. "What?" Osweves III's expression darkened. For a long moment, he felt a tumultuous surge of emotions. "What of our frontline troops?" he inquired, only to abruptly silence himself. The frontline troops had been ordered to retreat under his command, solely to capture the forbidden spell thief. They were still within the realm, preparing for the next invasion. At that moment, the guard added, "Additionally, Your Majesty, according to reports from the Sentinels, the commander of this army appears to be none other than the girl we pursued, the forbidden spell thief." Upon hearing this, Osweves III's pupils constricted sharply. After a brief pause, he clenched his teeth, sinking back into his throne, his hands pressing down fiercely on the armrests, fury blazing in his eyes. The very scenario he feared most had unfolded. And to his astonishment, it had come so swiftly, as though to slap him in the face. Soon, cracks began to appear on the throne's armrests. The atmosphere within the palace grew unbearably tense, causing the guard to break into a cold sweat. Finally, Osweves III rose, waving his cloak dramatically. His expression dark and frigid as he commanded, "Mobilize all forces at once, prepare for battle." And, he added, "I shall lead the charge myself." Osweves III ascended a hill near the imperial borders, gazing into the distance. Through the billowing dust, a colossal army steadily approached. At the forefront stood a golden-haired maiden draped in a cloak of night, mounted upon a gigantic beast, resembling a queen of darkness. Her gaze was as cold as ice. Surveying the imperial capital, flanked by countless monsters, golems, and elves, their formation impeccably organized, exuding an overwhelming presence, Osweves fixed his stare upon Elena. Raising his sword high as he shouted, "All troops, heed my command, charge." With his order, the imperial army surged down the hill, a formidable tide crashing forth. Meanwhile, the Demon King's army swept in like a colossal wave, an unstoppable torrent of monsters and golems. The fierce warriors of the Demon King's army tore through the lines of the imperial forces with blinding speed, though the imperial soldiers held a positional advantage. They faltered under the relentless assault of the Demon King's army, compounded by the coordinated efforts of the golems and monsters, leading to a rapid collapse of their defenses, resulting in grievous casualties. Yet, Osweves remained unperturbed, coldly observing the chaos wrought by the Demon King's army. As the enemy drew closer, he slowly raised both hands, intoning an ancient incantation. With his words, the air around him turned icy, a foreboding atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. Forbidden spell, grip of death. In the next instant, a massive black orb materialized above the battlefield, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the Demon King's army. Initially, the soldiers were perplexed by this phenomenon. But as they felt their strength waning, panic ensued. Monsters howled in anguish, and golems toppled. Observers could discern crimson threads of life force emerging from the members of the Demon King's army, ascending to be drawn into the vast black orb above. Clearly, this was a curse capable of siphoning vitality. At that critical juncture, Elena raised her hand, casting the forbidden spell, Divine Healing. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted from her, radiating outward as if heralding the dawn, enveloping the battlefield in a sacred glow. Where the light touched, fallen warriors of the Demon King's army regained their vigor. And the monsters rose once more, their fierce spirits ignited. Even the colossal black orb was illuminated, its form beginning to dissipate under the holy radiance. What? Osweves III was taken aback, his countenance darkening to an extreme. Gritting his teeth, he recited another incantation, attempting to reverse the tide of battle once more. However, under the influence of Elena's healing spell, his efforts faltered yet again. Seizing the moment, the morale of the Demon King's army surged, launching an even more ferocious assault. Soon, a commander approached Osweves III, kneeling beside him with a grave tone. "Your Majesty, our forces cannot withstand the onslaught." Enraged and humiliated, Osweevy's three's eyes blazed with madness and defiance, yet he retained his composure. Withdraw. At his command, the imperial army retreated like a receding tide. The remaining soldiers returning to the capital's defenses, their faces etched with despair. Before long, the Demon King's army emerged victorious, their cheers echoing to the heavens, shaking the very earth. In the ensuing time, the Demon King's army advanced relentlessly, breaching one stronghold after another. It was not long before they stormed the imperial capital, the greatest and sole bastion of humanity, plunging into a state of ruin. Within the capital's alleyways, soldiers of the Demon King's army clashed with imperial troops, chaos reigning supreme. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, and explosive magic, Elena traversed deeper into the palace alone. Here, the noise gradually faded, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. After a protracted journey, Elena pushed open the heavy, ornate doors, entering the throne room. At the far end of the chamber, atop the steps leading to the throne, Osweevy's three slowly rose. The two locked eyes, each gaze mirroring a chilling coldness. "How bold of you to come alone," he remarked. Osweevy's three sneered, his voice echoing in the vast hall. Elena stepped forward, her golden hair swirling as if stirred by an unseen breeze. "Except for me," she declared. "No one can defeat you, nor can anyone bring this to an end." Upon hearing this, Osweevy's three's gaze darkened further. He suddenly gestured with both hands and whispered an incantation. "Forbidden spell. Grasp of death." A massive black sphere instantly materialized above Elena. However, she was already prepared. And with a low command, she invoked, "Forbidden spell. Divine healing." A blinding white light surged forth like a tidal wave, dispersing the black sphere in an instant. Narrowing his eyes, Osweevy's three shouted, "It seems our forbidden spells are evenly matched. In that case, let us determine the victor based solely on our mastery of magic, without relying on forbidden spells." Elena glared coldly at him, her lips pressed together in silence. Although the Demon King's army had previously swept through their foes with ease, it was the two of them, the core of the battlefield and the wielders of forbidden spells, who ultimately held the key to the war's outcome. Whichever side emerged victorious would lead to the swift collapse of the other. Osweevy's three struck first, a beam of icy blue light shooting from his fingertips, swiftly condensing into numerous sharp ice blades that hurtled toward Elena. The blades moved with such speed that even the air seemed to freeze. Earth shield. A barrier of earth formed before Elena, shattering the ice blades into fragments that scattered in all directions upon impact. With a clap of his hands, countless fire pillars erupted from the ground, surging toward Elena. She lightly tapped her toes, launching herself into the air, evading the flames. "Come on." Osweevy's three appeared somewhat deranged, having grown up in the palace surrounded by the countless orthodox spells he had learned. He scoffed at the notion that a mere magic thief like Elena could stand a chance against him without forbidden spells. The two exchanged spells back and forth, the brilliance of their magic illuminating the palace as the surrounding air rippled under the force of their clashes. The marble floor shattered completely, and the wall carvings were blown to smithereens. After a long while, as the sun began to set, Osweevy's three found himself utterly exhausted, his hands hanging limply at his sides as he gasped for breath. He could hardly believe that he, the emperor of an empire educated in orthodox magic, would be defeated by a mere girl, a thief of forbidden spells. "No, this cannot be. You cannot win." Osweevy's three hoarsely growled, forcing himself to raise his hand in one final attempt to cast magic. Yet, Elena had already unleashed her magic first. Osweevy's three attempted to shield himself with a defensive spell, only to realize that his magical energy had been depleted. Elena's strike swiftly pierced through his magical barrier, striking his body. In utter disbelief and resentment, Osweevy's three collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Elena slowly lowered her hand, the magical radiance dissipating, leaving her alone in the ruins of the Grand Hall. She exhaled deeply and turned to exit the palace. Outside, the sounds of battle had quieted. The Demon King's army had completely taken over the imperial capital. Standing on the palace's high platform, Elena gazed down at the entire capital. The soldiers below erupted in cheers upon seeing her emerge, jubilantly shouting, "Long live the Demon King! Long live Lady Elena!" Their voices soared to the heavens. Yet, amidst the fervent cheers, Elena's heart felt devoid of joy. The visage and laughter of Chu Yuan flashed through her mind, and a single crystalline tear silently rolled down her cheek. "Mr. Dragon," she whispered softly, "I have avenged you." Despite having avenged him, why did she feel no joy in victory? Indeed, without you by my side, the scenery I witness is utterly meaningless, completely devoid of significance. Only you are the meaning of my life. In the aftermath, as the empire crumbled, a temporary peace arrived. Elena relinquished her title as the Demon King and quietly departed before the celebration could conclude. Her life felt devoid of purpose. Thus, she sought to reclaim that meaning. This became the sole motivation that sustained her existence. She traveled far and wide, learning various forms of magic, including necromancy. Yet none yielded results. Necromancy bore some resemblance to creation magic, both seeking to bestow wisdom upon the lifeless. Ultimately, it was akin to crafting machines. It could not bring back Chu Yuan, it could only create a substitute. Finally, months later, Elena discovered a relevant description in an ancient tome. Logically, the deceased cannot be revived, for their lives have already vanished. To resurrect the dead, only a miracle could suffice. If anything could be deemed a miracle in this world, it would be forbidden magic. After reading this tome, the uncertainty in Elena's gaze transformed into determination. She would search the world for all forbidden magic, seeking a way to bring Mr. Dragon back. Thus, Elena returned to the entrance of the second ruin in the land of elves. Once more entering, she effortlessly navigated all the traps and arrived at the secret chamber where she and Chu Yuan had previously been ensnared. The chamber walls, restored at some point, hinted at the application of relevant magic. Moments later, a purple poisonous mist surged from the chamber's surroundings, creeping toward Elena. Unlike her previous encounter, she was not helpless this time. She simply invoked the forbidden spell, divine healing, and the poisonous mist was completely eradicated. As the mist dissipated entirely, a door appeared at the end of the chamber. Elena stepped inside, obtaining the forbidden magic of this ruin. Soul manipulation, possessing a rank of 13, is an unprecedented level that has left Elena in a state of profound astonishment on numerous occasions. Within the concept provided by the magic of soul manipulation, the human soul is akin to a document, capable of being read, written upon, modified, and overwritten. Upon death, the soul, devoid of a corporeal vessel, begins to gradually dissipate. However, for those who were exceptionally powerful in life, their souls do not easily fade away. Rather, they endure wear and tear, continuing to exist in some form. Most often, this existence manifests as the birth of new life. Yet, therein lies a conundrum. During the process of rebirth, the memories of the previous life remain dormant. While memories can be inscribed upon the soul, the reincarnated individual lacks a means to access these past memories. It is highly probable that one might lead a life of mediocrity, only to dissipate along with their soul upon death. Nevertheless, soul manipulation offers an intrinsic method that allows for spontaneous access to the memories stored within the soul after reincarnation, thus enabling the retrieval of past life memories. This represents the reading of the soul. Moreover, soul manipulation encompasses an even more crucial function, the writing aspect. Regardless of the species, the capacity of the brain is inherently limited. Even with the highest degree of development, it cannot harbor an excessive amount of forbidden magic. However, through the application of soul manipulation, one can store forbidden spells within the realm of the soul, thereby freeing the brain's capacity. When required, one can extract a spell through soul manipulation and replace it with another. Theoretically, as long as the soul is sufficiently potent, it can accommodate countless forbidden spells. Having mastered soul manipulation, Elena ardently embarked on a quest throughout the world, driven solely by the desire to discover more forbidden spells, learn them, and ultimately attempt to return to Chu Yuan's side. She traversed the continent and even crossed oceans in her pursuit. Decades later, the number of forbidden spells residing within her soul grew exponentially, nearing the point of saturation. Finally, she uncovered a forbidden spell known as absolute insight. While this spell lacks offensive capabilities, it possesses an extraordinarily remarkable effect, the ability to discern the whereabouts of all things in the world. This includes the locations of other relics, specific herbs, and even the individuals one longs to see. The prerequisite for this is a profound longing and a substantial reservoir of magical power. Elena's yearning is as deep as the ocean, and after years of accumulation, her magical energy has become akin to an expansive sea. Utilizing absolute insight, she successfully located the reincarnated position of Chu Yuan. In a distant realm, Chu Yuan found himself in another world. Despite Elena's mastery of numerous forbidden spells, which allowed her to traverse space and even conjure it, reaching that world required traversing multiple dimensional barriers, potentially leading to her physical demise. Nonetheless, Elena did not waver. Once prepared, she chanted her incantations, transforming into a dazzling light that vanished from this realm. Due to the immense magical energy required for her spell, Elena invoked a forbidden incantation to extract magic from the atmosphere as a source of power for her interdimensional journey. After her departure, the concentration of magic in the world diminished by a full third. In a simulated review, over the years, you mastered 3 forbidden spells and acquired many other formidable magics, becoming the mightiest being of the dragon mage lineage, even vanquishing the natural enemy of magic users, the hero. Simulation settlement in progress. Upon completion, the evaluation yielded an A grade. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been successfully issued, granting you unyielding resilience, blue, magic convergence, purple, forbidden spell adaptation, gold. Alongside all magics acquired during the simulation and the awakening of magical side powers, you are now capable of harnessing all powers related to the magical domain. Opened his eyes, clutching his heart. It throbbed vigorously, yet the scene of the sword piercing through him remained vividly etched in his mind. Though this simulation lasted less than a decade, which is merely a fraction of the time of the initial simulation, felt as if he had experienced an abundance of events. He explored the world alone, formed a bond with Elena, and visited the realms of monsters and elves, forging connections with their inhabitants. It felt as though he had lived a complete life. However, as this simulation drew to a close, he could not deny the lingering attachments he held. Since entered this world, he had come to realize that the simulated realm was indeed real, inclusive of its denizens. Thus, even as he departed, time in that world would continue to flow. He pondered, how was Elena faring now? That girl who once relied on him so profoundly. Moments passed. Chu Yuan shook his head, dispelling his thoughts. In any case, it was a source of comfort that Elena had become sufficiently strong after the hero's demise. There should be no one left in that world capable of causing her harm. He now needed to concentrate on his own life. Having acquired power on the magical side, it was time for him to register his abilities. Although he possessed forbidden spell magic, its usage demanded a considerable amount of magical energy. While beast manipulation required little energy, this world lacked magical beasts. To rapidly strengthen himself, he needed to acquire resources and cultivate his own abilities. Therefore, it was essential for him to register and apply for resources. The following day, Chu Yuan dressed impeccably, preparing to embark on his journey to the Academy's Information Registration Office. However, before setting off, he placed a call to Luo Jiqing to inform her of his plans. Given the nature of their current relationship, he felt it imperative to be transparent with her regarding such matters. Previously, after Luo Jiqing had concluded the aftermath of the magical fog incident, she returned to the capital to attend a meeting. Just as she returned from her gathering, she received Chu Yuan's call and promptly arranged for the academy to facilitate his passage, ensuring there would be no delays. Initially, Chu Yuan was required to undergo a verification process and visit a designated location for an evaluation by a specialist in magical arts before he could officially register his magical abilities at the Information Registration Office. However, under Luo Jiqing's directives, the office arranged for a magical arts expert to come directly to assist with Chu Yuan's evaluation on-site. Furthermore, Luo Jiqing decided to accompany Chu Yuan personally to the Information Registration Office. Upon arriving outside the building that housed the registration office, Chu Yuan discovered Luo Jiqing awaiting him, clad in a beige trench coat. Today, she had styled her hair in a high ponytail, complemented by elegant knee-high boots, exuding a cool demeanor interlaced with an air of confidence. She embodied intelligence, nobility, and grace. The two walked side by side with an effortless camaraderie. "Master, you need not go to such lengths," he remarked. Chu Yuan turned his gaze sideways, beholding the breathtaking profile of Luo Jiqing, and smiled helplessly. "For you it's necessary." Luo Jiqing murmured softly, her eyes tender as tranquil waters. What shall I do when my revered master spoils me so? She practically feeds me delicacies straight to my lips." Inside the registration office, as Chu Yuan and Luo Jiqing stepped into the hall, the mere presence of Luo Jiqing instantly ignited a flurry of hushed discussions. Students and staff alike were captivated by her grace and beauty, many recognizing her as the Sword Immortal, and subsequently identifying Chu Yuan by her side. Unfazed by the attention, Luo Jiqing led Chu Yuan directly to the waiting area, where they settled onto a sofa. A staff member swiftly approached, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed Sword Immortal, the expert responsible for the magical assessment will arrive shortly. Please, could you and Mr. Chu Yuan wait a moment?" "Very well," Luo Jiqing replied with a gentle nod. The two began to sit in silence as they awaited their turn. After a while, Chu Yuan overheard a group of students nearby engaged in quiet conversation. One student, brimming with excitement, remarked, "I heard that the daughter of the prestigious magical tycoon Howard family is coming to study at the East Sea Seraph Academy today. Did you all hear about this?" "I heard too. Apparently, she's a stunning beauty of the highest order. I can't wait. If only she were my beloved from a past life," another student chimed in, clutching his heart and shaking his head dramatically. "Chu certainly has quite the imagination for the dojo. It seems she will be arriving shortly to take the aptitude test." This is what a senior I know, who graduated and now works at the academy, informed me. "All right then. I'll head over to see what she looks like in person." "Sure, I'll join you." Before long, several experts from the magical sector hurriedly arrived, all of whom were esteemed senior professors at the academy, each possessing at least B-level prowess. "Esteemed sword immortal, we apologize for keeping you waiting," the expert said, their demeanor respectful, acknowledging their high status, with average annual salaries nearing 10 million. Yet, in the presence of Luo Jiqing, they exhibited utmost deference, treating Chu Yuan with the same respect. "This must be Chu Yuan then. I've long admired your reputation. Haha, seeing you in person, I must say, you are indeed a remarkable talent, worthy of being the disciple of the sword immortal," one expert exclaimed with a beaming smile, showering praise. Luo Jiqing nodded, urging, "Let us commence without further delay." Of course, the experts replied in unison, turning their attention to Chu Yuan. The speaking expert then asked, "Chu Yuan, might we request you to demonstrate your magical abilities?" "Certainly," he responded. Chu Yuan nodded. He rose to his feet and raised his hand. In but a moment, a magical array materialized within his palm. The array expanded, ultimately reaching nearly 1 meter in diameter. A fireball ignited at the forefront of the array, its flames flickering and radiating intense heat. Even from a distance, one could feel the air growing arid and the waves of heat surging forth. "Oh my!" an elderly expert exclaimed, marveling at the simplicity of the magical array's construction, which consumed minimal magical energy while yielding maximal effect. In his previous life, he likely attained a considerable level of mastery, perhaps even rivaling that of all present. The experts began to whisper among themselves, utterly astonished by the magical prowess displayed by Chu Yuan. After a brief moment, one of the experts stepped forward. "Sword immortal," he confirmed. "Chu Yuan indeed possesses the aptitude for magic. He has truly undergone a second awakening." Meanwhile, a group of students observing from a distance engaged in discussion. "What does a second awakening mean?" one boy inquired. A second awakening refers to the phenomenon where, after having awakened the memories of one lifetime, an individual subsequently awakens the memories of another lifetime. This occurrence is exceedingly rare, yet those who experience it invariably have heightened potential. Of course, the vast majority of saviors possess only the memories of a single lifetime, while those with memories spanning 2 or more lifetimes are regarded as mythical heroes. So, does this mean Chu Yuan is also a mythical hero? Indeed, not only is he a disciple of the sword immortal, but he has also reached A rank in the shortest time possible, and now he has awakened the memories of another lifetime, transforming into a mythical hero. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Any one of these attributes alone would place him at the pinnacle of saviors, yet he possesses all three. It is astonishingly formidable. He belongs to the elite among elites, and he is merely a first-year student. This phenomenon is known as the simultaneous cultivation of celestial and demonic arts. What do you mean? This is the forbidden incantation of the celestial swordmaster. In this instance, the expert rubbed his hands together and said, "Sword immortal. It has been confirmed that Chu Yuan's magical aptitude poses no issues. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" asked Luo Jiqing. "This situation, akin to a secondary awakening in the academy, is unprecedented. Might it be prudent to arrange for another mentor specializing in magic to assist in Chu Yuan's guidance and development?" The expert's eagerness was palpable. He likely harbored hopes of being the one chosen if Luo Jiqing acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing pondered briefly, then shook her head, her tone icy. "That will not be necessary. I alone shall serve as Chu Yuan's mentor." She continued, "Once Chu Yuan completes his registration, I will ensure that the academy arranges the distribution of resources for him." The experts, upon hearing her words, displayed a hint of regret, yet none dared to voice dissent. Indeed, considering the magical prowess that Chu Yuan had exhibited, it was more likely they would find themselves being instructed by him rather than the other way around. Chu Yuan, however, discerned something different in the Laziking's words. "It seems that my esteemed master is somewhat resistant to the idea of me having other mentors. This possessiveness, albeit subtle, is palpable. As long as Chu Yuan does not harbor any dislike, it is even somewhat endearing. Soon, Chu Yuan completed the registration for the magical side of his powers. The staff member assisting with the registration remarked, "Student Chu Yuan, your registration has been successfully processed. From now on, we will send you training resources related to the magical domain every month." "Thank you." Chu Yuan nodded, preparing to depart. "Oh wait, don't leave just yet, Chu Yuan. There's one more thing." "What is it?" Chu Yuan halted his steps and inquired, "It is thus that you have awakened the power of the magical side," signifying a secondary awakening. Generally speaking, a secondary awakening results in an enhancement of one's innate talents. Therefore, I would recommend that you undergo a talent assessment. Should your talents be elevated, you will be able to secure greater privileges. Chu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed with the talent assessment." It would be advantageous for him to possess greater privileges, alleviating the burden on his master. Although she appeared more than willing, he felt somewhat guilty for continuously relying on her kindness. What if one day she insisted on repaying this debt of gratitude in kind? Surely, he would be compelled to acquiesce. No, such thoughts were rather disconcerting. Should he truly undertake the talent test now? Luo Jiqing had overheard the conversation between Chu Yuan and the staff. As he returned to her side, she inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed. I shall make the arrangements immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Jiqing made a phone call, issuing instructions. On the other end, Qin Xiaoya's voice, laced with a hint of exasperation, could be faintly heard. The call concluded swiftly, and Luo Jiqing turned her gentle gaze toward Chu Yuan, saying, "Let us go. Xiaoya has already made the arrangements, and we can proceed with the test now." The two departed from the information registration office. Along the way, they walked side by side, their shadows merging beneath the slanted sunlight. Luo Jiqing discreetly cast a glance at Chu Yuan and mused, "In your past life in the realm of magic, you must have encountered many trials, have you not?" "Indeed, many. Perhaps you could share some of those tales with me this evening?" Chu Yuan was momentarily stunned. He turned his gaze toward Luo Jiqing, only to see her slowly avert her face, the tips of her ears faintly flushed. Witnessing this, a subtle curve involuntarily touched the corners of his lips. "All right, but, Master, inviting me to your residence this evening? What exactly do you intend?" Luo Jiqing did not look at him, her voice soft as a whisper. "It's merely that I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you. I simply wish to converse with you a little longer." "Nothing more?" Her cherry lips pressed together lightly, delicate fingers twisting unconsciously. "And what else would you wish for?" The usually aloof beauty's cheeks bloomed with a delicate flush, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Though her tone carried a hint of challenge, it could not conceal the quiet anticipation in her heart. "Hard to say." A playful smirk tugged at Chu Yuan's lips. Luo Jiqing arched a delicate brow. "Why is it hard to say?" "Because my answer could take two possible directions. One might disappoint you, while the other, well, might make me seem rather improper." For a moment, she froze, her fair complexion betraying her with a deepening blush that spread from her ears to the slender curve of her neck, disrupting her usual icy composure. Her lips parted slightly, the words escaping like a fragile breath. "I wouldn't mind if you were improper." Just as Chu Yuan thought this admission was bold enough, Luo Jiqing surprised him further. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible, like the faintest sigh of wind. "As long as it's directed at me, anything would." "Master? What did you say? Could you speak a little louder?" Chu Yuan feigned uncertainty, though his pulse quickened. "Nothing." Luo Jiqing turned her face away, fingers absently twirling a loose strand of hair, masking the fluster within, where his gaze could not reach. Her usually cool eyes now shimmered with an uncharacteristic softness, tinged with shyness. "Master, this hardly seems like nothing." Luo Jiqing found herself at a loss for words. Chu Yuan let out a light chuckle, leaning closer and whispering, "Master, since you do not mind, why not be a little bolder and express what you expect of me?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing's neck flushed crimson in an instant as she bit her lip and softly replied, "Nonsense." Haraha. Chu Yuan found his master to be exceedingly adorable. The talent testing equipment was situated in the central building of the Seraph Academy. In addition to assessing talents, there were also facilities for skill training, resulting in a considerable flow of people. The arrival of Luo Jiqing and Chu Yuan captured the attention of many, and as they entered the talent testing hall, a multitude followed out of sheer curiosity, observing from a distance. "Why are Chu Yuan and the Sword Immortal here? Did you not know? It is said that Chu Yuan has undergone a second awakening, hence his return for a re-evaluation of his talent. Goodness, even in such a state, he experiences a second awakening? How are we supposed to survive in this game? We are the saviors, while he is the true messiah, is that it? They should quickly grant him a title. Let's inquire if Chu Yuan's enhancements are open source. I wish to equip myself as well. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Luo Jiqing approached Chu Yuan. Go ahead, she said softly, gazing at him. Chu Yuan nodded gently and stepped forward to the testing device. The apparatus was a dark sphere with a smooth surface, reputedly crafted from extraordinary materials, capable of radiating colors that correspond to the strength of the tester's soul. Beneath the device, a needle indicated the quantifiable strength of the soul, rendering the results clearer. D, C, B, A, S. Upon his enrollment, Chu Yuan had undergone a soul strength assessment using this very instrument. At that time, his result was an A, with the needle resting between the A and S positions. Having experienced simulations on the magical side, he anticipated an even higher result this time. The staff calibrated the talent testing device and instructed Chu Yuan, please place your hand upon the apparatus. Chu Yuan extended his hand and pressed it against the dark sphere. A gentle radiance emanated from the orb, captivating everyone in the hall, who fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on the apparatus. As Chu Yuan continued to touch the sphere, its hue grew increasingly luminous, the light becoming almost blinding. The pointer below moved from D to C to B, swiftly surpassing A. Yet it did not cease there. The pointer continued its ascent, even eclipsing Chu Yuan's previous test results. The staff members observed this spectacle, holding their breath in anticipation. In a fleeting moment, the pointer approached the letter S. But its ascent slowed, accompanied by a tremor. At that instant, Chu Yuan swallowed hard, his heart racing as he watched the quivering pointer. Suddenly, it leapt forward, coming to a complete halt at S, the uppermost limit of the dial. The staff beside him stared in disbelief, finally murmuring, S. It's an S level. In an instant, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? An S level? Chu Yuan's talent had reached the pinnacle of S. The last person in China to possess an S-level talent was none other than Luo Jiqing herself. Indeed, an S-level talent foretold the destiny of becoming an S-level savior. How outrageous! Chu Yuan, who had only recently achieved A-level, had now awakened to an S-level talent. Did this imply that he would soon attain S-level status? Could it be? We just began our studies, and he is already poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the world? Moreover, it seems Chu Yuan has never even visited the training facilities. While we toiled for years in arduous training without advancing a level, he leisurely attended classes and enjoyed life, achieving in 2 weeks what took us years of effort. If he continues this way, he may find himself friendless, mark my words. He will undoubtedly be ostracized, to prevent being excluded. Perhaps we should keep our distance from Chu Yuan. Oh, so you feign camaraderie while secretly ingratiating yourself with him? With your disposition, let's call it quits, shall we? I must inquire, what does calling it quits entail? The atmosphere was electric, with students animatedly discussing the astonishing events unfolding before them. Chu Yuan swiftly composed himself, his expression returning to normal as he gradually withdrew his hand. He turned to gaze at Luo Jiqing, who maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Yet her seemingly tranquil eyes betrayed a deep-seated joy and excitement. Meanwhile, a luxurious vehicle came to a gentle halt outside the central building of Donghai Seraph Academy. The rear door was opened by a bodyguard clad in black, and a delicate leg, adorned with exquisite boots, stepped out. Following this, a stunningly beautiful blonde girl with exquisite features descended from the vehicle. An elderly gentleman in a butler's attire also emerged, his robust physique exuding a strength uncommon for his age. He slightly bowed, addressing her, "Young miss, we have arrived. This is the venue for the talent assessment at Donghai Seraph Academy." "Yes, Seabass, let us proceed," she replied. "Very well, young Mississippi." The girl, accompanied by her butler and several bodyguards, made her way toward the central building. Their striking presence naturally drew the attention of those around them. "Which young lady is that? She's so beautiful. She seems to be a foreigner." "You don't know? She is Elena, the eldest daughter of the Howard family. She is here to study at our Donghai Seraph Academy this year." "The Howard family? You mean the one led by the S-class savior, Adam, the largest magical conglomerate in Europe?" "Exactly. Wow." The admiration in the gazes of those nearby shifted to a mix of awe and reverence as they beheld Elena. Upon reaching the vicinity of the talent assessment area, they found it densely crowded, impeding their entrance. Elena slightly furrowed her elegant brows. "Seabass, Could you inquire about what is happening? Of course. Young Mississippi sea bass inclined his head slightly and proceeded toward the throng. He returned promptly, whispering, "Young miss. Someone has tested an S-class talent, creating quite a stir, which is why the crowd has grown so large." The bodyguards behind Elena exchanged glances of astonishment. However, Elena merely nodded with indifference. The emergence of an S-class talent indeed warranted nationwide attention in China, yet she felt no inclination toward it. The sole entity worthy of her undivided attention was Mr. Magic Dragon. She needed to find Mr. Magic Dragon and accompany him, thus necessitating her enrollment. The essential step for enrollment was to undergo the talent assessment here and complete the registration. Having instructed her bodyguards to clear the way, Elena and Seabass entered the talent assessment area. Just as she stepped through the door, a figure emerged from within, coincidentally crossing paths with her. She lifted her gaze, and her eyes met Chu Yuan's. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. Elena halted, and Chu Yuan stood still, both rendered speechless. At that moment, memories from their past life surged forth like a tidal wave, intertwining and flooding her mind. The world seemed to fall into a hushed silence. The clamor of the crowd fading into oblivion, with only the echo of their heartbeats resonating in their ears. In Chu Yuan's heart, a tempest raged, his lips quivering. "Eleanor." "Mr. Demon Dragon," too, softly called out, the name seemingly etched into their very souls. Seabass, standing nearby, sensed Eleanor's distress and quietly inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" Yet, Eleanor appeared oblivious to his concern, her gaze fixated on Chu Yuan, tears welling in her eyes before cascading down her cheeks. On the other side, Chu Yuan had never anticipated encountering Elena in this place. His mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, brimming with so many unspoken words that he found himself momentarily speechless. In the next instant, Elena suddenly rushed into his embrace, her delicate form pressing tightly against him. "Finally, I've found you, Dragon Lord." Her voice trembled with emotion, as if the dam of her suppressed feelings had finally burst, burying her face against his chest. Heedless of the surrounding gazes, she wept uncontrollably, her tears soaking through the fabric of his robes. As Chu Yuan meticulously organized his thoughts, poised to utter something, he was taken aback when Elena abruptly lifted her gaze. Her tear-streaked visage bore an expression of resolute determination. Cradling his face in her hands, she leaned in without hesitation and pressed her lips against his. The sensation of their lips meeting was accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of orchids and musk that emanated from Elena, permeating the air with a delightful allure. Chu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his body rendered completely motionless. The surrounding crowd, initially struck dumb, soon erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. "What? No. Did they really just kiss? This is not how the story unfolds, is it? The heiress of the Howard family has willingly surrendered herself to Chu Yuan? Could it be that Elena and Chu Yuan were lovers in a past life? Goodness, where is the justice in this?" As if having an S-class savior as a female mentor was insufficient, now he is also being pampered by the daughter of Europe's largest magical consortium, no less. They are practically feeding each other mouth to mouth. Amidst the tumult of voices, an invisible force suddenly intervened between Chu Yuan and Elena, forcibly separating them. Elena stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance, but ultimately steadied herself against the magical array that appeared behind her. Sebastian hurried forward, a look of guilt on his face. "My lady, are you all right?" "I have failed in my duty." "I'm fine," Elena replied, lifting her gaze to find a strikingly beautiful woman standing protectively before Chu Yuan, her countenance as frigid as ice, her cold eyes darkened to an extreme. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking students perked up, whispering among themselves, "What is happening? What is this reaction from the Sword Immortal? It's almost as if she is declaring her territory. Is this a battlefield of love? Oh yes, I want to see blood flow like rivers. To build a harem, one must bear the weight of its consequences. Keep watching. Keep watching." Chu Yuan felt utterly bewildered. If he had encountered Elena in the absence of others, it might have been manageable. Yet, his master was present. And to make matters worse, Elena unhesitatingly embraced him and kissed him. In such a predicament, he found himself at a loss for words of counsel. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Luo Jiqing fixed her gaze intently on Elena, her voice calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable pressure. The surrounding clamor diminished significantly, and the temperature seemed to drop abruptly. Since her arrival in this world, she had never been so infuriated. No, perhaps even considering her past life. This was her first time experiencing such anger. She had yet to share a kiss with Chu Yuan herself. The kiss from Chu Yuan was abruptly seized by the young maiden before him. In that moment, Luo Jiqing felt as if her previously restrained demeanor had devolved into that of a jester. Elena paused momentarily, swiftly appraising Luo Jiqing. With the context of others' discussions, she instantly grasped the identity of the individual before her. Mr. Magic Dragon, who happened to be Chu Yuan's mentor, was none other than the most formidable S-rank savior in China, the sword immortal Luo Jiqing. It appeared that Luo Jiqing harbored complex feelings for Mr. Magic Dragon. Otherwise, she would not have reacted in such a manner. However, would she truly retreat in the face of this realization? She had sacrificed so much and surmounted numerous challenges to find Mr. Magic Dragon. Would she abandon her quest simply because she stood before an S-rank savior? She had long since vanquished her own weaknesses. With this thought, Elena assumed an elegant posture, lifting her gown as she curtsied to Luo Jiqing. Having received an exceptional education, her command of the Chinese language was quite fluent. Greetings. I am Elena Howard, the daughter of Adam Howard, head of the Howard family, the largest magical conglomerate in Europe. You must be Mr. Chu Yuan's mentor, the esteemed sword immortal. I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Mr. Chu Yuan was the most significant person in my past life. Encountering him once more overwhelmed me, and I momentarily lost control of my emotions. However, after establishing her background and exhibiting a humble demeanor, Elena shifted her tone, her beautiful eyes locking onto Luo Jiqing's. Esteemed sword immortal, your previous approach seemed rather inappropriate. Had I been an ordinary woman rather than a savior, I might have sustained considerable harm had you not halted your actions. Furthermore, I harbor no intentions of causing Mr. Chu Yuan any injury. Might you be overly zealous? Or perhaps overstepping your bounds? At this utterance, the icy glare in Luo Jiqing's eyes intensified, solidifying into palpable frost. The palpable tension between the two women escalated, thickening the air with an unmistakable charge. Chu Yuan felt as though he had sunk into a quagmire, with every action seemingly futile in alleviating the situation. Sweat poured down his back. At that moment, a professor suddenly positioned himself between Luo Jiqing and Elena. He chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands in an attempt to diffuse the charged atmosphere. Might I suggest that both of you take a moment to calm down? You are both significant figures on the international stage, and any conflict that arises could easily escalate into a diplomatic issue. As he spoke, sweat continued to bead on his brow, for a portion of Luo Jiqing and Elena's attention had shifted towards him. Under the immense pressure of the two formidable presences, he felt as if he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Yuan seized the opportunity and hastily advised, Master, whatever matters concerning Lena can be addressed later. For now, I implore you all to take a moment to compose yourselves. Is that agreeable? I shall divulge everything to you. Chu Yuan's words eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. Luo Jiqing cast a glance at him before shifting her gaze to Elena. After a brief moment, she closed her eyes. Her delicate hands clenched, trembling slightly. It appeared that they truly had much to express, much to confide. Gradually, she began to calm her emotions. Regardless of her lingering dissatisfaction and anger, she was unwilling to place Chu Yuan in a difficult position at this moment. Her love for him surpassed her possessiveness and all else. For Chu Yuan, she was willing to make concessions. Luo Jiqing turned to him, her tone cool yet devoid of the earlier sharpness. I have already taken care of the registration for you. I shall take my leave now. With that, she walked out of the talent assessment center alone, while those around her promptly made way. Chu Yuan gazed at Luo Jiqing's receding figure, his hand lifting slightly before ultimately lowering. A complex surge of emotions welled within him, remorse, guilt, and profound gratitude. He understood perfectly well that Luo Jiqing had withdrawn for his sake. Otherwise, today's confrontation might not have concluded so peacefully. As Chu Yuan stood lost in thought, Elena approached, slipping her arm through his. The warmth of her touch snapped him back to reality. She leaned in close, her breath brushing his ear as she whispered, Dragon Lord, would you accompany me for a private conversation later? There are so many things I wish to share with you. Elena's eyes shimmered with emotion, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush, a stark contrast to her earlier hostility toward Luo Jiqing. Now, she appeared innocent and docile. Ever since the Dragon Lord had vanished from her world, she had encased her heart in ice, shielding it with cold indifference. But now, reunited with him, the version of herself she had long buried resurfaced. This tender demeanor, she reserved it solely for the Dragon Lord. Chu Yuan offered a wry smile. What about now? Elena's expression was gentle as she replied, For the moment, I must trouble Mr. Dragon to wait a while. I need to undergo the talent assessment, which is a requisite step for enrollment. Once I am admitted, I will be able to remain with Mr. Dragon indefinitely. Before long, under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers, Elena approached the dark orb designated for the talent evaluation. Chu Yuan stood watch from behind her. Elena gracefully lifted her delicate hand and placed it upon the dark sphere. In the next moment, the sphere's interior erupted with a dazzling brilliance, radiating a resplendent array of colors. The needle on the dashboard moved from D to C, then from C to B, and finally from B to A. Ultimately, it surpassed A, ascending to the pinnacle of the dashboard, pointing towards the letter S. This spectacle enveloped the crowd in an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar. An S-level talent. Another S-level. My goodness, within this very day. And even within the span of half an hour, we have witnessed the birth of 2 S-level prodigies. How utterly astonishing. Are all the new students this year monsters? With backgrounds that are beyond comprehension and abilities that are unfathomable. Oh dear. The ancient sequence is upon us. We, the ordinary elites, have already become mere backdrops. With no hope of rising again. Awaken, for you are not even worthy of being called an elite. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, shock, and envy from the crowd, Elena calmly withdrew her hand, offering a gentle smile as she turned to return to Chu Yuan's side, entwining her arm with his. Let us depart, Mr. Demon Dragon. In this lifetime, I shall accompany you forever. Chu Yuan settled into Elena's luxurious vehicle. The interior was spacious and opulent, with seats crafted from the finest leather, exuding a subtle fragrance. However, what captivated Chu Yuan more than the lavish surroundings was Elena herself. Throughout the journey, she displayed an unusually affectionate demeanor, leaning against him. Her clear emerald eyes fixed upon him, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. It was impossible for Chu Yuan to remain unaffected by such attention from a beauty. Naturally, he was inclined to reciprocate Elena's fervent emotions. Yet, the mere thought of Luo Jiqing standing on the other side filled him with unease. He could not betray his mentor. Before long, they arrived at the city's most upscale sky restaurant. The expansive, transparent dome atop the establishment made the heavens feel within arm's reach. The entire venue had been reserved by Elena, with every staff member devoted solely to their service. Outside their private booth, Sebastian stood quietly. While the table within was laden with exquisite delicacies, premium caviar, black truffles, roasted venison, and king crab, each dish emanating an enticing aroma. Accompanied by 2 bottles of red wine valued at millions each. Chu Yuan gazed at the table laden with exquisite delicacies, a bitter smile creeping into his heart. He realized that ever since he acquired the simulator, he had scarcely paid for a meal when dining with others. After indulging in their feast for a while, they finally began to discuss matters of importance. Chu Yuan inquired, Elena, how have you fared in my absence? At his words, Elena's expression momentarily faltered. My Lord Dragon. She replied, her gaze shifting slightly, a tremor seeping into her voice. After you departed, I endured much, far too much. With a tinge of sorrow permeating her tone, Elena began to recount her tale. She spoke of the aftermath of Chu Yuan's death in her previous life. How she faced the remnants of the Empire's soldiers all alone, the formation of the Demon King's army to overthrow the Empire, and her relentless quest through all the world's ruins to uncover the truth of this realm. Only recently have I fully regained the memories of this life, Elena concluded. Chu Yuan gazed at Elena before him, his heart stirred with both compassion and sorrow as he contemplated the myriad trials she had endured. Yet, a flicker of doubt suddenly crossed his mind. Elena, you mentioned that you have only recently regained your memories. Elena lowered her gaze and replied, my soul has borne the weight of countless forbidden spells, existing in a state of heightened strain. I did not anticipate that upon reincarnating into this world, the wear on my soul would be so profound, resulting in a diminished capacity for storage. My essence struggles to accommodate the original information and to prevent overflow. It has automatically compressed my memories, including those of my past. Mr. Dragon is the catalyst that triggered my recollection of previous lives. Had I not seen Mr. Dragon in the news, I cannot fathom how much longer it would have taken for my memories to fully awaken. Fortunately, fate has conspired to reunite me with Mr. Dragon. As she spoke, Elena revealed a resilient smile, pure and exquisite. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan experienced an epiphany, his heart simultaneously aching with compassion for Elena. The list of individuals he could not disappoint in this lifetime had grown once more. Contemplating this, Chu Yuan found himself in a state of distress. On one hand, there was his revered master, and on the other, Elena. What was he to do? Was there a way to navigate this dilemma without causing harm to anyone? It seemed that Elena perceived the turmoil within Chu Yuan, expressing her concern. Mr. Dragon, you appear to be in a bit of a predicament. Is it because? She paused. Is it related to the matter of the sword immortal? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her words, yet he eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Alina contemplated for a brief moment. Upon closer reflection, it had been less than a month since the sword immortal, Luo Jiqing, and the Lord of the Demon Dragon had crossed paths. However, their bond appeared to have deepened significantly in such a short span. Such a profound connection could not have arisen without reason. This realization led Alina to recall that Chu Yuan had previously undergone a second assessment of his talents, indicating a second awakening. Individuals who experience a second awakening possess two past lives. Alina, with a tone of inquiry, ventured, Lord of the Demon Dragon. Could it be that the sword immortal shares a fate similar to mine, that is? Chu Yuan gazed at Alina's expression, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding and saying, "Indeed, my master was also someone I knew in a previous life. However, that was an entirely different existence. In that past life, she was likewise my mentor. We traversed through countless trials and tribulations together, forging a bond that transcends mere teacher-student affection. Thus, I find myself in a state of inner conflict, Alina." Alina understood. It was evident that Mr. Dragon and the sword immortal shared such a profound connection. She bit her lip, as if having made a resolute decision. "Mr. Dragon." Alina moved closer, gently grasping Chu Yuan's hand, resting her entire being against his shoulder. "Do not dwell on it. I do not wish to see Mr. Dragon troubled. I will not claim him solely for myself." Chu Yuan's eyes widened slightly as he comprehended Alina's meaning. "Alina." Thus, Mr. Demon Dragon. Alina's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. "Please do not harbor any disdain towards me. Could you perhaps cherish me a little more? I yearn to remain by your side forever, come what may." In the depths of Chu Yuan's eyes, a tremor stirred. He embraced Alina, their faces pressed together, and solemnly vowed, "I will, Alina." He then added 3 heartfelt words. "Thank you." Alina emitted a silly giggle, endearing and content, nuzzling closer to Chu Yuan, reminiscent of the little girl who once clung to him, whispering sweet nothings against his scales in the company of the dragon. After a while, as the atmosphere settled somewhat, Alina suddenly looked up. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and shyly inquired, "Mr. Dragon, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Alina blinked and asked, "Have you ever shared a kiss with the sword immortal?" Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, lingering in silence for several seconds. "No." Upon hearing this response, Alina appeared to revel in her triumph, her delicate, fair visage illuminated by a playful smile, her cherry lips curving enticingly, and her eyes sparkling with a shy radiance. "It seems I have taken the lead." After their meal, the two exchanged contact information and agreed to meet again another day. In truth, Alina yearned to spend more time with Chu Yuan, yet as she had just transferred to the school, she found herself burdened with numerous obligations. As night fell, Chu Yuan arrived directly at the doorstep of Luo Jiqing's residence. Upon ringing the doorbell, Chu Yuan was met with the swift opening of the door. Luo Jiqing stood at the threshold, her serene visage devoid of expression, resembling a still and exquisite portrait of a figure. Her gaze lightly brushed over Chu Yuan. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her tone composed, devoid of any discernible emotion. Chu Yuan gazed at her demeanor and smiled helplessly. At that moment, if he were to poke his master's cheek, her little mouth would undoubtedly let slip a pout. Much like a hamster, she was not being unreasonable. She simply enjoyed sulking in silence. "Master, was it not you who requested my presence?" Luo Jiqing paused slightly, turning her face away. "I never uttered such words," she retorted. Yet she subtly shifted her body. "Did we not make an agreement? Moreover, Master, your gaze spoke volumes when you departed today." As Chu Yuan conversed, he stepped through the door, casually slipping into a pair of slippers. I, too, felt compelled to accompany him. So much had transpired today that my revered master must have numerous inquiries, and I needed to elucidate everything clearly. After hearing Chu Yuan's words, Luo Jiqing's expression brightened slightly. Yet she still maintained an air of indifference. Chu Yuan followed Luo Jiqing into her dining room. As his gaze fell upon the table, he paused momentarily. 2 steaming plates of food were laid out, clearly prepared with great care. He raised his eyes to look at Luo Jiqing, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. He had known all along that his mentor had been certain he would come, patiently waiting for him until now. Chu Yuan took 2 steps forward, positioning himself behind Luo Jiqing. He extended his arms to embrace her, resting his chin upon her shoulder. The softness of her presence was accompanied by a fragrant breeze that filled the air. Chu Yuan was enraptured by the presence of the other. "Apologizing for making you wait until now, master." His voice was deep and gentle. Luo Jiqing's delicate figure trembled slightly. After a moment, she suddenly spoke softly, "Compensation is required." "What kind of compensation does the master desire?" In the next instant, Luo Jiqing abruptly turned around, cradling Chu Yuan's face in her hands. Before Chu Yuan could react, he was directly kissed by Luo Jiqing. Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He wished to utter something, yet his words were silenced by Luo Jiqing. It seemed that all the emotions she had accumulated since departing earlier that day were unleashed at this moment through her kiss. A kiss that poured forth every ounce of her being. It was as if she sought to merge every part of herself into Chu Yuan's very essence, never to be separated again. Chu Yuan found himself utterly powerless to resist, and before he realized it, the two had moved to the sofa. Chu Yuan leaned against the plush sofa, while Luo Jiqing knelt partially atop him. Their lips parted. Her slightly disheveled hair framed a delicate face now tinged with a rosy blush, lending her an alluring charm. Her eyes pooled with profound emotion like swirling eddies. Listening with unshed tears. Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing's voice trembled faintly, carrying a trace of vulnerability and grievance. I can remain your disciple for a lifetime, provided no one else becomes your partner. Listening to Luo Jiqing's voice and gazing at her visage, Chu Yuan was momentarily entranced. After a brief silence, he slowly extended his hand, gently caressing her cheek and drawing her into his embrace. The moonlight outside filtered through the delicate curtains, casting a layer of shimmering, ethereal silver upon the two of them. After a considerable time had passed, he spoke. Let us dine, master. Otherwise, the food will grow cold. Luo Jiqing leaned her forehead against Chu Yuan's, feeling a surge of joy at his response, and could not resist planting a soft kiss upon his lips. They adjusted their collars and commenced their meal. As the dining experience drew to a close, Luo Jiqing slightly reclined against the chair's back, her exquisite features adorned with a touch of gentleness. May I now share my story with you? Chu Yuan nodded and said, Master, Ailina also came from a previous life to seek me. He recounted to Luo Jiqing the nature of his relationship with Ailina and the lengths she went to in order to find him. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze, a look of remorse crossing his face. Master, I fear I have no choice but to respond to her. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Jiqing slowly raised a hand, gently resting it upon the back of Chu Yuan's hand, her touch tender. I will not allow you to be troubled, she declared, subsequently intertwining her fingers with his. Chu Yuan was taken aback, raising his gaze towards Luo Jiqing. He beheld her with half-closed eyes, biting her lip, suppressing the jealousy within her heart, her glance flickering like autumn waves. I have already declared that in this lifetime, I shall give you everything. Chu Yuan's heart trembled slightly. He understood the magnitude of this concession for Luo Jiqing. It is exceedingly rare for an ordinary woman to willingly share the affections of her beloved with another. Yet, she was prepared to traverse the realms of time and reincarnation to seek him out, harboring such profound devotion to be with him. Her willingness to make such a choice unequivocally attests to her love, warm, embracing, and deeply felt. Her love for him far surpassed her own needs. Master, he whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. Therefore, Luo Jiqing cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yuan, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, revealing her bashfulness. Will you stay with me tonight? I wish to hear about that lifetime. Chu Yuan smiled gently, a warmth radiating from his lips. Very well. The moonlight grew increasingly intense. After Chu Yuan finished his bath, he entered Luo Jiqing's room and found her already dressed in her home pajamas, nestled under the covers, exuding a gentle warmth. Come in, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. I've warmed the bed for you. Chu Yuan approached the bedside with inexplicable nervousness. Even though he had shared the bed with his master countless times during their first simulation, tonight felt different, perhaps because their relationship had undergone a qualitative transformation. He lifted the blanket and lay down, only for Luo Jiqing to gently embrace him. Her soft form and delicate fragrance seemed to merge with his very being. What was this sensation? It felt like bliss. May I begin now? Luo Jiqing whispered just as Chu Yuan's thoughts began to wander. Oh, yes, of course. Chu Yuan took a deep breath and began to recount the experiences of the demon dragon's life. From the brutal conflicts with his kin to the serendipitous encounter with Ailina. And then the journey through the realms of monsters and elves, he narrated each event with meticulous detail. Luo Jiqing listened intently, her eyes occasionally reflecting a flicker of sorrow, while at times, a subtle smile would grace her lips. As Chu Yuan spoke with fervor, he became oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, he was drawn from his reverie by the rhythmic sound of Luo Jiqing's breathing. Turning his head, he beheld his beautiful master peacefully asleep, her long, flowing hair cascading over the pillow, radiating a serenity akin to a painted portrait. She gently clutched Chu Yuan's hand, her slender leg naturally draped over his, entirely unguarded and utterly relaxed. Observing Luo Jiqing in such a tranquil state, Chu Yuan could not help but smile with a hint of resignation. He leaned closer and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. "Good night, master." On the following morning, Luo Jiqing bid farewell to Chu Yuan. As he was about to depart, she slowly approached him and presented a delicate silk pouch. Upon opening the package, Chu Yuan discovered a jade pendant, an exquisitely crafted short sword, and a crystalline stone within. The jade pendant served as a protective talisman, capable of withstanding a single full-force attack of S rank, while it could endure dozens of the mightiest A rank assaults. The short sword was a weapon of offensive spirit, and when activated, it granted him the prowess of a sword cultivator nearing S rank to combat alongside him. The crystalline stone housed pure spiritual energy, enabling continual restoration of his state. Time was of the essence, and I could only forge these 3 protective artifacts. However, rest assured, I shall provide you with more in due course. Luo Jiqing spoke with deep affection. Ever since Chu Yuan had been engulfed by the demonic mist last time, she had become vigilant. It was imperative to equip Chu Yuan with an array of treasures for his protection. Even the Emerald King had bestowed upon Diyun Huke a jade pendant that amplified his spell power. It would be utterly unjust to offer nothing to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan closed the brocade pouch and smiled, thanking his master before departing. Luo Jiqing replied, watching him leave. Once Chu Yuan's figure vanished from sight, she turned and returned indoors. Leaning her forehead against the wall, her delicate fingers clenched tightly. Her strikingly beautiful face displayed a hint of discontent, reminiscent of a pouting hamster. Her clear eyes shimmered with reluctance. If only she had been unable to sleep last night, perhaps things would have been different, just a fraction away. They were so close. Had everything gone smoothly, she could have easily surpassed Aileen, while she would never force Chu Yuan to choose between them, causing him distress. It did not imply that she held no animosity toward Aileen. The less Aileen received from Chu Yuan, the more she would gain, and vice versa. This was an undeniable, cruel battlefield. Retreating would only lead to defeat, pushing her further away from Chu Yuan. Yet, last night, she had missed a golden opportunity. The more she reflected on her own shortcomings, the more frustrated she became. In this moment, she was no longer the aloof and indifferent sword fairy seen by others, but rather a shy maiden entranced by love, brimming with youthful charm. In the dimly lit conference hall, the S-class saviors from the beautiful nation, the cold nation, and the island nation gathered. The S-class savior of the beautiful nation, the Holy Father, John Williams, the S-class savior from the island nation, Purgatory Blade Demon, Yuji Murashita, and the S-class savior of the cold nation, Du Jin Sheng, were seated around a circular table. Upon the table, a holographic image of a black-haired youth flickered. John Williams, a robust middle-aged man with golden hair clad in clerical robes, tapped the table with his fingers, his tone icy. Chu Yuan has reached A-class in a remarkably short time. And just yesterday, he was identified as possessing S-class potential. This indicates that China will soon have a second S-class savior, which will disrupt the balance of power and poses a grave threat. Yuji Murashita, a white-haired elder holding a sword, remained silent, his eyes closed. Du Jincheng's gaze flickered slightly. Moreover, John continued, according to intelligence, Adam's daughter, Eileen Howard, is studying in China, also with an S-class assessment. If Britain and China do not unite, the situation will become even more unfavorable for us. We must take action. As a show of good faith, we from the beautiful nation will send someone to negotiate with Adam Howard to strengthen our ties, even if the Howard family does not align with us. As long as they do not join forces with China, there remains a chance. As for Chu Yuan, do either of you have any means to restrain his growth? John's gaze swept over the other two at the round table. Du Jinsheng leaned back in his chair, his slender fingers idly spinning a jade ring, and replied casually, "There's no need to restrict his growth. I can deal with Chu Yuan directly. I will dispatch a special A-class savior who, while not the strongest against calamities, is undoubtedly unrivaled among his peers when it comes to dealing with humans." Stopping the spinning of the jade ring, Du Jinsheng's tone was resolute, his eyes glinting coldly. Once he took action, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly perish. Hearing this, John's eyes gleamed, and Yuji Murashita, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. However, Du Jinsheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Afterward, I require a larger share of the benefits within our three-nation alliance. Upon hearing this, John's and Yuji's expressions immediately darkened. No, Yuji Murashita said firmly. John coldly interjected, the division of benefits was prearranged. Besides, you cannot guarantee that the person you send will successfully eliminate Chu Yuan. If he survives, I certainly will not accept it. Du Jinqing retorted with a cold laugh. Aside from my involvement, do either of you have any other means to contain Chu Yuan? Otherwise, I might as well refrain from taking action and watch Chu Yuan grow into the second Luo Jiqing, leaving us all gasping for breath under his shadow. What do you think? The meeting fell into a brief silence, the oppressive atmosphere growing ever more palpable. Ultimately, John relented, easing the tension slightly. Fine. I agree to cede a portion of the benefits. But remember, if we fail, the consequences will be borne by your cold nation. Du Jinqing chuckled softly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Rest assured, I never fail in my endeavors. He then turned to the silent Yuji Murashita. Blade Demon, what is your opinion? Do as you wish, Yuji Murashita replied before closing his eyes once more. In the following week, during compulsory classes, Aileen made it a point to sit beside Chu Yuan, seizing every opportunity for closeness. During this time, she mentioned the forbidden magic of soul manipulation. According to her, soul manipulation did not occupy cognitive space, and he could learn it as well. Once he mastered soul manipulation, Aileen would be able to establish a soul communication link with him, transmitting forbidden spells into his soul. Thus, he could eventually master as many forbidden spells as Aileen herself. When Chu Yuan and Elena were together, they would practice soul manipulation. During these sessions, Elena often grew restless, creating an ambiguous atmosphere between them. In secluded places, she would even coax Chu Yuan into rewarding her with a kiss for being such a good teacher. Chu Yuan finds himself unable to decline this reward each time, uncertain whether it is a reward for himself or for Elena. Elena occupies Chu Yuan's time predominantly during class hours, while after classes, he devotes himself to accompanying Luo Jiqing. In her past life, Luo Jiqing had reached the pinnacle of her realm, thus possessing much wisdom to impart to Chu Yuan, fulfilling her responsibilities as a mentor rather than merely indulging in the unspoken rules with her male student. Although Luo Jiqing and Elena still harbor mutual disdain for one another, they no longer place Chu Yuan in a predicament but instead allow him to relish his time with both. This represents one of the few tacit understandings between them. A week later, under the night sky over the East China Sea, the ocean appears exceptionally tranquil. Beneath the waves, a clandestine submarine quietly deploys a unique device on the seabed. The exterior of the device resembles a colossal sphere, entirely dark, imbued with a mechanical aura, adorned with luminous patterns that emit a disquieting energy fluctuation. Inside the submarine, several officers gather around the command station, where the screen displays the operational status of the device. The intensity of the fluctuations has reached the catastrophic threshold indicative of a cataclysmic beast. After reviewing the data, a technical officer reports, "Excellent." The colonel seated at the helm, adorned in the military garb of the cold nation, nods slowly, a chilling smile gracing his features. Soon, the Chinese authorities will take notice. A young officer, visibly anxious, inquires, "Colonel, what if China discovers our deployment of the device here? What would be the consequences?" The colonel scoffs, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "What are you afraid of? We possess clear evidence that this maritime region has a long-standing record of beastly activity. China cannot provide proof that implicates us." The data on the screen continues to fluctuate, the high-energy waves expanding over a radius of 100 nautical miles, the fluctuation patterns resembling a colossal deep-sea creature in motion, utterly terrifying. The bright moon hangs high, casting a silvery veil over the student dormitory as the hour draws near when all should be resting. Chu Yuan reclined upon his bed, his hands clasped behind his head. His gaze was directed towards the ceiling, yet in truth, he was observing an invisible simulator panel that others could not perceive. It displayed the remaining cooldown time before the next simulation could commence. Was it not less than half an hour remaining? Chu Yuan murmured. Compared to the last time, the cooling period for this simulation is just a little over a week. Chu Yuan initially believed that he would have to fulfill some arduous conditions to reduce the cooling time, yet he was taken aback by the simplicity of the process. This left him somewhat perplexed regarding the patterns of simulated cooling. Reflecting on the outcomes of the previous two simulations, after the first, he transformed from an ordinary individual into a savior endowed with an A-level talent. In the second simulation, his talent ascended to an S-level, a rarity among saviors in the world. He pondered what level of talent he might attain after the third simulation. With each subsequent simulation, his talent appeared to possess the potential for limitless enhancement. It seemed inevitable that he would surpass all existing S-level saviors in due course. Significantly, during the simulation process, time in the external world stood still. For this realm, it was as if he experienced an abrupt and substantial increase in talent, gaining a newfound power. Speaking of power, as Chu Yuan reflected on his recent studies in soul manipulation with Elena, he realized that, After a week of diligent practice, he had mastered over half of the intricate techniques. He was now but a step away from complete mastery. Soon, he would be able to inscribe various forbidden spells within his soul, transforming himself into a legendary sorcerer akin to the Elena of his past life. He might even surpass the most formidable magic wielder of the present, Elena's father, Adam Howard. Just as Chu Yuan was lost in contemplation of the promising future ahead, a gentle knock at his door abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Chu Yuan rose to open the door. There stood Luo Jiqing in a flowing white gown, bathed in soft light, enhancing her already striking beauty with an air of serene elegance. "Master," Chu Yuan smiled, "what brings you here at such a late hour?" Luo Jiqing pressed her lips together. On ordinary teaching days, either she or Chu Yuan was preoccupied with various tasks, leaving little opportunity for them to spend time together in the evenings. Now, the weekend had finally arrived, and her chance had come. This time, she was determined to take the final step with Chu Yuan, ensuring that Elena would not seize the initiative. Given the bond between her and Chu Yuan, they should hold the advantage. Luo Jiqing gracefully entered, closed the door, and casually seated herself by Chu Yuan's bedside, a faint blush adorning her cool visage. "Are you not pleased to see me?" "Of course not." Chu Yuan naturally settled beside Luo Jiqing, their fingers intertwining as their shoulders touched. The moonlight draped over their backs like a shared silken garment, warming them together. At first, they exchanged light conversation, discussing Chu Yuan's studies, his life at school, one topic flowing seamlessly into the next. When their voices finally quieted, their gazes met, lingering in wordless silence. After a moment, Luo Jiqing's limpid, autumn-water eyes fixed upon Chu Yuan as she leaned in slowly. Chu Yuan perceived the fervent emotions concealed beneath her clear gaze. He remained silent, standing still. Luo Jiqing raised her hand to caress his face, and in the next moment, her soft lips descended upon his. As time progressed, the temperature in the air gradually intensified. Chu Yuan gradually relinquished his restraint, extending his arm to draw Luo Jiqing into his embrace, pressing her down onto the bed. "Chu Yuan," she murmured, her delicate hand caressing the side of his face, her gaze shimmering with fervent desire. "I long for you. I wish to be yours. I yearn to give you everything I possess, utterly and completely." Chu Yuan's pupils trembled slightly, and his breath momentarily stilled. In the next instant, he buried his head in Luo Jiqing's neck, inhaling deeply and kissing fervently. Luo Jiqing bit her rosy lip, tilting her delicate head back, her hand grasping tightly at Chu Yuan's back, as if she wished to hold him forever, never to part again. Yet, before long, he left a deep crimson mark upon her slender, fair neck, a stain difficult to erase. "Thus, master, you belong to me," Chu Yuan murmured, lifting Luo Jiqing's silken hair from her ear, revealing her snow-white neck even further. Luo Jiqing's gaze was dreamy, her breath soft and fragrant like orchids, her jade-like face flushed, and her lips, engorged with color, appeared more enchanting than ever. Chu Yuan swallowed lightly and lowered his head once more, preparing to advance further. Suddenly, a sharp ring from a mobile phone shattered the intimate atmosphere between the two. They both froze in place. Chu Yuan stepped back slightly and rose to glance at the bedside, noticing that the sound was coming from Luo Jiqing's phone. He picked it up and said, Master. It's your call." Luo Jiqing fixed her gaze on Chu Yuan, a blend of embarrassment and anger in her expression. "I do not wish to answer it." Chu Yuan observed the incoming call, which appeared to originate from high-ranking officials in China, possibly indicating an urgent matter. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiqing furrowed her brow, gradually rising to her feet and extending her hand to take the phone. "Please hold on for a moment." Once connected, her expression gradually transformed back to its usual cold demeanor, her tone growing distant and detached. Were it not for the slightly disheveled strands of hair and the lingering blush on her fair complexion, one might have thought that nothing had transpired moments before. "What is it?" As the voice on the other end spoke, Luo Jiqing's expression shifted to one of slight displeasure. After ending the call, a hint of gravity crossed her features. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yuan grasped her hand and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Luo Jiqing leaned against Chu Yuan's shoulder, exhaling a soft sigh. The watch station in the East China Sea has detected unknown high-energy fluctuations within its waters. It is highly probable that a formidable disaster beast has emerged, with a power level at least on par with that of annihilation. As she spoke, her expressive eyes gazed deeply into Chu Yuan's, her voice tinged with a sense of loss and reluctance. "I must investigate the situation. If it truly is a disaster beast of annihilation caliber, it is imperative that we address it promptly to avert further devastation." Chu Yuan lowered his head and gently kissed the hollow of her shoulder, murmuring tenderly, "If that's the case, then go ahead, master." We are not in a hurry. Tomorrow will do just as well. Luo Jiqing paused for a moment before a soft, serene smile graced her lips. Her entire demeanor like the first thaw of spring snow, her eyes brimming with affection. Then. Tomorrow it is. They shared another light kiss before Luo Jiqing straightened her robes and stepped out of the room. Master, safe travels. After Luo Jiqing departed, the corridor of the student dormitory fell into silence. Pale moonlight spilled across the floor, illuminating a lean, shadowed figure. A man emerged slowly from around the corner. His gaze sharp and frigid. Kim Jae-sung, an assassin dispatched by the Golden Faction of the Jade Capital, an A-rank savior unmatched among his peers, beneath the S rank. No savior could stand against him. After a week of meticulous infiltration, he had finally breached the heavily guarded Seraphim Academy. Yet one obstacle remained, the S-rank savior, Luo Jiqing. If she were to apprehend him, the assassination plot would crumble to dust. But he was not alone in this scheme. The military of Hanguk provided remote support. Just moments ago, he had contacted them, orchestrating an emergency on Chinese soil to force Luo Jiqing's intervention. And now, with her gone, the perfect opportunity had arrived. A twisted, gleeful smirk curled Kim Jae-sung's lips as he whispered under his breath, "Sword Immortal. By the time you reach the East Sea, the signal will vanish, as if nothing ever happened. And when you return, you will find your beloved disciple already slaughtered." Haha. The thought of snuffing out a genius with the potential to ascend to S rank, what a delicious anticipation. The corridor lay deserted as Kim Jae-sung strode forward, stopping before Chu Yuan's door. Standing there, he raised a hand and knocked lightly. At the same time, his other arm lowered, a shuriken slipping silently from his sleeve. Inside the room, hearing the knock, Chu Yuan rose and moved toward the entrance. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be Eilina? Quite possibly. As Chu Yuan approached the door, his hand poised on the doorknob, he was about to enter. In the next instant, a sudden alarm rang out in his mind. He swiftly turned his head to the side, and with a whoosh, the air was sliced open, followed by the resounding crash of the door being shattered. A sharp shuriken pierced through the wooden barrier, embedding itself precisely where Chu Yuan's head had been moments before, its blade gleaming ominously with a cold light. The shuriken, having missed its intended target, sliced through the air in the direction of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan swiftly leaped backward, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" The door was shattered by an unseen force, splintering into a flurry of wooden shards. A man entered, his face contorted into a sadistic grin, as if he had finally captured his coveted prey. Jin Zaicheng coldly chuckled, "I am an assassin sent to take your life." Chu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. "An assassin? Who sent you?" Without granting Chu Yuan any further opportunity to contemplate, Jin Zaicheng brandished his shuriken and lunged violently toward him. In but an instant, the room was filled with flashing blades and shimmering steel. As Chu Yuan evaded Jin Zaicheng's assaults, he endeavored to counterattack, only to swiftly realize a troubling truth. My strikes cannot breach his defenses? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. His palm strike, imbued with spiritual energy, failed to inflict any harm upon Jin Zaicheng, while the hidden weapon in Jin's hand seemed to be laced with something sinister. Regardless of whether he summoned a spiritual barrier or a magical shield, they were effortlessly sliced through, leaving him with no option but to evade. Perhaps this was the source of his opponent's audacity to attempt an assassination. Otherwise, with his current status and strength, an ordinary person would be left tossing and turning in restless anxiety, trembling with fear at the mere thought of offending him. With a fleeting thought, Chu Yuan resolved to retreat momentarily. As he fought, he gradually withdrew towards the balcony of the room. The commotion from the altercation would undoubtedly attract the attention of an A-class teacher. In that eventuality, his opponent would find themselves in a predicament, unable to retaliate or flee. Once his master returned, the adversary would be effortlessly subdued. However, upon reaching the balcony and witnessing the scene before him, Chu Yuan was taken aback. Outside lay an expanse of pitch darkness. All scenery had vanished, as if the entire world had been enveloped in a shroud of obscurity. No light penetrated this void, nor did any sound reach his ears. From behind, Jin Zaicheng's voice echoed, laced with mockery and arrogance. "I know you wish to escape. Don't waste your efforts." Chu Yuan turned around and beheld Jin Zaicheng approaching slowly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "This is my unique ability, Death Dual Purgatory. As long as there are no other enemy units nearby, I can designate an opponent of the same rank or lower and draw them into my realm of Death Dual Purgatory. This purgatory is completely isolated from the outside world. Whatever transpires within it remains undetected by those outside. The only way for those I draw in to escape is by killing me. Within the Death Dual Purgatory, both my offense and defense are significantly enhanced. No adversary can breach my defenses, nor can any impede my assaults. In other words, here, I am invincible. Chu Yuan, a genius destined to ascend to rank S. You are doomed. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Jin Zhaocheng let out a maniacal laugh as he charged forward, exclaiming, "Prepare to meet your end." The two engaged in battle once more. With a cold smirk, Jin Zhaocheng brandished his hidden weapon, its icy gleam flashing as it sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, aimed directly at Chu Yuan's throat. With a subtle shift of his body, Chu Yuan evaded the sweeping sword strike. Simultaneously, he waved his left hand, unleashing a fiery spell that roared forth, distorting the very air around it. Jin Zhaocheng leapt swiftly to avoid the flames, yet Chu Yuan had already anticipated his movement. He opened the pouch that Luo Jiqing had previously given him and retrieved the short sword-shaped spiritual treasure, channeling his spiritual energy to propel it towards Jin Zhaocheng. With a cold grunt, Jin Zhaocheng raised his hands defensively, colliding with the short sword, resulting in a shower of sparks. The short sword was sent hurtling back. Chu Yuan squinted his eyes. In this domain, could this individual's physical prowess truly rival that of offensive spiritual treasures? After Jin Zhaocheng landed, he took a few steps back to steady himself. A commendable artifact, yet it merely postpones your demise, failing to alter the course of battle. Jin Zhaocheng grinned menacingly and charged at Chu Yuan once more. In the ensuing combat, techniques emerged in a continuous stream. Divine powers, sorcery, and offensive spiritual treasures converged upon Jin Zhaocheng in a relentless bombardment. Aware that he could not contend with Jin Zhaocheng in close combat under the enhancement of his domain, he endeavored to keep his opponent at bay. Unable to triumph, he resolved to delay until his master returned. Jin Zhaocheng, sensing Chu Yuan's intentions, let out a maniacal laugh. "You think you can stall until someone comes to save you? Apologies, but you shall not succeed." As Chu Yuan unleashed a spell of ice, Jin Zhaocheng sidestepped, allowing several icy spikes to graze his sleeve, finally seizing the opportunity to close in on Chu Yuan. "Die!" Jin Zhaocheng roared, stepping forward with force. His hand dagger aimed directly at Chu Yuan's chest. A smile of triumph gradually spread across Jin Zhaocheng's face. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce Chu Yuan, a jade pendant adorning his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, forming a protective barrier. With a resounding clang, the attack was entirely nullified. Jin Zhaocheng's smile froze. "Apologies, but I possess a protective talisman bestowed by my master," Chu Yuan declared, retracting his short sword and lunging towards Jin Zhaocheng. Jin Zhaocheng hastily raised his arm to defend, but was once again pushed back by Chu Yuan's maneuver. His expression darkened as he muttered, "You worthless disciple, living off your master's grace." Inquired, "Are you envious of my meal?" A sardonic laugh escaped Jin Zhaocheng's lips as he charged once more, his offensive growing increasingly ferocious. Gradually, Chu Yuan discerned a peculiar issue. Despite Jin Zhaocheng's defensive stance, his assaults seemed incapable of inflicting any harm, merely tearing through the fabric of Jin Zhaocheng's attire. If Jin Zhaocheng possessed such formidable physical prowess, there would be no need for him to halt and defend himself. Yet, he persisted in this behavior, suggesting that his absolute defense likely activated solely during his defensive maneuvers. This implied that his offensive and defensive capabilities were not intrinsically linked. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Chu Yuan focused his assault on Jin Zhaocheng's eyes and lower body, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. These vulnerable areas instinctively triggered defensive reactions in any human. Occupied with blocking, Jin Zhaocheng found himself momentarily unable to close the distance. "Damn it, is this all you've got? Cheap tricks?" Jin Zhaocheng, who had initially intended to end the fight swiftly, grew increasingly frustrated. "Keep expending your energy like this, and you'll burn out soon enough. When that happens, you're finished." "You just reminded me," Chu Yuan replied coolly. Chu Yuan's words left Jin Zhaocheng momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Chu Yuan produced a crystal from his pouch, grasping it firmly as he drew forth the stored energy within. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, returning him to his zenith. Jin Zhaocheng stared, dumbfounded. Concurrently, an ethereal figure clad in white soared above the East China Sea, her presence as chilling and pristine as frost. Luo Jiqing stood upon the surface of the sea, her garments billowing in the wind, her brow slightly furrowed as she expanded her consciousness, only to find that the high-energy fluctuations had abruptly vanished. "How peculiar," she mused, for the fluctuations had been palpable moments ago. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the sea was tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. In the kingdom of Han, a technical officer sat in the command room, monitoring Luo Jiqing S every move through satellite surveillance. A slight smile graced his lips as he gestured toward the screen, boasting to his colleagues, "Behold the power of technology. Even the sword immortal can't uncover any leads. Our device is seamlessly concealed in the ocean's depths. And with but a signal, we can halt the generation of high-energy waves. Unless she can upheave the entire sea, she stands no chance of locating it." His colleagues nodded in agreement, recognizing the ingenuity of such technology, a unique creation of their nation, capable of serving as a strategic asset. Surely, this device could catch other S-class saviors off guard in the future. The atmosphere in the control room was relaxed, imbued with a sense of assured victory. Just then, Luo Ziqing's figure on the screen shifted. She slowly raised her right hand, and an icy long sword materialized before her. In an instant, a formidable sword energy erupted. With a vertical slash, the sword energy cleaved through the sky, descending toward the sea. The screen displayed the ocean being violently split as the waters diverged, forming an unfathomable chasm. Where the sword energy passed, the ocean floor was laid bare, exposing the spherical device hidden in the abyss. Silence enveloped the command room as everyone stared, wide-eyed and incredulous, at the satellite feed. How could this be possible? The sea was split asunder? If such a strike were to befall Seoul, would it not cleave the city in two? Cold sweat beaded on the officer's brow as he slumped in his chair, his complexion pale. This was the true might of an S-class savior. In the footage, Luo Ziqing lifted the spherical device with her spiritual energy. As her gaze turned icy upon the device, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Her expression darkened, and with a swift motion, she crushed the device in midair before rapidly retreating toward the Chinese coastline, her white silhouette vanishing into the horizon. In the command room, another officer placed a reassuring hand on the despondent technical officer's shoulder. "Fear not. Though the device has been compromised, our objective has been achieved. Even someone as formidable as Luo Ziqing will require time to return. Jin Zaicheng, an invincible A-class savior, can surely eliminate Chu Yuan, regardless of his hidden trump cards. This mission has not failed." Meanwhile, within Jin Zaicheng's domain, Chu Yuan's expression grew slightly somber. The radiance of the jade pendant adorning his chest completely faded, shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground. Before Chu Yuan stood Jin Zaicheng, his body covered in abrasions and his clothes in tatters, yet he laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with triumph and madness. "Ha ha ha, no more tricks left, have you? No more?" Not long before this scene, Jin Zaicheng, who had been on the defensive the entire time, suddenly abandoned all caution and threw himself entirely into offense. Perhaps he had finally realized that continuing passively would allow Chu Yuan to stall until Luo Ziqing's return. Thus, he recklessly charged forward, only bothering to deflect strikes aimed at his vital points. As a result, one of his eyes was now completely swollen shut, his brow marred by deep gashes, and his lower body a mangled mess of blood and flesh. Yet through this relentless assault, he had finally exhausted the protective charges of Chu Yuan's jade amulet. Now, Chu Yuan stood utterly defenseless, stripped of all external means to preserve his life. Chu Yuan's gaze was as profound as an abyss. He discerned that even without any defensive measures, Jin Zaicheng possessed sufficient defensive strength. Although the attacks were not entirely ineffective, their lethality was significantly diminished, with each strike only inflicting superficial wounds. The dagger bestowed by Luo Ziqing could indeed inflict substantial damage on Jin Zaicheng when he was unguarded. However, without targeting vital points, the prospect of delivering a lethal blow to Jin Zaicheng was utterly implausible. The opponent was no fool and would naturally guard his critical areas. Nevertheless, apart from this, he made no effort to thwart Chu Yuan's assaults, solely intent on landing additional strikes on him. Like a rabid dog, he exhibited no skill in evasion, embodying recklessness to the utmost degree. Yet, it was effective. In the present moment, the shattered jade pendant hung around Chu Yuan's neck, and he found himself in a perilous situation against the utterly reckless Jin Zaicheng. "Farewell, you worthless parasite," Jin Zaicheng roared, bloodied and unleashed, as he charged towards Chu Yuan with a sinister laugh. As he gazed upon the approaching Jin Zaicheng, Chu Yuan's gaze flickered, and he let out a faint sigh. Is there truly no other option? With a mere thought, a simulation panel materialized before him. The remaining cooldown time for the simulation read 000000. The cooldown period had concluded. Would he like to commence the simulation? During the simulation, the flow of time in the real world would be suspended. Upon his return, Chu Yuan would possess an additional ability, effectively enhancing his strength in an instant. He faced the inquiry from the simulator. Chu Yuan's choice was yes. In the very next instant, his consciousness seemed to be swiftly extracted, vanishing from this world. Simultaneously, Jin Ziqing's gaze abruptly caught the fleeting emptiness in Chu Yuan's eyes. Initially puzzled, his face soon twisted into an increasingly sadistic grin as he roared, "Giving up already? Seems you're nothing but a woman-dependent weakling. Die." With that, the gleaming kunai in his hand shot toward Chu Yuan's throat like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the blade's tip was mere centimeters away, and Jin Ziqing's face brimmed with triumph. Success. Yet, in the next moment, suddenly, Chu Yuan's figure vanished from Jin Ziqing's line of sight, leaving him startled. At that moment, he was astonished to discover a slender, fair hand had appeared on his face, belonging to none other than Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan stood quietly beside Jin Ziqing, turned slightly away from him, with his head slightly bowed and his gaze indifferent. Jin Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could utter a word, an overwhelming force surged towards him. Chu Yuan abruptly bent forward, his arm sweeping through the air as Jin Ziqing's skull was violently slammed into the ground, instantly creating a deep crater upon impact. The sheer force of the collision sent tremors reverberating through the entire space. The brutal impact plunged Jin Ziqing into immediate dizziness. As his vision gradually cleared, he stared in disbelief at the inconceivable scene before him, fury and astonishment intertwining into an overwhelming sense of absurdity. How? How did you possibly achieve this? Chu Yuan offered no reply. Jin Ziqing gritted his teeth and abruptly reached out to seize him, yet before his fingers could make contact, Chu Yuan's silhouette vanished once more before his eyes. Witnessing this, Jin Ziqing scrambled to his feet, frantically scanning his surroundings when suddenly, Chu Yuan's deep voice whispered behind his ear. "Here?" Jin Ziqing's body froze instantly. As he whirled around to swing his sword toward the source, an excruciating pain erupted. A crimson fountain gushed from his neck, arcing through the air like a scarlet arrow. "Gah!" Jin Ziqing's eyes bulged grotesquely as the choked exclamation burst from his lips. Staggering backward, he clutched desperately at his wounded throat with one hand, his back arching in agony. Through the haze of pain and disbelief, his widening eyes beheld Chu Yuan's reappearance before him. Chu Yuan stood to the side, his gaze indifferent. As he toyed with the short sword stained with Jin Ziqing's blood, he spoke slowly. "Is it just a matter of a little more? What a pity that if you had completely let go of your defenses." Before he could finish, he gripped the short sword tightly, staring intently at Jin Ziqing, and added, "At that moment, your artery was already severed." A chilling sensation washed over Jin Ziqing, as the speed and strength exhibited by Chu Yuan surpassed all he had ever known. A profound fear intertwined with his voice as he questioned defensively, "What on earth happened? What technique did you employ?" "What technique did I employ? I did not employ any technique at all." Chu Yuan slowly lifted his head, his gaze descending with an indifferent intensity, a fleeting, chilling light flashing within his eyes. He paused momentarily, gently parting his lips. "I merely halted time." Upon hearing this, Jin Ziqing's breath quickened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yuan, his eyes brimming with disbelief and terror. "Impossible." Jin Ziqing's voice trembled. If this were magic, such a level of sorcery would undoubtedly be a forbidden spell, perhaps even transcending the realm of forbidden spells. It could only be wielded by those of S rank or higher. "How could you? Merely an A rank, possibly." "You are correct." Chu Yuan's voice was calm and frigid. "This is indeed not magic. It is extraordinary ability." "Extraordinary ability? You possess such powers? What manner of monster are you?" Jin Ziqing's voice nearly broke. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Yet, the look in Chu Yuan's eyes conveyed the truth of the matter, chilling Jin Ziqing to the core. Cultivation, magic, extraordinary abilities. How much power from his previous life does Chu Yuan still conceal? Just how far behind in information is their Han country? At this moment, Jin Ziqing found himself engulfed in boundless astonishment. Chu Yuan's figure vanished abruptly. Jin Ziqing's nerves instantly tensed, his defensive instincts kicking in almost reflexively. Yet, he was still a fraction too slow. A soft thud sounded, followed by searing agony in Jin Ziqing's left eye. Blood gushed forth, staining half his face crimson. A wretched scream tore from his throat as he staggered backward, his left eye now shrouded in eternal darkness. "Chu Yuan, you!" Though his voice brimmed with boundless fury, Jin Ziqing knew his chances of victory had already slipped through his fingers. Chu Yuan's power far exceeded his expectations. After utilizing his time-stopping ability, he felt as though he were being utterly crushed. At this juncture, the only option left was to flee. Fortunately, each instance of time suspension seemed to last only a brief moment. Jin Ziqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his left eye as he swiftly dispelled his domain. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and raced toward the balcony. Alina walked lightly down the corridor, approaching Chu Yuan's room with a hint of anticipation gracing her lips and a flutter of excitement in her heart. She had just learned that Luo Jiqing had been reassigned to handle the potentially catastrophic beasts in the East China Sea. This meant that tonight, she would finally be free from the worry of that flying sword, imbued with Luo Jiqing's essence, blocking her way. For the past week, each night she had attempted to infiltrate Mr. Magic Dragon's quarters. Yet, as soon as she drew near his dormitory, the sword would appear not to attack her, but to obstruct her path. Whenever she moved left, the sword mirrored her, and when she veered right, it followed suit. Her magical assaults were met with the sword's retaliatory waves of spiritual energy, scattering her spells. This had rendered her unable to approach Mr. Magic Dragon's dormitory at all. But now, she could finally attempt her stealthy incursion. However, as Alina eagerly arrived at the threshold of Chu Yuan's door, she was suddenly jolted by the sounds of a fierce struggle within, accompanied by the crashing of furniture. Alina's expression shifted dramatically. She pressed against the door, listening as the commotion grew increasingly intense. Unable to contain herself any longer, she used her magic to unlock the door and swiftly pushed it open. What greeted her was a scene of utter chaos. Furniture lay askew, remnants of shattered wood and plaster littered the floor, and the air was thick with the remnants of battle. Alina's gaze swept across the room before locking onto the balcony. A disheveled man leaped from the balcony, with Chu Yuan standing behind him. Though uninjured, his attire was somewhat disordered, clearly indicating he had just undergone a fierce confrontation. "Mr. Magic Dragon!" Alina's voice rang out, laced with urgency and concern. "What has happened? Are you all right?" Hearing the familiar call, Chu Yuan turned, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to pursue immediately, but upon seeing Alina, he paused and briefly explained, "Someone attempted to assassinate me, but they did not succeed. Now they wish to flee." There was no time for a detailed explanation. Numerous students were still present. If the assassin took hostages, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. Alina's anxiety eased slightly, and she perceptibly sensed Chu Yuan's urgency. She promptly nodded and declared, "I understand, Mr. Magic Dragon. Please go after him, and I will contact others for assistance." Chu Yuan nodded at her and swiftly leaped onto the balcony, watching as his figure faded into the night. Alina took a deep breath and quickly retrieved her phone to dial Sebastian's number. The call connected. "Hello? Sebastian." The moonlight spilled onto the path outside the student dormitory, where Jin Zaicheng was sprinting with all his might. Close behind him, Chu Yuan shadowed his every move, intermittently appearing and closing the distance, causing Jin Zaicheng's heart to race with fear. Suddenly, Jin Zaicheng glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the distance. A girl was leisurely strolling under the moonlight, completely oblivious to the impending peril. A sinister smile crept onto Jin Zaicheng's lips, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He abruptly accelerated, hurtling toward the girl. Chu Yuan's expression darkened, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Jin Zaicheng as he accelerated his pace once more, simultaneously preparing to activate time suspension. The young woman, startled by Jin Zaicheng's blood-soaked, frenzied visage as he charged toward her, let out a sharp gasp. At that critical moment, a tall and composed figure stepped between Jin Zaicheng and the woman. Thud. A heavy blow sent Jin Zaicheng staggering backward, coughing up blood as he nearly lost his footing. Dazed, he lifted his head to find himself facing an elderly man clad in a butler's uniform, his posture immaculate, his gaze as steady as a mountain, standing protectively before the young woman. Chu Yuan came to a halt not far away. "Seabass," he murmured, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The person before him was none other than Seabass, the butler to Elena. To his astonishment, Seabass was also an A-class savior, and he appeared to possess considerable strength. Seabass nodded in acknowledgement to Chu Yuan, then turned to the young lady behind him, saying, "Miss, this place is not safe. You must return to your dormitory." The girl nodded, expressed her gratitude, and hurriedly departed. Jin Zaicheng's countenance darkened, his gaze darting back and forth between Seabass and Chu Yuan. Ultimately, he fixed his eyes on Seabass, gritting his teeth in disbelief. "Aren't you merely a butler? How could you possibly possess A-class strength? And how did you even get here?" Seabass remained unfazed, gently removing his tailcoat to reveal a white shirt tightly fitted around his bulging muscles. He shook out his sleeves, slightly raising his eyelids, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. "It is precisely because I am an A-class savior that I am qualified to serve as the young lady's butler. My duty is to safeguard her from any threats. To fulfill this responsibility, I remain on standby nearby. Whenever the young lady is in need, I shall appear without delay. At this moment, the young lady has instructed me to protect Mr. Chu Yuan and to neutralize you, the assassin, ensuring the safety of all other students here. Jin Ziqing was intimidated by the aura that Seabass exuded, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His domain ability could only be activated when his opponent was isolated and vulnerable. Now, however, he was surrounded not only by people but by two entities that were undeniably his equals. Despair flickered in his eyes. "Please proceed, Mr. Chu Yuan," Seabass urged. Chu Yuan nodded, his figure flickering as he and Seabass flanked Jin Ziqing in a coordinated assault. Faced with the united onslaught from Chu Yuan and Seabass, Jin Ziqing soon found himself at the end of his tether. The resounding clash of battle drew students to lean over the balcony in eager curiosity. Teachers swiftly intervened, maintaining order to prevent students from descending to the scene, while providing a brief explanation of the circumstances. This elucidation revealed the unfolding events. It turned out that Elena's butler was an A-class. Furthermore, he appeared to be a martial artist or a physical enhancement type superhuman, possessing formidable strength. Students murmured in astonishment. Yet, Chu Yuan was even more extraordinary. His rate of progress was remarkable, and the power he now exhibited was nothing short of peak A-class, surpassing all A-class teachers we had encountered. The students whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with awe, as their gazes converged on Chu Yuan amidst the fray. In the arena, Jin Ziqing's movements grew sluggish, his defenses riddled with gaps. Suddenly, Seabass unleashed a powerful punch, striking Jin Ziqing in the chest, the tremendous impact causing him to spew forth blood. With a wretched scream, he crumpled to the ground, unable to rise again. Cheers erupted from the students above, celebrating the prowess of Chu Yuan and Seabass. Seabass stepped forward, grasping Jin Ziqing's head with one hand, who sat with narrowed eyes. Chu Yuan expressed his reluctance to speak. Jin Ziqing, closing his eyes, remained silent. "If that is the case," Chu Yuan slowly remarked, "there appears to be no other option." He extended his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that rendered Jin Ziqing's hands and feet incapacitated. A series of anguished cries escaped Jin Ziqing's lips, his body convulsing, his complexion turning ashen. After a brief moment, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he let out a cold, derisive laugh, declaring, "It's useless. No matter how much you torment me, I shall never speak." Chu Yuan raised his hand, his spiritual energy surging as he forcibly pried open Jin Ziqing's mouth, preventing him from biting his tongue to end his own life. Jin Ziqing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze upon him, his eyes possessing an icy depth. "It is of no concern. Your words are unnecessary. Have you ever heard of soul searching? Soul searching? Is that not a technique employed by demonic cultivators?" Jin Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, his entire being trembling with a palpable fear. In the next instant, Chu Yuan extended his hand towards Jin Ziqing's head, as dark demonic energy seeped into his skull like a living entity, forcefully invading his memories. Jin Ziqing's body began to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back as anguish growls escaped his lips. His consciousness was ruthlessly torn apart and read by Chu Yuan, memories flashing before him like a revolving lantern, all under Chu Yuan's dominion. Seabass stood nearby, closing his eyes and adjusting his tailcoat. Soon thereafter, Chu Yuan's hand slowly withdrew from Jin Ziqing's head, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. "Emerald King," he murmured softly. "No, the cold nation, the beautiful country, the island nation." Shortly thereafter, Luo Jiqing and Aliana arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Luo Jiqing swiftly approached him, her previously cool demeanor dissolving into concern as she anxiously touched his body, inspecting his condition. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Chu Yuan shook his head gently, a hint of warmth in his gaze. "I am fine, master." Luo Jiqing let out a sigh of relief. Elena also rushed forward, nuzzling against Chu Yuan, exclaiming, "Mr. Demon Dragon, it is truly wonderful that you are unscathed." Luo Jiqing glanced at Elena, her expression darkening as she chose to turn a blind eye. Her gaze shifted to the ground where Jin Xiaoqing lay, his mind shattered and his eyes vacant. "Is he the assassin?" "Indeed," Chu Yuan replied calmly. "I have completely accessed his memories." "What did you see?" Luo Jiqing inquired. Chu Yuan divulged everything he had gleaned from Jin Ziqing's memories. The Emerald Kingdom, the Tri-Nation Alliance. As they listened, Luo Jiqing and Eileen's expressions gradually darkened. A sharp glint flickered in Luo Jiqing's eyes as she spoke coldly. "The Emerald King intends to take the life of Mr. Demon Dragon. He shall pay a price for this." Aileen, rarely in agreement with Luo Jiqing, echoed her sentiment with a chilling tone. In that moment, Aileen seemed to revert to her former self, the Demon Lord, exuding a formidable aura. The countenance of Jin Qing was ominously grim. Before him stood a high-spec communication device, its screen displaying the figures of the S-level savior from the beautiful nation, Father John, and the S-level savior from the island nation, Yuichi Murashita. Have you failed? John's voice dripped with faint sarcasm. The renowned assassination ace of the Cold Nation, an invincible A-level entity, was unable to even handle a newly promoted A-level? Moreover, you employed an entire array of tactics to shield him, only to face utter defeat. Jin Qing clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. I underestimated Chu Yuan. His capabilities far exceed that of an ordinary A-level. This loss was indeed a miscalculation on my part. However, the pressing issue is that China will not take this lying down. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to retaliate against the Cold Nation. John raised an eyebrow. So, what do you intend to do? Surely, you are not seeking our sympathy? Jin Qing inhaled deeply, his voice icy. The resources of the Cold Nation are limited. I require the assistance of the beautiful nation and the island nation. The alliance agreement explicitly states that if one nation faces a significant threat, the other members are obligated to provide support. Oh? John revealed a hint of amusement. Of course, we are willing to assist. However, Jean, you must understand that assistance comes at a cost. Indeed, Yuichi Murashita coldly interjected, offering nothing more than those two words. John rested his chin on his hands. The benefits you previously consumed from the alliance must now be relinquished. Moreover, he added, to ensure the beautiful nation and the island nation can provide full support, you will need to yield an additional portion of your gains. Upon hearing this, Jin Cheng's expression soured instantly. He gritted his teeth, his fist trembling slightly, evidently struggling to contain his inner rage. Adam was aware of Chu Yuan, for when Elena expressed her desire to journey to China, she revealed it was to seek him out, an individual of great significance from her previous life. The atmosphere in the study grew somewhat oppressive. Adam's gaze deepened, a chilling light igniting within his eyes. The Emerald King dares to his voice was low, yet it concealed a tempest of fury. Seizing the moment, Elena continued, stating that the Emerald King's recent endeavors were orchestrated in collusion with the United States and the island nation, all of which aimed to undermine China and stifle Mr. Chu Yuan's growth. This time, they intended to employ a high-energy device to divert the Sword Immortal, thereby creating an opportunity to assassinate Mr. Demon Dragon. Sword Immortal? Adam momentarily faltered, his expression shifting as the realization dawned upon him. She had become entangled in this as well? Elena nodded, asserting that the Sword Immortal was now fully aware of the situation and would not let it slide so easily. Father, we cannot remain passive. Adam fell into contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the table with a steady cadence. If the Sword Immortal, an S-rank figure in China, were to intervene, the scenario would become intriguing. Initially, the Emerald King, being an S-rank as well, would not have the home field advantage should he venture into the Cold Nation to demand answers. He could at best extract some concessions from the Emerald King. However, the situation had shifted. With the Sword Immortal involved, the emergence of two S-rank entities would spell dire consequences for the Emerald King. Those who dare to harm his precious daughter must pay a bloody price. The following night, Chu Yuan, clad in his pajamas, sat upon the soft bed of Luo Jiqing. The warm and gentle illumination within the room cast a tranquil and serene atmosphere as the softly swaying shadows danced upon the walls. His mind replayed the image from yesterday, where Elena and Luo Jiqing stood side by side, calmly analyzing the situation. These two women, once at odds with each other, had set aside their differences to achieve an unprecedented consensus. For the first time, they exhibited such a spirit of collaboration, all for the sake of standing up for him. Luo Jiqing resolved to repay kindness with kindness, while Elena proposed to return to her homeland, enlisting her father, the S-class savior Adam, to join in their endeavor to the cold country. According to Elena, she would embellish the story slightly to ensure that Adam would undoubtedly take action. At this thought, Chu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. The Elena of the past had been so kind and innocent. However, since his departure, she had gradually developed a cold heart, and now even exhibited a hint of cunning. Externally pure, yet internally shrewd. But Chu Yuan harbored no aversion towards this version of Elena. After all, everything she did was for him. In his presence, Elena would reveal her true self, the one she once was. It was only before him that she would unveil such authenticity. What resonated deeply within him was the undeniable fact that both Elena and Luo Jiqing were willing to undergo transformation and compromise for his sake. Just as Chu Yuan's thoughts wandered, the door was suddenly flung open. As Chu Yuan gazed ahead, he beheld Luo Jiqing entering with a graceful demeanor. In that fleeting moment, he was rendered speechless. She had shed her usual simplicity, now adorned in a delicate silk robe that draped elegantly around her. the fabric subtly accentuating her slender form against the backdrop of her fair, almost ethereal skin. Strands of damp, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a hint of allure from her recent bath. This was the first time his master had donned such attire. Luo Jiqing lowered her eyes, seemingly evading Chu Yuan's gaze. While gently biting her lower lip, she slightly turned to the side, raising her delicate hand to sweep the damp tendrils of hair behind her ear, revealing her slender porcelain neck. The blush upon her cheeks only heightened her charm. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Luo Jiqing, with a hint of shyness, lifted her gaze and asked, "Shall we continue?" Her words flowed softly, her lush lips parting ever so slightly, captivatingly vibrant. The Adam's apple of Chu Yuan gently rolled. The once aloof and ethereal beauty of the master revealed a shy and pliable demeanor, inviting to be toyed with. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Yuan rose to his feet, enveloping her in a tight embrace as if to crush her, savoring her touch and warmth. "I want everything from you this time, master," he declared. "I shall not disappoint you again." With that, he kissed her fervently. Luo Jiqing's back soon met the wall, her soft gasp swallowed by Chu Yuan's fervor. Moments later, the room resonated with a sweet, melodic sound that resembled both weeping and sighing, peeking out from beneath Chu Yuan's shoulder. Luo Jiqing arched her neck like a drowning soul gasping for air, with her delicate brows furrowed and tears brimming in her eyes. She clutched tightly to the nape of Chu Yuan's neck, her gaze clouded yet radiant with the bliss of fulfilled desires. As the night deepened into tranquility, the only sounds that filled the room were the intertwined breaths of the two. Luo Jiqing lay against Chu Yuan's chest, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall, flowing over his neck and the pillow beneath them. The gentle light illuminated her flushed cheeks, transforming her from her usual cool demeanor into a vision of warmth and allure. A light blanket tenderly covered both of them, the curves beneath hinting at the intimacy and tenderness they shared. Chu Yuan gently raised his hand, tenderly smoothing the strands of hair that had fallen beside her cheek. His delicate fingers wove through her tresses, relishing the silken texture that cascaded like satin. As his gaze descended, he caught sight of the faint, lingering blush of a kiss upon her neck, and an involuntary tremor coursed through him. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress her flawless skin, his fingertips lingering as his eyes reflected deep affection and focus. "Master, did you not employ the closure technique?" he inquired softly, his tone gentle. Luo Jiqing slightly lifted her delicate chin, their gazes entwining in a fervent exchange. With a tender touch, she pressed her hand against Chu Yuan's chest. Her voice soft yet resolute. "I did not." Her autumn-hued eyes shimmered with emotion as her fingertips traced delicately along his collarbone, her whispering voice caressing his ears, "Because I am willing to bear your child." At the utterance of those words, it felt as though Chu Yuan's heart momentarily ceased to beat. Chu Yuan gazed blankly at Luo Jiqing, a tumult of emotion surging within his chest. "Do you not desire it?" Luo Jiqing's eyes fell slightly, her voice gentle yet laced with an imperceptible tension, her fingertips unconsciously tugging at the fabric. Chu Yuan immediately tightened his embrace around her, whispering softly, "Of course I would not." Upon hearing these words, Luo Jiqing's delicate brows unfurled, revealing a cheerful smile as she gently nestled against his chest, attuned to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, each beat resonating in her ears. After a moment, Luo Jiqing's hand traced the contours of Chu Yuan's abdominal muscles, and she casually inquired, "By the way, I intend to refine more protective and defensive tools for you. How have the ones I previously given you fared?" Chu Yuan reminisced about the earlier battle and sighed, "I have exhausted all my resources." Luo Jiqing was momentarily taken aback. Exhausted? Given Chu Yuan's prowess within the A rank, it was astonishing that he had to resort to using his protective talismans. And even more so that he had depleted them entirely. The talismans she crafted were capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an S rank, and could endure the most formidable strikes from an A rank over 10 times. If that were the case, it would imply that Chu Yuan's situation was perilous. Yet, astonishingly, he emerged unscathed, even showcasing overwhelming strength against the assassin named Jin Zaiqing. Luo Jiqing felt a mix of curiosity and concern. Could it be that Chu Yuan had paid a significant price once more? What truly transpired during that moment? She inquired. Chu Yuan did not conceal anything, recounting in detail his battle with Jin Zaiqing before entering the simulation, right up to the moment the jade pendant was shattered. And what happened next? Luo Jiqing inquired, her tone tinged with concern. As far as she understood, Chu Yuan should have had no additional means left. Upon hearing her question, Chu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, a touch of embarrassment crossing his features as he gently tapped his cheek. At that critical moment, I awakened memories from a previous life. In that existence, I was an extraordinary being, possessing a unique ability to halt time. With the arts of cultivation, magic, and the power to freeze time, Jin Ziqing was no match for me. The ability to stop time? Another life? Luo Jiqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chu Yuan possessed a third previous life. This implied that in his third incarnation, he had at least reached a realm equivalent to that of a nascent soul. Each life, a figure of heroic caliber. Luo Jiqing felt a sense of comfort and pride, her earlier worries about the costs Chu Yuan might have borne dissipating. She gradually exhaled, unable to resist the urge to caress Chu Yuan's face, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "You truly worry me," she whispered softly. Chu Yuan clasped her hand, bringing it to his lips and gently kissing it. With a smile, he said, "But I am fine. Am I not? I assure you. I shall never again engage in actions that cause you concern, unless it is to protect you, master." Luo Jiqing gazed at Chu Yuan, a warm current blooming within her heart, yet soon her expression became increasingly intricate. Chu Yuan has experienced many past lives, perhaps due to the resilience and unwavering will deeply rooted in his soul, allowing him to ascend to great heights in each incarnation. Thus, it is possible that he may awaken memories of other past lives in the future. She is unaware that as time progresses, Chu Yuan's recollection of previous lives will only grow, leaving her to wonder if she will still hold the same place in his heart as she does now. She loves Chu Yuan and is willing to give him everything. However, she is also a woman, and every woman yearns for the enduring gaze of her beloved. Chu Yuan sensed the shift in her emotions, gently brushing past her cheek, his gaze filled with tenderness, and his voice resonating with profound certainty. "Master, regardless of the circumstances, you remain the most significant person in my life. From the very first existence to this moment, you have embodied the roles of my sister, my wife, and my mother, encompassing all the vital figures in my life." In response to Chu Yuan's heartfelt confession, Luo Jiqing's eyelashes fluttered, and her heart began to race fervently. Chu Yuan continued, "Regardless of what the future holds, and irrespective of how many memories of my past lives I may awaken, your place in my heart will never diminish. Just as my master is willing to give me everything, I too am prepared to offer my all to my master." Upon hearing these words, Luo Jiqing felt her clear eyes welling with tears, her heart profoundly stirred, emotions surging like waves. At last, she could no longer contain herself and suddenly kissed Chu Yuan. Their lips met, and the entwined emotions between them erupted in that moment, as if their souls were merging into one. After a long while, Luo Jiqing gently leaned against Chu Yuan's embrace, gazing at him with tenderness in her eyes, and softly asked, "Chu Yuan, could you tell me more about your abilities from that lifetime?" Chu Yuan embraced her, and the tale he had to share might stretch on for quite some time, perhaps even an entire night without conclusion. Yet, despite this, do you still wish to listen? I do wish to." Luo Jiqing rested her cheek affectionately against his chest. Chu Yuan smiled faintly, his hand gently caressing the snow-white shoulder of the beauty in his embrace, his voice low and warm. "Very well, master. I shall recount the tale to you at a leisurely pace." The night was profound, with starlight cascading from outside, enveloping the two tightly entwined figures like a delicate veil, creating an ambience of tranquility and warmth. The continuation of the current narrative unfolds in the latter half of chapter 134. Time rewinds to a day prior. The moment Chu Yuan entered the simulation. Loading simulation function. Anchoring world. The designated world is set as an apocalyptic realm plagued by supernatural abilities and a zombie crisis. Simulation preparation is complete. Please select 3 birth attributes. Attributes are ranked from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow. Robust physique. White, your muscles and bones are more developed than those of ordinary individuals, granting you greater strength and resilience to impacts. Even in times of famine, you can endure longer than most. Group affinity. Green, you possess an innate quality that engenders trust, making it easier to find reliable allies in the apocalypse and to gather a following of your own. If wielded wisely, you might dominate a territory. Iron Will. Blue, your mental resilience far surpasses that of the average person. Even in extreme despair, you can maintain clarity, remaining unbroken by fear, hopelessness, or pain. Apocalypse Safe House. Purple, you own a sturdy safe house designed for the apocalypse. Should you encounter a distressed school beauty, you may offer her refuge, leading to prosperity. Special Gene Holder. Gold, you possess a unique gene that allows you to retain your sanity even after being infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, zombies will not initiate attacks against you. Ultra S-Class ability. Random. Rainbow, you will acquire a randomly assigned Ultra S-Class ability. This ability ranks among the world's elite, enabling you to easily conquer foes stronger than yourself, potentially even involving rule-level powers, thus proving exceptionally formidable. After thoroughly reviewing all the options, Chu Yuan ultimately selected Robust Physique, White, Bearer of Special Genes, Gold, and Random Super S-Class Ability, Color, as his initial powers. The reason for not choosing Group Affinity, Green, was his lack of ambition. He refrained from selecting Iron Will, Blue, because, having lived multiple lives, his resolve was already sufficiently strong. He dismissed Apocalypse Safe House, Purple, since the Bearer of Special Genes rendered him fearless in the face of zombies, serving as a high-level substitute. The notion of more children, more blessings was merely a fanciful notion, trusted only by the gullible, and it did not specify the quantity of supplies within the safe house. The simulator had also become abstracted. In contrast, a robust physique proved to be quite advantageous in the apocalypse, as excellent stamina would enable survivors to respond more effectively in crisis situations. The selection of attributes was successful, and the first simulation was about to commence. Chu Yuan's consciousness plunged into darkness. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, and the world before him was utterly transformed. Dilapidated skyscrapers loomed in despair, and the ground lay fractured. The blood-stained streets were littered with wrecked vehicles, strewn haphazardly, while the walls bore the marks of gunfire and clawed scratches. In the depths of the street, several bodies, not yet fully decomposed, lay askew in the corners, their forms grotesque and organs protruding, swarms of flies crawling over them. The entire scene resembled a hellish nightmare. Was this truly the apocalyptic world wrought by the zombie crisis? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, only to suddenly sense an unusual presence. His sense of smell felt strangely altered. Logically, in such an environment, one would expect a strong stench of decay. However, he could scarcely detect any odor at all. In a moment of bewilderment, Chu Yuan glanced down at his hands, only to observe that his skin had taken on a morbid, ashen hue, with the tips of his fingers appearing sharp and tinged with a faint dark blue. Vaguely, he could perceive that his breathing was unnaturally sluggish, and he could hardly feel the rhythmic pulse of his heart. Something was amiss. Chu Yuan attempted to speak, but the sound that emerged from his throat was hoarse and muffled, akin to air scraping against damaged vocal cords. Instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his neck. In the next moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the reflection in the shattered glass fragments on the ground, a ghastly figure with cracked lips exposing teeth, pale pupils gleaming unnaturally. Dried blood stains marred the corners of its mouth, while grotesque black veins crawled menacingly across its neck. A zombie, a term surfaced in Chu Yuan's mind. Could it be? His voice was hoarse and intermittent. To his astonishment, in this simulation, he had transformed into a zombie. The reason he retained some semblance of rationality as a zombie was likely due to the influence of the special gene bearer designation. First a demon dragon, now a zombie. It seems that he was only human in the initial simulation. Aside from that, there was also the poet of the Aunt May Pavilion. Chu Yuan swiftly acclimated to his present circumstances, endeavoring to master the vessel of his current form. He attempted to move his fingers, discovering that although they were somewhat stiff, they retained a fair degree of dexterity. Lowering his gaze to his legs, he observed that when his feet made contact with the ground, there was an absence of any peculiar sensation. Chu Yuan advanced forward, keenly observing his surroundings. Before long, he encountered several of his own kind zombies. These wretched creatures, clad in tattered garments, wandered aimlessly along the street, paying him no heed as he approached. After a brief moment, Chu Yuan quickened his pace. Realizing that he was far more agile than the other aimless zombies, he could even exert control over his movements. Unlike those mindless beings that would shudder with every few steps, their actions bore a resemblance to a once familiar figure, evoking memories of an old acquaintance. After walking for a while longer, Chu Yuan noticed a zombie ambling towards him, blocking his path. "Step aside, do not hinder me." As Chu Yuan was about to push the zombies aside, he was taken aback when the zombies seemingly comprehended his words and instinctively parted ways, creating a path for him. Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a sudden conjecture emerging in his mind. "Kneel down," he commanded. In the next moment, the zombie collapsed to its knees, subsequently prostrating itself on the ground, its face pressed against the earth, merely emitting hoarse sounds without making any further movements. Chu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the previously meandering zombies had abruptly ceased their movements, gradually collapsing to the ground. Chu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. filled with astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. Could he truly manipulate other zombies? Is this his extraordinary ability? If so, these zombies represent a boundless source of free labor, requiring no sustenance, tirelessly working for him without respite throughout the year. Hiss! The capitalist rejoices. Chu Yuan swiftly conducted several experiments and discovered that he could manipulate a certain range of zombies through a particular mental signal, directing them to walk, halt, and even perform tactical maneuvers, such as flanking, encircling, and executing coordinated ambushes. However, as the experiments progressed, Chu Yuan quickly realized that his abilities were limited in range. Beyond an effective distance, his influence over the zombies diminished significantly, eventually approaching nullity. This isn't right. Chu Yuan stroked his chin in contemplation. If it were an Ultra S-level ability, it ought to manifest at a far greater magnitude. After all, he had already selected the corresponding entry. Chu Yuan felt that his extraordinary abilities had yet to be truly awakened. With this thought, he concentrated deeply, extending his hand toward an empty space, imagining that something might emerge. It was reminiscent of his youthful, fanciful self, yet unlike those whimsical dreams of the past. He now possessed a genuine potential waiting to be unleashed. However, after a while, there was no response. Just as Chu Yuan began to feel a sense of disappointment, he turned his head and was suddenly struck by an unusual sight. The wandering zombies on the street had halted in their tracks, the sound of the wind abruptly ceased, and the swirling dust hung suspended in midair. Everything had succumbed to a profound stillness. Had time itself been frozen? No. Chu Yuan attempted to sense the zombies, only to discover that their spirits were utterly unresponsive to his summons. In other words, time had come to a standstill. Chu Yuan was somewhat astonished. Could it be that this is his extraordinary ability? The suspension of time? Chu Yuan stepped forward, beginning to traverse the stillness of time. He savored the profound silence surrounding him, relishing the sense of dominion that came with being the sole wanderer amidst the tranquility. Just as Chu Yuan immersed himself in this experience, a mere 5 seconds later, the world stirred once more. Time resumed its flow. The zombies on the streets began to wander again, and the whispers of the wind brushed past his ears. Chu Yuan halted his steps, surveying his surroundings, and experienced a moment of enlightenment. Is the limit of time suspension merely 5 seconds? Yet, that is already quite formidable. I wonder if the duration will extend further in the future. Chu Yuan began to experiment further with his ability to halt time. Soon, he discerned a pattern. Although his time-stopping ability lasted merely 5 seconds each time, he could activate it repeatedly after brief intervals. However, with the increasing frequency of its use, the intervals between activations grew longer, ultimately rendering him unable to employ it until he had a chance to recuperate, allowing him to revert to his previous rate of usage. After testing his extraordinary power, Chu Yuan felt quite satisfied. Yet, in the short term, it remained unclear whether it possessed the potential for growth. If it did, the implications would be even more extraordinary. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, protesting its emptiness. He glanced down, questioning whether he was hungry. It was hardly surprising. Given the numerous times he had employed his abilities, there must be some toll taken. But what do zombies consume? Chu Yuan glanced around but found no fellow beings engaged in feeding. These zombies possessed minimal intelligence, incapable of conversation, rendering them mere tools. Consequently, inquiring about their methods of sustenance and the nature of their food proved futile. Thus, he resolved to embark on a search of his own. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yuan stepped into the dimly lit corner of the convenience store. Flickering light seeped through the shattered ceiling, casting eerie shadows upon the dust-covered shelves stained with blood. His fingers brushed lightly against a package of compressed biscuits before tentatively tearing open the wrapper. He shoved a hardened biscuit into his mouth, its dry crumbs scraping against his throat like tasteless dirt. With a slight frown, he grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Yet no matter how much he consumed, the gnawing hunger in his stomach refused to subside. Instead, his abdomen swelled slightly from overfilling. As expected, ordinary food holds no effect on me. Chu Yuan murmured softly, a flicker of obscure emotion crossing his eyes. He cast his gaze down upon his hands, the pallid skin, the sharpness of his fingertips, and the faint, instinctual urge for sustenance, which perhaps was not limited to the fare of these humans. At that moment, he recalled the films depicting zombie apocalypses. In those narratives, the undead relentlessly prey upon the living. Could it be that his nourishment lay in the flesh and blood of the living? Just as he pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted outside on the streets. Chu Yuan suddenly lifted his head. His rigid body pressed against the wall, he slowly moved towards the convenience store window, gazing through the shattered glass outside. In the distance, a group was gradually approaching. They were fully armed, wielding firearms and knives. Among them, One individual raised his hand, unleashing a searing flame that incinerated a zombie attempting to pounce. Another, brandishing a long blade, wore a sinister grin as he effortlessly cleaved through the skull of a zombie. Supernatural abilities. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, observing that these individuals appeared to be awakened humans with extraordinary abilities. In addition to those wielding such powers, there were also ordinary individuals who relied solely on firearms to combat the zombies, indicating a mix of both extraordinary and commonplace humans. The ratio of ability users to ordinary individuals seemed to be approximately 3 to 7. At that moment, one of the ability users severed a zombie's neck and lifted its head, using a small knife to excavate the back of its skull, extracting a crystalline object. Lucky had once again discovered a crystal core. Just as this ability user was scrutinizing the core, another approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Be sure to keep that safe. Don't even think about hoarding it. If the boss finds out, you know what the consequences will be." "Ah, I understand," replied the ability user, securing the crystal core. Chu Yuan observed this entire scene with keen eyes. In the time that followed, Chu Yuan concealed himself behind the window of the convenience store, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation of a nearby group. From their discussion, he learned that crystal cores were rare products found within the brains of zombies, and that humans who consumed these cores had a chance of awakening supernatural abilities. Those who had already awakened their powers could enhance them further by consuming additional cores. However, the efficacy of these enhancements diminished with each subsequent use. To continue growing stronger, one would need to acquire more advanced crystal cores, which could only be obtained from rare, high-level zombies. This group consisted of members from a large survivor faction nearby, and their mission was to collect crystal cores to bring back to their stronghold, while also scavenging for supplies. Amidst these individuals, Chu Yuan noticed a strikingly incongruous figure, a woman clutching a swaddled infant, her face marked by fear and dirt, yet still revealing a hint of her inherent beauty. She cowered at the edge of the group, holding her baby tightly, terrified of being separated from her child. "Stop dawdling. Keep up. Once we return, if you serve our leader well, you and your daughter will have enough to eat and wear." One of the men laughed. The woman bit her lip, her expression darkening. From their exchange, Chu Yuan understood that she was a survivor they had encountered on their journey. They had murdered her husband, plundered their sup. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was reluctant to take the initiative against humanity. However, these individuals were ruthless, cruel, and regarded the zombies as mere prey. Concealed within the convenience store, he would undoubtedly be discovered. If the two sides were to encounter each other, a confrontation would be inevitable. In light of this, it would be wiser to strike first. Chu Yuan slowly withdrew his figure, concealing himself within the shadows, lying in ambush. Coincidentally, he also wished to test whether his hunger could be satiated. Not long after, the glass door of the convenience store swung open as an ability user strode in, twirling a short knife with effortless grace. His eyes swept across the interior with an arrogant gaze, as though surveying his own domain. At that very moment, from the darkness, a frigid hand lashed out like a viper. Crunch! The hand clamped onto the ability user's skull with terrifying force, instantly crushing it. Shattered brain matter and blood splattered violently, painting the shelves in crimson. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the short knife clattering against the floor. The air thickened with the pungent, metallic stench of blood. Chu Yuan withdrew his hand, inhaling the fresh aroma that seemed to invigorate every cell in his body, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Ah! He could not help but emit a near-groaning, hoarse sigh, acutely aware of the surging desire within him. Indeed, was it true? Could the essence that satiated his hunger be the vibrant blood of the living? Chu Yuan gazed outside the convenience store at the group of astonished onlookers. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance, and brought his blood-stained hand to his lips, delicately licking it. His presence exuded a formidable aura. A mutated specimen. The others in the team finally reacted, their initial panic giving way to expressions of delight and greed. Observing its appearance, the extent of its mutation suggested that the core within its mind must be extraordinarily valuable. If we eliminate it and retrieve the core, our leader will surely reward us handsomely. We outnumber it. Do not be afraid. Let us vanquish it. Chu Yuan cast a sweeping glance over the gathering of individuals, tilting his head to emit a low growl. In the next instant, the zombies wandering in the nearby streets abruptly halted their aimless movements, as if they had received an invisible command, and surged towards his direction. Soon, an overwhelming horde of zombies appeared on either side of the road, encircling the group. The sight left everyone astounded. What the hell? Is he commanding the zombies? This fellow possesses a considerable level of intelligence. He might even be a high-tier mutated being. Stay calm. We must eliminate him first. Capture the ringleader, and the ordinary zombies will crumble like dust upon his demise. Old Huang, you lead the others to hold off those ordinary zombies. We shall focus on this mutated one. Understood. The team swiftly divided their roles. A portion of the ability users alongside armed civilians began to fend off the encroaching zombies, while the remaining 3 ability users, all combat-oriented, charged towards Chu Yuan. Onward. A burly man bellowed, his muscles swelling instantaneously, his skin adorned with rock-like patterns as he lunged at Chu Yuan, raising his fist. Meanwhile, another man conjured a multitude of ice spikes, hurling them with great velocity towards Chu Yuan. Almost simultaneously, the ground trembled violently, and sharp earthen spikes erupted from below, targeting Chu Yuan directly. This attack was evidently initiated by a man crouching at the back, his hands pressed against the ground. Their coordination was impeccable, creating a seamless combination that nearly sealed off all of Chu Yuan's escape routes. The burly man's face twisted into a vicious, confident grin. Die. Your core will belong to us. Yet, in the following moment, a faint white light flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes, akin to phosphorescence, as time itself came to a standstill. Everything froze. The flying ice spikes hung suspended in midair, the shattered earth lay still, and the burly man's menacing expression was locked in place. In this paused moment, Chu Yuan moved forward. With a swift motion, time resumed, and the necks of the 2 ranged ability users behind him were simultaneously pierced by Chu Yuan's claws. Their eyes wide with terror and confusion as blood gushed forth, staining Chu Yuan's arms. He casually flicked the blood from his hands and turned his gaze to the lone remaining burly man. The burly man. Still dazed from witnessing Chu Yuan's disappearance, Chu Yuan stood still, his gaze slightly lowered, observing the trembling woman before him. She was not a member of the Marauders, but rather one of their unfortunate captives. With no vested interest, Chu Yuan had no intention of taking her life. After all, he too had once been human. In the distance, the ability user turned to witness this scene, his eyes widening in astonishment. The intelligence exhibited by this mutated creature far exceeded his expectations. He then glanced around, noticing that the relentless tide of corpses showed no sign of abating as it surged toward him, a look of despair crossing his face. Before long, the ability user was tackled by a zombie emerging from the shadows, and soon a multitude of the undead swarmed over him, ultimately engulfing him entirely. Thus, the Marauders met their demise. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze from the direction of the supernatural beings and turned his attention to the woman on the ground. Chu Yuan gazed upon the woman cradling the infant in her arms. The gunshot wound was fatal, her life ebbing away as crimson blood continuously seeped from the abdominal injury, staining both her tattered garments and the swaddling clothes of the child she held. Her eyes had lost their focus, yet they remained fixed unwaveringly upon Chu Yuan. Though fear lingered within her, a willpower far stronger compelled her, as if entrusting her final hope to him. Chu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly as he parted his lips, his voice hoarse and reminiscent of grinding mechanical gears. I am a zombie, a monster. Are you not afraid of me? Upon hearing this, the woman paused momentarily, then offered a faint, weary smile. In this world, the distinction between human and monster had long since vanished. All that remained was the mere act of survival. Her voice was raspy, as if she had exhausted her last reserves of strength, her eyes gradually dimming yet still fiercely protecting the infant. What is humanity? She laughed bitterly. Betraying companions, abandoning the weak, plundering and destroying, engaging in mutual slaughter, what they do is far more terrifying than zombies. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Having lived through 4 lifetimes, one could say his understanding of human nature had reached a profound depth. The woman spoke truthfully in this apocalyptic world. The true danger lay not in the zombies, but in the other survivors endowed with intellect. Of course, individuals like him, who were zombies, were exceptions. The woman raised her gaze slightly, looking at Chu Yuan, the terror in her eyes gradually fading, leaving only a plea. You are unlike other zombies. You possess wisdom. If you were once human, you must have been a remarkably gentle person. As she spoke, the woman trembled, sinking to her knees. Her hands cradling the infant began to shake, her face etched with anguish, yet she still struggled to bow her head. I beseech you, she is just a child. Save her, let her live. I implore you. Witnessing such a woman, Chu Yuan's expression grew complex. Yet, before he could utter a single word, the woman's body shuddered violently and fell completely to the cold ground, the breath of life extinguished entirely. Chu Yuan fell into silence, his heart heavy with the universal sorrow of parents. He whispered softly, a gentle sigh escaping his lips. The surrounding zombies, under his command, fell still, resembling lifeless statues. The wail of an infant pierced the stillness of dusk, delicate and faint, echoing with an extraordinary loneliness in this desolate city. After a moment, Chu Yuan gazed down at the baby girl, unable to ignore her plight any longer. She could not remain here, even if starvation did not claim her. She would surely become prey to other zombies. With a final sigh, he reached out and gently cradled the swaddled infant in his arms. Ah, well? There was nothing else to occupy his time. Chu Yuan cradled the infant in his arms as he slowly entered the convenience store. The neon lights had long since extinguished, and this abandoned establishment had transformed into a rare sanctuary amidst the chaos of a world overrun by zombies. However, no sooner had he stepped inside than the baby in his embrace erupted into a piercing wail, her tender cries echoing painfully through the stillness of this desolate realm. Chu Yuan furrowed his brows, gazing down at the infant girl swaddled in blankets. Her tiny fists were clenched tightly, her plump and milky cheeks scrunched up in distress as she wailed breathlessly, as though voicing her protest. "What are you crying for? I have no intention of devouring you," he murmured. Chu Yuan murmured to himself. Lacking any experience in caring for infants, he could only attempt to gently rock her, having seen in films that such an embrace would soothe a crying baby. However, his efforts proved futile. The infant continued to wail incessantly, her little legs still kicking vigorously within the swaddling cloth. Chu Yuan rubbed his head in distress. After a moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he raised his eyebrows. Could it be that she was hungry? It was quite likely. If he could satiate her hunger, perhaps her tears would cease. However, ordinary food would not suffice. She required milk. What about formula? Did he have any? Chu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the shelves of the convenience store, ultimately resting upon a cluster of infant formula cans nestled in the corner. He approached, crouching down to sift through the cans, seeking to ascertain their expiration dates. Soon enough, he located the relevant information. The formula was still well within its shelf life. It appeared that the apocalypse had not transpired long ago, perhaps merely a few months prior. "Consider yourself fortunate," he murmured, playfully brushing the tiny nose of the infant girl beside him. Before resuming his search for bottled water on the shelves, he retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water, along with a baby bottle and a water jug. Fortunately, this convenience store was quite spacious, and it boasted a commendable assortment of supplies. Chu Yuan began to boil water using mineral water, as he was uncertain whether the current water quality had been contaminated. After boiling the water, he prepared milk powder, ultimately yielding a bottle of milk. Chu Yuan always felt a peculiar sensation as a zombie, cradling the infant girl while engaging in such actions. Chu Yuan gently rocked the baby bottle, carefully cooling it to the perfect temperature before tenderly bringing it to the infant's lips. "Drink," he murmured. The previously fussy baby, upon sensing the nipple, instinctively latched on and began to suckle in quiet, rhythmic sips. Gradually, her tiny face softened, her beautiful large eyes fixed on Chu Yuan. While her small fingers clutched at the hem of his clothes, her earlier struggles now stilled. His heart was suddenly stirred by some inexplicable emotion. Hiss. It is often said that women are awakened to their maternal instincts. Could it be that I am experiencing a paternal instinct instead? After finishing her milk, the infant ceased her cries, quietly blinking her bright, dark eyes at and giggling softly. Moments later, her tiny head nestled against his arm, she gradually drifted into slumber. What a troublesome little creature. Gently cradled her and made his way to the inner lounge of the convenience store. This lounge was presumably designated for the staff's shifts, featuring a simple cot adorned with worn bedding, yet it was undoubtedly a far better resting place than the cold, hard floor outside. Chu Yuan gently placed the infant girl on the bed, allowing her delicate head to rest upon the soft blanket. He tucked the corners of the quilt around her snugly and then stood silently by, observing her for a while. After a long moment, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle and tranquil glow upon her tender cheeks. Chu Yuan gently closed the door behind him and turned to leave the lounge. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of the convenience store. The surrounding streets had long been engulfed by darkness, with only a few flickering remnants of light casting a faint glow. Once arrogant and domineering marauders had now been reduced to mere zombies, their skin exhibiting an unnatural shade of ashen black, and their eyes void of life. Before Chu Yuan, they stood alongside other zombies, emitting low, intermittent sounds akin to the grinding of a chainsaw, occasionally twitching in a disjointed manner. "You there, come here." A few of the marauder zombies, moving with stiff and sluggish motions, approached him slowly. Chu Yuan approached one of the marauding zombies, his nose drawing near to the wound on its shoulder as he inhaled softly, a subtle frown creasing his brow. The blood of those transformed into zombies no longer evoked within him that insatiable desire. After a moment of contemplation, he sensed that his hunger might not be a mere craving for sustenance, but rather a compulsion driven by the zombie virus, compelling him to attack the living in a bid to propagate the infection. In essence, it was the intrinsic instinct of the zombie lineage, possessing reason. He could restrain this urge to assault the living. Conversely, the typical zombie, devoid of intellect, was wholly governed by a bloodthirsty desire, devolving into a monstrous creature that pounced upon any living being in sight. His ability to control other zombies surpassed their own bloodlust, enabling him to exert complete dominance over them. With these realizations crystallized in his mind, Chu Yuan reached forward to the pocket of the marauder zombie. With a click, a thumb-sized, translucent oval was retrieved, emanating a faint glow under the dim moonlight. It was a crystal core. Chu Yuan held the crystal core delicately between his fingertips, carefully examining its texture. The surface of the crystal core was smooth yet angular, with faint traces of energy flowing within. Humans harness the crystal core to acquire supernatural abilities or to enhance their existing powers. I wonder what effect the crystal core might have on me? With a mindset of experimentation, Chu Yuan placed the crystal nucleus into his mouth. After all, he was already a zombie, unperturbed by any adverse reactions. In an instant, a surge of tumultuous energy spread from his tongue, coursing through his limbs and bones, akin to a boiling heat wave, surging directly into his mind. Chu Yuan's muscles appeared to be eroded by some unseen force, trembling slightly, while his fingertips involuntarily twitched. Chu Yuan slightly widened his eyes, sensing the transformation within his body. Remarkably, his hunger had dissipated. Chu Yuan's gaze flickered, and then he casually picked up an empty mineral water bottle from the ground, gripping its body tightly before releasing it, allowing the bottle to slip through his fingers. Simultaneously, he activated his ability to halt time. The world fell into an abrupt silence. The night breeze stilled, with fallen leaves suspended in midair, and the bottle froze in its trajectory towards the ground, as if everything were held in the grasp of an invisible hand. In his heart, Chu Yuan silently began to count down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. In the next moment, time resumed its flow, and the bottle of mineral water gently descended to the ground, producing a soft sound. With a subtle raise of his brow, Chu Yuan's gaze flickered with profound contemplation. 6 seconds. The duration of the time halt had increased by an additional second compared to before. This revelation sent a slight tremor through his heart. If each absorption of a crystal core could prolong the duration of the time freeze, did it not imply that by devouring a sufficient number of crystal cores, he could extend his time suspension indefinitely? If such a feat were indeed attainable. Chu Yuan gently exhaled a breath. Truly intriguing. In the moments that followed, Chu Yuan stripped all the crystal cores from the corpses of the marauding zombies and consumed them himself. His time-stopping ability steadily grew stronger, evolving from an initial 5 seconds to later durations of 10 and 15 seconds. He yearned to continue utilizing the crystal cores to enhance his powers. Yet he found himself devoid of any more. This left him with a tinge of regret. However, he also made an unexpected discovery. His body seemed to have become lighter. Clenching his fists, he felt his muscles tremble slightly, a sensation of unparalleled vitality surging through him. Taking a deep breath, he bent his knees and leapt into the air. In an instant, his body shot upward like a missile, generating a fierce gust of wind, and upon landing, he caused a fine crack to form in the ground beneath him. He glanced down at his legs, his gaze momentarily frozen. This power. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned towards an abandoned sedan, grasped a corner of the vehicle with his fingers, and heaved upward. The sound of metal grinding echoed as the entire car was lifted at one corner, its wheels elevated by a full half-meter off the ground. His physical capabilities had now far surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. The enhancement from the crystal cores not only amplified his abilities but was also transforming his physical condition. Yet, those endowed with abilities did not possess such formidable physical prowess. Could it be that the crystal cores enhanced physical attributes only in zombies? Chu Yuan released his grip, allowing the car to descend back to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to observe the group of looter zombies still aimlessly wandering the street. Their movements remained sluggish, and their gazes were vacant. Given that they were once ability users in life, it seemed implausible that their transformation into zombies would render them so simplistic. With a mindset inclined towards experimentation, he extended his hand, subtly stirring his mental energy, and issued a command: unleash your abilities. However, the group of looter zombies stood motionless, their hollow eyes devoid of any flicker of response. No reaction? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow and adopted a different approach. He directly selected a zombie that had possessed the ability of physical enhancement in life, maneuvering it to engage in a fierce melee with a nearby ordinary zombie. In the next instant, A resounding blast echoed as the ordinary zombie's half-body was obliterated, dark blood splattering in all directions, even causing the ground to crack with a shallow ravine. The power indeed surpassed that of an ordinary zombie. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Zombies who possessed extraordinary abilities in life, even if unable to wield those powers, would experience a significant enhancement in their physical forms. In other words, these creatures are innate warriors, perfectly capable of becoming high-ranking combatants among his undead forces. However, upon their demise, they lack any extraordinary abilities. Only he, as a zombie, is able to utilize such powers. The experiment conducted by Chu Yuan had yet to reach its conclusion. He slowly approached another zombie, endowed with supernatural abilities, and suddenly crushed its skull with a swift motion of his claw. Delving into its brain, he indeed uncovered a crystal core, larger than the ordinary ones, exhibiting an even more exquisite clarity. Chu Yuan held the crystal core in the palm of his hand, thoughtfully caressing it. After a brief moment, he opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal core. Once more, he activated the time pause, extending the duration to over 16 seconds. The quality of the crystal core surpassed that of ordinary ones. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt a slight warmth spreading across his cheeks. He stood before the convenience store's glass, gazing at his reflection illuminated by the moonlight. Chu Yuan was astonished to discover that his originally pallid face, marred by livor mortis, had regained a hint of color. Moreover, the decayed lips had begun to sprout a semblance of new flesh, partially concealing a few teeth. He reached up to caress his cheek, savoring an unprecedented warmth. Could it be that the crystal core not only enhances supernatural abilities and augments physical resilience, but also allows me to gradually regain a semblance of my human appearance? A glimmer flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. He turned to face the encircling horde of zombies, which stood motionless, gazing at him as if awaiting the command of their sovereign. Years have passed, during which you eradicated the leader of the marauding faction that had come to investigate the disappearance of your subordinates, along with several other surrounding factions. The district you inhabit has been entirely purged of humanity, leaving only the undead, and no other humans dare approach, designating this area as an absolute no-go zone. Meanwhile, you have amassed a considerable collection of crystal cores, which, upon consumption, have significantly enhanced your strength, allowing you to halt time for nearly 2 minutes. Furthermore, you have regained a semblance of human appearance, though the crimson hue of your eyes, the pallor of your skin, and the absence of warmth in your body reveal the truth of your non-human existence. Additionally, under your guardianship, the infant girl you rescued has blossomed into a beautiful young girl. Based on remnants found on her mother's corpse, you learned her surname was Yu. Yet the identity of her father remains a mystery, compelling you to name her after her mother, Yu Changli, atop the supermarket building in the desolate city. Chu Yuan was filling a kettle with water. The rooftop, once a vast and open terrace, had now been transformed into a relatively enclosed living area using iron sheets, supports, and makeshift welts. With no glass windows, plastic sheets and wooden boards were employed instead. In the absence of a water supply network, he scavenged for water pumps and purification equipment amidst the ruins. The generator and batteries were assembled from various dismantled parts found in abandoned warehouses. 2 years ago, Chu Yuan relocated his stronghold here. This building, compared to his previous convenience store, boasted a higher elevation, more floors, and a larger internal space, making it easier to defend and difficult to assault. It could also accommodate a greater congregation of zombies, ensuring absolute suppression from the outside. Even during his occasional outings, he could guarantee the safety of the top floor. Suddenly, a little girl bounced in from outside. She was Yu Changli, a 4-year-old with delicate features and charming allure, her wavy, wine-red hair cascading about her. Upon entering, Yu Changli instinctively tiptoed to peer into the kettle, hoping to find drinkable hot water. Upon discovering it was filled with the cold water Chu Yuan had just poured, she exclaimed, "Today, I want to boil water myself." Her face lit up with excitement. Can zombie uncle let Changli give it a try? Chu Yuan glanced at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. No problem, just be careful not to burn yourself. By now, he was able to speak as fluently as a human, his voice no longer carrying that hoarse, deep timbre. I wouldn't, Yu Changli replied with pride, puffing out her chest as she skipped off to retrieve the patched kettle lid. Outside, the low, guttural echoes of the zombies could still be heard. The girl placed the kettle on the stove, as if she were exceedingly accustomed to these sounds. For her, these zombies, the mutated beings, and the various remnants of crumbled walls constituted her everyday environment. She had grown up in a world overrun by the undead, having never witnessed the splendor of the world before the apocalypse, nor experienced the onset of devastation firsthand. Fortunately, there were the zombie uncles who taught her how to survive. Chu Yuan observed Yuchongli as she awkwardly grasped the handle of the kettle, his gaze tender. He carefully lifted the gas stove, mindful not to disturb the flames. With one hand on his hip, he remarked that once the water boiled, she should wait a moment before drinking, rather than guzzling it down immediately. Yuchongli, focused on her task, turned back to make a silly face, exclaiming, "I know, zombie uncle, you're so talkative. You're even more chatty than my mom." "Well, I've never actually met my mom, but I bet she isn't as nagging as you. You little rascal, you've learned to retort." Chu Yuan replied with a helpless smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair, causing her to sway awkwardly. "Oh no, zombie uncle, I was wrong. Chu Yuan gazed at the spirited girl, his expression softening. In truth, as a zombie, he had no need for water, and the stove served no real purpose. Everything on the rooftop had been constructed solely for Yuchongli. She was human, requiring proper nourishment and a safe environment. Chu Yuan is not a saint, and thus he would not go to such lengths for a little girl with whom he shares no relation. However, over the years, he has assisted Yuchongli in myriad ways, feeding her, changing her diapers, witnessing her first steps, weaning her onto solid foods, and listening as she affectionately dubbed him zombie uncle. He has taught her various skills, accompanying her throughout her growth. To him, Yuchongli has come to embody an irreplaceable significance. In the middle tier of the building, there exists a space that Chu Yuan has transformed. Originally an empty floor, it has now been converted into a rudimentary indoor farm. Above, several fluorescent lights hang, powered by a generator, illuminating a modest area covered in soil. Chu Yuan once exerted considerable effort to gather a substantial amount of agricultural fertilizers and viable seeds. Although the environment was rudimentary, he managed to cultivate a modest selection of vegetables. After enjoying some hot water with Yuchongli, Chu Yuan took her down to gather the crops. "Hooray, hooray, it is once again time for harvesting." Yuchongli excitedly dashed about the indoor farm, even plucking a few struggling young greens. "Uncle Zombie, can these be eaten?" Chu Yuan responded with a brief acknowledgement, stating that as long as it wasn't spoiled, it was edible. Yuchongli, after attempting to wash the leaves thoroughly, took a few bites of them raw. The slightly bitter taste made her grimace, yet she remained delighted, exclaiming, "How fresh it is." Chu Yuan leaned against the sturdy pillar, arms crossed, observing her gentle smile. This modest farm had borne witness to the passage of several years. Initially, it could only yield poorly growing vegetables due to soil acidification and a lack of sunlight. However, Chu Yuan discovered chemical lighting and more specialized equipment, gradually ameliorating the microenvironment and regulating the farm's temperature and humidity. Eventually, in the transformed soil, crops such as tomatoes and small chili peppers began to thrive. Each planting and harvest filled Yuchongli with a joy akin to that of the new year. After finishing the small greens, Yuchongli plucked a chili pepper and handed it over, exclaiming, "Uncle Zombie, look at this little chili. It may be small, but it's so adorable." Chu Yuan took a look at the chili pepper, noting that it had almost lost its green hue. This little chili can be set aside. It can be combined with canned goods to prepare a soup this evening." Yuchongli tilted her small head, asking, "Can't we stir-fry it instead?" "The book says to add oil and chopped scallions, then stir-fry it a bit for a delightful aroma." "There isn't much oil left, nor many scallions," replied Chu Yuan. Observing Yuchongli's disappointment, he added, "Tomorrow, I will take a couple of zombies to search for any remaining well-preserved oil." Upon hearing this, Yuchongli's face lit up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yay!" she exclaimed, jumping up to embrace Chu Yuan. Nestled in his arms, she tilted her head back, her face radiant with joy. She adored Uncle Zombie more than anything. After turning 6, under your guidance, Chongli began to recognize characters. The collection of books salvaged from the ruins grew increasingly abundant. No longer limited to merely admiring illustrations, she could now piece together short sentences and grasp some historical and geographical knowledge. "Uncle, have you ever seen a high-speed train? Is it fast to ride?" Yuchongli asked, clutching a book while seated in Chu Yuan's embrace, turning to him with curiosity. Chu Yuan held a screwdriver, diligently assembling the microcontroller circuit board. A smile crept upon his face, for he had encountered such tasks before and could complete them with remarkable speed. In their current residence, many of the electrical facilities were crafted by his own hands. He had also developed a remote noise monitoring system based on microcontroller deployment, utilizing radio frequency modules to communicate with his mobile device, strategically placed around the building. Should any disturbances arise, he would be instantly alerted. In every lifetime, he dedicated his leisure time to honing various skills. Yuchongli gazed at him with immense longing, pondering, "How wonderful it would be if we could take the high-speed train now. allowing us to escape the city and explore new horizons. Do you wish to see the outside world? She asked. Yes, but only if we can venture forth with Uncle Zombie. Chu Yuan set down the screwdriver and gently ruffled her little head, silently committing her wish to memory. Soon, Yu Chongli turned 7. In this apocalyptic world, where entertainment was scarce, Yu Chongli's naturally vivacious spirit always found a source of joy. She ingeniously crafted a rudimentary sliding cart from a broken wooden plank and rubber wheels on the rooftop of the building. Although she had previously injured her knee during play and cried out in distress, the contraption became much steadier after Chu Yuan made some modifications. She also collected old colored paper and vibrant images from promotional flyers, arranging them into a crooked poster that she proudly displayed on her room's wall, referring to it as her art exhibition. At present, in the lower level of the building, Chu Yuan sat on a worn-out sofa, slightly hunched. With his elbows resting on his knees, he gazed at Yu Chongli, who resembled a spirited young colt, reveling in her play. She tugged at 2 ordinary zombies, attempting to make them join her in a long jump competition. However, the zombies could only stiffly lift their feet. Undeterred, she jumped and laughed joyously, exclaiming, "They're so silly, Uncle." Upon witnessing her drenched in sweat from exertion, Chu Yuan remarked, "Do take care not to fall." With a cheerful grin, she replied, "Not a chance. I'm exceptionally skilled at jumping." However, in a display of overconfidence, she leaped once more, only to misstep and tumble in a most undignified manner. Chu Yuan, feeling helpless, rose to his feet and lifted her from the ground. Yu Chongli cradled her head, sniffed softly, and with a face full of grievance said, "Uncle, I was wrong." It was dusk. In the kitchen, Chu Yuan busied himself, uncertain of Yu Chongli's birthday. He designated the first day of the new year as a celebration of her birth. He ventured into the abandoned district to procure a few usable ovens, connected them to electricity, and, utilizing the cake mix and cream substitutes he had collected, hastily concocted a small cake. That evening, when Yu Chongli entered the room and beheld the cake adorning the table, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What is this?" she inquired. "A birthday cake," Chu Yuan replied, leaning forward at the table, resting his chin on his hand. Like an excited penguin, Yu Chongli rose onto her tiptoes, exclaiming, "Ah, a birthday? Is it for me?" Overwhelmed with joy, she dashed over as Chu Yuan extinguished the lights, retrieved candles, and placed them atop the cake, igniting them with a lighter. The flickering candlelight danced, casting a warm glow on their faces in the dimness. Yu Chongli leaned on the table, her little head peeking over, her eyes sparkling as she opened her mouth wide in awe. "Wow, shall you make a wish?" Chu Yuan asked softly. "Yes, I want to make a wish." Yu Chongli clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and fervently wished, "I want to be with Uncle Zombie forever, and if there are other humans in the outside world, I hope they remain safe." The flame flickered gently beneath her eyelids. She exhaled, extinguishing the candles, and looked up at Chu Yuan with a radiant smile, saying, "Uncle, thank you." Chu Yuan paused for a moment, gazing at her beaming face, and affectionately ruffled her hair. She swayed slightly, yet wore a blissful smile. "Go ahead and taste it," he urged. Yu Chongli exclaimed, slicing a piece of cake and taking a bite, her face lighting up with joy. "It's delicious. I love it." She eagerly chewed the cake, sweet cream adorning the tip of her nose, and after a while, she inquired, "Uncle, would you like to try a little? Just a tiny bit?" Chu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, smiling. "No need. After all, I am a zombie and cannot savor flavors." "Well then," she shrugged, as the wind swept away the remnants of the cake, devouring half of it, causing her belly to swell. Ultimately, she decided to pack the remaining half to enjoy the next day. Yu Chongli licked her lips. Can we make another one next year?" "We shall see when the time comes," she replied with a mischievous grin, wrapping her arms around Chu Yuan's. "Uncle is the best." As the night deepened, Chu Yuan sat on the rooftop, cradling Yu Chongli in his arms as they gazed at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. A chilly breeze swept through, prompting Yu Chongli to snuggle closer to Chu Yuan, breathing warmth into her small hands before looking up and inquiring, "Uncle Zombie, the book says that the stars in the sky are transformed parents. Are my mom and dad among them?" "Indeed," Chu Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on the stars. "Even if they are no longer by your side, your parents have become stars, watching over you from above, never truly gone." As he spoke, Chu Yuan lowered his head to meet her gaze and asked, "What is it? Do you miss your parents?" "No," she replied. "I am merely curious." Yu Chongli lifted her tiny hands to cradle Chu Yuan's pale face, peering into his crimson eyes. Having never known her parents, she added, "To me, Uncle Zombie is just like a father. After a moment's pause, she suddenly declared, I do not wish for Uncle Zombie to become a star. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then playfully pinched her nose, breaking into a silent chuckle. Rest assured, I won tea. On this day, as Yu Chongli turned 9, you finally took her out of the building, allowing her to glimpse the world beyond, a city she had only encountered in stories but had never truly set foot in. Outside the building, Yu Chongli was brimming with excitement, grasping Chu Yuan's hand as she bounced about, chattering incessantly. Uncle Zombie, where are we headed? To find some useful items. Is it the kind of oil that can be used for cooking? Or perhaps paint for drawing? Both. Chu Yuan held her hand, traversing the desolate streets of a once thriving city. This had once been a bustling commercial thoroughfare, now reduced to a state of decay. The glass facades lay shattered, fragmented into countless sharp fissures. The broken overpass had crumbled into ruins. Abandoned vehicles littered the streets, some with doors ajar, their interiors filled with bones long turned to dust by the passage of time. In the distance, dilapidated buildings were cloaked in sprawling black vines, seemingly a grotesque form of mutated flora, thriving on the nutrients of decay. Entwining the forsaken shops and contorting the once vibrant neon signs into grotesque shapes. There was no human clamor, only an oppressive silence. Yu Chongli tilted her head, surveying her surroundings with unadulterated curiosity. Gradually, her excitement waned, giving way to an inexplicable melancholy. She gazed at the tattered rag doll on the ground, the torn advertisements, the shattered glass storefronts, and the remnants of bones within the vehicles. This was a stark contrast to the vibrant city depicted in the tales she had read, where skyscrapers soared. Neon lights flickered, and crowds thronged the streets. What lay before her was a graveyard of a city, where even the wind carried the scent of decay. Previously, she had only observed from the heights of the buildings, the reality eluding her grasp. Yet now, as she beheld the abandoned city up close, the harsh truth of its desolation became painfully evident. Uncle, she tugged at Chu Yuan's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. Has it always been like this outside all these years? When you go out to gather supplies, do you always encounter such scenes? Chu Yuan slightly lowered his head, gazing at her. He understood that for Yu Chongli, this was the first true confrontation with reality. In her world, there existed only their stronghold, only him, and the familiar zombies that surrounded her. Yet today, she finally stepped out of that ivory tower, witnessing the ruins left in the wake of humanity's demise. Perhaps she has come to realize that she had been living in a fairy tale, while the world outside was far more brutal than she had ever imagined. Chu Yuan gently patted her head, saying, Yu Chongli raised her head, wondering if there were still living souls outside. Chu Yuan fell into a contemplative silence before responding. Yes, in truth, there were once several factions of marauders in this district, but over the years, he had eradicated them all. As for the more distant regions, humanity should still be thriving. Yu Chongli continued to inquire, might they, like us, reside in towering edifices, cultivate gardens, savor warm water, and celebrate with birthday cakes? To this, he admitted, I cannot say. With a gentle smile, Chu Yuan refrained from providing a definitive answer. The two continued their journey through the desolate city, with Yu Chongli casting curious glances around, absorbing the sights of the urban wasteland. Occasionally, they encountered a few zombies. Yet these wandering creatures would part ways as if acknowledging the presence of their sovereign. Some even went so far as to clear obstacles from the path ahead, ensuring an unimpeded route for the pair. After a considerable time, Chu Yuan paused slightly, furrowing his brow. He could hear the distant sounds of zombie growls, the clash of combat, and the murmur of human voices emanating from the ruins ahead. It was surprising to find humans in this forsaken place. Could they be newly arrived marauders? Ah, those sounds, could they belong to other humans? Yu Chongli peered in the direction of the noise, but a toppled elongated truck obstructed her view of what lay beyond. She tugged at Chu Yuan's hand eagerly, yet the sight remained elusive. Perhaps, Chu Yuan murmured, tightening his grip on Yu Chongli's small hand, and lowered his voice, stay close to me. Yu Chongli nodded vigorously, her anticipation to encounter other humans palpable. Chu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Yu Chongli. In truth, with his formidable strength, he could have safeguarded Yu Chongli's safety all along, preventing any zombies from launching an attack against them. The reason he waited until Yu Chongli matured to this point before bringing her out was that her temperament needed to evolve to a level capable of accepting certain harsh realities. For instance, not all humans are benevolent. Some pose a threat to one's very existence and must be eradicated. Chu Yuan carried Yu Chongli as he ascended the overturned freight truck. Yu Chongli, ever the spirited one, hopped lightly into the driver's seat, placing her feet on the side of the chair while her hands gripped the edge of the window, allowing her to peek outside and observe the unfolding situation. Soon, a group of humans emerged from the opposite side of the street, engaged in the grim task of dispatching zombies. Clad in standardized combat uniforms adorned with the emblem of a ferocious tiger on their shoulder patches, they unleashed their supernatural abilities, wreaking havoc along their path. One adept of lightning waved his hand, sending forth a blue arc that instantaneously annihilated the surrounding ordinary zombies. "Move quickly," barked a figure who exuded the authority of a leader. This area was marked as a danger zone on the map, rumored to harbor a zombie king. And lingering was not an option. He continued, urging his companions to apprehend the wanted criminal and retreat immediately. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. It appeared that nearly a decade had passed, and humanity had not merely survived in a state of despair or faced extinction. Rather, they had established a formidable presence in the wasteland, capable of producing standardized uniforms and maintaining a legal framework. At that moment, one of the supernatural beings in the group spotted Chu Yuan. "Over there," someone shouted, pointing at the figure standing atop the truck. "There's a person." The collective gaze of the group shifted towards Chu Yuan. Yet, as they discerned his pallid skin, blood-red eyes, and colorless lips, realization struck, and their pupils dilated in horror. "No, it's a zombie, and at least a high-level mutated one. Damn it, I've never encountered one so human-like. I almost mistook it for a person." The urgency in their voices escalated, and they swiftly assumed an offensive formation, prioritizing the elimination of the perceived threat. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yuan's gaze deepened slightly. He raised his hand and waved lightly. In the next moment, the zombies in several surrounding streets erupted into chaos. It was as if they had heard an invisible command, all turning their heads in unison, moving in a disjointed yet swift manner toward Chu Yuan's location, akin to a surging tide. The dense throng of corpses surged forward, quickly converging at the opposite end of the intersection. What on earth? Why did the zombies suddenly go into a frenzy? Could it be the work of this mutated zombie? Is it possible that it is the sovereign of this area? Given this quantity, the faces of the ability user team turned pale, their expressions filled with despair. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. "Uncle Zombie, are these the human bad guys you spoke of?" Yu Chongli crawled out of the vehicle, tugging at Chu Yuan's arm with her small hand. Chu Yuan lowered his gaze and observed Yu Chongli looking at him with curiosity and intrigue. He quickly realized that she might believe he intended to harm these individuals. However, that was not the case. It was only by demonstrating undeniable strength that one could ensure obedience. His intention was merely to intimidate this group and inquire about certain matters. Yet, he remained uncertain. Perhaps his intentions were not so straightforward after all. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, gently patting her small head. With a snap of his fingers, the surging tide of corpses suddenly ceased their advance. They appeared drained of all vitality, standing motionless in place, as if rendered inert. This scene relieved the members of the ability user team, yet they dared not relax their vigilance. Their eyes shifted towards Chu Yuan, filled with trepidation, alongside a sense of confusion and curiosity. The onslaught had halted, and it seemed their assailants had no intention of slaying them. Yet, the sudden appearance of the little girl raised questions. Why did she refer to that zombie as uncle? Regardless, they had been spared. Yet, one could not help but ponder the nature of the relationship between this little girl and the undead creature. Chu Yuan scrutinized the extraordinary abilities team before him. The members of the team remained on high alert, their weapons unwaveringly aimed at him. Amidst the taut atmosphere, he spoke slowly. "Intruders, elucidate your intentions." The shock in the eyes of the team lingered. Chu Yuan, as a zombie, exhibited an intelligence that transcended their understanding. Ultimately, it was the team leader, Yang Fan, who furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly weighing his options. After a deep breath, he commanded his team to lower their weapons and stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Yang Fan. Our squad is a combat unit from the human sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world. We have come here on a mission to apprehend an A-class fugitive who has gone into hiding. According to our intelligence, he vanished completely upon entering this area." Yang Fan's gaze swept over the surrounding corpses before returning to Chu Yuan. "We only seek to locate the fugitive and harbor no intention of hostility towards you." Upon hearing the term, Chu Yuan softly murmured, his brow slightly raised. As he had anticipated, humanity had indeed developed a mature wasteland faction. Yu Chongli exhibited a profound curiosity. "What is a shelter?" she inquired, her bright eyes fixed on Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced at her, then at the indifferent Chu Yuan, and patiently addressed her question. A shelter is the last bastion of safety for humanity, established by the remnants of governmental forces in conjunction with various factions. His tone softened as he endeavored to explain in terms Yu Chongli could comprehend. We have created stable cities there, fortified by walls to keep the zombies at bay, with order, sustenance, medical care, and a community of humans living together. We have patrols that scour the vicinity daily to eliminate the surrounding zombies, ensuring the safety of the shelter. While it may not rival the splendor of the pre-apocalypse era, it is, at the very least, humanity's final refuge compared to the desolation outside. Yu Chongli clasped her small fists against her chest, her eyes shimmering with excitement. A place inhabited by many humans, with walls, order, and a steady supply of food and shelter. For Yu Chongli, this represented an entirely foreign and enchanting world. From the moment of her birth, her vision had been confined to crumbling ruins, silent zombies, and the vast solitude beneath the sky. In her world, there existed only the uncle zombies. She had read about the lifestyles of humans from a bygone era in books, yet had never truly witnessed it. Now, the shelter that Yang Fan described seemed to embody such a place. A glimmer of longing appeared on Yu Chongli's face. Upon observing the visage of Yu Chongli, Chu Yuan fell into a contemplative reverie. After all, Chongli was human, while he was a mere zombie. Perhaps she ought to return to her rightful place, rather than being constrained by him, an otherworldly being in this limited territory. She yearned for companionship, for allies, for genuine warmth. Yet, the time for that was not yet ripe. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted towards Yang Fan and the others. Zhongli was still young, lacking both the awareness and ability for self-protection, as well as the discernment to judge right from wrong. If Zhongli were to enter the sanctuary, being a zombie, could not accompany her inside. Moreover, he could not ascertain the true conditions within the sanctuary. Should Zhongli face bullying or unfair treatment there, he would be powerless to shield her. Therefore, even if it would disappoint her, he felt compelled to ask her to wait a few more years, until she grew up and gained the ability to protect herself. By that time, he would be able to let go with peace of mind, allowing her to soar freely in her own sky. At that moment, Yang Fan cautiously observed Chu Yuan before him. This area belonged to the domain of a zombie king, and it was evident that the individual before him was indeed that very king. With great care, he inquired, "Might I ask, Your Excellency, if you would permit us to apprehend the wanted criminal and then take our leave? After all, being a wanted criminal within your territory may cause you some inconvenience." Chu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly, agreed. Yang Fan and the others exhaled in relief, only to tense again when Chu Yuan added, "However, within this territory, I shall oversee your every move." Their hearts clenched, the fleeting sense of security dissipating as swiftly as it had come. Naturally, Chu Yuan continued, his voice measured, in return. "I shall assist you in apprehending the fugitive. Once captured, you must depart without delay." "Understood. We accept," Yang Fan replied hastily, nodding in agreement. The sheer might of the sovereign of the undead was beyond question. The mere ability to command an army of the risen was terrifying enough. That he had spared their lives, nay, even offered his aid, was a stroke of fortune beyond their wildest hopes. Thus, the two parties forged their pact, setting forth together. Chu Yuan turned around and raised a hand, gently waving it. Instantly, the surrounding zombies seemed to receive a command, dispersing in all directions. Yang Fan and the others swallowed nervously. No matter how many times they witnessed this emperor-like ability to command thousands of zombies at will, it always left them in awe. The zombie king before them undeniably lived up to his regal title. Moments later, the group advanced through the dilapidated streets. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, but mustered the courage to inquire of the figure ahead. "May I ask how to address you, esteemed sir?" "Chu Yuan," he replied. Yang Fan committed the name to memory and, unable to restrain his curiosity, continued, "Might I inquire about the relationship between you and this young girl?" He gestured towards Yu Chongli, who was holding Chu Yuan's hand. The other members of the combat team also looked at Yu Chongli, utterly perplexed as to why a zombie king would accompany a human girl and how they could coexist harmoniously. Yu Chongli lifted her small head and, looking back at Yang Fan, proudly declared, "The zombie uncle is like a father to me." Yang Fan and the others gasped in astonishment. A father? Their gazes darted back and forth between Chu Yuan and Yu Chongli, their faces a mixture of disbelief and wonder. Chu Yuan, however, remained unfazed, merely nodding slightly as he added, "She is the girl I raised since childhood." Yang Fan and his companions were rendered speechless. They had never before encountered a zombie claiming to have nurtured a human girl. After a lengthy pause, Yang Fan cautiously inquired, Before becoming a zombie, were you human? Lord Chu Yuan? Your questions seem rather excessive, Chu Yuan replied without turning his head. Yang Fan stiffened, hastily silencing himself, fearful of probing further. After a moment, Chu Yuan suddenly asked, "By the way, I overheard you mention Zombie King. What precisely does that term signify?" Yang Fan paused in surprise before explaining. The hierarchy of zombies is categorized by strength. The lowest tier consists of ordinary zombies, followed by mutated types, high-level mutated types, lord-level zombies, catastrophe-level zombies, and finally, the Zombie King. The Zombie King is currently recognized as the most powerful level, capable of rivaling class as human abilities. Chu Yuan listened with a pensive expression. How formidable, then, are S-class superhumans? He inquired. Yang Fan contemplated earnestly before responding. S-class superhumans wield power far beyond ordinary ability users. They can effortlessly demolish entire buildings, and the abilities they command often possess cataclysmic, world-shaking potential. Yang Fan proceeded to elaborate on the legendary feats of S-class superhumans, obliterating entire mountains, upheaving kilometers of terrain, and withstanding hordes of the undead numbering in the tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan gained a general understanding of the capabilities of S-class superhumans. He reflected inwardly, comparing them to his master, who could cleave mountains and seas with a single sword strike. From the descriptions, it appeared that the S-class superhumans here possessed, at most, a level of destructive power akin to minor strategic capabilities. It seemed that these S-class superhumans were somewhat inferior to the S-class saviors of the current world. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that truly formidable S-class superhumans had yet to reveal their strength. His ability to halt time could last for several minutes. And although he had not specifically measured his physical strength, shattering the alloy doors of a bank vault should pose no challenge for him. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that S-class superhumans would likely not be his match. While Chu Yuan pondered these matters, Yu Chongli was eagerly bombarding Yang Fan and the others with questions. Is there an amusement park in your shelter? Yes. Are there airplanes? Yes. But commercial flights are mostly out of service. Are there tall buildings? Indeed. Well, Yu Chongli's eyes sparkled with excitement, frequently exclaiming, "Oh," in sheer astonishment. Embodying an image of pure curiosity. What about delicious meat? Is there any? Yes, we have a farm with chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle, and sheep. Meat. I've only ever eaten canned food and have never seen a living animal. Yu Chongli clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes twinkling with longing. I want to eat it so much. Despite their initial reluctance to answer Yu Chongli's questions, Yang Fan and the others soon found themselves enchanted by the innocent, lively little girl, their tone softening considerably. Chu Yuan gazed at the cheerful Yu Chongli, a barely perceptible smile of contentment gracing his lips. Suddenly, her eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. Living creatures, genuine flesh. He silently committed Yu Chongli's thoughts to memory, already formulating a plan in his mind. The group had scoured the abandoned city for an extended period, yet yielded nothing. The members of the tactical team appeared somewhat anxious, yet they refrained from urging Chu Yuan. At that moment, Chu Yuan abruptly halted his steps. He retrieved a self-made mobile device from his pocket, and the screen illuminated with a red warning signal. I believe I have located the A-class fugitive you are searching for, Chu Yuan announced. What? Yang Fan was taken aback. He quickly inquired where. Chu Yuan raised his hand and pointed, the skyscraper. Yang Fan and the others followed his gesture and gazed towards the center of the desolate urban area. There stood a dilapidated skyscraper, towering above the surroundings, exuding an imposing presence that seemed to dwarf the mountains. It was easy to imagine that before the cataclysm, it must have been the iconic landmark of the entire district. Having spoken, he ceased further conversation, turned, and strode purposefully towards the skyscraper. As Chu Yuan made his way towards the direction of the building, Yu Chongli trotted alongside, grasping his hand. Observing this, Yang Fan and the others hastily followed suit. Upon their arrival at the plaza in front of the edifice, they beheld a battle zone enveloped by dozens of zombies, kicking up clouds of dust from afar. At the center, a scarred man brandished a pitch-black longsword, embroiled in a fierce struggle with a formidable, mutated zombie, neither gaining the upper hand. The ordinary zombies surrounding them were obliterated into bloody fragments merely by the shockwaves of the ongoing conflict. The scarred man's gaze was fierce, exuding a menacing aura. As dark red energy swirled around him, each strike of his blade unleashed a ripple of force. Indeed, it was he, the A-class wanted criminal of the sanctuary. The A-class superpowered individual known as Black Blade. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed as he fixated on the scarred man, speaking with conviction. He then turned his attention to the zombie engaged with black blade. Towering in stature, its body was adorned with green patterns, its fists the size of watermelons, and its teeth razor-sharp. Yang Fan squinted slightly, a disaster-level zombie. Simultaneously, the A-class wanted criminal known as Black Blade also noticed Chu Yuan and his companions, his pupils dilating in sudden alarm. He then furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative expression, as if pondering how to extricate himself from this precarious situation. Chu Yuan gazed at the Black Blade, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers, and nearly 10 advanced zombies, distinctly different from ordinary ones, emerged onto the battlefield. The Black Blade engaged in combat with them, but soon found himself retreating in disarray. His countenance shifted dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. Catastrophic-level zombies. They were all catastrophic-level zombies. Yang Fan and his companions mirrored his astonishment. It is crucial to note that catastrophic-level zombies equate to A-grade superhumans, capable of breaching a shelter station housing hundreds. Now, nearly 10 of these formidable creatures stood amidst the ruins, encircling the Black Blade. The implications of such a presence were staggering. Their mere existence was sufficient to penetrate the defenses of the shelter and invade within. Without an S-grade superhuman, there was no hope of resolution. A tempest of dread surged within Yang Fan and the others, rendering them breathless. Meanwhile, the Black Blade gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Although he was a standout among A-grade superhumans, he was still just an A-grade. Faced with 10 catastrophic-level zombies, he was utterly outmatched. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he finally cast a glance toward Chu Yuan. The man holding the little girl before Yang Fan was unfamiliar to him. But he recognized Yang Fan. Thoughts raced through his mind, and with a steely resolve, he decided to break through the pursuing combat team. Targeting the man with the little girl first, the Black Blade unleashed his powers once more and charged toward Chu Yuan. Prepare for battle, Yang Fan bellowed, and all team members immediately readied themselves against the oncoming Black Blade. However, at that moment, Chu Yuan vanished without a trace, devoid of any warning or sign. The Black Blade's pupils constricted as a foreboding sensation washed over him. In the next instant, a pale yet powerful hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight, pressing against his face. What boom! Before the Black Blade could finish his thought, he was forcefully pinned down by an irresistible, terrifying force, crashing violently into the ground. The earth erupted, dust soaring into the air. A deep pit was created as Chu Yuan pressed the Black Blade into the ground. The entire sequence unfolded without hesitation or opportunity for resistance. To the Black Blade, the world seemed to reverse. His brain struggled to comprehend the unfolding events as the light around him dimmed rapidly, the ground beneath him shook violently, and his head sank into the frigid rock layers. His consciousness gradually dissipating. He succumbed to unconsciousness entirely. Silence engulfed the scene. Yang Fan and the others, witnessing this spectacle, were plunged into a profound stillness. The expressions on their faces could hardly encapsulate their shock. Their mouths gaped slightly, yet their throats felt constricted, rendering them voiceless. That was the Black Blade, one of the top-tier A-grade superhumans. Their entire team, even when combining their strengths, would have to exert tremendous effort to subdue such a formidable opponent in direct confrontation. Yet, before Chu Yuan, the Black Blade had not even been afforded the chance to resist. It was merely a simple press, and the Black Blade was reduced to a powerless, fragile toy crushed into the earth, completely unconscious. Was this the power of the Zombie King? Yang Fan and the others felt their hair stand on end, a chill racing down their spines. It was only at this moment that Yang Fan comprehended the absurdity of his previous thoughts, realizing just how naive he had been. As the Zombie King, Chu Yuan predominantly relies on his commanding power over the undead. Should one dare to oppose him, with the harmonious synergy of their ranks, it is conceivable that they might encircle Chu Yuan, employing a strategy of capturing the leader to subdue the foe, thereby defeating him and seizing the opportunity to turn the tide. However, the probability of success is rather slim, and given Chu Yuan's intellect and ability to negotiate peace, he ultimately decided against such an endeavor after careful consideration. Yet, in retrospect, it appears that their chances are not merely low. They are, in fact, non-existent. Chu Yuan is a formidable being capable of effortlessly annihilating the Black Blade, to the extent that he barely registered Chu Yuan's movements. Yang Fan swallowed hard, his fists clenching silently. He felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that they had not made a misguided decision, grateful that they had chosen not to oppose Chu Yuan at that moment. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground now would likely not be the black blade, but rather themselves. Chu Yuan dragged the obsidian blade from the pit with effortless grace, flicking his wrist dismissively. The unconscious figure was hurled at Yang Fan's feet, its body striking the ground with a thunderous impact that sent dust swirling into the air. The head lolled grotesquely to one side, a crimson rivulet of blood tracing a path from the corner of its mouth. Yang Fan blinked in momentary astonishment before swiftly regaining his composure. With practiced efficiency, he signaled his team to secure the captive. They fastened specialized restraints designed to neutralize superhuman abilities, then administered a potent neural paralytic to ensure prolonged unconsciousness and subsequent power suppression. Only after completing these meticulous preparations did Yang Fan straighten his posture to face Chu Yuan squarely. Your business here is concluded, I presume? Chu Yuan's voice carried the weight of finality. Yang Fan inclined his head respectfully. Indeed, Lord Chu Yuan, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance. Might we now take our leave? Permission granted, Chu Yuan responded, watching as relief began to dawn on their faces before delivering his caveat. However, certain conditions remain. Yang Fan's muscles tensed imperceptibly. What requirements do you impose? I demand absolute discretion regarding my intelligence and the circumstances of this encounter. The sanctuary's inhabitants must remain ignorant. This. Yang Fan hesitated, his mind racing through implications. While personal secrecy posed no challenge, Chu Yuan possessed no means to verify their future compliance. As realization dawned, beads of perspiration formed at his temples. There existed, of course, one foolproof method to ensure their silence: the retention of a hostage whose brutal execution would follow any breach of confidence. Chu Yuan observed Yang Fan's expression and realized the other had misunderstood his intentions. The most effective method to ensure secrecy would indeed be to eliminate Yang Fan and his companions, transforming them into obedient undead subordinates under his command. However, he chose to spare their lives because he possessed an alternative means of guaranteeing their silence, one from which he, too, could derive considerable benefit. Chu Yuan said, of course. Do not rush to respond. I have another question. Will you be able to return here later without drawing the attention of others? Yang Fan nodded affirmatively, indicating that it was indeed possible. With that, Chu Yuan produced a lustrous, oval-shaped orb. The crystal core. This should be of use to you, correct? Very useful. Yang Fan exhaled in relief. Although he did not fully comprehend Chu Yuan's intentions, it seemed he did not plan to bring them harm. Therefore, he did not conceal the fact that the crystal core could enhance the abilities of supernatural beings and also provided ordinary individuals with a significant chance of acquiring such powers. In the sanctuary, it was undoubtedly a valuable commodity. Then, Yang Fan cautiously inquired, May I ask what your intentions are, Lord Chu Yuan? In the future, I wish to utilize the crystal cores for regular private transactions with you, Chu Yuan replied calmly. Live poultry, chocolate, and spices, items that are scarce outside the sanctuary. Yang Fan was taken aback. He did not expect that this sovereign of the undead, positioned at the apex of the apocalypse's food chain, would make such a request. But, zombies do not require these, do they? Yang Fan asked cautiously. Chu Yuan gently raised his chin, casting a fleeting glance towards Yu Chongli beside him. Yang Fan followed his gaze and found Yu Chongli gazing at them with her bright, sparkling eyes, filled with eager anticipation. In that moment, Yang Fan comprehended that the food was not prepared for Chu Yuan himself, but rather for Yu Chongli. A subtle stir of emotion welled up within Yang Fan. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What do you think? You can profit from the price difference, but in return, you must help me keep this a secret. Having previously eradicated numerous marauding factions, he possessed a considerable number of low-tier crystal cores obtained from these raiders. However, these low-tier cores had become utterly useless to him. Only the cores derived from disaster-level zombies held any significance for him. Therefore, it would be prudent to utilize these surplus low-tier cores for trading with Yang Fan and others. Chongli sought items that were elusive to him, and those brought from the shelter by these individuals could perfectly fulfill his needs. Yang Fan swallowed hard. He had to admit, he was tempted. Even the lowest-tier crystal core, if evaluated against the pre-apocalyptic market, was worth tens of thousands. Should they engage in clandestine transactions with Chu Yuan, all profits would be theirs to claim, a surefire profitable venture. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan nodded earnestly. All right, we will keep this secret from above and regularly bring supplies for trade. Excellent, Chu Yuan replied. Chu Yuan tossed the crystal core forward, and Yang Fan swiftly caught it with both hands. Let this be considered a gesture of sincerity, Chu Yuan remarked, looking forward to a pleasant collaboration. The wind stirred the dust upon the ground, weaving through the shattered remnants of the ruins. Chu Yuan stood atop a lofty perch. Watching as Yang Fan and the others gradually faded into the distance, their silhouettes eventually melding into the dusky horizon. Uncle, uncle, uncle. A sudden cheer shattered the stillness. As Yu Changli exuberantly bounded towards Chu Yuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Will there be live chickens, cows, and sheep to feast upon? And so many delightful snacks I have never encountered before? Chu Yuan smiled faintly, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Indeed, there will be. Wonderful, Yu Changli exclaimed, twirling with delight, her excitement causing her to rise onto her toes. Uncle Zombie, you are truly amazing. You can procure anything. When the time comes, I want to savor candies, indulge in chocolates, and also enjoy ice cream. She counted on her fingers, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chu Yuan gazed upon her with a gaze that softened imperceptibly, even though Yu Changli had never truly witnessed the entirety of the world. And despite her surroundings being filled with crumbling ruins and an endless expanse of corpses, even though her friends were merely the voiceless, growling zombies, she remained so blissfully happy and utterly pure. She resembled the sole glimmer of light in this desolate apocalypse. An aging yet powerful modified war vehicle sped along the cracked highway, its tires grinding against the battered asphalt, kicking up clouds of dust, akin to a solitary steel beast. Yang Fan sat in the passenger seat, propping his forehead with one hand. Their mission was ostensibly to capture the A-rank wanted criminal, Black Blade. Yet the most significant outcome was not the capture of Black Blade, but rather the opportunity for a clandestine transaction with Chu Yuan. At that moment, a member of the operational team, Pan Tu, toyed with the military knife in his hand, breaking the silence. Captain, do you recall how Chu Yuan intercepted Black Blade? Yang Fan snapped back to reality and turned to look at Pan Tuesday. He simply vanished. Pan Tu gripped his knife, his eyes glimmering. This indicated that he possessed extraordinary powers, not merely enhanced strength or elemental abilities, but potentially spatial powers, or even the legendary time manipulation abilities that exceeded S-rank. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. The female team member in the back, Zhou Shi, pondered for a moment before whispering to Yang Fan, Captain, Chu Yuan poses too great a danger. Should we discreetly report his existence to our superiors? The other team members in the vehicle turned their gazes toward Yang Fan upon hearing her words. Yang Fan remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No need. I promised Chu Yuan I would not disclose his existence. His tone was calm yet held an undeniable authority. He bore no malice towards humanity. The little girl he had adopted, Yu Changli, was testament to that. This also indicated that Chu Yuan was not merely a monster. He possessed complete rationality and even the glimmers of humanity. In my view, under certain circumstances, Yang Fan paused, his gaze profound, he could even become an ally to humanity. Zhou Shi nodded slowly, smiling. All right, I will follow your lead, Captain. The others in the vehicle ceased their chatter. However, Pan Tu, sitting in the corner, quietly lowered his head, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Weeks passed, and the day for the transaction agreed upon by Chu Yuan and Yang Fan arrived. At the top of a skyscraper, Chu Yuan stood side by side with Yu Changli, waiting in silence. In recent days, Yu Changli had been particularly eager, circling around Chu Yuan, asking Yang Fan how much longer until their arrival, daydreaming about the treasures Yang Fan and his team would bring, which left Chu Yuan somewhat helpless. Yet he patiently answered Yu Changli each time. At that moment, the sun cast a slanted light upon the shattered city ruins, elongating their shadows. The zombies that once filled the streets had been entirely eradicated by Chu Yuan, allowing Yang Fan and his companions to approach without hindrance. Before long, from a distance, a dark shadow swept across the city's debris. A modified war vehicle sped down the cracked road, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. They're here, Yu Changli exclaimed, pointing at the approaching vehicle, her face alight with excitement. Chu Yuan gave a slight nod as he observed the chariot approaching. He lifted Princess Yu Changli into his arms and leapt gracefully, landing steadily on the ground after a series of swift maneuvers from the top floor. Just as Yang Fan and the others came to a halt, the car door still unopened, they witnessed a shadow descending like a specter from above, landing silently before them and stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn. Pan Tu in the back seat instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Despite being aware of Chu Yuan's formidable prowess, he found it difficult to acclimate to the sheer terror that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Yang Fan, however, quickly adjusted his mindset. He patted Pan Tu reassuringly, signaling him not to be anxious, then opened the car door and stepped out. As per our agreement, we have arrived, Yang Fan said with a smile. Have you brought the items? Chu Yuan inquired, gently setting down Yuchangli. Of course, Yang Fan replied, gesturing towards the back of the vehicle. The team members swiftly opened the trunk, revealing neatly arranged boxes of supplies. A row of exquisitely packaged candies, chocolates, several bags of carefully selected spices, and even a few lively chickens confined within iron cages, flapping their wings and clucking merrily, came into view. Yuchangli's eyes widened in delight as she excitedly approached. Looking around and touching everything, her eyes sparkling like stars. Wow, there are really live chickens. So much candy. Uncle Zombie, we can eat sweets now. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Chu Yuan reached out to gently ruffle her hair, signaling her to wait for a moment. He raised his hand, and 5 zombies emerged from the building, commencing an orderly transport of supplies into the structure. As Yang Fan observed these methodical movements of the undead, he couldn't help but marvel once again at Chu Yuan's commanding presence. These zombies no longer appeared as mindless monsters. Instead, they resembled well-trained subjects and soldiers. As the supplies were relocated, Chu Yuan slowly lifted his hand and tossed a bag of crystal cores to Yang Fan. Quick-witted and agile, Yang Fan caught the bag and examined it closely. Inside was a collection of low-tier crystal cores, yet due to their considerable quantity, they still held significant value. Within the shelter, they could undoubtedly be exchanged for numerous precious resources. A pleasure to collaborate, Yang Fan remarked with a smile as he accepted the crystal cores. Extending his hand. A pleasure indeed, Chu Yuan replied, reciprocating the gesture and shaking hands with Yang Fan. Perhaps this marked the first genuine collaboration between humans and zombies. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan and his team boarded the modified combat vehicle. The vehicle roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust as it moved further away, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Chu Yuan quietly watched them depart until the vehicle completely vanished from sight. Only then did he retract his gaze, lowering his eyes to the still exuberant Yuchangli. Let us see what treasures they have brought, he suggested with a smile, taking her small hand and leading her towards the building. Yay! Yuchangli cheered, bouncing joyfully alongside Chu Yuan as they made their way home. The armored vehicle sped across the rugged wasteland road, the jostling cabin filled with a relaxed atmosphere. Yang Fan sat in the passenger seat, opening a bag to reveal neatly arranged crystal cores, glowing with a faint ethereal light. He sifted through them with a hint of a smile. This haul is quite commendable, he remarked with satisfaction. The team members in the backseat readily echoed his sentiment, their faces betraying uncontainable joy. Indeed, this transaction was immensely profitable. Just think of the sumptuous feasts we can indulge in and the delightful company we can enjoy. Now we can provide a better life for our families back home. Aha! Yang Fan laughed heartily as he began distributing the crystal cores to everyone. According to their previously agreed-upon ratio, each person received a share of substantial value. When it was Zhou Shi's turn, Yang Fan handed her portion to her. This is for you. Their eyes met, and it was then that Yang Fan noticed Zhou Shi had been gazing at him intently for some time. He was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Shi, realizing her gaze, quickly averted her eyes, concealing the unspoken emotion swirling within. She hastily reached out to accept the cores. As their fingers brushed during the exchange, both felt the warmth and sensation of the other, causing them to freeze momentarily. The atmosphere became subtly charged. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The backseat team members immediately sensed the shift, grinning mischievously as they began to tease. Captain, should we make some room for you too? The tension is palpable. Yang, don't play coy. We've sensed the chemistry between you two for a while now. Why not just hold the wedding right here under the sun? The cabin erupted with laughter and playful banter, with someone even whistling to intensify the exuberance. Yang Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cleared his throat, quickly withdrawing his hand and feigning nonchalance. Enough with the nonsense. Zhou Shi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head to stow the crystal cores in her pocket, her ears tinged with a delicate pink. Stop making things up, she retorted, though her voice was soft and lacked any real authority. The team members only laughed louder in response. How adorable. Captain, are you going to chase after her or not? Give us a clear answer. Yang Fan, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, feeling the fervor of their teasing. He could only shake his head in resignation. Seems you all are just looking for trouble. I'll increase your training intensity when we return. Hey, don't. We were wrong. The group quickly surrendered, their laughter subsiding somewhat, though their eyes remained filled with playful mockery. Zhou Shi bit her lip slightly, stealing a glance at Yang Fan. Noticing his discomfort, an inexplicable sweetness blossomed in her heart. The wheels rolled over the barren earth, racing forth in the wind. The lights on the top floor of the building illuminated the warm ambience within. Yu Chongli could hardly contain her excitement as she tore open the packaging, her small hands cradling the chocolate, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She took a delicate bite. The rich sweetness burst on her tongue, a flavor unlike any she had experienced before, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Her face radiated uncontainable happiness, and she shook her little head in delight. Wow, this is delicious. Sweet, with a hint of bitterness. She held the chocolate carefully, fearful of losing even a crumb, savoring the taste as she looked up at Chu Yuan with bright eyes. Uncle Zombie, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. Thank you. Her voice was filled with pure joy as she expressed her gratitude. Chu Yuan gazed at her visage of blissful contentment, extending his hand to gently tousle her soft, wine-red curls, savoring the sensation of her petite head swaying in his palm. If you desire it, you shall have as much as you wish in the future. Such things, I will always provide for you. Yu Chongli was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks full as she savored the chocolate, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Suddenly, she leaped into Chu Yuan's embrace, wrapping her small arms tightly around his waist. Nuzzling softly against his chest, emitting a sound of pure satisfaction, Uncle Zombie is the best. As night descended, a gentle breeze caressed the dilapidated ruins, while the starry sky remained clear and tranquil, enveloped in silence. Chu Yuan and Yu Chongli walked slowly towards the cemetery. This area, once a graveyard on the outskirts of a desolate city, had been overtaken by nature in the aftermath of the apocalypse, with wild grasses flourishing uncontrollably. Yet, amidst the encroaching wilderness, one grave stood pristine and well-kept, clearly tended to by someone over a prolonged period. It was the resting place of Yu Chongli's mother. Chu Yuan once erected a monument for her using the remaining stones. Before the grave, he paused, his gaze lowered. Yu Chongli crouched down, carefully extracting a neatly packaged box of chocolates from her backpack, gently placing it before the tomb. Mom, it's been such a long time. Do you know? Today, Uncle Zombie managed to acquire an abundance of chocolates, along with many delightful candies, and even Mr. Rooster, whom I've only seen in books. Tonight, Uncle Zombie made me chicken soup for the first time. It was so fresh and delicious. And there's more. Before the grave, Yu Chongli's eyes sparkled brightly as she shared her joys, her spirit seemingly infused with an irrepressible excitement, chattering incessantly. After a while, she finally concluded her tales of the past few days. In short, she stood up, tiptoeing, tilting her head to gaze at the stars in the night sky, her eyes shimmering with a gentle radiance. She cupped her hands around her mouth, amplifying her voice. Mom, I am doing very well now, and I am truly happy. Her voice was clear, still tinged with a hint of childishness. You and Dad can rest assured up there. Thank you, she continued. Thank you for bringing me into this world, for allowing me the chance to meet Uncle Zombie. We will often watch the stars together and come here to visit you. As her words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the wind brushing against the desolate grass, producing a soft rustling sound. Chu Yuan gently ruffled Yu Chongli's small head, poured a cup of wine, and slowly placed it before the tomb, before taking a sip from the bottle himself. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, its warmth contrasting starkly with the chilling presence of the body, yet he merely embraced the sensation in silence. Over these years, I have taken great care of Chongli. Crouching on the ground, Chu Yuan's voice fell softly. I hope you can continue to silently watch over her in the unseen places, just as you did before. With that, he rose and turned to Yu Chongli, offering a gentle smile. Come, Chongli. Yu Chongli grasped Chu Yuan's hand, turning with him. After a moment, she looked back, waving her hand with a radiant smile. Goodbye, Mama. As her voice faded, the two departed, gradually vanishing from the graveyard. After a while, a breeze swept through the cemetery. Suddenly, a fallen leaf drifted down, landing lightly on the edge of a wine cup at the grave. The liquid within rippled gently, creating barely perceptible waves as if someone were silently savoring it. In the days that followed, you would periodically engage and trade with Yang Fan, who brought supplies from the shelter. Thanks to this, the facilities within the building grew increasingly complete, and the variety of food flourished. Occasionally, witnessing Yu Chongli's happiness made you feel that all your efforts were worthwhile. Thus, several years passed. The twilight sun cast its golden rays upon the top floor of the building, illuminating the distant ruins and tracing the marks of time. The generator emitted a series of jarring metallic screeches as Chu Yuan crouched, tool in hand, intently dismantling a damaged component. His movements were steady. Each turn of the screw was perfectly executed, as if he had repaired such equipment countless times before. Suddenly, a delicate face quietly leaned in, resting on his shoulder. Wine-red locks cascading down. A pair of bright, beautiful eyes blinked playfully, infused with a hint of mischief and anticipation. Uncle Zombie, how's the repair going? Yu Chongli inquired, her voice having shed its youthful innocence, now carrying the sweet, clear timbre distinctive of a young girl. Without lifting his head, Chu Yuan stated, 50%. Grant me a little more time, and I shall have it repaired. After speaking, he gestured to the side, assist me in retrieving the wrench over there. Certainly, replied Yu Chongli. Rising swiftly, she executed a graceful side flip, effortlessly clearing the chair and landing nimbly beside the toolbox. With a deft motion, she seized the wrench and spun back, presenting it with both hands. Here you go. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chu Yuan accepted the wrench and resumed his meticulous task of dismantling the damaged components. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Chongli had blossomed into a 16-year-old maiden, her features adorned with the beauty and charm of youth, her figure slender and graceful. Yet, her vivacious and spirited nature remained unaltered. Yu Chongli leapt onto the large box beside her, propping her chin on her hand, her legs swinging playfully as she quietly observed Chu Yuan at work. After a moment, she suddenly inquired, Hey, Uncle Zombie, may I join you in the repairs? Chu Yuan shrugged and said, Forget it. If you insist on doing it your way, then you can forget about enjoying the air conditioning tonight. You'll end up sweating and unable to sleep. Yu Chongli immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, her hand slipping from her cheek as she lowered her head in disappointment. Her voice tinged with grievance. After a moment, she asked, Uncle Zombie, do you think I'm a bit foolish? I can't manage these delicate tasks like you. And my mathematics isn't great either. How could that be? Chu Yuan replied, unscrewing a bolt and setting it aside. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. We cannot label someone as foolish simply because they struggle with something. But I feel so useless, she lamented. How can you be useless? Did you not just help me? And Chu Yuan turned to look at Yu Chongli, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead with the back of his hand, smiling gently. Even if you feel useless, so what? I will always take care of you. What do you have to fear? Yu Chongli gazed at Chu Yuan's pale yet handsome profile, momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned her face away, her cheeks flushing slightly in the unseen space. Before long, Chu Yuan returned his focus to repairing the generator. His expression was engrossed, eyes lowered, as his wrench precisely turned the components. His long, strong fingers deftly navigated the metal, immersed in his task as if the entire world had shrunk to just this generator. Unable to resist, Yu Chongli found herself captivated once more, her gaze tracing the sharp contours of his brow, the straight bridge of his nose, and the subtle jawline beneath his thin lips. After all these years, Uncle Zombie remained unchanged, steadfast and reliable, like a towering tree providing her with shelter from the storms of life. Yet, her feelings towards him had shifted. In her childhood, she depended on him, circling around him, looking up in admiration, believing he was her sole anchor in a chaotic world, a true hero. Now, however, she found herself caring about many things that once seemed trivial. For instance, even in the apocalypse, she felt compelled to arrange her hair more neatly. What once mattered little in terms of clothing now became significant. She wished to appear more mature and dependable in Uncle Zombie's eyes. She longed for him to notice her, to regard her with a gaze that was more than mere affection. Bang, bang. Gradually, her heart raced faster than usual. Just then, Chu Yuan's voice broke through. Why do you keep staring at me? He continued to tighten the screws without raising his head. And no, Yu Chongli stammered, her heart racing, raising her voice slightly as she hurriedly waved her hands. I wasn't staring at you. Feeling a surge of guilt, worried he might see through her, she hastily changed the subject. Uncle Zombie, how about we have braised chicken for dinner tonight? I've been practicing my cooking. I promise it'll be better than last time. That sounds good, Chu Yuan replied casually, as long as you don't blow up the kitchen like last time. That was just an accident. Yu Chongli puffed her cheeks, indignant. It was just a little mishap. Chu Yuan smiled gently, continuing to fiddle with the device in his hands. Days later, in the early morning, the ruins of the city were shrouded in a delicate dawn, the air still lingering with the night's chill. At the top of the building, Chu Yuan leaned against the railing, watching as Yu Chongli cheerfully descended the stairs. Today marked the day when Yang Fan and his companions would return for another transaction. Yu Chongli had taken the initiative to request to receive the supplies alone, and Chu Yuan consented, handing her the crystal cores intended for the trade. She had matured, and it was time for her to handle many matters independently. Below the building, an armored vehicle came to a slow stop, the deep rumble of its engine echoing through the ruins. Yang Fan and his companions peered out from the vehicle, momentarily taken aback to see Yu Chongli arriving alone. She came by herself this time? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow from the passenger seat. Realizing that this was Chu Yuan's way of training Yu Chongli and demonstrating his trust in them, he felt reassured. After years of transactions, A solid foundation of trust had been established between both parties. Now, upon seeing the zombies within Chu Yuan's territory, Yang Fan felt no need for caution. After a brief contemplation, he smiled at Zhou Shi beside him and said, "Shi, you should go down and negotiate." Zhou Shi nodded with a smile, opened the car door, and approached Yu Changli, who stood ahead. "Long time no see, Changli." Zhou Shi greeted her warmly. "Long time no see, Zhou Shoujie." Yu Changli replied energetically, handing her the crystal core. As Zhou Shi accepted it, she noticed Yu Changli's bright eyes glancing down at her slightly rounded belly, and she blinked in surprise. "Oh, Zhou Jie, your belly." Zhou Shi instinctively touched her gently protruding abdomen, a tender glow appearing in her eyes as she smiled softly. "This is my baby." "Baby?" Yu Changli's eyes lit up, wide with surprise. "Have you had a little baby?" "Yes, it's a child of Captain Fan and me." Zhou Shi nodded gently. Years had passed, and she and Yang Fan had finally come together. They were married and had their own spacious home in the sanctuary, along with the child growing within her. Yu Changli's eyes sparkled like a galaxy at her words, covering her mouth in awe, as if witnessing something profoundly romantic. Zhou Shi, amused by her reaction, gently suggested, "Would you like to come closer and listen to the baby? Is that okay?" Yu Changli cautiously inched nearer, her face filled with anticipation. "Of course." Zhou Shi replied with a warm smile, gently taking Yu Changli's hand and placing it on her belly. "Feel for yourself," she whispered, holding her breath. Yu Changli leaned in closer, her ear pressed against Zhou Shi's abdomen, listening intently. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from within Zhou Shi's belly. Yu Changli's eyes widened in astonishment as she straightened up, exclaiming, "It moved." The baby moved. Zhou Shi smiled gently, caressing her belly with a voice full of maternal warmth. "Yes, the baby knows you're here. Perhaps it is greeting you." In the armored vehicle, Yang Fan watched this scene unfold, a smile creeping onto his face. Zhou Shi's gentle smile, coupled with an unmistakable happiness, led her to reminisce. When the captain first felt the baby kick, he was so thrilled that he froze in place. Now, he eagerly anticipates every movement, almost wishing to be glued to my belly, afraid of missing a moment. "Wow," Yu Changli marveled, "how romantic, isn't it?" Zhou Shi chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with affection. After all, sharing the journey of parenthood with someone you cherish is an unparalleled joy. She continued, "If thinking about having a baby with someone makes your heart race with happiness, then that person is undoubtedly the one you hold dear. Witnessing your child grow alongside the one you love is the epitome of romance. If you have someone special, Changli, you would understand this sentiment. Someone special." Yu Changli paused momentarily, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Chu Yuan. Gradually, a blush crept onto her cheeks, her ears tinged with a soft crimson. Zhou Jie's words echoed in her mind. If it were with the zombie uncle. Suddenly, her heart raced, as if something warm had gripped her heart, her blood rushing with heat. In the next moment, she quickly lowered her head, blushing fiercely as she suppressed the thought, striving to remain composed. After a while, the zombies swiftly and efficiently began transferring the supplies from the vehicle into the building. Unlike ordinary zombies, their movements were precise and brisk. Almost as if they had been trained, each action performed with rhythmic efficiency, wasting no energy. Yu Changli stood beside them, hands on her hips, enthusiastically directing, "This goes to the top floor, that one of the storage room downstairs, and be careful with those. Don't bump them." Chu Yuan's command over the zombies has reached a remarkable level of sophistication. These zombies do not merely obey Yu Changli directly, rather, it is through Chu Yuan's higher-level instructions that they accept her commands. In a sense, they have become Yu Changli's subordinates. Amidst her directives, Zhou Shi, standing nearby, broached a topic, softly inquiring, "Changli, you seem so intrigued by the external world. Have you ever thought about visiting the shelter?" Yu Changli paused, turning to Zhou Shi, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding. "Well, I have always wanted to see the shelter." "Then why not tell your uncle?" Zhou Shi suggested. "There are many people in the shelter. You could make new friends and discover things that are unavailable here. Given his character, he shouldn't prevent you from going." A warm smile graced Yu Changli's lips as she shook her head, because zombie uncle cannot go there. Zhou Shi was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Yu Changli gently lifted her gaze towards the towering building above, her voice soft. "If I were to visit the shelter, I would want zombie uncle to accompany me. However, since he is a zombie, the shelter would not permit him entry, no matter how many fascinating things or people there might be. If zombie uncle is not by my side, everything would be meaningless. In that case, it is better not to go at all." Her eyes twinkled with warmth, and her tone exuded an unwavering reliance and conviction. "To me, zombie uncle is more important than anything else." Zhou Shi felt a subtle shock within her. She gazed at the young girl before her, witnessing her pure smile and the clarity in her eyes, devoid of any hesitation or confusion. In a world beyond the shelter, human relationships are often intricate, filled with manipulation, suspicion, and doubt. Yet, Yu Changli's feelings for Chu Yuan are profoundly sincere, utterly untainted. This sentiment even stirred a tinge of envy within Zhou Shi. She smiled gently. Your bond is truly beautiful. Of course, after a while. As most of the items from the trunk had been moved by the zombies, Yu Changli's gaze fell upon an iron cage nestled within. Inside, she discovered a small creature curled up. Her eyes widened in excitement as she crouched down, peering through the bars at the fluffy little being. Zhou Jie, is this it? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had seen pictures in the computer that zombie uncle repaired and in books, but had never encountered one in reality. Zhou Shi smiled and nodded. Yes, it is. Wow. Yu Changli beamed as she cupped her face in joy. This is my first time seeing it. It's so adorable. The small creature, nestled in the corner of the cage, perked up its ears cautiously, watching her with a hint of wariness, though it exhibited no overt aggression. How did it end up here? Yu Changli asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Zhou Shi gently explained. We discovered it while passing through a city area. It was trapped in an abandoned apartment and appeared to have been a pet. Perhaps its owner perished unexpectedly, leaving it to survive on its own. We checked, and it shows no signs of viral infection, and its temperament is considerably gentler than that of a wild animal. She paused before continuing with a smile. Keeping pets in the shelter is quite troublesome due to limited food supply. Unless one is affluent, it is challenging to sustain them. So, we thought it would be better to give it to you, allowing you to have a new companion. Upon hearing this, Yu Changli was nearly overcome with excitement. That's wonderful, she exclaimed, rubbing her hands together, crouching beside the cage, and gazing eagerly at the creature. Hello, little one. The small creature sniffed her finger, not immediately recoiling, which she took as a sign of acceptance. Yu Changli's eyes sparkled with joy, as if reflecting a galaxy of stars. She continued to inquire, is it a male or female cat? Zhou Shi replied gently, it's a female, a girl. Yu Changli laughed joyfully. I must give her a lovely name. She lifted the cage, shaking it with excitement, addressing the little creature. From now on, you shall be my cat. I will take good care of you. Zhou Shi, seeing her enthusiasm, couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, it's all up to you. I hope she brings you many joyful days. Yes, indeed. Yu Changli nodded vigorously. Soon after, Zhou Shi and her companions bid farewell to Yu Changli as the modified battle vehicle roared to life, heading towards the ruins, gradually disappearing between the crumbling buildings. Yu Changli, cradling the cage, watched the vehicle depart, her gaze returning to the small creature in her arms, a warm smile gracing her lips. She gently poked the little one's ear, cheerfully saying, let us go home. Upon returning to the building, Yu Changli dashed excitedly up to the top floor, bursting through the door and joyfully calling out, Zombie uncle, can I keep her on this floor? Chu Yuan was originally engaged in organizing the components in his hands when he lifted his head upon hearing her words. He gazed at the cage she cradled in her arms, then looked into her sparkling eyes and smiled gently. Of course, he replied. As soon as his words fell, Yu Changli leaped up in excitement, embracing the cage and exclaiming, Wonderful! Hakimi! From this moment on, we shall be a family. Chu Yuan paused momentarily, his expression slightly stiffening. Hakimi? Yu Changli nodded with delight, carefully opening the cage and gently cradling the kitten in her arms. She elaborated, Indeed, I previously watched some old videos on my computer, and the cats were often referred to by this name. They appeared utterly adorable, so I decided to name it Hakimi. Chu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he watched Yu Changli cradling the kitten with evident satisfaction, his heart filled with complex emotions. He wondered whether repairing the computer and restoring internet access for Yu Changli to reconnect with pre-apocalypse online culture had truly been the right decision. Hakimi, this ancient, overused meme. Even in the apocalypse, it still manages to influence my precious Changli? With a resigned sigh, he shrugged. Well, as long as she's happy. The thought eventually brought him a quiet sense of contentment. Yu Changli held the purring kitten snugly in her arms, the little creature now completely at ease in her presence. Hakimi, from now on, you're staying with me, she declared, her radiant smile brimming with joy. I'll find you something to eat later. Even though food is scarce now, there must be something suitable for you. Clutching the kitten, she bounded around the rooftop in sheer delight, utterly absorbed in the happiness of newfound companionship. Night fell. Chu Yuan's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. On the screen, the locally deployed chat AI was gradually evolving. This was the culmination of months of painstaking effort, meticulously assembled from the remnants of discarded equipment. In the realm of large language models, many manually maintained websites had become inaccessible. Thus, he opted for DeepSeek, an open-source large language model that still allowed access to its source code. His intention was to provide Yuchangli with as many avenues for learning as possible, while also enabling her to have another friend to converse with in this world, apart from himself. Chu Yuan paused his work, stretching languidly as his gaze drifted toward the progress bar. There was still some time before the deployment would be complete. He lifted the teacup from his desk, reclining into his chair with a quiet sigh, his eyes half-lidded in patient waiting. Meanwhile, just around the corner, in the softly lit bathroom, hot water cascaded from the shower head in silken streams, gliding warmly over Yuchangli's skin, gently rinsing away the foam from her hair. The glow of the bathroom lights diffused through the mist, casting a hazy, dreamlike aura that traced the elegant contours of her slender figure. Yuchangli tilted her head back, eyes closed, surrendering to the soothing flow as the water carried the suds down her cascading locks, along the delicate curve of her neck, over the graceful slope of her shoulders, and finally down the sinuous line of her back. A soft exhale escaped her lips as she stretched, letting the warmth wash away her weariness. Once the last traces of shampoo had been rinsed away, she reached out for the soap resting nearby, only for a sudden, playful meow to pierce through the steady rhythm of the shower. Before she could react, a small shadow darted in, snatched the soap in its tiny jaws, and bolted out of sight. Ah! Yuchangli gasped in surprise. Elsewhere, upon hearing Yuchangli's exclamation, Chu Yuan felt a slight pang of concern. He rose to his feet and approached the corner, intending to ascertain the situation and inquire about the happenings. Just as he reached the bathroom door, he heard Changli exclaim, "Hakime, what are you doing?" "Oh, please don't be mischievous. Quickly return my soap." Inside the bathroom, Yuchangli crouched down, one hand pushing open the door while the other reached out towards Hakime. In her flustered state, she was entirely unaware that her actions had caused the bathroom door to swing wide open. As Yuchangli grasped Hakime, she let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, her gaze fell upon Chu Yuan, who stood not far away. Chu Yuan beheld the sight of the drenched Yuchangli in her entirety. Their gazes met, and a palpable stillness enveloped them. In an instant, Yuchangli's eyes widened like bronze bells, her cheeks visibly transforming from a pristine white to a deep crimson, as if scorched by flames. I apologize." Chu Yuan, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor, swiftly turned away and departed. Yet, Yuchangli remained rooted in place for an extended period. Her mind was a blank slate, and her heart raced violently, as if it sought to leap from her chest. The realization that all eyes were upon her, particularly those of the zombie uncle, struck her with an unprecedented intensity. Since she had become aware of the need to avoid misunderstandings, this was the first occasion of such vulnerability. In her childhood, she had perceived such matters as inconsequential. However, despite the overwhelming embarrassment, which rendered her nearly incapable of facing the zombie uncle, she felt no aversion whatsoever. Yuchangli placed her delicate hand upon her chest, feeling the warmth of her heartbeat through the softness, lost in contemplation for what seemed an eternity. On the other side, Chu Yuan had returned to his computer, seemingly unfazed as he continued to attend to his work. However, his thoughts had drifted far away. The recent scene lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. He was neither an inexperienced youth nor someone who would be flustered by such situations, yet Longley had truly grown up. The little girl who once babbled and frolicked at his feet had now blossomed into a graceful young woman, captivatingly beautiful and increasingly enchanting. Chu Yuan let out a gentle sigh, his hand instinctively rubbing his forehead. Alas, with his vast experience, how could he remain oblivious to Yuchangli's gradually blossoming affection for him? Yet, he found himself unable to reciprocate, choosing instead to feign ignorance. From a young age, Yuchangli had yearned for the outside world, for the society of humans. In his eyes, she rightfully belonged there. As a zombie, he could not accompany her. One day, he would have to release her, allowing her to venture forth. The feelings that Yuchangli harbored for him might stem from her lack of interaction with peers and her burgeoning adolescence, which had perhaps distorted her sense of reliance. Once she stepped into human society, she would forge friendships, embrace a life of normalcy, and find others to protect and care for her, rather than relying solely on him as she did now. At that point, she might come to realize that her current emotions were merely a fleeting impulse. Soon, footsteps approached from behind Chu Yuan. "Uncle Zombie." Yuchangli's voice was tinged with a deliberate calmness, laced with an undercurrent of awkwardness. Chu Yuan turned his head and raised his gaze, only to find Yu Chongli standing behind him, clad in a loose t-shirt and shorts. Her damp strands of hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing allure reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from a bath. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, and the remnants of a blush lingered upon her cheeks. Despite her attempts to feign nonchalance, an unmistakable hint of anxiety and shyness permeated her demeanor. Yu Chongli's fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothing as she stammered, "I'm truly sorry for earlier. I was exceedingly reckless to let the zombie uncle see me in such a state." "It's all right," he reassured her. "You, my dear, are not the one who ought to apologize. That's my responsibility." Chu Yuan shrugged with a bitter smile. Having never truly engaged with the human world and being reliant on him, Yu Chongli did not perceive that being exposed would place her at a disadvantage. Instead, she seemed more concerned about whether he would deem her impetuous or inappropriate, placing greater importance on his opinion. On the other hand, upon noticing that Chu Yuan's demeanor towards her remained unchanged and that the distance between them had not widened, Yu Chongli felt considerably lighter, alleviating her worries. Yet, in a hidden corner of her heart, she inexplicably experienced a subtle sense of loss. In truth, she had hoped that Uncle Zombie would exhibit a different reaction, perhaps, like her. He would feel shy or embarrassed. However, at present, Uncle Zombie displayed none of these sentiments. Could it be that she lacked charm in his eyes? Was it that he continued to regard her as a mere child, just as before? Yu Chongli gently pressed her lips together, and her spirits slowly sank once more. Chu Yuan keenly sensed Yu Chongli's emotions. "By the way," he suddenly interjected, shifting the topic, "I have created something new. Would you like to take a look?" Yu Chongli's attention was indeed diverted. She blinked her eyes and approached with curiosity. "Something new? What is it?" she inquired with interest. Chu Yuan turned the computer screen and opened a window, revealing a string of characters. A dialog box came into view. "Hello, I am your AI assistant. What would you like to discuss today?" "What is this?" Yu Chongli widened her eyes, instantly intrigued. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, casually tapping on the keyboard. "This is a chat AI. You can use it to acquire knowledge or simply engage in conversation." Yu Chongli's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Well, is that for real?" she exclaimed as she eagerly leaned closer, seizing the keyboard. However, as she prepared to type, she encountered a dilemma. Lacking formal training in computer usage, she struggled to locate each letter, painstakingly pressing them one by one. Completing an entire sentence proved to be quite a laborious task for her. At that moment, Chu Yuan produced a USB microphone and connected it to the computer. After making some adjustments and positioning the microphone, he encouraged her, "No need to type. Let's try speaking instead." Yu Chongli, seeing this, tentatively greeted, "Hello, I am Yu Chongli." Instantly, the dialog box on the computer screen displayed her words, "Hello, I am Yu Chongli." The AI promptly responded, "Hello, Yu Chongli. How may I assist you today?" "How impressive!" Yu Chongli exclaimed, joyfully shaking Chu Yuan's arm. "Uncle Zombie, you are truly a genius." Her exuberance was fleeting, reminiscent of her childhood, characterized by a pure and transparent spirit. Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, gazing at her with affectionate eyes. One cannot truly be called a genius. It merely requires ample time for learning. Then, Yu Chongli's shoulders slumped, her spirit waning. "Am I not just a fool?" Chu Yuan gently stroked her head. "How could that be? Your reasoning speed is incredibly swift, far surpassing even this AI. Deep Sea Car 1. Upon hearing this, Yu Chongli's spirits brightened. "Really?" "Indeed," Chu Yuan affirmed. "After all, AI requires considerable time for deep contemplation, whereas our Hakili does not." Since the advent of Hakimi and the AI assistant, Yu Chongli's life has become increasingly vibrant. Whenever she encounters something intriguing, she promptly inquires with the AI assistant and seeks guidance on how to operate the computer. She has learned to watch films and play single-player games, and during her leisure, she frolics about with Hakimi. Even at the tender age of 16, her lively and carefree nature remains unchanged, as if she has been perpetually unburdened by worries. Thus, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Yu Chongli was on the brink of turning 18. Today marked yet another day for their scheduled transaction. Outside the building, the roar of the modified war vehicle's engine gradually diminished along the desolate streets, eventually coming to a halt at the familiar trading point. Yang Fan and his companions disembarked, their demeanor noticeably more fatigued than usual. Yu Chongli was, as always, the first to approach, her face alight with anticipation. "Brother Yang Fan." "Sister Zhozhou." However, upon noticing the pallor on Yang Fan's face, she sensed that something was amiss. She blinked, suppressing her excitement. "Is something wrong?" Chu Yuan slowly approached, casting an inquiring gaze at Yang Fan. With a sigh, Yang Fan nodded slowly, his tone somber. Some unfortunate events have recently transpired at the shelter. He paused, carefully considering his words, and continued. It is rather inconvenient to disclose the specifics, but in summary, a power struggle among the higher-ups at the shelter has inevitably entangled our team. A struggle? Yu Changli inquired, somewhat perplexed. Is it something serious? Quite serious. Yang Fan replied with a wry smile. It potentially involves a complete reshuffling of the power dynamics within the shelter. Zhou Shi expressed her concern. We are currently overwhelmed and may not be able to return for the next few months. Yu Changli was momentarily stunned, her head drooping in disappointment. She had grown accustomed to the regular visits from Yang Fan and his companions, who would bring new supplies, allowing her to experience the shelter's provisions, sample various novel foods, and listen to their tales. But now noticing her downcast expression, Chu Yuan gently patted her head in a comforting manner. He turned to Yang Fan, his demeanor calm. I understand. If there is anything I can assist with, please let me know. Yang Fan was slightly moved and smiled. Thank you. Although Chu Yuan's words brought him some solace, the internal conflict of the shelter was a matter of their own, not a situation of fending off external threats. Ultimately, he had no intention of burdening Chu Yuan with this issue. After a moment, Yang Fan continued, if matters at the shelter are resolved favorably, we will return, aiming for the first of each month. If we are able to come, we will do so on the first of every month. If next month is not feasible, then the month after. Chu Yuan nodded. All right. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, gesturing towards the horde of zombies behind him. Soon, a calamity-level zombie slowly approached, cradling a massive bag, heavy and clearly filled to the brim with crystal cores. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the disaster-level zombie presented the bag to Yang Fan. Yang Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What is this? Yang Fan inquired as he opened the bag, revealing a mound of crystal cores within, astonished. Chu Yuan spoke softly, the additional crystal cores, I hope they prove beneficial for you. Of course. If you can come next month, to bring me more. Yang Fan took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and revealed a sincere smile. Thank you. We will. Time flowed silently and imperceptibly. On the first day of the following month, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the sunlight bathed the ruins of the city, casting a gentle warmth among the steel and concrete. It was a rare sunny day. However, atop a towering skyscraper, the atmosphere was far from as cheerful as the weather. Today marked Yu Changli's 18th birthday. According to their agreement, this day also held the possibility of Yang Fan and his companions returning once more. Chu Yuan accompanied Yu Changli. Seated early on the top floor of the building, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the familiar modified war vehicle, they waited the entire morning. Yet, as noon approached, with the sun ascending higher in the sky and the ruins below becoming increasingly scorched, the expected convoy remained conspicuously absent. Yu Changli sat with her knees hugged to her chest at the railing, her head buried in her arms, gazing despondently into the distance. Her wine-red hair danced gently in the breeze, and her once bright eyes, filled with anticipation, now lost their luster. They haven't come, she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment, frustration, and a touch of grievance. In the midst of an apocalypse, a birthday was merely an inconsequential day. Yet for Yu Changli, it was profoundly different. She had never witnessed the calamity, having always been sheltered under the protection of her Uncle Zombie. He had once remarked that every birthday held significant meaning. This year marked her 18th birthday, symbolizing her true adulthood, the transition from being the little girl in need of care to a grown woman. Previously, she had secretly hoped that today she might indulge in the cake brought by Yang Fan and Zhou Zhou, perhaps even listen to their accounts of the recent happenings at the shelter. However, it now seemed that these expectations had evaporated. Could it be that they truly could not make it? Yu Changli bit her lip, feeling no resentment towards them, yet an undeniable emptiness lingered in her heart. Just as she was enveloped in her despondent thoughts, a warm hand gently descended upon her head, tenderly tousling her soft hair. Stop waiting, Chu Yuan whispered. Perhaps this time, they were indeed unable to come. Yu Changli fell silent for a moment, slowly raising her eyes to meet Chu Yuan's gaze. Chu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, exuding a sense of calm and composure, seemingly unfazed by Yang Fan and the other's failure to arrive as promised. Noticing Yu Changli still with her head lowered, he softened his tone slightly. The matters concerning the sanctuary are more intricate than we had anticipated. Given the turmoil they are experiencing, it is not surprising that they could not make it on time. Yu Changli bit her lip and murmured, I understand, but She did not elaborate further, merely resting her chin on her knees and gazing into the vast emptiness ahead. Chu Yuan gazed at her, pausing in silence for a moment, before suddenly extending his hand to retrieve an object from his pocket, gently placing it in her palm. Yu Chongli was taken aback for a moment, looking down to behold a delicate wooden box, its lid adorned with exquisite carvings, the lines graceful and flowing, exuding an air of antiquity and refinement. "What is this?" she asked, bewildered. Chu Yuan curled the corners of his lips slightly and stated nonchalantly, "Your 18th birthday gift." Yu Chongli's eyes widened, sparkling like the stars, as she exclaimed, "A birthday gift?" Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you not want it?" "Of course I do," Yu Chongli exclaimed excitedly, quickly cradling the wooden box as if it contained a precious treasure and cautiously opening it. Inside the box lay a silver necklace. The chain was delicate, its luster gentle and warm, but what captivated the eye was the pendant, a crystal core polished to a smooth roundness, exhibiting a profound blue-violet hue that refracted dazzling light under the sun. Yu Chongli was momentarily entranced. She lightly touched the crystal core with her fingertip, feeling its unique chill. Her voice trembling slightly, "What is this?" "The crystal core of a calamity-level zombie," Chu Yuan replied with a smile. "It has a beautiful sheen, so I decided to keep it. I took the time to slowly polish it until it became what you see now." Yu Chongli cradled the necklace, her gaze quivering slightly. Chu Yuan added, "I initially intended to craft a ring, but considering that you might not favor it, I opted for a necklace instead." In truth, he feared that creating a ring might lead her to misunderstand his intentions, especially since she was no longer young. Yu Chongli's breath momentarily faltered, her heart feeling as though it had been gently struck by something. She lowered her head, gripping the necklace tightly, her cheeks gradually blooming with a delicate flush. "I truly adore it." Her voice was barely audible, yet it resonated with unmistakable joy. "I genuinely love it immensely." Chu Yuan gazed at her contented expression, offering a subtle smile without uttering another word. "Come, let me assist you in putting it on, shall I?" Yu Chongli nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan extended his hand, gently retrieving the necklace from her grasp, and slowly encircled it around her neck, fastening it with care. "There you go." The necklace nestled against Yu Chongli's collarbone, swaying delicately with the breeze, emanating a subtle luminescence. She lowered her gaze to her chest, pressed her lips together, and felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surge within her. Indeed, it mattered not that Brother Yongfan and Sister Zhozhou were absent, for Uncle Zombie would never be missing. In that moment, Yu Chongli radiated a breathtaking smile, her eyes shimmering with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. As night fell and the stars twinkled, a gentle breeze caressed the towering ruins of the city, and the air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled delicacies. On an open-air platform, Chu Yuan set up a table adorned with an array of delectable dishes: roasted whole chicken, succulent steak, stewed vegetables, crispy bread, and even a small dish of jam sweetened with saccharin. This feast was a rare display of culinary delights, a true luxury for an evening meal. As it was her birthday, she decided to make a wish before the meal. Chu Yuan arranged everything meticulously and turned to Yu Chongli. Yu Chongli nodded, taking a seat and gazing up at the stars, her palms pressed together in quiet contemplation. "Father, Mother," she murmured softly, as if in a personal conversation. "Today is my birthday, and Zombie Uncle has prepared so many delicious treats for me." Her voice was gentle and cheerful, imbued with the unique sweetness of youth. "Even though Brother Yongfan and Sister Zhozhou couldn't come, I am still very happy." She gently closed her eyes, silently making a wish. "I hope you can also bless Brother Yongfan and Sister Zhou with safety." A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the coolness of the night, while the stars twinkled, seemingly in response to her prayer. After making her wish, Yu Chongli slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze to the exquisite food on the table. Eagerly, she sliced off a piece of chicken leg and brought it to her mouth. The juices burst forth, and her eyes widened in delight, a look of sheer satisfaction washing over her as she nodded repeatedly. "So delicious." Her cheeks puffed out like a contented little squirrel, excitedly shaking her head as if she had received the most precious gift. "Haha, Zombie Uncle, you should have a bite too," she exclaimed, chewing joyfully while lifting her fork, offering a small piece of steak to Chu Yuan's lips. Chu Yuan cast a glance at her, a helpless smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I am a zombie. I cannot savor flavors. So what?" Yu Chongli's eyes widened in defiance. "It is a birthday banquet. After all, The atmosphere thrives on shared dining. With that, she deliberately pushed her fork forward, her cheeks puffed out, her gaze stubborn and insistent. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, realizing there was no alternative but to acquiesce to her wishes. He lowered his head and took a bite of the steak. Although he possessed no sense of taste for human food, Yu Chongli's radiant smile rendered the steak delectable. Hee. Yu Chongli then offered a piece of meat to Hakimi, who was squatting nearby, urging, "Come, Hakimi, you must eat too." Meow. The joy of the birthday celebration caused Yu Chongli to momentarily forget her worries. Yet, the beauty of such moments lies in their fleeting nature. Like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, it plants a transient brilliance in the hearts of those who behold it. Since that day of celebration, Chu Yuan and Yu Chongli continued their monthly ritual of arriving early on the first day to the rooftop of the skyscraper, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Yang Fan and his companions. Yet, time and again, they found themselves waiting in vain. In the initial months, Yu Chongli was still filled with hope, standing atop the heights, gazing into the distance at the desolate road leading to the sanctuary, yearning for the day when that familiar modified battle vehicle would once again grace the horizon. However, despite her fervent wishes, the road remained eerily silent and devoid of any human presence. Each time, she ventured forth with anticipation, only to return in disillusionment. By the fourth month, her enthusiasm had waned. She no longer rushed to wait in hopeful expectation. On this particular day, as they sat at the edge of the rooftop, Chu Yuan and Yu Chongli gazed out at the road once more. The wind stirred the dust at their feet, bringing with it a sense of desolation. Once again, Yang Fan and the others had not appeared. Yu Chongli gently swayed her feet, her gaze fixated on the barren expanse, as if she were desperately searching for something. Yet finding nothing. "Uncle Zombie," she whispered, breaking the silence. Chu Yuan slightly turned his gaze towards her and inquired, "Do you think Brother Yang Fan and the others will ever return?" Her voice carried a hint of disappointment and confusion, despite her inherently cheerful and lively nature. Repeated disappointments had led her to entertain thoughts of relinquishing her expectations. Though her words seemed directed at Chu Yuan, they were, in truth, more akin to a question posed to herself. Chu Yuan fell into a momentary silence before softly uttering, "Perhaps the matter is not yet concluded." Yu Chongli also remained speechless, and after a brief pause, her gaze shifted from the road to the sky above. She looked up at the clouds, her eyes fluttering gently, and whispered, "But could it be that they have transformed into the stars in the heavens?" Chu Yuan paused for a moment, extending his hand to gently ruffle her hair, offering words of comfort. "It will not happen." Though he spoke such assurances, uncertainty lingered. In his heart, Chu Yuan let out a faint sigh. He understood that Yang Fan and the others might be facing grave peril. Continuously comforting Yu Chongli was not a viable solution. She was old enough. Perhaps it was time to confront certain realities. At that moment, a thought emerged within Chu Yuan's mind. It might be time to visit the shelter. Somewhere tens of kilometers away from the apocalyptic haven, the cold wind howled through the ruins of the city, while vehicles crushed the gravel beneath, producing a dull roar. Several tactical teams were escorting the leader who had recently lost in a high-stakes power struggle, racing away from the shelter. They were acutely aware that the opposing leader would not easily let them go. Given his character, he would surely eliminate all threats. In this ruthless world, the victor was king, and the vanquished would not even die with dignity. Yang Fan and his companions were among the escorting teams, their expressions grave. As early as last year, their squad had been forced to take sides in the power struggle at the shelter. After months of internal conflict, tensions escalated to the point where they resorted to employing S-class combatants against one another. In such a precarious situation, escape was impossible. They could only become increasingly entangled in various plans. Ultimately, their faction was outmaneuvered and faced the grim fate of exile. "Daddy, where are we going?" A tender yet calm voice broke the silence in Yang Fan's vehicle. He glanced over to see his 2-year-old daughter, Yang Chanqian, with a curious expression on her face. Unlike the boisterous Yu Chongli of the past, Yang Chanqian was much quieter. "Don't disturb your father while he's driving," Zhou said, cradling Yang Chanqian. "We are going to a new, safe place in the outside world to start anew." "Isn't the old place good?" Yang Chanqian asked Zhou. Zhou understood that Yang Chanqian might not yet grasp the implications of a power struggle, so she responded, "The old place was not bad, but we had to leave." "Oh." Yang Chanqian pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat confused. Yang Fan, with one hand on the steering wheel, reached out to stroke his daughter's head. "Do not worry," he said. "Though the place we are heading to may not have as many things as our previous home, we will gradually acquire them. Moreover, I have a formidable friend out there. Once he intervenes, anyone who wishes to harm us will be vanquished. Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian tilted her head. A formidable friend? She turned to Zhou Shi and asked, Mommy, is what Daddy said true? Is he not just tricking me? Zhou Shi smiled warmly. It is true. Daddy's friend is truly powerful. Even the most formidable of ability users cannot match him. He could never deceive you, Qianqian. Yang Fan shrugged, chuckling softly, as the previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at the road ahead and slammed on the brakes. Simultaneously, the other vehicles in the convoy responded with the same action. A figure had silently appeared in the middle of the road, a man clad in a purple coat, his silver hair billowing slightly in the night breeze. His demeanor was indifferent, devoid of any emotion, as if everything in the world was insignificant in his presence. Within the convoy, some faces turned pale. Oh no, it's Xiao Tianlang. How did he know we were here? This is disastrous. He is the strongest S-class and the most powerful general under Su Guanqing. With his spatial abilities, we stand no chance of escape. Yang Fan stared at Xiao Tianlang, drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Tianlang was an S-class ability user who controlled one of the most formidable abilities, spatial manipulation, renowned as the strongest S-class. The imbalance in their power struggle was one reason for their failure, but the primary cause was the presence of Xiao Tianlang, a key figure among Su Guanqing's ranks. Everyone, get out of the vehicles. In the center of the road, Xiao Tianlang raised a hand slightly, his voice frigid. I do not wish to repeat myself. As his words fell, the surrounding space suddenly fractured, cracks spreading like a spider's web. His powers enveloped the entire area. Yang Fan's heart sank, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Perhaps this time, they truly. At that moment, an individual slowly emerged from the vehicle, stepping forth alone from the convoy towards Xiao Tianlang. Yang Fan was taken aback, recognizing the figure, the only S-class ability user among those fleeing, and the personal bodyguard of their leader. Kai Wu, clad in tattered military green combat attire, stood resolute, his gaze steady as he faced Xiao Tianlang, unyielding and fearless, embodying the courage and determination of a warrior. He slowly unfastened his outer coat, revealing a physique as solid as steel, lightly stretching his neck with a soft crack. You all, he glanced back, his voice deep and commanding. Take the leader away. This area is mine to handle. Before his words concluded, the temperature around him surged, moisture in the air evaporating, and a brilliant flame ignited in his palm. Inside one of the armored vehicles, a combatant turned to a middle-aged man in military attire. Sir. The middle-aged man, his expression grave, interjected, do not squander the opportunity Kai Wu is creating for us. We must seize this chance to retreat. With the order given, the convoy swiftly turned around and sped away. Kai Wu remained steadfast, flames swirling around his arm as he fixed his calm gaze upon Xiao Tianlang. Xiao Tianlang folded his arms. You cannot stop me. Kai Wu scoffed coldly, raising his hand, transforming the flames into a blazing greatsword. You'll find out soon enough. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. The air warped as flames roared. The world was consumed by a stark contrast of red and black. Within 10 minutes, cough. Kai Wu, battered and bloodied, knelt on the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. Xiao Tianlang approached him step by step. Give up, as an S-class user with spatial abilities. I am an undeniable powerhouse. You cannot contend with me. Seemingly unfazed by Xiao Tianlang's words, Kai Wu staggered to his feet. Immediately, he was engulfed in blazing flames, a tempest of energy surging as if even the air was igniting. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, locking on to Xiao Tianlang with unwavering resolve. Even fully aware of the grim odds, his steps forward remained steady and resolute. Moments later, Kai Wu surged forward, the ground beneath him fracturing instantaneously as flames erupted behind him, a wave of terrifying heat radiating outward, distorting the very air around him, as if engulfing the world in a sea of fire. Boom. The colossal flame fist suddenly surged forth, targeting Xiao Tianlang with the ferocity of a raging wildfire. The violent shockwaves roared, causing the ground to fracture, and scorching debris to erupt like meteors in all directions. Xiao Tianlang, with an indifferent expression, raised his hand in a firm grasp, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. The trajectory of the flame fist was forcibly twisted, as if ensnared in an invisible prison, unable to advance even a fraction. No matter how strong your flames may be, they cannot escape the dominion of space. Xiao Tianlang spoke calmly, his palm tightening slightly, intent on constraining Kai Wu along with his flames. Surrender, and it may spare you from death. Kai Wu let out a boisterous laugh, the fiery energy within him surging ever more violently. Raging flames transformed into a torrent of fire dragons, erupting fiercely from his body, violently tearing at the collapsed space. Is that so? Kaiwu growled, determination blazing in his eyes. Unfortunately, I am a soldier, a true soldier. The words retreat and surrender do not exist in my lexicon. Xiao Tianlang, let us perish together. In an instant, all energy within Kai Wu was unleashed, and the cataclysmic flames erupted skyward like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the entire firmament. Every inch of his skin cracked under the searing heat, flesh and flames intertwining. His form transforming into a burning sun, resplendent beyond measure. The terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield, boiling the earth within a radius of several kilometers, instantly reducing it to charred wasteland. At that moment, the heavens were completely engulfed in firelight. As the flames gradually extinguished, the ground lay as a desolate expanse of blackened ruins, the air thick with scorching smoke and dust, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless pit. Kai Wu had vanished without a trace. Beyond the pit, a slightly tattered Xiao Tianlang emerged from a spatial portal, wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His demeanor remained cold and detached. What a pity, he remarked, to die so utterly without value. In the distance, a retreating convoy heard the thunderous roar. The onlookers turned to gaze, seeing only a blinding inferno, as if it sought to consume the very heavens. Inside the vehicle where the leaders sat, the combat personnel clenched their fists, lips trembling, eyes reddened. The leader averted his gaze, closing his eyes in silent mourning. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and his companions turned to look back, their expressions instantly heavy with sorrow as they beheld the soaring crimson blaze. They understood that this was the result of Kai Wu's self-detonation. Elemental abilities, such as fire and lightning, could indeed unleash powers far surpassing what opponents of equal rank could withstand through self-explosion. However, such an act also meant the obliteration of the wielder. Damn it! One of Yang Fan's teammates in the back seat slammed a fist against the seat, his face a mask of grief and fury. Another teammate sighed, what a shame. But thankfully we've escaped far enough. Xiao Tianlang shouldn't be able to catch up. Yang Fan's expression was grave, yet he nodded in agreement with this teammate's words. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden burst of energy illuminated the night sky. Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What boom? Several energy shockwaves detonated ahead, tearing the ground apart. Dust swirling violently, and the intense impact forced the entire convoy to come to an abrupt halt. Before them, dozens of figures began to materialize, clad in standard combat armor, equipped with formidable weaponry exuding a palpable aura of menace. It's Su Guanshan's people. How did they know our route? Zhou Shi's face paled as she instinctively clutched Yang Chanshan tightly. Yang Fan gripped the steering wheel, his heart sinking. He finally realized that perhaps they had been plotted against from the very beginning. The reason Xiao Tianlang and the hostile abilities team could locate them was likely due to the presence of a traitor among them. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan turned to Zhou Shi. Take good care of Qianqian in the vehicle. Zhou Shi bit her lip and nodded resolutely. Yang Fan then turned his serious gaze to the other team members. We're getting out to confront them. Soon. The combat teams disembarked from their vehicles, confronting the hostile abilities users in a standoff. To bolster morale, the leader slowly descended, protected by one of the abilities users. Gazing earnestly at the enemy ranks, he understood that their movements had been repeatedly exposed due to the existence of a traitor. Yet, given the current situation, there was no time to deal with that. If they did not resolve the threat posed by these abilities users blocking their path, all their previous efforts and sacrifices would be in vain. With this thought, the leader's gaze hardened. Prepare for battle. This time we must fight for our survival. The combat teams gripped their weapons tightly, teeth clenched, bracing for action. In the next moment, a gunshot from an unknown source rang out, and both sides erupted into fierce gunfire. Yang Fan raised his firearm, precisely executing a hostile abilities user, the bullet piercing through the center of their forehead. The enemy's eyes widened in disbelief before they collapsed. His comrades fought back valiantly. However, the enemy was well prepared and equipped, and the scene soon descended into a stalemate. Yang Fan's expression darkened. There were too many foes. If this continued, they would inevitably be completely encircled before they could break free. Clenching his jaw, he steeled himself, unleashing all his power as he charged into the enemy ranks. Initially, within the A-grade realm, he had been merely an ordinary contender. Yet, over the years, the crystal cores given to him by Chu Yuan had been distributed among his teammates, with the majority of the more valuable ones reserved for his own use. Thanks to this, even though his talent was insufficient to elevate him to S-grade, he could now be considered an absolute powerhouse among A-grades. In an instant, Yang Fan sliced into the enemy formation like a blade. His firearm unleashed a continuous barrage of bullets infused with his abilities. Each flash of fire claimed the life of an adversary. The defenses of the enemy crumbled under his assault, as if made of mere paper, torn apart one by one. This guy is incredibly strong. The opposing abilities users were filled with dread, realizing that aside from the S-grade flame dragon Kaiwu, there were others among these fugitives of such caliber. The tactical coordination of the enemy team was thoroughly disrupted by Yang Fan's display of speed, power, and reflexes, which seemed far beyond A-grade capabilities. Especially notable was Yang Fan's pinpoint accuracy. Within a mere minute, he had eliminated around 10 hostile abilities users. To say that Yang Fan had significantly shifted the tide of battle would be an understatement. The fleeing members of the combat team were awestruck by Yang Fan's performance, their spirits soaring as they rallied to support his onslaught, launching a frenzied counterattack against the enemy. In just a few minutes, the opposing combat team suffered severe losses. Forced to retreat. Well done, Yang Fan. How come we never noticed how strong you are? Incredible. Captain, you are truly remarkable. In an instant, the comrades were invigorated. Their voices filled with admiration, while the leader cast an approving glance at Yang Fan. Even Yang Fan himself felt a surge of exhilaration from his moment of glory. After a whirlwind of destruction, fatigue began to creep in. With his comrades providing cover, he swiftly retreated to his own camp, intending to catch his breath. Upon returning to the rear, he stood before Pan Tu, gazing in the direction of the enemy, just about to issue commands. However, at that moment, a cold chuckle echoed from behind him. You, indeed, are a nuisance. A chilling blade pressed silently against his back. Yang Fan's pupils dilated in shock. The voice belonged to Pan Tuesday. His heart plummeted, a wave of dread washing over him. You. Before he could turn, a sharp pain struck him. The military dagger pierced deeply into his back, blood oozing along the blade, the warm liquid soaking through his combat attire. Yang Fan's eyes widened in rage, his expression a mixture of agony and disbelief as he turned to look at Pan Tuesday. The brother who once fought by his side now bore a face of indifference, even a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Surprised? Pan Tu chuckled, his tone icy. No wonder, Yang Fan. You have always been too naive, too foolish. In this world, only the cunning can survive. Yang Fan's lips trembled, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but his throat was choked with the metallic tang of blood, rendering him voiceless. Pan Tu had struck at his very core. He finally understood why, in moments of dire peril when he saw